The story begins bang. A burning bullet tore through her shoulder, sending out a spray of hot blood. Tang Xiaoqiao let out a muffled groan. She stumbled and leaned against the rusty iron door of an abandoned warehouse. The taste of rust and blood filled her throat, sharp and bitter. It was the year 2026, in a parallel world's Huaxia Nation, Bandit City. This place was a nest of crime, filled with drugs, weapons, and underground deals. The authorities had little control here. And she, Tang Xiaoqiao, was the only female leader in this chaotic land, known as the Queen of the Night. An orphan who grew up in a shelter, she had fought her way up in a world ruled by men, using her fists strong enough to crack steel. She built a small home on the city's edge, sheltering over 30 orphans. But today, she had fallen, betrayed by the very person she had trusted and helped rise to power. Sister Chow, sorry about this, but you're standing in the way of our business. The man in the black jacket raised his gun. The respect he once showed was gone, replaced by greed and cruelty. You insisted on destroying that shipment and cut off everyone's income. You can't blame me for this. Tang Xiaoqiao forced a faint, bloody smile, pain shooting through her broken shoulder blade. Her eyes were colder than ice. That shipment contains dangerous drugs. It could kill many people, especially children. If you want to move it, you'll have to get past me first. Children? Just a bunch of unwanted strays. Are they worth your life? The man sneered, stepping closer. Sister Chow, you're too strong. So strong that everyone fears you. Once you're gone, this city will belong to us. Tang Xiaoqiao slowly straightened up. Half her body was numb, but her spirit remained unbroken. She flexed her wrist, her knuckles cracking sharply, a habit before every fight. With these hands, she had driven away thugs who harassed the orphanage, defeated rival gangs, and cared for more than 30 homeless children. Her voice was hoarse, but full of power. You want me dead? Let's see if you have what it takes. Before he could react, she dodged a bullet, using the iron door as cover, and leapt forward like a fierce leopard. Her fist struck the first man's nose with a sharp crack. Chaos erupted. Though badly injured, Tang Xiaoqiao's years of experience kept her in control. Cries of pain filled the air. If she hadn't trusted her people too much, she would never have come unarmed. What a terrible mistake. This trap was set for her, and tonight, her chances of survival were slim. Her strength was fading fast, wounds multiplying, while her enemies surrounded her with weapons. Those who had fought her now lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The man in the jacket, veins bulging on his neck, shouted furiously, Tang Xiaoqiao, you're no ordinary woman. Get her. Finish this. Tang Xiaoqiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, So, let me teach you one last lesson. A person should never be ungrateful, or they'll face terrible consequences. You want me dead? Then I'll make sure you live a life worse than death. I always repay what's done to me.
Boy.
Congratulations. Your life will never be the same again. Her fists were so strong that even an iron door would dent under her punch. She was fierce and unstoppable, though it did make her hands dirty. As more people surrounded her, Tang Xiaoqiao knew she wouldn't make it out alive today. She didn't regret anything, nor was she afraid. She only felt sorry for the children. No one would be there to protect them anymore. The last bullet pierced her heart. As the sharp pain spread, her vision began to blur. She fell onto the cold ground, staring at the smug face of the man in the jacket. Only one thought remained in her mind. If there's another life, I'll fight anyone who stands in my way. 18 years later, I'll rise again as a true warrior. Just before her consciousness faded into darkness, she seemed to hear a strange mechanical voice. Detected strong fighting spirit. Conditions met for system binding. Violence system binding in progress. 10%, 50%, 100%. Binding complete.
Ugh.
A wave of cold made Tang Xiaoqiao open her eyes suddenly. The pain in her heart was gone. Instead, her whole body ached as if her bones had been taken apart and put back together, and an unbearable hunger gnawed at her. She looked around in confusion. She was in a small clay house with a thatched roof. Sunlight streamed through the gaps, lighting up the dust in the air. Beneath her was a hard bed covered with a thin, musty layer of straw. The quilt over her was rough, heavy, and patched all over. This wasn't the warehouse in the Bandit City, nor the small bed in the orphanage. Hello, host. I am the violence system, code name Little Ma. Your body has been successfully matched to this time and space. The mechanical voice echoed again in her mind. Tang Xiaoqiao frowned, about to ask a question, when a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her head, making it throb with pain. This is Long Country, in Qingshan Town, Dashi Village, Yinxi County, Qingxi City, Nanhua Province, a southern town where it feels like spring all year round. The year is 1976, a time when supplies are scarce, people need introduction letters to travel and ration tickets to buy goods. Her current identity is also Tang Xiaoqiao, the daughter of Tang Jianxiang, a villager of Dashi Village. She has just turned 16. The original girl was truly pitiful. Tang Jianxiang was known for being blindly obedient to his parents. He always listened to them and often scolded or hit his wife and daughter. Her mother, Yang Yufan, was gentle and weak. She suffered from her husband's temper and her in-laws' harshness, but she only cried quietly and couldn't protect her daughter. Her grandparents were extremely biased. They gave all the good things to their youngest son, Tang Jianwei, and his family, while refusing to even let Tang Jianxiang's family have enough to eat. In this big family, Tang Jianwei's family were treated like treasures, while Tang Jianxiang's family were treated like weeds. The original girl never had enough food or warm clothes and had to do the hardest work. Whenever something went wrong, her father would scold or hit her, her grandparents would blame her, and even the village children bullied her. She was like a walking target for everyone's anger. The reason she lost her life this time was that yesterday, while delivering sweet potatoes to her fourth uncle's house for her grandmother, her fourth aunt complained that the sweet potatoes were too small and pushed her. She fell, hit her head on the doorstep, and, frightened and hurt, passed away. That's when the girl from 2026, from Fei City, took over her body. What a weakling, Tang Xiaoqiao muttered after sorting through the memories. She couldn't believe the original girl had died just from being pushed. In her previous life, she had survived in a place as dangerous as Fei City. Living here would be nothing in comparison. A blindly obedient father, a timid mother, biased grandparents, a mean uncle's family, and a home with nothing but poverty. This beginning was even worse than when she first left the orphanage in her past life. What a terrible start. A former underground leader turned into a timid, bullied girl? Keep pretending? No way. System. Current family environment rating, very poor. Suggestion. Take initiative. Use strong methods to change family behavior. Rewards available for improving living conditions. The mechanical voice of the system sounded again, along with a virtual task panel before her eyes. Newbie task. Teach a lesson to the first person who bullies you. Reward. 2 coarse-grained buns and 2 cloth coupons. Tang Xiaoqiao raised her eyebrows, a spark of interest flashing in her eyes. A violent system? She could earn rewards by fighting? Money, tickets, food, fabric. Wasn't this system made just for her? In her past life, she had used her fists to support an entire orphanage. Now, taking care of a family of 3 would be nothing in comparison. She flexed her wrist. Though this body was weak and far less powerful than her former one, the instinct to fight was still there. Even if she couldn't win, she would still fight. In her world, there was no such thing as giving up, and she had plenty of ways to train this body back to strength. The crisp sound of her wrist joints echoed clearly in the quiet clay house. Her eyes were sharp as blades. A foolish father? If one lesson didn't work, she'd give another, until he learned to care for his daughter properly. A timid mother? That wouldn't do. Under her firm guidance, she would help her mother stand tall again. Biased grandparents? In her world, there was no such thing as unfair treatment, but she would never harm women, children, or the elderly. Anyone who deserved a lesson would get one. Just then, the wooden door creaked open. A woman in a patched blue cotton jacket stepped inside. Her face was pale, her eyes timid. It was Yang Yufin, the original owner's mother. She carried a chipped porcelain bowl with a little thin rice soup inside, so watery it reflected light, with a few bits of rice bran floating on top. When she saw Tang Xiaochao awake, her face lit up with surprise, then quickly turned cautious. She hurried to the bedside. Handing over the bowl, she said softly, "Xiaochao, you're awake? Drink some rice soup to fill your stomach." Her voice was small and careful, as if afraid of upsetting her daughter. Clearly, she was used to living in fear and watching others' moods. Tang Xiaochao looked at the bowl, then at Yang Yufin's rough, bruised hands, marks left by Tang Jinqiang's beatings. Anger surged in her chest. Before she could speak, a rough male voice shouted impatiently from outside, "That girl awake yet? If she is, tell her to get up and work. The chickens aren't fed, the yard's not swept. Who's she waiting for to do it?" As soon as the words fell, a tall, thin man walked in. He looked honest, but his eyes were fierce. This was Tang Xiaocao's father, Tang Jinqiang. He had just come back from the fields, his clothes still covered in dirt. When he saw Tang Xiaochao still lying on the bed, he frowned and reached out to pull her up. In her past life, anyone who dared to treat Tang Xiaochao like that would have ended up with a broken arm. This time was no different. Tang Xiaocao's eyes turned cold. Before Tang Jinqiang's hand could touch her, she suddenly sat up, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it hard. "Ah!" A sharp cry echoed through the whole yard. Tang Jinqiang's face turned pale from pain, and cold sweat soaked his back. He couldn't believe that the timid daughter he used to scold and hit now had such strength, and even dared to fight back. Yang Yufin was so frightened that the bowl in her hand fell to the ground and shattered, spilling rice soup everywhere. She looked at Tang Xiaochao in shock, her lips trembling. "Xiaochao, let go. That's your father." Tang Xiaochao ignored her. Her eyes stayed fixed on Tang Jinqiang as she tightened her grip. Her voice was icy. "Father? You think you deserve that title? From now on, if you want me to work, ask nicely. If you ever try to hit me again, I won't hesitate to make sure you can't use this hand anymore." Ding! The host has successfully taught a lesson to the first person who bullied you. Beginner task complete. Reward: 2 coarse grain buns and 2 fabric coupons. Items have been stored in the system space and can be taken out anytime. The system's voice sounded in her mind, and Tang Xiaocao's lips curved into a cold smile. Earning rewards by standing up for herself, this feeling was quite satisfying. Outside the yard, her grandparents and 4th uncle's family had rushed over after hearing the scream. When they saw Tang Xiaochao holding Tang Jinqiang's wrist in a firm grip, they were all stunned. Although the big family hadn't officially split, each household lived in its own small courtyard. Food was distributed by the old lady, and each family cooked separately. Seeing Tang Jinqiang, who used to bully her, now pinned down by the once timid Tang Xiaochao, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. In this family, Tang Xiaochao and her mother had always been at the bottom of the chain. When had she become so strong and fearless? Tang Xiaochao lifted her eyes toward the group at the door. Her gaze swept over their shocked faces, and a plan was already forming in her mind. From today on, Dashi Village would change. The peace of Dashi Village would be broken by her own hands. The people at the door were in an uproar. Her grandmother, Li Guilon, was the first to react. Leaning on her cane, she hurried into the house on her small feet, shouting sharply, "This is outrageous. You ungrateful girl. How dare you raise your hand against your own father? I'll teach you a lesson today." Li Guilon's hair was gray, her face full of wrinkles, and her eyes burned with disbelief and anger. She had always favored her younger son, Tang Jianwei, and treated Tang Jinqiang's family with disdain. She rarely even looked at Tang Xiaochao properly. Now that the girl dared to fight back, how could she stand it? She raised her cane and swung it toward Tang Xiaocao's back. Yang Yufin was terrified. "Mother, Xiaochao is still hurt. Don't hit her, please don't," she cried as she tried to stop her, but Tang Jianwei's wife, Zhao Qiuju, grabbed her and shoved her to the ground. "Zhao Qiuju, The same woman who had pushed the original Xiao Chao yesterday stood with her hands on her hips, a mocking smile on her face. Yang Yufan, don't stop her. That girl needs to be taught a lesson. Let mother handle her. Let's see if she dares to act out again. Tang Jianwei stood beside Zhao Qiuju, arms crossed, watching the scene with amusement, showing no intention of stopping it. He was plump and fair, a sharp contrast to Tang Jinqiang's thin frame, clearly someone well-fed and favored at home. As Li Guilon's cane came down, Tang Xiaochao didn't even flinch. She simply tightened her wrist slightly.
Ah!
Tang Jinqiang's cry of pain grew louder, tears streaming down his face. Mother! Stop! It hurts! My arm is going to break. Li Guilon froze, her cane hanging in midair. She looked at her son's twisted face, then at Tang Xiaocao's cold, unyielding eyes, and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Only now did she realize that today's Tang Xiaochao was completely different from the timid, tearful girl she used to be. There was a fierce determination in her eyes, one that made people tremble. You let go right now. Li Guilon scolded, forcing herself to sound stern. Tang Xiaochao pulled the corner of her mouth into a mocking smile. Let go?
Sure.
But I have one condition. From today on, everything in our family will be decided by us. My mother and I will no longer be bullied or forced to work for fourth uncle's family. Otherwise, I won't just twist his arm. Next time anyone dares to touch me, I'll make sure they regret it. You dare. Li Guilon trembled with anger. Since when does a little girl like you get to make decisions in this house? Tang Jinqiang, you useless man. Hurry up and teach this rude girl a lesson. Tang Jinqiang was in too much pain to speak, only groaning softly. When he met Tang Xiaocao's cold eyes, a strange fear rose in his heart. He felt as if his daughter had become a completely different person. Seeing that Li Guilon couldn't control Tang Xiaochao, Zhao Qiuju jumped out and pointed at her angrily. Tang Xiaochao, stop pretending to be crazy. You just fell once. What's wrong with you now? I think you're doing this on purpose. The sweet potatoes you brought us yesterday were so small, and I haven't even settled that with you yet. And now you dare to hit people? At the mention of yesterday, the coldness in Tang Xiaocao's eyes deepened. The original Xiaochao had been pushed by this woman and lost her life because of it. She had already planned to settle that debt. She hadn't expected Zhao Qiuju to come to her on her own. If she didn't act now, when would she? Settle accounts?
Fine.
Tang Xiaochao released Tang Jinqiang's wrist and gave him a push. He stumbled back a few steps, clutching his arm and gasping in pain. Then Tang Xiaochao turned and walked slowly toward Zhao Qiuju. Zhao Qiuju felt a chill under her gaze and instinctively stepped back.
What?
What are you trying to do? I'm your aunt. If you dare touch me, your uncle will make you pay for it.
Let's see about that.
Before she finished speaking, Tang Xiaochao reached out, grabbed Zhao Qiuju's hair, and gave it a hard tug.
Ah!
My hair. In the countryside, when women fought, it often turned into a messy scene, pulling hair, shouting, and arguing loudly. Zhao Qiuju screamed in pain, trying to break free, but Tang Xiaochao held on tightly. In the countryside, when women fight, it usually goes like this. Someone falls to the ground, they pull each other's hair and shout angrily at the top of their lungs. Tang Xiaocao's eyes were cold as she tightened her grip. Yesterday, Grandma asked me to bring the sweet potatoes. Their size has nothing to do with me. How dare you push me?
So what if I did?
Who told you to bring such small ones? Zhao Qiuju's eyes filled with tears from the pain, but she still refused to back down. You're always taking more than your share and still complaining. Small sweet potatoes? Our family can barely get any at all. Tang Xiaochao gave a cold laugh and slapped Zhao Qiuju hard across the face. The sharp sound echoed through the yard. Zhao Qiuju spun around from the impact, her lips swelling and bleeding slightly. She covered her face, staring at Tang Xiaochao in disbelief.
You
actually hit me?
Of course I did.
Tang Xiaochao stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Qiuju by the collar, and pulled her close, her eyes fierce. Listen carefully. From now on, not a single grain of rice or a single sweet potato from our house will go to yours. If you dare to bother my mother or me again, I'll make sure you pay back everything you've taken from us over the years.
Ding.
The host has taught a lesson to the mean ant. Random task completed. Punish the enemy. Reward: 5 pounds of coarse grain, 2 ounces of brown sugar, and 1 industrial coupon. Items have been stored in the system space. Please check. Host, a soft mechanical voice sounded in her mind, cheerful and sweet, completely unlike something called a violent system. Tang Xiaoqiao raised an eyebrow and spoke to the system in her mind. System, I'll give you a cool name, Brother Ma. It's the year of the horse, after all. From now on, I'll charge ahead and succeed in everything I do. Hee, thank you for the name, Host. Brother Ma will always be with you, helping you win and reach the top of life. The system's voice sounded even happier. Tang Xiaoqiao smiled to herself. This system was quite amusing. With 5 pounds of coarse grain and 2 ounces of brown sugar, she and her mother could finally eat properly for a few days. Right now, she was so hungry her hands and feet felt weak. Otherwise, that slap just now would have been even stronger, enough to make that troublesome woman regret ever crossing her. She continued to check the information in her mind. Industrial coupons were valuable in those days. Only with them could one buy rare items like bicycles or sewing machines.
Good.
With the help of the system, she, Tang Xiaoqiao, would live a strong and impressive life. Everyone in the yard was stunned by Tang Xiaoqiao's fierce attitude. Li Guilin leaned on her cane, her lips trembling as she stepped back to a safe distance. Tang Jianwei wanted to help his wife, but when he met Tang Xiaoqiao's fiery eyes, his steps froze. He admitted it, he was scared. He had been spoiled since childhood and had never seen such a fierce scene. Yang Yufen's thought acide, completely shocked. She had never imagined that her daughter could be so strong, daring to stand up to her father, grandmother, and aunt. In her heart, besides fear, there was also a strange sense of satisfaction. Tang Xiaoqiao slapped Zhao Qiujun twice before letting go of her collar. It wasn't kindness, her body was simply too weak. She was dizzy from hunger. Revenge could wait. She needed to steady herself first. Zhao Qiujun stumbled and fell to the ground, covering her swollen face and crying softly. Tang Xiaoqiao clapped her hands as if brushing off dust, then looked coldly at Li Guilin and Tang Jianwei. Her voice was icy. Listen carefully. What happened today is just a warning. Starting tomorrow, we'll live separately. Each family will eat and work on their own. If you dare to bother us again, don't blame me for being rude. Live separately? Dream on. Li Guilin finally came to her senses and shouted sharply, "The land and the house belong to us. You want to split off?" No way. Is that so? Tang Xiaoqiao's eyes turned cold. Then let's go to the village secretary and see how you've favored fourth uncle's family all these years while mistreating us. Let's see if the secretary will do something about it, or not. In those days, the village secretary was the most powerful person in the village, and his words carried great weight. Li Guilin's biggest fear was having the matter reported to the brigade secretary. If that happened, everyone in the village would gossip about her favoritism, and she would lose face. Seeing Li Guilin's expression change, Tang Xiaoqiao knew she was scared. She pressed on, "I'll give you one last chance. Agree to let us live separately, and we'll have nothing more to do with each other. Otherwise, I'll go to the brigade secretary and even to the commune, and let everyone know how you've been bullying honest people. Do you think your landlord's taking advantage of others?" The word landlord made Li Guilin shiver. That was a label she couldn't afford to bear. After hesitating for a long time, she looked at Zhao Qiujun, who was crying on the ground, and then at Tang Jinqiang, who was crouching and groaning. In her heart, she thought, Tang Xiaoqiao has gone mad. No one in the family can control her now. I'll back off for now and deal with her later. Let's see how long she can stay proud. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Guilin finally gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. I agree to let you live separately. But remember, you can't take anything from this house. From now on, your family's life or death has nothing to do with us." "No problem," Tang Xiaoqiao replied without hesitation. She had never planned to take anything anyway, There was nothing worth taking. As long as she could get rid of this family of leeches and live a peaceful life with her mother, that was enough. As for her father, she would try to help him change. If that didn't work, she would give up on him.
Ding.
Host has successfully intimidated the biased grandparents and completed the stage mission, gaining family independence. Reward: 2 pounds of fine grain, 5 fabric coupons, and 5 yuan in cash. Items have been stored in the system space. Brother Ma's cheerful voice sounded again. Tang Xiaocao's heart leapt with joy. Fine grain, fabric coupons, and cash. These were exactly what she needed. 5 yuan was a considerable amount in those days, enough for an ordinary family to live on for half a month. With these rewards, life for her and her mother would be much better. What she thought would be a nightmare beginning now looked like the start of a heroine story. Li Guilin glared fiercely at Tang Xiaocao, then at the useless Tang Jinqiang and the weeping Zhao Qiuju. Fuming, she said, "Let's go home. Staying with this troublesome girl brings nothing but bad luck." Tang Jianwei quickly helped Zhao Qiuju up and followed Li Guilin out, looking embarrassed. When they reached the gate, Zhao Qiuju turned back and glared at Tang Xiaocao, her eyes full of resentment. Tang Xiaocao didn't take her seriously. To her, Zhao Qiuju was just a petty troublemaker. If she dared to cause more trouble, Xiaocao wouldn't mind teaching her another lesson. The yard finally became quiet. Tang Jinqiang was still squatting on the ground, holding his arm and groaning. Yang Yufan hurried over to help him, but Tang Xiaocao stopped her. "Leave him be," Xiaocao said coldly. "He brought this on himself." Tang Jinqiang left angrily. Yang Yufan hesitated for a moment, then pulled her hand back. She looked at Tang Xiaocao, wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. Xiaocao understood what her mother was thinking and said, "Mother, from now on, we don't have to live under their control anymore. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully us again." Yang Yufan looked at her daughter's determined face, and tears finally fell. This time, tears of relief and pride. She nodded, choking up as she said, "All right.
All right.
I believe you." Tang Xiaocao sighed and sat down by the bed. This body was still too weak. After dealing with those 2 people, she was already exhausted. If they had kept arguing, she might not have been able to keep up the act. Luckily, her sharp gaze had scared them off. She reached under the pillow, took out a coarse grain bun from her system space, and handed it to Yang Yufan. "Mother, eat something to fill your stomach." Yang Yufan stared at the bun in surprise. In these times of food shortage, even a coarse bun was a treasure. Usually, they didn't even have enough thin rice soup to drink, let alone real food like this. She asked in shock, "Xiaocao, where did this bun come from?" Xiaocao had already prepared an answer. "I hid it before. A kind traveler gave it to me."
Go on, eat it.
Yang Yufan didn't doubt her. Moved to tears again, she broke off a small piece to taste, then pushed the rest back into Xiaocao's hand. As she slowly chewed, she sighed with emotion. "It's been so many years since I've tasted something like this. It's so good." Tang Xiaocao pushed another steamed bun into Yang Yufan's mouth, then took one from under the pillow and began to eat it herself. The bun was rough, but to someone who had been hungry for so long, it tasted wonderful. After finishing, Tang Xiaocao felt a bit of her strength return. Through the broken door, she looked at the messy yard and the old mud house, and a plan began to form in her mind. Separating from the family was only the first step. Next, she needed to find a way to make their lives better. Even though times were hard and supplies were scarce, as long as she was around, food and clothing would not be a problem. With the help of Brother Ma's powerful system, she believed that she and her mother would soon live a good life. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. An old voice called out, "Is anyone home from Tang Jinqiang's family? The team leader wants you to come to the office."
Tang Xiaocao win.
Could it be that Li Guilin and the others had gone to complain? She stood up and said to Yang Yufan, "Mother, I'll go with you." Whether it was good news or bad, she had to see for herself. Now that she had strength and the system, no one would dare bully them again. If standing up for herself could earn her money and supplies, she was ready for whatever came next. As Tang Xiaocao helped Yang Yufan out of the yard, They saw Tang Jinxiang limping behind them, holding his sore arm and avoiding her gaze. "Why are you following us?" Tang Xiaochao asked coldly. Tang Jinxiang shrank back and said softly, The team leader called the whole family. I have to go too." Tang Xiaochao said nothing more, silently agreeing. She wanted to see whether her overly obedient father would still let Li Guilin control him once they reached the team office. The office was in the center of the village, a small brick building with a wooden sign that read Dashi Village Production Team. As the three of them reached the door, they heard Li Guilin's sharp voice crying inside, "Leader, you must stand up for us. That Tang Xiaochao has gone too far. She hit her father and her aunt and forced us to split the family. If you don't deal with her, the younger generation in the village will all start acting like that." Tang Xiaochao raised an eyebrow and pushed the door open. There were already quite a few people in the room. The brigade's secretary, Tang Deshan, sat in the main seat, holding his pipe, his brows tightly furrowed. Next to him sat the village head, Tang Fuxing, and several team leaders. Li Guilin was sitting on the floor, crying loudly. Tang Jianwei stood nearby, his face dark as he said, "Secretary, my wife was beaten by her. Look at her swollen mouth. Please handle this matter." Zhao Qiujuan quickly stepped forward, showing her swollen lip and wiping her tears in grievance. Tang Igua was also there, sitting in the corner, smoking silently with a gloomy face. When Tang Xiaochao and the others entered, Li Guilin immediately stopped crying and pointed at her, shouting, "It's her. Secretary, please take this unfilial girl away." Tang Deshan put down his pipe and looked at Tang Xiaochao seriously. "Tang Xiaochao, is what your grandmother said true? Did you really hit your family?" "It's true," Tang Xiaochao replied calmly. "But I was forced to." "Forced?"
Li Guilin shrieka.
"Nonsense. You started it on purpose. If you don't believe me, ask my mother, my father, or your precious son and daughter-in-law," Tang Xiaochao said, turning to her mother. "Mom, tell the secretary how we've been treated all these years. Haven't we been scolded and beaten almost every day, gone hungry until our legs went weak, and still had to work like servants for fourth uncle's family? It's not right to live like that anymore, is it, secretary?" Yang Yufin hesitated, but seeing her daughter's determined eyes and the curious looks around her, she finally gathered her courage.
She spoke softly, "Yes.
"It's true. Over the years, my mother-in-law has always favored the fourth son's family. All the good things in the house go to them. Even what's meant for us gets taken away and given to them. My daughter and I are always hungry and cold, yet we still have to do the hardest work. Yesterday, Qiujuan complained that the sweet potatoes Xiaochao brought were too small and pushed her down at the doorway. Xiaochao hit her head and was unconscious for a whole day before waking up. "You're lying." "Zhao," Qiujuan shouted anxiously. "She fell by herself. If you think I'm lying, just look at the wound on my head," Xiaochao said firmly. Tang Xiaochao brushed aside the hair on her forehead, revealing a wound that had not yet healed. "This injury happened when I fell yesterday. If it was just an accident, how could it be so serious? I almost lost my life. In fact, the original person had already lost hers." Tang Deshan glanced at the wound on Tang Xiaocao's head, then at Zhao Qiuju's uneasy eyes, and he already understood what had happened. He turned to Tang Jinxiang. "Tang Jinxiang, is what your wife said true?" Tang Jinxiang shrank his neck, not daring to meet Tang Dishan's eyes or look at Tang Xiaochao. He stammered, "Why, yes. It's true." Tang Deshan slammed the table in anger. "Look at you. As the head of the family, you don't protect your wife and daughter. You let your mother play favorites and allow your sister-in-law to bully your child. Do you call that being a man?" Tang Jinxiang's face turned red, and he lowered his head even more. Tang Xiaochao thought to herself, "This village secretary seems fair and honest. Maybe we can finally separate from the family." When Li Guilin saw that Tang Jinxiang had admitted it, she jumped up anxiously. "Secretary, even if that's true, she still shouldn't have hit anyone. She hit her father and her aunt-in-law. That's being disrespectful. Our village doesn't allow such behavior." "Disrespectful?" Tang Xiaochao gave a cold laugh. "My father hits and scolds my mother every day, and you treat us harshly. If we keep silent, that's called being respectful? I fought back because you went too far. If I don't stand up for myself, one day you'll beat or starve us to death. She took a step forward, her sharp gaze sweeping over Li Guilan and Tang Jianwei's family. Let me make this clear today. I want to live separately. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. If anyone dares to bully my mother or me again, whether at home or in the village, I'll defend us with my own hands. The onlookers outside began whispering. That poor girl must have been pushed too far. What a pity. Yeah, everyone knows she and her mother have always been treated badly. If the elders aren't kind, the younger ones don't owe them obedience. Tang Jinxiang is just blindly loyal. Hearing this, Tang Xiaochao felt that the crowd finally understood. As the murmurs continued, she flexed her wrist, her knuckles cracking sharply. The fierce look in her eyes made everyone present shiver. Finally, Tang Aigua, the grandfather who always tried to avoid trouble, spoke up. He put down his pipe and said seriously, Xiaochao, how can a family just split up like that? If there's a problem, we should talk it through. Talk it through? Tang Xiaochao looked at Tang Aigua. Grandpa, after all the unfair treatment my mother and I have suffered over the years, was there ever anything to talk about? You gave all the good things to fourth uncle's family and treated us like servants. Did you ever discuss it with us then? And now you want to talk? It's too late.
Ding.
The host has stood up for herself at the brigade office and defended her rights, completing the stage task, gaining the right to separate from the family. Reward: 3 pounds of fine grain, 1 pound of pork, 5 pounds of national food coupons, and 10 yuan in cash. Items have been stored in the system space. Brother Ma's cheerful voice echoed in her mind. Tang Xiaochao felt a surge of joy. Pork and national food coupons were valuable. National food coupons could be used anywhere in the country. If she ever wanted to go to the city, they would be very useful. In her heart, she was bursting with excitement. She wanted to laugh out loud, but it wasn't the right time, so she forced herself to hold it in. Tang Deshan looked into Tang Xiaocao's determined eyes, then glanced at Li Guilan's family. He had already made up his mind. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply and said, "It's reasonable for Tang Xiaochao to want to separate. Tang Aigua, Li Guilan, if you still have any conscience, agree to it. From now on, live your own lives and leave some kindness for the future. They are your family too, don't push the child into a corner." Li Guilan wanted to object, but Tang Aigua gave her a sharp look. He knew that since the matter had reached the brigade office, refusing to agree would only bring more shame to their family. He sighed and said, "Fine, I agree to the separation." Wonderful. Yang Yufin was so moved that tears rolled down her cheeks. She held Tang Xiaocao's trembling hand tightly. Tang Deshan asked someone to bring paper and pen, and he wrote the separation agreement on the spot. It clearly stated what Tang Jinxiang's family would take: the 3 mud brick rooms they already lived in, 2 plots of private land, and some simple farm tools. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for Tang Xiaochao. She had planned to leave with nothing if she had to, even if it meant starting from scratch. Since the brigade's secretary had helped her fight for these things, she wouldn't refuse them. She would remember this favor. Usually fierce and loud, Li Guilan didn't dare say a word in front of the village secretary. What a typical bully, only tough with the weak. Tang Xiaocao's way of dealing with people was simple. If others respect her a little, she respects them even more. If they take advantage of her a little, she steps back slightly. If they push her too far, she pushes back. And if they go too far, she never gives in. Tang Jinxiang hesitated about signing the paper, but one sharp look from Tang Xiaochao made him quickly sign and press his fingerprint. Holding the family split agreement, Tang Xiaochao helped Yang Yufin and walked out of the office. Tang Jinxiang followed behind them, head down, while the 2 women smiled with relief. Inside, he felt a deep sadness he couldn't express. As a son, Tang Jinxiang felt crushed by the weight of filial duty. Did he know his parents were unfair?
Yes.
Did he feel wronged? Of course. But he had no son, only a daughter, and that made him feel ashamed in front of others. He looked again and again at Tang Xiaocao's back. She was still his daughter, so why did she seem so different now? Could it be true, what the villagers said, that she had lost her mind? He had watched her carefully. Her eyes were clear and calm. She didn't look crazy at all. Li Guilin stomped her foot in anger as she watched them leave, but she didn't dare chase after them. Something about Xiao Qiao today made her uneasy. After walking a long way, Yang Yufin grabbed Tang Xiaocao's hand excitedly. Xiao Qiao, did we really separate from the family? Yes, we really did, Tang Xiaocao said softly. Mother, from now on, we don't have to live under their control. We can eat whatever we want. Tang Jinqiang followed behind, feeling invisible. The two women didn't even look at him, and that made him sad. Tang Xiaoqiao glanced at him, but said nothing. Once they started living better, he would understand how right this decision was. When they got home, Yang Yufin began tidying up. They hadn't received much, but her face was glowing with happiness. Tang Xiaoqiao took out some pork and fine grains from her secret stash and handed them to her mother. Mother, let's have a good meal today. Pork stew with noodles. Yang Yufin stared at the pork in her hands, her eyes wide. Xiaoqiao, where did this pork come from? Tang Xiaoqiao didn't want to keep making up stories every day, so she said, Mother, I don't want to lie to you anymore. Lying is tiring. One lie always needs 100 more to cover it up. I hit my head, and in a dream, I saw an old man with a white beard. He gave me a magical item that lets me draw prizes in my mind, and sometimes I can get delicious food from it. But don't tell father about this. He can't be trusted.
Yang Yufin nodded quickly.
My poor Xiaoqiao, your hard days are finally over. It's my fault for not protecting you. You must not tell anyone about this, understand?
Tang Xiaocao nodded.
Yang Yufin told her to go rest, since her head was still injured. Then she took the pork to the kitchen. When Tang Jinqiang came home, he squatted by the gate for a long time. Smelling the scent of pork, he stood up in disbelief and went into the yard. Following the smell, he found Yang Yufin in the kitchen. Yufin, how do we have pork at home?
Yang Yufin sighed.
Sanpao secretly brought it last night. Tang Jinqiang didn't believe her. Nonsense. That street rascal? How could he get meat? Yang Yufin said sadly. He heard Xiaoqiao was hurt and got worried. He came late at night to check on her and brought this for her. There's none for you. Tang Jinqiang looked at her again. Late at night? How come I didn't know?
Yang Yufin sighed.
What do you ever know? Your daughter was badly hurt, and you slept like a log. Tang Jinqiang shrank his neck and asked quietly, Has Xiaoqiao changed? Is she crazy or possessed? Hearing that, Yang Yufin's eyes filled with tears. Tang Jinqiang, I regret marrying you. My father chose you because you seemed honest and hardworking, but you're blindly obedient to your parents and even violent at home. I'm not much better, too timid and afraid to speak up. Our Xiaoqiao has suffered for 16 years because of us. Today, when I saw Xiaoqiao stand up for herself and saw how scared your family looked, I finally understood something. Kind people get bullied and gentle horses get ridden. My weakness has hurt our child. Tang Jinqiang, if you keep acting like before, I'll take Xiaoqiao and go back to my parents' home. Her words left Tang Jinqiang stunned. Today, not only had Xiaoqiao changed, but even the always patient Yang Yufin had changed too. Tang Jinqiang lowered his head and said softly, Since we've divided the family, I'll be more careful from now on. I don't have a son, and I can't hold my head high in front of others. They all have sons, but I don't. My parents wanted me to leave you, but I didn't. Yufin, you should be thankful for that.
Yang Yufin laughed angrily.
So that's what you've been thinking all along? You think it's my fault I can't have more children? I got sick after giving birth to Xiaoqiao. Do you even know what kind of life I've had since marrying you? I get up earlier than the chickens, go to bed later than the dogs, work harder than the oxen, and live worse than the donkeys. When I gave birth to Xiaoqiao, I was still working. I didn't even rest for a single day before going back to the fields. And now you say I can't have children. Don't you feel ashamed? Tang Jinqiang realized that whatever he said would be wrong. He turned to leave, but couldn't bring himself to go far. He squatted by the kitchen door like a sad little dog. At noon, the delicious smell of pork stew with noodles filled the air. It was the first time Yang Yufin and Tang Xiaoqiao had eaten such a good meal, and they devoured it hungrily. The mother and daughter ate without paying any attention to Tang Jinxiang, who was still squatting in the corner. When he tried to sit at the table, Xiao Chao gave him a sharp look that made his legs go weak, and he backed off again. Yang Yufan hadn't planned to give him any food, but seeing how pitiful he looked, her heart softened. After all, they had been married for more than 10 years. Tang Xiaochao noticed her mother's expression, shook her head, and called out, "Tang Jinxiang, come eat." Tang Jinxiang jumped up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and went to wash his hands. He sat obediently beside Xiaochao, holding his bowl and waiting for her to serve him. Xiaochao was pleased with his good behavior. She gave him half a bowl of food and even picked out 2 pieces of fatty meat for him, since she didn't like fatty meat herself. Tang Jinxiang was touched. His daughter had given him the best part of the meal.
She still cared about him.
The thought made him quietly happy. Just as the 3 of them were enjoying their meal, loud cries came from outside the courtyard. Tang Weihua, Tang Whiting, and Tang Weiru were shouting, "We want pork! We want pork! Mom, tell Tang Xiaochao to give us some pork." When Tang Xiaochao heard the voices, she smiled. Food trouble was coming. No, not food, troublemakers. In her old world, she hated trouble. But after coming here, she loved it, because trouble meant rewards. She stared eagerly at the gate, silently calling out in her heart, "Baby, come here, come here." Maybe her wish was too strong, too sincere, because soon Zhao Qiuji walked into the yard with Tang Weihua, Tang Whiting, and Tang Weiru, all looking proud and confident. Seeing Zhao Qiuji, Yang Yufan stood up instinctively. "Xiaochao, maybe. Maybe we should share some with them? We're all family. It wouldn't be good to make things tense." "Mother, no need." Tang Xiaochao pressed her hand down firmly. "We've already split the family. What's ours is ours.
Why should we give it to them?
If we give in today, they'll come again tomorrow. We'll never have peace." Tang Jinxiang sat nearby, his face darkening. He had just started to feel a bit of happiness while eating hot pork stew with noodles at noon. But now, hearing that his nephews and nieces had come to demand his food, he was annoyed. Before, they only took food from his wife and daughter. Now they were coming for his share. It was too much. He thought his younger brother and sister-in-law were going too far. Maybe the meat had given him some strength, because Tang Jinxiang suddenly felt a tiny spark of conscience. He asked Tang Xiaochao, pretending to be concerned, "Should I go drive them away?" "No need." Tang Xiaochao stood up, flexing her wrists. Her knuckles made a crisp cracking sound. This was her job. How could she let her unreliable father take her chance to act? Then she walked straight toward the group. Tang Weihua stood in front, hands on his hips, looking arrogant. Tang Xiaochao was delighted. Arrogance was good. It made things easier when the argument started. Tang Whiting and Tang Weiru stood behind their brother, crying and shouting for pork. Zhao Qiuji stood behind them with her hands on her hips, looking completely justified. It was clear she had encouraged the children to come. Tang Xiaochao looked at the family. Her cousin Tang Weihua was already 15. Some boys in the village could marry at 16, yet he still acted like a spoiled child, always crying for food and calling for his mother. He's either a spoiled mama's boy or just plain foolish. When Tang Xiaochao walked over, Tang Weihua immediately stopped crying and pointed at her, shouting, "Tang Xiaochao, hand over the pork. My mother said your family's pork should be shared with us." "That's right. Give it to us." Tang Whiting and Tang Weiru echoed, tears still on their faces, but greed shining in their eyes. Tang Whiting and Tang Weiru were twins, though they didn't look alike. At 12 years old, their mother had already taught them to act like little villains. Tang Xiaochao wiped her nose with her thumb. "Villains, huh? Villains are fun, especially when they get what's coming to them." Zhao Qiuji stepped forward, her face twisted with anger. "Tang Xiaochao, you've gone too far. We're family. How can you eat alone and not share? The children just want a little pork. Hurry and give us half, or we'll stay right here and not leave." "Stay here? Oh, really? You're testing my patience." Tang Xiaochao raised an eyebrow, rolled up her sleeves, and gave the 3 children a cold look. Finally, her gaze landed on Zhao Qiuji. Zhao Qiuj, looks like you've forgotten your last lesson. If you think your hair's too thick, I can help you thin it out for free. Zhao Qiuj instinctively covered her head. She wanted to snap back, but the movement pulled at her wound, making her cry out in pain. Her eyes flickered with fear, but seeing the 3 children beside her, she puffed up again. Don't try to scare me. I'm here for the children. If you dare touch me, I'll report you to the commune for mistreating kids.
但是要告訴呢?
Mistreating kids? They're not my kids, so why should I feed them? If the children are hungry, that's your problem, not mine. And what you're doing is robbery. You know that's against the law, right? If you don't, we can go to town and have the police explain it to you. Tang Weihua, furious, charged at Tang Xiaochao, waving his little fists. How dare you talk about my mother? I'll beat you up. In the past, Tang Weihua often followed Zhao Qiuj, bullying the original Tang Xiaochao, stealing her things and even hitting her. She never dared to fight back. But now, he was facing Tang Xiaochao from Fei City. Tang Xiaocao's eyes turned cold. She easily dodged Tang Weihua's attack, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and lifted him up as if he were a small chicken. Everyone's mouths opened wide in shock. Tang Weihua was 15 years old and weighed over 100 pounds, yet the thin Tang Xiaochao had lifted him so easily. Tang Jinqiang dropped the food he had just picked up, and Yang Yufan covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming.
Ah!
Let me go. You troublemaker, let me go. Tang Weihua screamed in fear, kicking and struggling, but he couldn't break free. Let go of my brother. Tang Whiting and Tang Wairu cried as they rushed forward, trying to pull at Tang Xiaocao's clothes. Tang Xiaocao's eyes flashed sharply. She moved her foot slightly, tripping the 2 girls, who fell to the ground and burst into tears. Zhao Qiuj jumped up in anger.
但是要告.
How dare you hit my children? I'll fight you. Tang Xiaochao ignored her. Still holding Tang Weihua, she walked to the open space in the yard and gave him a few firm smacks. The crisp sound of slaps mixed with Tang Weihua's cries. It hurts. Tang Xiaochao, you mean girl? I'll get you for this. Tang Xiaochao sneered and continued to spank him a few more times. Tang Weihua's face was covered in tears and snot, and he cried loudly. After another round of smacks, he finally shouted, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please stop. It hurts too much. Mom, help me. She's going to hurt me. Tang Xiaochao didn't stop. Her voice was cold as she asked, Will you still come to our house to steal things? Will you still bully me and my mother?
No.
I won't. Never again. Tang Weihua cried, begging for mercy. Nearby, Tang Whiting and Tang Wairu were so frightened by their brother's punishment that they stopped crying and huddled in the corner, trembling. Zhao Qiuj tried to rush forward, but Tang Jinqiang stopped her. His face was dark with anger as he said in a deep voice, Zhao Qiuj, this is the son you raised. He came here to steal food and hit people. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Tang Jinqiang saw Tang Xiaocao's strength and quickly stood up from the bench to help his daughter block Zhao Qiuj. Their family had split, and things were about to change for their small household. He was a man who knew how to adapt, so he decided to please his daughter, hoping he could still have meat to eat in the future. Tang Xiaochao glanced at Tang Jinqiang and gave him an encouraging look. Seeing his daughter's approval, he suddenly felt more confident.
Tang Jian.
You're taking her side. Zhao Qiuj shouted angrily, but she couldn't break free from his hold. Tang Jinqiang said calmly, You're the outsider here. Tang Xiaochao hit Tang Weihua a few more times. When she saw he was crying so hard he could barely breathe, she finally let go. As soon as Tang Weihua was free, he stumbled toward Zhao Qiuj, hugging her arm and crying non-stop. Tang Xiaochao clapped her hands and looked coldly at Tang Whiting and Tang Wairu, who were huddled in the corner. Do you two also want to know what it feels like to be punished? The 2 little girls shook their heads quickly, tears streaming down their faces, but they didn't dare make another sound.
Ding!
The host has successfully defended the family's food from greedy relatives and completed the random task, establish authority among the younger generation. Reward, 10 jean of corn, 5 jean of white flour, 20 eggs, and 5 fabric coupons. Items have been stored in the system space. Brother Ma's cheerful voice sounded again. To Tang Xiaoqiao, his voice was like heavenly music, the most beautiful sound in the world. Her heart was overflowing with joy. White flour and so many eggs. With these, she could finally get the nutrition her small body needed. She wanted to regain the strength she once had, strong fists and great power. She looked around. There were mountains and rivers nearby. Others relied on the land and water to live, but she could make use of both. In her heart, Tang Xiaoqiao thought, with Brother Ma's help, I can easily become a winner in this era. She even felt herself becoming more patient. She turned to Zhao Qiuzh and warned coldly, Zhao Qiuzh, I'll say this one last time. This is my home. Don't ever bring your children here to cause trouble or take our things again. If you dare come again, I won't just punish the children. I'll deal with you too. Even if this goes to the commune, I'll have every reason on my side and you'll regret it. Zhao Qiuzh looked at her 3 crying children, then at Tang Xiaocao's cold eyes and Tang Jianqiang's dark face, realizing that nothing good would come of this today. She glared fiercely at Tang Xiaoqiao, muttered, just you wait, and left with her 3 children in embarrassment. The yard finally became quiet again. Yang Yufan walked over to Tang Xiaoqiao, still looking worried. Xiaoqiao, do you think hitting them will completely ruin the relationship? Mother, with relatives like that, it's better if things are clear between us. Tang Xiaoqiao patted her hand gently and said, only when they know we're not easy to bully will they stop trying to take advantage of us. Tang Jinxiang came over, trying to sound kind. Xiaoqiao, Yufan, I was wrong before. I didn't protect you. From now on, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you again. Tang Xiaoqiao glanced at him, but said nothing. Words were easy. What mattered was what he did next. There was still plenty of pork and noodles left from lunch. Yang Yufan reheated the food, and the 3 of them continued eating. After what had just happened, Yang Yufan felt less worried and a bit more at ease. When they finished eating, Tang Jianxiang did something surprising. He took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Yang Yufan was so shocked she almost couldn't speak. In all their years of marriage, Tang Jinxiang had only ever raised his hand to her, never to wash a single dish. After cleaning up, Tang Jinxiang picked up the hoe leaning against the wall. Xiaoqiao, Yufan, you 2 rest at home. I'll go turn over the small plot of land. We can plant some vegetables and save a bit on food later. Tang Xiaoqiao looked up at him. Seeing that his expression seemed sincere, she nodded slightly. Go ahead, but be careful and don't overwork yourself. Tang Jinxiang froze for a moment, surprised that his daughter cared about him. His eyes turned slightly red as he replied softly, all right, and carried the hoe out the door. Yang Yufan watched his back, her eyes growing moist. Xiaoqiao, your father. He seems to have changed. People always change, Tang Xiaoqiao said calmly. If Tang Jinxiang truly changed, it would be good for the family. At least her mother would suffer less in the future. Tang Xiaoqiao stood up and looked around the old clay house. Mother, let's tidy up the place. From now on, this will be our real home. If we clean it up, it'll feel much more comfortable to live in. Yang Yufan understood what Tang Xiaoqiao meant by a real home, and her heart ached with sadness. The home they had before wasn't truly a home in her child's eyes. As a mother, she felt so weak and useless. Maybe it was time for her to be a little stronger. With renewed energy, Yang Yufan picked up a cloth and began wiping the tables and cabinets. In the past, she had lived too passively, never thinking about keeping the house clean and tidy. She had just gone through each day without much purpose. Tang Xiaoqiao was in charge of cleaning the yard. The yard wasn't big, scattered with dry branches, fallen leaves, and some old farming tools, things Tang Jianwei's family had left behind when they divided the household. Tang Xiaoqiao gathered the branches and leaves into a pile in the corner to use as firewood. Then she picked up the old tools and checked them. The hoe and sickle were still usable, though a bit rusty, so she found a stone and began to polish them carefully.
Ding.
The host is actively cleaning the new home and improving the living environment. Daily task triggered. Create a tidy home. Reward: 1 broom, 1 bucket, 2 bars of soap. Items have been stored in the system space. Brother Ma's voice sounded at just the right moment. Tang Xiaochao felt happy. She had been short of cleaning tools, and the system had provided them just in time. She took out the broom and bucket from the system space and handed them to Yang Yufan. Mom, use these to clean. It'll be easier. I won them as a prize. Yang Yufan looked at the new broom and bucket in surprise. Xiaochao, you can win such good things? Should we thank the spirits? Tang Xiaochao waved her hand. No need. The government doesn't allow superstitious practices. Then she went back to polishing the tools. She couldn't tell her mother that she had a strange system that gave her rewards for fighting. Saying she won them in a draw was a good excuse. Yang Yufan didn't doubt her and cleaned even more enthusiastically. Before long, the once messy yard and house became neat and spotless. After finishing the chores, Tang Xiaochao took out the corn and flour she had received earlier from the system and said to Yang Yufan, Mom, keep this food safe. If we use it carefully, it'll last us for a while. Yang Yufan looked at the bags of food, too moved to speak. In the past, when they lived with the family in the old house, she and her mother could hardly even get wild vegetable soup. Now they had so much grain and even white flour, something they had never dared to dream of before.
Yang Yufan took it up.
Xiaochao, I'll work hard from now on, earn more work points, and help you with the burden. Do you have to pay any price for that lottery you mentioned? Tang Xiaochao comforted her. No, there's no cost. I can just draw once a day. I don't know what I'll get each time. Yang Yufan quickly said, if it's a gift from the heavens, everything will be good. I'm already grateful. Tang Xiaochao put her arm around her mother's shoulder. Don't worry about the work points for now. I'll also find ways to earn money. By the way, Mom, can you make clothes?
Yang Yufan nodded.
A little. I learned some sewing when I was young. That's great. Tang Xiaochao's eyes lit up. She took out some fabric coupons from her system space. Mom, when we save some money, we can use these coupons to buy cloth, and you can make us some clothes. She handed 5 fabric coupons to Yang Yufan, who took them with trembling hands. Yang Yufan looked at the coupons, then at her daughter, and hope for the future began to grow in her heart. All right, I'll do whatever you say. That afternoon, with nothing else to do, Tang Xiaochao decided to go to the village entrance to see how Tang Jinxiang was managing his small plot of land and to get familiar with the village surroundings. Dashi Village truly lived up to its name as a southern town of eternal spring. Tall banyan trees stood at the entrance, their thick leaves casting dappled sunlight on the ground. When the villagers saw Tang Xiaochao, they couldn't help but stop and whisper among themselves. Has Tang Xiaochao gone mad? I heard she fought with her father, her aunt, and her cousins. Exactly. She even made her grandparents agree to split the family. She used to be such a timid child. How did she suddenly become so bold? But good for her. I think she was just pushed too far. That family has always been unfair to her and her mother. It's no wonder she finally fought back. You're right. Tang Jinxiang used to take out his anger on his wife and daughter whenever he was upset. Now that he's older and his daughter's grown up, he can't win against her anymore. Haha, serves him right. I can't stand men who bully their families. I just saw Tang Jinxiang working in the field. That poor girl Xiaochao can't rely on her parents, so she has to make her own way. But this kind of talk will hurt her reputation. It'll be hard for her to marry in the future. Tang Xiaochao's lips twitched when she heard the gossip. What others thought didn't matter. What mattered was that she could protect her mother and make their family's life better. When she reached the small plot at the edge of the village, she saw Tang Jinxiang from afar, swinging his hoe and turning the soil. He was working hard, sweat covering his forehead, but he didn't stop. In the past, when they lived with the elders, he had never worked so willingly. He was always forced to do chores, grumbling and unwilling, like a beast of burden. He must have known deep down that his parents were unfair, that he could never earn their approval or love. So this grown child took out his frustration on his wife and daughter. Tang Xiaochao walked over and handed him a water bottle. Dad, take a break and have some water. Tang Jinxiang froze for a moment, surprised, then quickly took the bottle from her. He drank a few gulps, wiped his sweat, and said, Go play for a while. I'll finish this patch today so we can plant vegetables tomorrow. Tang Xiaochao nodded and stayed quietly nearby, watching him work. The sunlight fell on him, making his thin figure look a little taller. It seemed her father wasn't completely hopeless. He could still change. As long as he listened, she would help him live a better life. After she left, Tang Jianxiang's body, which had been tense the whole time, almost cramped from the strain. For some reason, since that morning, he had started to feel a little afraid of his daughter. Watching her walk slowly toward the end of the village, he sighed. My parents won't let us go so easily. The child is still too young to understand. At the village entrance, Tang Xiaochao stared at a small path. She suddenly remembered. It led to her grandparents' house. Before, under her strict grandmother's control, she and her mother could never visit them. Only during holidays would her uncle bring some gifts over. Even then, he would leave right away, since their grandparents didn't like him much either. In Xiaocao's memory, her uncle might have seemed unreliable, but he was the only one who ever showed her warmth. Every time he came, he would secretly give her something to eat. The best food she had ever tasted had all come from him. For example, white rabbit milk candy, fruit drops, sponge cake. Tang Xiaochao looked up at the sky. It was getting late, so she couldn't visit her grandparents today. She decided to go tomorrow instead. She kept walking forward. Ahead was the mountain. She wanted to see what she could find there. If she couldn't find anything to eat, she would at least gather some firewood. After walking for a while, her body grew tired, and she was breathing heavily. She rested for a moment, hands on her knees. Then she saw a foot appear in front of her, wearing a pair of black cloth shoes with toes peeking out. She looked up. It was her cousin Tang Weimei from her second uncle's family. Weimei was 2 years older than the original owner of this body, already 18. Tang Xiaochao greeted her. Sister Maisie, are you going up the mountain? Tang Weimei nodded, her thin face showing a faint smile. Is your injury better? Here, have this. She held out her hand. In her palm were a few small red berries, sorghum fruits, sweet and sour, found all year round. Children loved picking them, but most of the ones near the outer hills had already been gathered by kids and women. Tang Xiaochao gently pushed her hand back. You should eat them yourself. It's not easy to find these now. Tang Weimei stubbornly held her hand out again. She had spent the whole day searching for food in the mountains and didn't yet know that Tang Xiaocao's family had separated from the grandparent household. Tang Xiaochao took one berry, put it in her mouth, and smiled. Thank you. Tang Weimei looked surprised. You seem different today.
Tang Xiaocao nodded.
You've been in the mountains all day, so you don't know yet. Our family is split from Grandpa and Grandma's. I couldn't stand it anymore. If things went on like before, my mother and I wouldn't survive. Tang Weimei picked another berry and gently placed it in Tang Xiaocao's mouth. In Tang Xiaocao's memories, her eldest and second uncle's families were only slightly better off than hers, but all of them were supporting the fourth uncle's household. The eldest uncle had 2 sons and a daughter, all married, and both cousins already had children. The second uncle had 1 son and 1 daughter. Her male cousin was married with a child, and Tang Weimei had already been introduced to someone from a nearby village. She would probably get married soon. Their family was the third branch, and she was the only daughter. Because her father had no sons, he had little standing in the family. Tang Weimei forced the remaining fruit into Tang Xiaocao's mouth and said, It's good that the family is splitting up. I've wanted our parents to do the same, but they never dared to mention it. Xiaochao, I've already met someone, and I'll probably get married in a few months. You need to be stronger. If you stand up for yourself, they won't dare to bully you. After speaking, her eyes turned red. Tang Xiaochao couldn't tell whether her sudden emotion came from sympathy or from remembering something sad.
Tang Xiaocao nodded.
I understand. Today I fought with fourth aunt, my father, and even Tang Weihua from fourth uncle's family. What? You fought them? Even your father and fourth aunt? Tang Weimei thought she had misheard and asked again.
Tang Xiaocao nodded.
I didn't want to put up with it anymore. If they're going to treat me badly anyway, I might as well fight back before it's too late. Tang Weimei held her hand gently and said with concern, Xiao Chao. In 2 more years you'll be old enough to marry. Maybe life will be better after that.
Tang xiao cao sai.
Her cousin seemed to place all her hopes on a woman's second chance in life, marriage. But even marriage couldn't guarantee happiness. It might just mean jumping from one difficult situation into another. In this time, women didn't understand what it meant to be independent, especially those who had never gone to school. Tang Xiaocao didn't want to argue about it. You should go back. I'll gather some firewood before heading home.
Tang we may not dead.
All right, but make sure you're down the mountain before dark. She hurried home, eager to tell her parents and brothers that Xiao Cao's family had finally separated. Just as she reached the courtyard, she heard her sister-in-law son Xiaoxiang's voice. Weigua, I want to split from the family too. The third branch has been quiet for so long, and now they've had the courage to speak up. Why can't we? Even the money for Maisie's wedding gifts was taken by our grandparents. When Maisie gets married, you'll see, they won't give her a single coin. She'll go to her new home with nothing, and her husband's family won't treat her well. You women always talk too much, Tang Weigua said gruffly. Father and mother are already thinking of a way. We won't let our sister go empty-handed. What way could you possibly have? The wages and grain for all 4 seasons were collected by the grandparents. Even the dowries for the girls had to be handed over to them. Tell me then, where could you or father possibly get any money? The eldest sister-in-law pressed on, unwilling to let it go. Tang Weimei had always gotten along well with her brother and sister-in-law. Their branch of the family was close and caring. Unfortunately, as long as the grandparents were around, they had to keep supporting the 4th branch of the family. So annoying. I just got back, and you're already nagging. I'm going out for a bit. As he reached the door, he saw his younger sister standing by the gate, looking at him. Maisie, don't listen to your sister-in-law. Father and mother won't let you marry without anything. Don't worry. After saying that, he walked off toward the east. Brother, it's almost dark. Where are you going? Tang Weimei asked worriedly. Tang Weigua didn't turn around. Just taking a walk.
I'm upset.
I'll go ask a friend if there's any way to earn some money. You go back and help your sister-in-law make dinner.
Tang we may sai.
Even if he earned money, Grandma would take it all. Last summer and winter, her 2 older cousins from the eldest uncle's family risked their lives fishing in the river and hunting in the mountains. But when they sold what they caught, Grandma took every bit of the money, and the family ended up arguing. Since then, everyone only did the work Grandma assigned, no more, no less. Working themselves to exhaustion still didn't bring them any of their own hard-earned money. When Tang Weimei returned to the yard, her sister-in-law, Sun Xiaoxiang, had heard the whole conversation. She shook her head and sighed. Sister-in-law, I'm back. I found some wild vegetables. Let's make porridge with them for dinner. Tang Weimei adjusted her mood and spoke with a smile. Sun Xiaoxiang nodded. All right, wild vegetable porridge it is. Maisie, don't worry. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Your parents and brother know what they're doing.
Tang we may not dead.
Yes, I know. Where's Xiaojun? Is he inside? Sun Xiaoxiang nodded again.
He's sleeping.
I can't get him up. He's always full of energy at night and doesn't want to sleep. Go see if you can wake him. Tang Weimei went into her brother and sister-in-law's room. Her little nephew was indeed still asleep. Tang Xiaojun was 2 years old, with a big head and a small body. Everyone in the village knew it was because he wasn't getting enough nutrition. But then again, most of the children in the village were like that. There was nothing anyone could do. Tang Xiaochao walked up the mountain, but she didn't find anything along the way, not even a few dry branches, as the children going up the mountain had already collected them all. She looked at the sky and decided to go back down. She had already arrived in this world, and many things couldn't be rushed anymore. She couldn't go back empty-handed. She took 5 eggs from the empty system space and put them in her pocket before heading home. Now she had 15 yuan in cash. She planned to think carefully tonight about what she could do. At dinner, Yang Yufan boiled an egg for Xiao Chao, made some corn porridge, and fried some pickled vegetables. Xiao Chao was given a bowl of corn porridge and an egg. She and Tang Jinxiang only ate 1 bowl of porridge. Tang Xiaochao frowned and asked, Mom, is one bowl of porridge enough to fill us? Tang Jinqiang smiled and replied, after eating, we'll sleep. People are like grinding stones. After sleeping, we won't be hungry. I was full at noon, and I still haven't digested it. Yang Yufan also said, you won't be hungry tonight. Is one egg enough? If not, I can cook another for you. Tang Jinqiang scratched his head and asked, Yufan, I remember we have nothing left at home. Where did these eggs and porridge come from? Did Sanpao send them again? Has he been getting rich lately? Yang Yufan rolled her eyes and said, we have something to eat. So, just eat. Relying on you? We'd both be starving. Over the years, has Sanpao ever stopped sending us things? Speak honestly. Whenever she mentioned her younger brother, Yang Yufan felt her nose sting. He was her best brother, 28 years old, and still single. The girl he liked on her wedding day wasn't him. Tang Jinqiang didn't dare to say anything. He received a sharp look from his daughter, full of care and concern. After dinner, to avoid feeling hungry, they all went to bed early. Xiao Qiao couldn't sleep. She was like a queen of the night, thriving in darkness. This was her first night sleeping here, and she needed to adjust to the time difference. Suddenly, a few knocks came from the window. Before Xiao Qiao could react, the original owner's body moved and opened the window directly. Her inner feelings, like a bubbling spring, gushed out uncontrollably. Was this the original owner's emotion? A long, slender hand reached in, holding a piece of egg cake. Then, a big head appeared, followed by a handsome face in front of Tang Xiaoqiao. It was her uncle, Yang Sanpao. He said, Xiaoqiao, I heard you bumped your head. I came to check where you're hurt. Let me see. After saying that, he roughly pulled at Tang Xiaocao's hair. Tang Xiaocao slapped away Yang Sanpao's hand. Uncle, are you paying attention to our village? You're so quick with the news. I bumped my head yesterday, and you just found out today. Yang Sanpao proudly said, Of course. Everyone has some friends. Your parents aren't very reliable, but your uncle. If I don't watch out for you, you might get bullied to death. Tang Xiaocao's eyes lit up and asked, Uncle, tell me honestly, are you involved in the black market? Yang Sanpao covered Tang Xiaocao's mouth with his hand. Little ancestor, be quiet. If I get caught, you'll really become a little orphan. Tang Xiaoqiao smiled. Uncle, I can't sleep. Take me to see the black market. I'm so curious. Yang Sanpao quickly shoved an egg cake into Tang Xiaocao's mouth. Little ancestor, have you really lost your mind? I heard you challenged your dad, your fourth aunt, and even fought your mama's younger brother. You even split the family in one day, done some shocking things. He paused and asked, Tell me, are you possessed by a ghost? Now, Tang Xiaoqiao was no longer the naive little girl she used to be. She could not be easily tricked anymore. She realized her uncle noticed she was different and was trying to get her to talk. She said slowly, Uncle, I don't think you'd believe me if I told you. I'd rather not say. Yang Sanpao took out a piece of candy and coaxed her like a wolf grandmother talking to Little Red Riding Hood. Xiaoqiao, you and your uncle are very close. Don't keep me waiting, just tell me. Just tell me. Tang Xiaoqiao blinked her big eyes and asked uncertainly, Really? Whatever I say, you'll believe it. Uncle promises. Whatever Xiaoqiao says, Uncle believes. Even if you say you're a fairy from the heavens, Uncle will believe it. Tang Xiaoqiao leaned closer to Yang Sanpao's face. Maybe heaven feels sorry for me. During my coma, I saw an old man with a white beard. I lived in that paradise with him for 10 years, learned many things. He taught me a lot, but when I opened my eyes, my mother told me that only one night had passed. I almost couldn't believe it myself. Yang Sanpao's mouth was wide open, looking very funny. I said, You won't believe me, right? You want me to say it, but you still don't believe me. Little brother-in-law, let me prove myself. Tang Xiaoqiao ran out of the room, took a small stick from under the stove, then returned with a torn newspaper. She wrote her name and Yang Sanpao's name on the paper and handed it to him. Little brother-in-law, I never went to school before. I can't write a single word, and I don't even know the names of the characters. But in my dream, I attended school for 10 years and learned many things. Yang Sanpao stared blankly at the writing on the paper. It's very neat and looks quite nice. Tang Xiaochao continued. I didn't just learn to write. I also learned martial arts. After waking up, I feel much stronger than before. Yang Sanpao suddenly took her hand. Xiaochao, you've had a great chance. His hand subtly explored her chin and neck area. Tang Xiaochao found it a bit funny. Her little brother-in-law was quite cautious. Was he worried someone might replace the original owner? Seizing the moment, Tang Xiaochao made a request. Little brother-in-law, take me to the black market. While we're there, have someone test my strength. I want to go hunting in the mountains with you. Our family is too poor. We can't keep relying on your help every day. She had thought about going hunting in the mountains but realized her family was so poor they didn't even have an axe, let alone a hunting knife. Right now, their family was only struggling with 3 hungry mouths, nothing else. If it weren't for the little manhwa system, she probably would still be starving. Yang Sanpao thought for a moment. Come on out, I'll take you for a walk. When we return, throw a firecracker at your Uncle Four's house and blow up his entire room. The scene played out in her mind. Tang Xiaochao imagined it vividly. Her little brother-in-law was quite daring, and the scene he described was quite vivid. Tang Xiaochao quickly put on her coat, wrapped her face with a scarf, and stepped outside. She followed Yang Sanpao as they headed south. After about half an hour, Tang Xiaochao faintly saw some lights ahead, many people wandering around with kerosene lamps in the mountain hollow. There were 2 entrances to the hollow, one for going in and one for coming out. Someone is guarding the entrance. The 2 entered through the exit. Yang Sanpao made a gesture, and the guard nodded to let them in. Tang Xiaochao asked, is there no fee to enter? How much would it normally cost? Yang Sanpao looked around for someone while answering. 2 cents per person. If you buy, it's free. If you sell, you pay. Follow me. They walked to a tall man. Yang Sanpao said, my niece knows some fighting skills and wants to join our hunting team in the mountains. Do you want to test her? Zhou Dafu looked at the girl, who was only as tall as his shoulders, and asked, child, the mountains are very dangerous. You're still young and a girl. Are you sure you want to take this path? Tang Xiaochao nodded confidently. Yes, I am sure. How do I get tested? If I don't pass, you don't have to take me. Zhou Dafu nodded. Come with me. He signaled to the crowd and turned to leave with Tang Xiaochao and Yang Sanpao. Behind the black market, there was an open space. Under the moonlight, faintly, a target could be seen in the distance. A young man ran over holding a hunting rifle and handed it to Zhou Dafu.
Zhou Dafu approached Tang Xiaochao.
Can you shoot? Tang Xiaochao nodded, reached out, and took the gun to check it. Zhou Dafu looked at Yang Sanpao and asked, is your niece experienced? Yang Sanpao forced a lie. I've taught her for a while. Hee. Tang Xiaochao turned and asked, if I shoot, will there be trouble? She looked back at the black market behind her. Zhou Dafu nodded. No problem. You can shoot. We are licensed hunters in town. Tang Xiaochao didn't know that, in this era, people could get a license to hunt. She looked at Yang Sanpao. He explained, since we are near the border, enemies sometimes come through. Our hunting team also has a mission to patrol the mountains. If we really encounter enemies, we have to fight hard. Xiaochao, think carefully. We're not part of the military, so if we die, we die, but the animals we catch don't have to belong to the collective. That's our special privilege. Tang Xiaochao nodded. That's good. Do you get rewards for catching enemies? Zhou Dafu smiled and teased Yang Sanpao. Your niece has more spirit than you. Continuing, he said, there is a reward. An enemy spy can be exchanged for 50 to 200 in rewards. If we catch a wanted criminal with a bounty, the reward depends on the amount offered. However, those who are wanted are usually very dangerous people. We never go after them. Tang Xiaochao nodded again. Can I start now? Do I need to stand somewhere to shoot? Zhou Dafu said, we usually go up the mountain at night, so our tests are also at night. You can see for yourself how far you can shoot. Our hunters are divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C. Each level has sublevels 1, 2, and 3. The results of the tests are written on your ID card. Tang Xiaochao turned to ask, what level are you to? Yang Sanpao said, I'm currently at B1 level, and Brother Dafu is at A3 level. That's the highest level in our hunting team. We don't have A2 or A1 levels. Tang Xiaochao took a step back. Yang Sanpao was anxious. Don't move back. You're about to go out of range. Tang Xiaochao nodded. I know. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Sanpao and Zhou Dafu heard 3 gunshots. They almost couldn't believe it. They had already fired. Zhou Dafu ran over, saying in disbelief, Wow, all 3 shots hit the bullseye. Yang Sanpao, you've trained a great marksman. Yang Sanpao ran over, looked at the holes in the target, then turned to his niece. He started to believe Tang Xiaocao's crazy talk. Next, Zhou Dafu tested Tang Xiaocao's fighting skills. In their line of work, not only do you need to be good at shooting, but also skilled in hand-to-hand combat. When facing enemies or large animals, you need to be able to defend yourself. So, in Qingshan Town, only 9 people have hunter IDs. Zhou Dafu is the team leader. When they first joined, they were all tested by the military. Later, Zhou Dafu was put in charge of everything. He assumed a fighting stance. Kid, hand-to-hand combat has no eyes. Are you sure you want to fight me? Tang Xiaochao stepped forward and said again, Yes, I am sure. Seeing her determined attitude, Zhou Dafu's last trace of hesitation disappeared, replaced by the fierce confidence of a hunter team leader. He stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, fists guarding his chest. He spoke in a deep voice, Since you insist on this, I won't hold back. Don't say I bullied a younger person. Using strength to eliminate you is for your safety. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly kicked off the ground and charged straight at Tang Xiaochao like a cannonball. His right fist, whistling through the air, aimed directly at her face. Tang Xiaochao, small and weak-looking, showed no fear in the face of this powerful punch. She lightly shifted her steps, like a willow swaying in the wind, and skillfully dodged to the side. Zhou Dafu's fist brushed past her hair, and the gust of wind made her bangs flutter. Before Zhou Dafu could withdraw his punch, Tang Xiaochao flipped her wrist, lightly tapping his fists back with her fingertips like butterfly wings. Using his force, she stepped back 2 paces and landed steadily, still calm and composed. Such quick movement. Zhou Dafu was surprised, and his previous underestimation disappeared almost entirely. He didn't expect this seemingly fragile girl to react so fast. He no longer hesitated and increased his attack speed. His fists alternated strikes, with fierce wind, each aimed at her vital points. This was a fighting technique from the army, simple and practical, designed for quick defeat. It was a skill he had perfected over many years. But Tang Xiaochao remained calm. Her moves were unpredictable, sometimes like a nimble cat darting around to avoid Zhou Dafu's fierce attacks, sometimes like a venomous snake striking out when Zhou Dafu's strength was just exhausted and new energy hadn't yet built up, launching precise counterattacks. Her palms looked gentle, but when they landed on Zhou Dafu, they carried a clever force. Each time, she hit exactly where he was exerting power, causing his attack to suddenly stop. After more than a dozen rounds, Zhou Dafu started to feel tired. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing grew hurried. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaochao remained calm and composed, her face even without a hint of redness. Suddenly, Zhou Dafu seized an opening. He swung his left leg fiercely, trying to trip Tang Xiaochao. She leaped lightly, her feet crossing in midair, and directly stepped on Zhou Dafu's calf. He winced in pain, wobbling. Tang Xiaochao then landed smoothly, gently pushing his back. Zhou Dafu staggered forward 3 or 4 steps, kicking up 2 shallow furrows in the soft ground before barely stabilizing himself. Yang Sanpao thought to himself, Damn, is what Xiaochao said really true? Did she really travel to another world in her dreams for 10 years? I lost. Zhou Dafu covered his back, his face full of disbelief. He never expected that, as a seasoned hunter team leader, he would lose to a 16-year-old girl. Some spectators had gathered unnoticed and were now staring in shock, talking quietly among themselves. Zhou Dafu's face turned bright red, not from pain, but from embarrassment. He turned around and asked Tang Xiaochao, You won, but can we have a few more rounds to practice? Tang Xiaochao nodded gently, yes. This time, Zhou Dafu used all his strength. Tang Xiaochao could tell that Zhou Dafu hadn't gone all out earlier. He stopped rushing to defeat her quickly and instead fought steadily, fists clenched tightly, slowly closing in on Tang Xiaoqiao, trying to find her weakness. Tang Xiaoqiao remained calm and confident. Her eyes were sharp like a knife, watching every move Zhou Dafu made. Suddenly, Zhou Dafu sped up, throwing punches with both fists, attacking from both sides, blocking all of Tang Xiaoqiao's escape routes. The spectators gasped, thinking Tang Xiaoqiao was surely going to lose this time. But just at that critical moment, Tang Xiaoqiao bent her body backward in an incredible arc, narrowly avoiding Zhou Dafu's punches. Her body was surprisingly flexible, something the big men around her didn't have. At the same time, she kicked upward with her right leg, her toes precisely hitting Zhou Dafu's chin. Zhou Dafu felt a numbness in his chin, his head buzzing, and he involuntarily fell backward. He struggled to get up but found all his strength seemed to have been drained. After a moment, Zhou Dafu gritted his teeth and said, again, he clenched his teeth, used all his strength, and got back on his feet, his eyes full of stubbornness and defiance. He no longer cared about his dignity as a hunter team leader. He just wanted to win one more round, even if just once. Tang Xiaoqiao didn't say much. She simply prepared herself again for the next fight. The third match began. Zhou Dafu fought like a madman, attacking more fiercely and desperately. His moves became more aggressive, targeting Tang Xiaoqiao's vital points, with no more hesitation. Tang Xiaoqiao's eyes grew cold. She knew she could no longer hold back. Faced with Zhou Dafu's wild attack, she stopped avoiding and started fighting back. Her speed increased, and her moves became sharper. Suddenly, she darted behind Zhou Dafu, her palm like a blade, and sharply struck his neck. Zhou Dafu's body stiffened, and his movements froze instantly. Quickly, Tang Xiaoqiao kicked his knee. Zhou Dafu's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. She softly asked, "Are you still fighting?" Zhou Dafu panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Tang Xiaoqiao looked at his excited face and wondered what was going on. This person has a submissive personality. Did she just make him happy? Tang Xiaoqiao thought to herself. Zhou Dafu's body was covered with bruises and he was in pain, but his eyes remained stubborn. He suddenly looked up happily and said, "Again. I haven't met a worthy opponent in a long time." This time, Zhou Dafu used all his strength. He charged at Tang Xiaoqiao like a wounded beast, reckless and fierce. Tang Xiaoqiao's expression darkened, and she no longer hesitated. She sidestepped to avoid his charge, then reached out with her right hand, precisely grabbing Zhou Dafu's wrist. She twisted it, forcing his arm into an awkward angle, causing him to scream in pain. Tang Xiaoqiao didn't let go but kept applying force, pulling his arm back while her knee pressed against his waist. Zhou Dafu was overwhelmed by this series of moves. He wanted to struggle, but only felt a sharp pain that made him grunt. He tried several times to get up but couldn't. Every attempt caused intense pain, making him groan. He kept trying to stand but failed, collapsing on the ground and gasping heavily. Everyone watching grew silent. They looked at Zhou Dafu, lying on the ground, then at Tang Xiaoqiao, still calm and composed, and their faces showed shock. No one expected that a strong man could be knocked down and unable to get up by a slender 16-year-old girl. Zhou Dafu's face was covered with sweat and dirt. He shouted, "Yang Sanpao, can't you come help me? I lost. That little girl is too strong." Tang Xiaoqiao walked up to Zhou Dafu and gently said, "Uncle Zhou, sorry." Zhou Dafu didn't reach out to hold Tang Xiaoqiao's hand, but instead grabbed Yang Sanpao's hand and said, "With your small build, you can't lift me. I weigh about 180 jin. If I had known you were so strong, I would have let your brother-in-law come and fight you." Today was so embarrassing, but it was also so exciting. Tang Xiaoqiao judged him. He has a bit of a submissive personality. Yang Sanpao helped Zhou Dafu up and looked at Tang Xiaoqiao from head to toe. "Does your arm or leg hurt?" Tang Xiaoqiao honestly replied, "Yes, it hurts. Uncle Zhou feels like he's made of steel. It was so painful." Yang Sanpao turned and glared fiercely at Zhou Dafu. "Brother Dafu, have some shame. Bullying my kid." When I see my sister-in-law, I will definitely tell her about this. Don't. I haven't met a worthy opponent in a long time. I got a bit carried away. What level is my kid? You're at A3 level, but you can't beat my Xiao Chao. Don't be jealous of her. You need to do well. Zhou Dafu scratched his head. Yang Sanpao, stop talking nonsense. Am I like that? Xiao Chao is A1 level, definitely. Once I report to the town and get the certificate, I'll send it to Xiao Chao. I need to go now. He hobbled away on one leg. Yang Sanpao supported Tang Xiaocao's arm and asked, so it's true what you said? Do your parents know? Tang Xiaochao nodded. My mom knows, but my dad doesn't. He's unreliable. Yang Sanpao chuckled. Yeah. Your silly father. He's not dependable. The secret should be shared with your uncle, not told to your dad. Your uncle keeps his mouth shut. Come on, I'll take you back. Tang Xiaochao asked curiously, Uncle, everyone says you're a troublemaker and a bad influence.
You have such a good job.
Why don't you tell others? Yang Sanpao looked up at the moon and said, too much trouble. If they knew I was in the hunting team, our family's reputation would be ruined.
I don't want to get married.
It's too much trouble. Tang Xiaochao teased. My mom said it's true. The girl you like married someone else. Get lost. That's all lies. Your uncle has high standards. I don't like any of the women in the village. One year, when your grandmother forced me to go on a blind date by threatening to die, I made up a silly story. As a result, the woman I was set up with was very talkative, and everyone in the town found out about it. Tang Xiaochao heard a pleasant electronic voice in her mind. Ding! The host has applied to join the hunter team, actively working to improve current poor living conditions. Trigger task, get a job. Reward, 10 steamed buns, half a gene of brown sugar, 10 gene of rice, and 50 yuan in cash. Items have been stored in the system space. Tang Xiaochao replied, thanks to Brother Xiaoma for his generosity. Brother Xiaoma responded, you're welcome, host. Keep working hard and stay determined. The two returned to the village and went straight to the yard of the fourth uncle's house. Tang Xiaochao watched as her little brother-in-law took out a plastic bag, used a water scoop from the kitchen of her fourth uncle's house to dig a large pile of poop from the toilet behind the house, and put it into the bag. Then, he tied a big firecracker to the bag's opening. After lighting it, he threw it onto the bed of her fourth uncle and his wife through the back window. The poop bomb exploded. There was a loud bang, followed by screams and angry shouts inside the house. Yang Sanpao tried to pull Tang Xiaochao away, but she pushed him aside in disgust. You didn't wash your hands after making the bomb. Don't pull me. Step back. She quickly ran away and slipped into her room. Yang Sanpao called from her window. Once the documents are ready, your little brother-in-law will bring them to you. When you have time, go visit your grandpa and grandma. They found out and are worried about you. Tang Xiaochao nodded. Okay, I understand. You can go now. Yang Sanpao reminded her. There's a fish in the kitchen. Tomorrow, your mother will stew it into soup for you. I'm leaving now. Really leaving. He ran away, and Tang Xiaochao didn't expect her carefree little brother-in-law to be secretly powerful. When he has free time, she wants to spar with him. The family of Tang Jianwei was the talk of the small mountain village the next morning after someone threw a poop bomb at their house in the middle of the night. Tang Jianwei and Zhao Qiujing didn't sleep all night. They were washing things, mosquito nets, quilts, sheets, clothes on the bed and on the floor, all covered in feces. The entire room was so damaged that there was no clean place to stand. Early the next morning, Tang Xiaochao was still sleeping when the yard gate was knocked. No one was home. Her parents had gone to work early. She heard the broadcast about going to work. Tang Xiaochao walked out sleepily and saw that the person outside the yard was actually her uncle Tang Jianjun. Uncle, did you not go to work today? Yes, I'll go later. Are you still feeling dizzy? I heard the family split yesterday, so I brought you some things. Tang Xiaochao opened the yard gate and Uncle Tang handed her a white cloth bag.
Some coarse rice.
You can eat it first. She knew her uncle's family was also having a hard time. They were also heavily affected by her grandparents. She pushed the bag back. I don't want it. Your family doesn't have enough to eat either. Last night, my little uncle brought some things. Don't worry, Uncle. We have food at home. Uncle Tang stubbornly pushed the bag into her arms. What's yours is yours. What's mine is mine.
Take it.
I'm going to work now. Tang Xiaochao sighed. Life these days isn't easy. Uncle Tang is only 45, but looks as old as 60. They have 2 young children to take care of. The eldest cousin's child, Tang Xiaobing, is 3 years old, and the second cousin's daughter, Tang Xiaohong, is only 1. Looking at the bag in her hand, Tang Xiaochao felt it weighed 1,000 pounds. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Tang Xiaochao went to the kitchen. She saw 1 egg and a bowl of wild vegetable porridge warming on the stove. She listened to the radio for a while. Today, she planned to go pick tea. The main crops here are double-season rice. The land includes dam areas, terraced fields, mountains, and slopes. The dam areas and terraced fields are mainly used for rice planting, while the mountains and slopes grow sweet potatoes and corn. Other crops include rapeseed, peanuts, sugarcane, and tea leaves. Unfortunately, the times are too backward. People often go hungry and are cold and poorly dressed. Tang Xiaochao planned to go up the mountain to hunt some wild game. Tomorrow, she would visit Yongjia village to see her grandparents. She looked at the rusty sickle in her hand and grimaced. Little brother Ma is like a cherry on top, but she's used to relying on herself. She won't depend on any outside help, including the system or space. What she wants, she can achieve through her own efforts. She climbed halfway up the mountain and saw a warning sign. Deep mountains ahead, do not enter. There were also symbols of bears, tigers, and wolves drawn below. A thick rope was used as a simple barrier. This deep mountain isn't illegal to enter, but it's a warning to those who go inside. There are dangers ahead. Tang Xiaochao was about to enter when suddenly 2 women rushed out from the opposite side. Yun Anning saw they were villagers' children and shouted, "Kids, run quickly. There's a wild boar." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xiaochao was pulled by soft hands and ran away. Tang Xiaochao looked back and saw a girl fall down behind her. She saw an adult wild boar rushing toward her. Tang Xiaochao shook off the girl's hand and grabbed a sickle, running toward the wild boar. Yun Anning looked at her empty hands and then at the weak girl from the village, holding a rusty sickle and rushing toward the wild boar. At this moment, Zhang Fong fell to the ground, and the wild boar was heading straight for her. Yun Anning shouted loudly, "Zhang Fong, run quickly." She no longer cared about being afraid and chased after Tang Xiaochao toward where Zhang Fong had fallen. Zhang Fong wanted to get up, but her legs wouldn't listen. Tang Xiaochao leapt forward and charged directly at the wild boar. She gasped, surprised at how prickly the wild boar's fur was. Her hand immediately started bleeding, but she held onto the wild boar's fur tightly and swung her rusty sickle, trying to cut it. Tang Xiaochao shouted to Zhang Fong, "Run faster." Zhang Fong was so scared she started crying. "My legs are weak. I can't crawl." Tang Xiaochao really wanted to curse loudly but let go of the wild boar and ran in the opposite direction of Zhang Fong. The wild boar, attacked by Tang Xiaochao, abandoned Zhang Fong and chased after her fiercely. Tang Xiaochao ran into the safety zone, continuing to run forward. Yun Anning helped Zhang Fong up, but she couldn't see Tang Xiaochao anymore. "Was that girl just now the shy little Tang Xiaochao?" Yun Anning asked. Zhang Fong, tears in her eyes, trembling, said, "I don't know. I didn't see clearly. I was so scared. What should we do? Should we go help her or go down the mountain to find someone?" Yun Anning stood up, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted down the mountain, "Help! The wild boar is hurting people. Help! The wild boar is hurting people." Her voice echoed through the mountains. Echoing. The tea pickers looked up. Tang Jun asked, "Did you hear that?" The cry for help. Tang Yongjun nodded. "Yes, I heard it." Tang Jun shouted, "Militia team, assemble. Go up the mountain with your tools." 7 or 8 men dropped their work and ran away. Some young educated youths also chased after the militia team. Yun Anning and Zhang Fong kept shouting for help. Even Tang Xiaochao, who was distracting the wild boar, heard them and ran far away. She saw a large rock ahead and headed toward it. Chasing the angry wild boar, the 2-legged animal stopped in front of her. Without hesitation, she charged forward. Just as the wild boar reached Tang Xiaochao, she quickly dodged, and the boar hit the rock. When the boar's head was momentarily stunned, Tang Xiaochao swung her sickle at its eyes. The boar's skin was too thick for the sickle to cut, but she aimed for the eyes. A loud squeal came from the boar, and the sickle broke. Tang Xiaochao was holding a broken wooden handle. Without hesitation, she stabbed the other eye of the boar. Ow! The pain snapped the boar out of its feigned unconsciousness. It couldn't see and started to thrash around wildly. Tang Xiaochao seized the chance to climb a tall tree and crouched on a branch to observe what was happening below. The boar went crazy, smashing into rocks and trees. Finally, it collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Tang Xiaochao looked at her hand, which was covered in blood from the sharp pig hair that had cut many small wounds. Damn, that hurts so much. I must eat wild boar meat today, or all this pain will be for nothing. When Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi ran to Yan Anning and Zhang Fong, they learned that their third uncle's girl, Xiao Chao, had led the boar away. Tang Weidong felt dizzy. He supported Tang Weishi and shouted, "Quick, go save my sister." While they were talking, a figure had already jumped over the fence. It was Si-Tu Xing, a young educated youth from the youth camp. His real identity was a soldier. He was here as a youth to catch hidden enemies. He was cold and distant, so he wasn't close to the other male youths. The female youths were attracted by his appearance, but were frozen by his cold aura. At first, some girls tried to approach him, but later they all backed away in fear. Some village girls also admired him, but his cold attitude kept them from coming closer. Tang Xiaochao was crouched in the tree, watching a man run swiftly toward her from a distance. She was about to call for help when she saw the man pull out a small dagger and rush at the wild boar. With 2 quick strikes, he ended the boar's short life. Then, the man walked to the tree, looked up at the girl sitting on the branch, and asked coldly, "Are you hurt?" Tang Xiaochao felt a bit embarrassed. If she hadn't been unarmed, how could she have been pushed around so badly by a wild boar? She was worried about being seen by others and losing face. When Tang Xiaochao saw the man's impressive face, she couldn't help but think, "Wow, he's so handsome." Si-Tu Xing was stunned by Tang Xiaochao's straightforward words. While he was distracted, Tang Xiaochao tried to regain her composure. She planned to gracefully climb down the tree, but her legs went numb from sitting too long. How unlucky! She suddenly lunged straight at Si-Tu Xing. Si-Tu Xing instinctively reached out to catch her, as if holding a child, with both hands slipping into her armpits. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Due to inertia, Tang Xiaochao toppled Si-Tu Xing over, and luckily, her mouth bit down on his Adam's apple. Tang Xiaochao's mouth started bleeding, and Si-Tu Xing's throat bore a few teeth marks. Tang Weidong, running wildly, and Tang Weishi saw their little sister bring down a grown man in a dramatic scene. Tang Weidong reacted quickly, rushing over, grabbing Tang Xiaochao by her collar and pulling her away from Si-Tu Xing. As soon as Tang Xiaochao steadied herself, the rest of the group arrived. Tang Weishi secretly thought, luckily, Big Brother was quick. Even though Xiaochao was only 16, if a young girl took down an adult man, her reputation would be ruined. Tang Weishi stepped forward and helped Si-Tu Xing to his feet. Si-Tu Xing touched his neck and quietly buttoned up his shirt. Tang Weidong whispered, "Xiaochao, are you hurt?" "Let me check." Tang Xiaochao shook her head. "My hand was scratched by the wild boar, but I'm fine elsewhere." "Big brother, second brother, why are you here?" Tang Weishi, with a fiery temper, quickly grabbed Tang Xiaochao's ear. "Xiaochao, you're so daring. Running with a wild boar. Do you even realize how much you weigh? Are you hurt?" Tang Xiaochao really wanted to punch her second brother. Today, she had lost face in front of everyone. Tang Xiaochao shook her head and said, "I'm hurt. You're going to twist off my ear." Tang Weidong slapped his brother's hand and said, "Tang Weishi, Xiaochao is hurt, and you're still twisting her ear. How can you be such a good brother?" Only then did Tang Weishi let go of Xiaochao's ear. Xiaochao looked upset. She was a famous underground female boss in the city, and now she was being pinched by her brother. Just now, She had fallen onto that man and even bit his Adam's apple. Xiao Qiao touched her bleeding lips. Her teeth hurt a little. In her past life, she lived until 26, fighting men every day. No men ever had improper thoughts about her. They treated her like a man because she was stronger than most men. Now, she had been transported here and was only 16. She had bitten a man at such a young age. Could this be a special benefit of her crossing over?
Ding.
The host saved 2 young lives and defeated a wild boar, completing the trigger task. First close contact with the opposite sex. Reward issued: a machete, a bow and arrow, a dagger, and 100 yuan. Items have been stored in the system space. Xiao Qiao immediately forgot her embarrassment. Brother Xiaoma, your reward this time is really professional. I like it. But what is this about the first close contact with the opposite sex? How can there be a reward for that? Xiaoma's electronic voice sounded. He is not an ordinary person. He is the luck bearer of this world. So, you having close contact with him earns a reward. Others don't qualify. Xiao Qiao turned to look at the tall figure. Damn. She had just estimated that this man was about 1.88 meters tall, and she was probably only about 1.6 meters now. How did she manage to fall onto such a tall man? Many questions appeared in her mind. Similarly, Situ Xing was also feeling uneasy. He was allergic to women, and just now, in a rush, he reached out to catch that child. Although she was a teenager, she was still a girl. He thought he would have a reaction, but he felt nothing. His newly born niece touched him, and he got goosebumps all over. That's why, now at 28, he was still single. It wasn't that he didn't want to marry. He simply couldn't. All tests had been done, but no cause was found. His grandmother said it might be psychological. Today, he had physical contact with a girl named Tang Xiaoqiao and did not have an allergic reaction. Does this mean his allergy has improved? A group of people carried a wild boar down the mountain. When Yun Anning and Zhang Fong saw Tang Xiaoqiao, they rushed over and hugged her, crying. This made Tang Xiaoqiao feel very uncomfortable. Luckily, her older brother was quick to see what was happening and rescued her from the 2 young women. Yun Jiqing, Zhang Jiqing, my sister is hurt. Let her go. Tang Weidong walked over and pulled Tang Xiaoqiao away from the tears of the 2 girls. Yun Anning said, Sorry, little sister Qiao. When we get down the mountain, I will send you the malted milk powder from home so you can recover. Zhang Fong nodded. I have some too. I will send it to you.
Thank you, little sister Qiao.
If it weren't for you, I might have died on this mountain today. The men carried the wild boar, and the girls walked in the middle of the group. Situ Xing followed at the back, staring at Tang Xiaoqiao for a long time. He couldn't see any difference between her and others. She just looked like a malnourished teenager. Why was she not allergic?
Why?
His mind was full of questions. The wild boar weighed over 300 jin. Tang Deshan decided and rewarded Tang Xiaoqiao with 30 jin of pork. The remaining villagers shared the rest. In previous years, the rule was, for prey over 100 jin, the hunter would get 20 jin. Because Tang Xiaoqiao saved 2 young women, the village chief gave her an extra 10 jin as a special reward. When Zhao Qiujuan heard the news, she immediately ran to the old house. Mother, father, that unprofitable person only got 30 jin of pork. What?
Why?
In previous years, everyone was rewarded with 20 jin. Why did she get 30 jin? Li Guilin was furious when she heard this. The old man had told her not to bother that unprofitable person these days. She was almost sick from holding it in. The saying goes, leave some leeway in life, so you can meet again happily later. All that mattered now was the meat. Zhao Qiujuan helped Li Guilin walk toward Tang Xiaocao's house. Everyone passing by followed behind, knowing there would be more drama. Tang Jinxiang and Yang Yufan heard that their daughter had distracted the wild boar, leaving their basket behind, and ran back home. They rushed into the yard and saw Tang Xiaoqiao standing safely in the yard. Yang Yufan's legs suddenly went weak, and she sat down on the ground. Tang Jinxiang, who was running back, couldn't stop in time and tripped over Yang Yufan, falling face first and bleeding from his nose. Tang Xiaochao could have caught her father, but she didn't want to. She just watched helplessly as Tang Jinxiang fell right in front of her. She walked over to Tang Jinxiang. He thought his daughter was coming to help him, so he reached out his hand. But instead, she simply walked past him and helped Yang Yufin, who was sitting on the ground. Tang Jinxiang awkwardly withdrew his hand. He brushed himself off and got up. Xiaochao, are you hurt? You're going to scare Mom to death. If something happens to you, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Boo-hoo. Get up, the ground is dirty.
I'm fine.
I was just trying to distract that wild pig from hitting Zhang Jiqing, she said softly. She lowered her head and whispered, Mom, you know I have protection from a fairy. I won't get hurt. I just wanted to eat some meat. Yang Yufin still felt scared. In the future, don't do that. Mom is timid and gets scared easily. You're the only reason I can keep going. If something happened to you, I couldn't live either. Think more about Mom and don't take such risks, okay? Tang Xiaochao helped Yang Yufin sit on a bench, then poured her a bowl of water and handed it to her.
Tan Jian Ki Ang what chet easily.
He had fallen and even bled from his nose, but his daughter hadn't noticed.
He was still standing in the yard, alive.
To get some attention, Tang Jinxiang stepped forward. Xiaochao, you scared Dad to death. If anything happens to you, I wouldn't want to live either. He tried to imitate Yang Yufin's tone. Since his daughter liked hearing such words and it didn't cost anything, he could say them. Tang Xiaochao looked back at the tall Tang Jinxiang, thinking, my cheap dad isn't short. Maybe I can still grow taller. After all, I'm only 16. She mentally encouraged herself, feeling quite good. Tang Jinxiang saw his daughter nodding at him and felt overjoyed. I was terrible before. How could I hit such a lovely daughter? When he turned and saw the table in the yard loaded with 30 jin of meat, he was even happier. Sure enough, following my daughter means eating meat. He had bowed and kowtowed to his parents for decades, but never got to eat much meat. Since moving in with his daughter, he just had pork noodles yesterday, and today the family has gained 30 pounds of meat. He had never seen so much meat in his life. Tang Jinxiang rolled up his sleeves and said, you two keep talking, I'll handle the meat and prepare it so we can eat it for a long time. Tang Xiaochao nodded and said, yes, go ahead. I plan to visit my grandparents tomorrow. Please divide the meat into 2 parts. I want to take 1 part to my grandfather's house. She watched Tang Jinxiang's expression closely. If he showed any reluctance, she would scold him. Tang Jinxiang nodded without hesitation and said, all right. Your plans are fine. We've eaten a lot of what your little uncle brought us over the years. It's about time. Tomorrow you and your mother should go back and visit. Your mother hasn't been back in many years. Yang Yufin was so surprised she forgot her sadness. She looked at her daughter in disbelief. Has your father been possessed? Probably not. Can he really say such things? He usually doesn't care about us at all. Tang Jinxiang awkwardly scratched his head. I'm still here. You're whispering behind my back. I can hear you. I've been thinking a lot these days. I was wrong before. I thought, as only a daughter, I wouldn't be able to stand tall without a son to carry on the family name, and I'd be judged by the villagers. Tang Xiaochao interrupted. So, you've come to understand now. Tang Jinxiang nodded. Yes, I've realized. Having a daughter is good. Seeing them have so many children and working so hard to raise them, I only have 1, and it's quite good. Relaxed. Tang Xiaocao's mouth twitched. This was the result of her selfish father's efforts over the past few days. His selfish nature still needed more polishing. Yang Yufin also felt speechless. Tang Jinxiang, Xiaochao is only 16. What have you done to raise her? If it weren't for my younger brother secretly bringing us things now and then, we would have starved to death long ago. Now that Xiaochao is grown, all the meat you eat is what she's brought home. She's the one supporting you now. Shameless. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the doorway. Yang Yufin, is this how you educate your daughter? Why isn't Jinxiang supporting this useless person anymore? Li Guilan's voice followed, and Tang Xiaochao felt happy. She was coming, her reward was approaching. Yang Yufin's back stiffened. This was a conditioned reflex developed over many years. Tang Xiaochao patted her back and said, don't be afraid. I told you, no one can bully you anymore. Tang Jinxiang surprisingly came over and stood in front of Tang Xiaochao and Yang Yufan. Mom, why are you not going to the big team to get meat? Why are you coming to me? Li Guilin confidently said, carry the meat and take it to the old house. Yang Yufan was about to argue, but Tang Xiaochao stopped her. She wanted to see how this bad father would respond, even though it might affect her reward. Mom, we have separated our family. This meat was earned with Xiao Cao's life. I can't take it to the old house. The big team is distributing meat now. If you want to eat meat, go to the big team to get some. Tang Jinxiang was unusually firm for the first time, but he was scared. His back felt cold, and he noticed his daughter watching his back. He couldn't back down. Thinking of his daughter's crazy behavior, he felt sad. He had been a bad father, pushing his daughter to madness. This time, he was determined to keep the meat that his daughter had risked her life for. He absolutely would not admit that he liked so much meat himself. Li Guilin was angry for the first time when Tang Jinxiang refused her. She walked over and raised her hand, slapping him. Slap. The loud sound echoed in the small yard, and the people at the door watched and discussed. Li Guilin really has no shame. She's coming directly to snatch things. I'll go find the secretary. This meat was earned with Xiao Cao's life. The secretary should give 10 more jin. The whole village agrees. Is she really grandma? Tang Jinxiang covered his face and said firmly, Mom, even if you beat me to death today, I won't give you the meat. We have separated. This meat was earned with Xiao Cao's life. Zhao Qiujia crossed her arms. Third brother. How dare you oppose your mother? You're so unfilial. When you're old, I won't let Wei Hua from my family break your pot. Tang Xiaochao stepped out from behind Tang Jinxiang and pointed at Zhao Qiujia. Fourth aunt. Do you really remember kindness but forget the beatings? I've been nice to you. After saying that, she skillfully grabbed Zhao Qiujia's hair and slapped her several times, left and right. You always stir trouble and use grandma as a pawn. You make grandma do bad things and all the benefits go to your family. Grandma is old and confused. Do you think others don't see through you? This is called being unfilial. Do you understand? Smack, smack. Zhao Qiujia uncovers her face. Why do you keep pulling my hair and hitting my face? Hitting people shouldn't hit their face. Don't you understand? I'm not hitting a person. I'm hitting a beast. You and Uncle C boast about being filial every day. I ask you, after all these years, what have you and Uncle C done for Grandma and Grandpa? Did you show filial piety by feeding them? Or by giving them drinks? Or by buying clothes for them? You and your husband only make Grandma and Grandpa withhold from Uncle Da and Uncle Air, and use sweet words to trick everything into your own small family. You make Grandma and Grandpa cold-hearted towards Uncle Da, Uncle Air, and us 3 families. When they grow old and lose their usefulness, will you still care for them? By then, all 3 families will be disappointed and unwilling to support Grandma and Grandpa. Their old age will be lonely. I ask you, when Grandma is paralyzed in bed, can you go and help with her needs? You can't. When you were young, you even disliked changing your cousin's diaper. And your family is selfish. Grandma and Grandpa are old and can't work. Can anyone in your family earn money to support them? Isn't that stirring trouble? Even the sister can do that. Li Guilin's heart grows colder the more she listens. Every word from this ungrateful person is the truth. She has been biased towards her youngest son for so many years, withholding from her other sons. She's used to it and never thought about it, nor did she realize she was drifting apart from her. Thinking about how the 4th son and his family behave, she worries that if she offends her other 3 sons badly, no one will want to take care of them in the future. What if they end up lonely in their old age? The old lady becomes more and more afraid. She had never thought about this before. She always believed children should take care of their parents in old age. Zhao Qiujia pushes Tang Xiaochao aside. Don't stir up trouble here. They are sons, and they must be filial to their parents. Anyone who dares neglect their parents will be drowned in village gossip. Mom, don't listen to this ungrateful person. Your 4 sons will definitely take good care of you and Dad. Tang Xiaochao sighs. Grandma, Caring is one thing, but caring with your heart makes a big difference. Grandma, don't be confused. Even though the four sons are your biological children, they will surely support you in old age. Once you lose your heart, turning a blind eye to caring for the elderly is still a form of caring. Look at the family of the fourth branch, lazy, selfish, and only thinking of themselves. Do you think they will willingly take care of you and Grandpa?
Just think about it, no way.
I can't believe that after all these years, you still don't see their true nature. They just want to get benefits from you and Grandpa. Little Chow is still young, but she sees things clearly. Everyone can see that the fourth branch is not respectful or filial. Exactly. I don't understand how Li Guilin was fooled. The first, second, and third branches are all respectful, but she just prefers the selfish fourth branch to spoil her. It's because the first, second, and third branches are too honest and can't flatter people. Tang Jianwei and his wife are good at talking, and Li Guilin falls for it. After hearing what little Chow said and listening to the gossip outside, Li Guilin became scared. Seeing her wavering, little Chow decided to act. She turned around, took half a jean of brown sugar and 2 jean of fine grain, and in front of everyone, she put them into Li Guilin's hands. This was sent to me a few days ago by my brother-in-law when he found out I was hurt. He gave me half a jean of brown sugar and 2 jean of fine grain to make rice soup to help me recover. My mother didn't want to give me any. She kept it for you and Grandpa, planning to send it to you. Since you're here today, you can take it home yourself. When Zhao Qiujuan heard it was fine grain and brown sugar, she reached out to take it, but little Chow slapped her chubby hand away. This is what our family saved for Grandpa and Grandma. Now that we've separated, our duty is to respect and care for them, but we are not obliged to take care of you and Uncle C anymore. Grandma, you keep it. Don't give it to anyone else. Just eat it yourself. You're also getting old. Don't neglect yourself. Li Guilin, who had been arrogant and domineering for so many years, had never eaten such good food. She had cursed the money-losing goods for over 10 years, yet now she was being offered such nice things to eat. Her children and grandchildren, more than 10 in total, had never let her keep good things for herself. They always wanted her to share with everyone. Li Guilin was not stupid. Today, every word little Chow said touched her deeply. There are biased elders in the village, but she is not the only one. Now, how are they all doing? She reflected inwardly. Things haven't been going well. Why is that? Because the children they favor are often unfilial. The children who are mistreated become indifferent and do not want to show respect. Thinking of this, Li Guilin shivered. She looked up at the young girl in front of her and asked unexpectedly, "Are you hurt on the mountain?" Like Grandma, take a look. Tang Xiaochao was surprised by the sudden change in the old lady and stammered, "It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious." Li Guilin put the brown sugar and fine grains back into Tang Xiaocao's hand. "Grandma was wrong before, but I won't do that again. This brown sugar and grains are from your little uncle to help you get stronger. Keep them to eat. We've already separated the family. I shouldn't bother you. Grandma has gone." Tang Jinxiang was stunned. His daughter just babbled on and managed to fool the old lady? He was a bit impressed by his daughter. What should he do?
Zhao Qiujin pullat ligilan asida.
Mom, what are you doing? You're the elder. Why does it matter if they take some of their things? Li Guilin's eyes turned cold. What if I don't want them now? Is that a problem? Are you causing trouble? Encouraging me to ask for things? Are you trying to create a rift between me and old three? If so, they won't care for me anymore, and your family will have to take care of us. When they heard Li Guilin causing trouble, Tang Igua hurried over to stop her and overheard everything Tang Xiaochao said. Actually, he had also tried to persuade his wife, but she wouldn't listen. It was as if the fourth family had cast some spell on them, making them overly fond and neglectful. The first, second, and third families had already become distant. His wife's blindness was obvious to him, so he agreed quickly to the third family's separation. At least, he gave the third family a way out. Tang Xiaochao saw everything as soon as her grandfather arrived. She was speaking to her grandmother, but also meant it for her grandfather. In recent days, she had noticed that the old man was not as confused as Grandma and still kept a little clarity. Zhao Qiujin suddenly fell silent. Mom, how can you misunderstand me like that? Their family only has 30 gene of meat, and they never thought of giving you any. She even made a small gesture with her pinky finger to emphasize. Afraid that the elderly lady wouldn't understand, she even brought pictures. Li Guilin looked at Tang Xiaochao, who said, Grandma, I don't plan to give you this meat. I want to visit my grandpa, grandma, and 2 uncles tomorrow. My mother hasn't gone back in many years. During festivals, they save good things to send to me. I wanted to repay them before, but I couldn't. Now I have this meat, and I am not a heartless person. I also want to show my gratitude. Tang Igwa stepped out from the crowd and said, Xiaochao is right. You should repay kindness. Your little uncle treats you like his own daughter, more reliable than your own father. Innocently caught in the middle, Tang Jinxiang looked guilty as he glanced at his wife and daughter. His father really hit the nail on the head. What kind of father is he? Tang Xiaochao went to Tang Igwa and said, Grandpa, you're here too. Come in and sit. Tang Igwa looked at his granddaughter. She was different now. This girl is smart. She explained things clearly just now. He had tried for years to persuade his wife, but she never listened. Yet, this 16-year-old girl easily convinced her. Had he been blind all these years? Before, his granddaughter always kept her head down and had no presence. Just like her mother, she was timid and obedient. Because they didn't resist, it only made his wife more domineering. Now, this girl suddenly became someone not to be ignored. Tang Igwa turned to Li Guilin and said, Wife, everything Xiaochao just said is true. Ask the neighbors outside. Who doesn't think you're foolish? The eldest, second, and third families are all filial children. Don't hurt the kids' feelings. It's too late to fix it now. They're all our own children. If not perfectly fair, at least close. Right? Li Guilin felt very embarrassed. I didn't ask for anything. I didn't want the red sugar and fine grains Xiaochao gave me. Isn't that right, Xiaochao? Tang Xiaochao nodded. Yes, yes. My grandma is actually a reasonable old lady. She was misled by villains a few years ago, but she's waking up now, and it's not too late. Standing among the crowd, Uncle Tang Jianjun and second Uncle Tang Jiamin wished they could give Xiaochao a thumbs up right then. The items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Jianjun turned to Tang Jiamin and said, Little grass has changed. She's really different now, Tang Jiamin nodded. Maybe she was bullied badly. But I never thought she could speak so well before. Yun Anning and Zhang Fong, who were among the crowd, originally wanted to rush in to protect little sister Chao. She is their lifesaver. But they also felt it was their family matter. As outsiders and young workers, it might not be good for them to interfere. So they decided to watch first. If little sister Chao really got hurt, they would step in to protect her without hesitation. Later, they saw that although little sister Chao was small, she was very smart and emotionally clever. She managed to fool the old lady completely. Li Guilin turned and shouted, Everyone, stop. What are you all looking at? Go back to your own homes. Zhao Qujin wanted to speak, but Li Guilin said, Stop bothering me. If you keep talking, I'll make little Chao slap you. Get back to your yard. Don't be a nuisance here. You're the only one in the village who's always causing trouble, running around everywhere. Zhao Qujin didn't get anything out of it and was beaten again. She was full of anger. Her timid family member had just come and, seeing things weren't going well, slipped away. Yun Anning said, Zhang Fong, let's come back later. It's not a good time now. The two of them left with their things. In the shadows, someone was watching Tang Xiaochao closely. He had seen her many times before. She always looked timid, but today she was completely different. Could she have been replaced by someone else? I need to keep an eye on her, thought Sidu Xing, disappearing into the shadows. Tang Igwa and Li Guilin sat down. Tang Jianjun and Tang Jiamin also went into the yard. Tang Weidong, Tang Weishi, and Tang Weigua, the 3 brothers, quietly stood at the edge of the yard. They didn't want to leave. They wanted to see what their grandparents were planning. Zhao Qujin didn't leave either. She didn't want to come all this way just to be beaten for nothing. Tang Igwa spoke first. Thanks to little Chao, we got a 6.5 gene of meat today. At noon, Jianjun, have your wife cook half of it, so Everyone can enjoy some meat. Little Chow, you said you were hurt earlier. Where exactly are you hurt? Tang Xiaoqiao held out her hand. Grandpa, you don't know how dangerous it was. I saw that wild boar charging straight at the young worker sister. I didn't think about anything else. I just wanted to save her. I held my rusty sickle and rushed forward, wildly chopping at the wild boar. Its thick skin made my sickle feel like a tickle. I reached out to grab it, but I didn't expect its hair to be so prickly, and I got many cuts on my hand. It hurt so much. Everyone looked at Tang Xiaoqiao curiously. This made her feel like a storyteller. She started gesturing and describing what happened. Quickly, the wild boar got angry when I hit it, and it turned to charge at me. I couldn't fight it, so I ran. I scrambled with my short legs, and then I saw a big rock ahead. I had an idea. I ran toward the rock, and the boar chased after me, trying to hit me with its tusks. I swear it wanted to make 2 big holes in me. I saw it rushing toward me. I dodged just in time. Hee hee. That silly thing ran straight into the big rock. My sickle couldn't cut through its thick skin or blind its eyes, so I decided to take its life. While it was dazed, I stabbed my sickle into its eye. It struggled and broke my sickle. Seeing I only had a stick left, I got angry and stabbed it into the other eye. The boar was in pain, smashing into the rocks. I took the chance to run away and quickly climbed a tree. Now, I was just waiting for my brothers to come and save me. The family listened eagerly as Tang Xiaoqiao described what happened. It was the first time they saw such a lively Tang Xiaoqiao. Usually, she looked half dead. Li Guilin whispered, I didn't notice before, but this girl is pretty clever. Tang Igua replied, when did you ever look at her properly? You always say she's a money loser. A money loser. But from now on, be nicer to Xiaoqiao.
She's changed.
She's brave and smart. As noon approached, Tang Igua told everyone to leave. They all stood up to go, but Tang Xiaoqiao politely asked them to stay a little longer. Still, everyone left. She was just being polite because her family had nothing to offer guests. Zhao Qiujuan didn't want to leave. Her eyes kept fixed on the pile of meat, half a jean of brown sugar and fine grains. Li Guilin saw all this. She wondered why she hadn't noticed Zhao Qiujuan was so greedy before. Li Guilin stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Qiujuan's ear, and forcibly took her away. A group of people had just left, and Yun Anning and Zhang Fong, who had been hiding behind the wall listening, came out. They heard Tang Xiaocao's words and were surprised that she alone had distracted the wild boar. Zhang Fong said, from now on, Xiaoqiao is like my real sister. Yun Anning added, me too. If anyone dares to bully Xiaoqiao, I will be angry with them. They carried their things and stood outside the yard, knocking on the big gate. Xiaoqiao, we're here to see you. Tang Xiaoqiao noticed their presence early on. Knowing they meant no harm, she didn't expose them. She cheerfully called out, Sister Yun, Sister Zhang. Why are you here? She realized she was really suited to be a 16-year-old girl. Acting cute and playful is not shameful. In her past life, she was a strong, tough woman, always being spoiled and pampered by other women. Now she could do the same. Zhang Fong quickly stepped forward and hugged Tang Xiaoqiao tightly. Xiaoqiao, from now on you are my and Yun Anning's half-sister. A sister for life, Yang Yufan, who had just recovered from her shock, hurriedly poured tea into a cup. She had never dreamed that Li Guilin would be kind and friendly to their family. Zhang Fong and Yun Anning put down their things, afraid that Tang Xiaoqiao might refuse, and quickly ran away. Back home, Tang Jianjun and Tang Jiamin brothers felt very emotional. Maybe this time, the old lady will finally wake up. If that happens, their lives will be a bit better. Thanks to Xiaoqiao. After hearing this, Tang Weimei felt very happy. Did she awaken Xiaoqiao? She wondered silently. While Tang Jinxiang was tidying up the pork, Tang Xiaoqiao took Yang Yufan into the room and handed her 50 yuan. Mom, this is the reward I got yesterday and today. Please take it. Money? The old fairy can still give rewards. Yes. It can be used for food, clothes, and daily needs. There's also a bicycle ticket. I want to give it to Uncle. The things the young lady from the countryside just gave us, you carry them all. Tomorrow, take them to Grandpa and Grandma. When I earn a lot of money in the future, I will definitely be filial to them. Yang Yufin's nose twitched. Every time her parents asked her younger brother to deliver things, she wanted to cry. After all these years, she only brought trouble to the family and never contributed anything. She dared not go home, afraid that her older sisters-in-law would have opinions about her. 3 Canon is already so grown up and still not married. She also thinks it's her own fault, that she has been a burden to the whole family. Yang Yufin steps forward and hugs her daughter. Thank you, little grass. I never thought I could walk proudly back home. Last year, your grandma was sick. I wanted to visit her, but I had no money. When I went to see your grandma to ask for something, she scolded me harshly. Wah wah. You don't know, those days I felt like giving up. Life felt hopeless. Living felt like a burden to the family. But I couldn't leave you alone. I even thought about taking you away with me. Luckily, I didn't do that. Thinking about it now, I am still scared. It was my mistake before. I was afraid of everything. But I told myself to be patient. When you grow up, I want you to marry a good person and leave this difficult life behind. I never expected my daughter to become so strong now. Tomorrow, we will go back to your grandparents' house. I miss them so much. Actually, their life isn't easy either. They're also suffering because of me. I feel like I haven't been a good daughter. Tang Xiaochao thought for a moment. Her brother-in-law isn't a useless person. He wouldn't let her grandparents suffer. But her mother liked to imagine things, and she didn't want to reveal her brother-in-law's true identity. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaochao felt she should prepare her mother in advance, especially since she would be going into the mountains with her uncle later. Mom, I want to tell you something. Actually, my brother-in-law comes every night. He teaches me martial arts. Last night he tested me. I passed his test, and I want to go hunting in the mountains with my brother-in-law. I tell you, if I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't dare to distract the wild boar today. You're quite secretive, girl. Your brother-in-law has liked swordplay and martial arts since he was young. There's a retired soldier in Yangjia village. He thinks he's talented and teaches him a few moves now and then. It turns out all these years, the things he gave me were from hunting in the mountains. Tang Xiaochao thought, okay, her mother is easy to talk to. She just liked to imagine things herself. Mom, my brother-in-law is actually quite capable. The animals he hunts are sold on the black market for supplies. He's willing to take me into the mountains. He has some friends who go with him for safety. Mom, you'll agree, right? I really want to follow my little brother-in-law. You are a girl. Can you compare with grown men? Your little brother-in-law is so capable. Why don't you tell others? Maybe he can find a wife that way. He runs an illegal market.
Can I tell others about that?
Mom, women shouldn't always rely on men. When the support falls, people run away. Men are unreliable. Even pigs can climb trees. I want to depend on myself. Are all these crazy ideas taught by your little brother-in-law? What kind of things is he teaching you? I think my little brother-in-law is right. Whether man or woman, we must rely on ourselves. My grandma thinks she loves my second uncle. But when my grandparents pass away, can my second uncle support himself? Probably not. The most reliable time is when you depend on yourself. Mom, you should stand up too. I will be your support. Anyone who dares to bully you, I will give them a few big slaps, and I promise they'll be crying on the ground. I also wanted to hit my grandma today, but then I thought, in this era, respecting elders is important. If I really hit her, you all might think I'm a bad person. So, I just gave her some advice. If she keeps being so confused when she gets old, I won't let you and Dad take care of her. Her favorite younger son is selfish and won't care for her. She'll be all alone and pitiful. Instead of always being enemies, why not become allies? Just watch. In the future, Grandma will treat our family better and also be kinder to Uncle Da and Uncle Air's families. She's quite clever. If I follow your little brother-in-law, I feel at ease. You're smart. I can see it. You're not just asking me for advice. You're just letting me know something. Yang Yufeng poked her finger on Tang Xiaocao's forehead and lovingly touched her small face. She continued, I never thought we could have such good days. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. From now on, I'll listen to my daughter. All right, I've got your strong legs now. From now on, my daughter will take care of you. I promise you'll eat well, drink well, and wear gold and silver jewelry. Do you want me to put medicine on your hand again? Yang Yufeng asked worriedly. Should we go to the town and have a proper doctor check it? No need. Big brother said the village doctor is pretty good. Grandpa village doctor said it's fine. Definitely nothing serious. Don't worry. But I haven't been to the town yet. When I have time, let's go see it, Mom. I'll take you to the state-run restaurant to eat meat buns. Without a bad father. The mother and daughter covered their mouths, giggling secretly inside the house. Tang Jinxiang was busy working, grunting as he did so. Their parents' attitude toward them had changed, and he noticed it. He was grateful for his daughter. Tang Jinxiang happily decided, from now on, he would firmly stand on his daughter's side. Unconditionally support her. The next morning, Yang Yufin took out a new set of clothes, put them on carefully, and styled her hair neatly. She carried a basket filled with meat, malted milk, grains, and brown sugar, smiling happily as she headed back to her parents' house. As she stepped out the door, she bumped into Li Guilin. Yang Yufin was startled and almost fell. Mother, what are you doing here? Inside, she worried. Is she here to take everything away? Li Guilin looked behind Yang Yufin and said, Xiao Chao, today you're going to your grandma's house with your mother, right? Be careful on the way. Here, take this and say a blessing for the road. She handed a package of crispy fried leaf snacks to Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao smiled and replied, Thank you, Grandma. You've worked hard. Li Guilin turned and handed a bundle to Yang Yufin. This is a new set of clothes. I didn't dare wear it during the new year. Your mother and I are about the same size. Take it back for your mother to wear. She quickly turned and ran off as if chased by a dog. Pfft, no, that's a bad comparison. Xiao Chao internally dismissed her own metaphor. Yang Yufin's face turned pale with fear. Your grandma is like that.
I'm scared.
Can we accept this? If we accept it, maybe she listened to what I said yesterday and wants to turn over a new leaf. You should give her a chance to correct her mistakes. Take it. Yang Yufin patted her chest. Just now, I thought she was here to take our things. It scared me to death. Try the leaf snacks. Are they tasty? Your grandma is a bit biased, but her fried leaf snacks are really delicious. Many years ago, during the new year, I got a piece of them. Xiao Chao opened the package, pinched a piece, and put it in Yang Yufin's mouth. How is it? Still the same taste. Yang Yufin nodded wildly. Delicious, delicious. Your grandma really went all out this time, even adding sugar. Try it, it's so fragrant it could make anyone drool. Xiao Chao stuffed a piece into her mouth and nodded. Not bad. This old lady has a real skill. She could even sell these for money. Xiao Chao's eyes lit up. Isn't this a business opportunity? In recent days, I planned to visit the town to look for business opportunities. Yang Yufin walked briskly, holding her daughter's hand as they headed home. When she saw the reed marsh ahead, she happily said, Xiao Chao, we're almost there. Once we cross the reeds, we'll reach Yang Village. These scenes still feel so familiar. Just as she finished speaking, they heard a muffled crying sound coming from the reeds. Yang Yufin's face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly pulled Xiao Chao to walk faster. She muttered, Bad luck. Bad luck. Why did we have to encounter this? Xiao Chao's ears twitched. Mom, I think I hear a girl calling for help. Yang Yufin stopped in her tracks and asked, Are you sure it's a cry for help or something else? Xiao Chao shook off her mother's hand and ran toward the sound. When she pushed aside the thick reeds, she saw a girl being pressed down by a man with a sneaky face, lying in the muddy ground. The girl was crying with tears all over her face, covered in mud. Her clothes collar had been torn open. Xiao Chao took a running start and kicked the man away. When Yang Yufin caught up and saw the girl on the ground, she exclaimed, Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, is that you? Xiao Jing was trying hard to escape. She was exhausted from struggling and was about to be harmed by the man. Hearing voices from the main road, she desperately called for help. When she heard someone calling her name, Xiao Jing looked up with tears in her eyes.
Wow.
Auntie, is that you?
Auntie, please help me.
Help me. Yang Yufin put down her basket, rushed over, and helped her niece up from the mud. Xiao Jing, it's really you. Did he succeed? Xiao Jing's tears kept flowing as she shook her head. No, he didn't succeed. I came to look for wild duck eggs, but Yang Tianbao, the bully, blocked me here. I fought back, so he didn't succeed. Auntie, thank you. It was you who saved me. Xiao Chao scratched her head. Unintentionally. She had just saved a relative? She hadn't visited her grandparents' house in many years. She was a bit confused about who was who. Was the girl in front of her her eldest uncle's daughter? Or her second uncle's? Xiao Chao said, Mom, you should take cousin ashore first. Don't let anyone see her. I'll take the bully out from inside. Yang Yufin helped Yang Jing walk outside. Tang Xiaochao went to stand in front of Yang Tianbao. To look cool, Yang Tianbao kept his hair a bit long, which was convenient for Tang Xiaochao. She grabbed his hair and pulled him outside. Yang Tianbao was painfully awakened and shouted desperately, Who are you? I am Yang Tianbao from Yangjia village. If you dare to hurt me, you're asking for death. Yang Jing was so scared she forgot to cry. She opened her mouth in shock and asked, Little aunt, who is she? Yang Yufin said, Your cousin Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao? Xiao Chao. Her voice rose several tones. Isn't Xiao Chao supposed to be a shy girl? But she's so fierce, even more than her mother. How can she be shy? Yang Yufin asked. What happened? How do you know? Yang Jing's tears started falling again. This Yang Tianbao is a bully in our village. He drinks, gambles, and womanizes. He's been bothering me for a while. I've been avoiding him. Today, I was unlucky and got caught alone by him. Yang Yufin asked angrily, Why didn't you tell second aunt? With her temper, she'd tear him apart. Yang Jing shook her head. I was afraid. Yang Tianbao said if I told the family, he'd spread rumors that I slept with him. He said it would ruin my reputation, and I wouldn't be able to marry anyone. He even said, if I told the family, he'd set fire to our house in the middle of the night. I'm really scared. Tang Xiaochao turned around and asked an unrelated question. Can he read and write? Yang Jing shook her head. He's illiterate. He never went to school. Tang Xiaochao looked at Yang Yufin. Mom, think of a way to hide and take my cousin back to wash up. I have some memory of this place now. I'll go over by myself later. Xiao, where are you taking him? Yang Yufin asked, but Tang Xiaochao didn't reply.
Yang Tianbao shouted loudly, Dumb woman.
Stop. Come on, fight me. You sneak attack me. Wait till I catch my breath, I'll kill you. Tang Xiaochao turned around and struck him with a hand knife, knocking him out. She dragged Yang Tianbao and walked toward the mountains through the reed marsh. At the foot of the mountain, she found a secluded spot. She threw the unconscious Yang Tianbao on the ground. Taking a dagger from her system space, she inserted it into his mouth. She forcefully pulled out his tongue and dropped it on the ground. Yang Tianbao was awakened by a sharp pain. Just as he was about to shout, a mouthful of blood blocked his throat. He coughed up blood, and the pain made him faint again. Tang Xiaochao quickly cut the tendons in his hands and feet. She stood up to leave, but after a few steps, she turned back and stepped on him. Yang Tianbao was left helpless and defeated. Tang Xiaochao looked at him, nodded, and left along the same path she came. She found a place to wash her shoes and pants thoroughly, then put them back on before heading to her grandparents' house. Yang Jing and Yang Yufin had already returned home. Yang Jing had finished washing and changing clothes. Luckily, they had gone to work during the day, and the children were playing under the big tree at the village entrance, so no one noticed their return. No one was at home either, as everyone was working. Yang Jing boiled water and took a shower. Yang Yufin was nervously walking around the main hall. She didn't understand what Xiao Chao was planning and was afraid she might do something terrible. She thought through all the possibilities, and the more she thought, the more scared she became. Yang Jing changed her clothes and also went to the door, looking around nervously. She was scared too. The fierce look her cousin had earlier seemed like she was ready to do something terrible to Yang Tianbao. If her cousin really had harmed the troublemaker, Yang Jing had already made up her mind. She was willing to go to jail or face punishment herself. No wonder she was from the old Yang family. Her imagination and ability to think ahead were top-notch. From afar, Yang Jing saw a thin girl walking toward her with a determined stride.
Yang Jing wafed tu tang xiao chao.
Tang Xiaochao ran over, and Yang Jing quickly pulled her inside, closing the door. She asked, "What did you do to him?" Tang Xiaochao headed toward the main hall. Seeing Yang Yufin about to cry again, she hurriedly comforted her. "Don't cry, don't cry. He's probably dead, and there's no evidence. I broke his tendons and cut his tongue. Xiaojing said he couldn't write, so even if he's alive, he can't report me." Yang Jing and Yang Yufin both sat down suddenly, startled. Tang Xiaochao was speechless. People like him are a danger. If he's still alive, my sister will be harmed sooner or later. To prevent future trouble, my sister won't have to worry anymore. Ding. The host saved her sister and changed her tragic fate. Mission complete. Punish the troublemaker Yang Tianbao. Reward includes 30 pounds of beef, 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of flour, and 200 yuan in cash. The items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaochao was surprised. She saved 2 young workers, but the reward was not this high. Little brother Ma, why is the reward so high this time? The host doesn't know that Yang Tianbao has already harmed many women. If he continues to live well, more women, including your cousin, will be harmed in the future. So, you didn't just save your cousin, but many girls. And you also avenged the previous victims. That's why the reward is higher. Little brother Ma, do you mean that as long as I kill really bad people, the worse they are, the more I get rewarded? Is that right? Yes, but if the host kills innocent people without reason, the system will eliminate you. Little brother Ma, don't worry, I am a just person. Yang Jing took a long time to calm down, then got up and walked to Tang Xiaochao, saying, "Xiaochao, don't worry. If one day they find out about us here, I will go to jail. I won't drag you down." Tang Xiaochao was speechless. Just pretend you don't know anything. You didn't see Yang Tianbao today. Even if he survives, he has no tongue and can't speak, and his limbs are disabled. He can't even identify you. What are you afraid of? Besides, we are witnesses. My mother and I came to visit, and you are at home entertaining us. In this world, there are no cameras, let alone surveillance. It's basically a hotbed for crime. Pa, not crime, but acts of justice.
Yang Jing nodded.
Yes, I haven't gone anywhere. I've been at home. Do I need to tell my parents about this? Tang Xiaochao shook her head. No need. Don't let more people know. You need to fool yourself. You didn't go anywhere today. Repeating a lie 1,000 times makes you believe it yourself. So, from now on, you need to brainwash yourself. You haven't gone anywhere, you've been at home all along.
Understand? Yang Jing nodded wildly.
Understood. Yang Yufeng finally calmed down and was helped by Tang Xiaochao and Yang Jing to lie down on a chair. This rattan chair was usually where Grandpa would lie. Yang Jing asked, "What should I do now?" Tang Xiaochao looked at Yang Yufeng and said, "Mom, stay at home. My cousin and I will go to the fields to see Grandpa and Grandma. It's a good chance for everyone to see that we are all at home today." Yang Yufeng nodded and said, "Go ahead, go quickly." Yang Jing adjusted her mood and took Tang Xiaochao out the door. Passing by the children, Tang Xiaochao took out a handful of fruit candies and handed them out to each child. Then, the two held hands and headed toward the fields where work was being done. "Little Jing, who is that girl? I don't recognize her face. She's my older cousin's daughter. She came early this morning. I'll go call my mom to come home and cook. Oh, your older cousin hasn't come back in many years. She's a rare guest. Go ahead, your mom is just over there by the field." "All right, thank you, Annie." Tang Xiaochao looked at her cousin. She thought her cousin had a good mental attitude. She liked her very much. Her acting skills were also excellent. When they reached the field, they saw a family working hard in the distance. Yang Jing called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, little aunt is back, and my cousin is back." Everyone suddenly straightened up and looked at them. Zhang Guiying dropped her hoe and hurriedly ran toward Tang Xiaochao. Fearing she might fall, Tang Xiaochao also ran toward the old lady. Zhang Guiying immediately hugged her tightly. Chun Jiadi also came over, looking displeased, and said, "Oh, what a rare guest. What wind blew you here today?" Yang Jing reached out and tugged at Chun Jiadi's sleeve.
Mom, what are you saying?
Can't we speak nicely? My little aunt has been through a lot over the years. Since the family split, she came back with her cousin to see us and she brought a basket of things. Chinjati stomped her foot at Yang Jing. You little brat, I can't be bought with just a basket of things. Our family has sent so many things over the years. More than just a basket. Yang Jing looked embarrassed and glanced at Tang Xiaochao. Sorry, cousin. My mom just has a sharp tongue. She actually misses her little sister very much. My mom and my little aunt were good friends when they were young. Tang Xiaochao looked at Chinjiao and said, Auntie, hello. Hello, nonsense. Time to go home and cook, she said, then hurriedly walked back home.
Yang Jing's mouth twitched.
Xiaochao, my mom just wants to see her little sister. Look, she's so eager she's almost flying. Zhang Guiying explained, don't blame your second aunt. She has been saving and scrimping all these years to get nice things, and she sent them to you through your uncle because she cares about you. Tang Xiaochao nodded. Grandma, I understand. She turned her head and saw many eyes looking at her. Yang Dafu said, You are Xiaochao. I am your eldest uncle, Yang Dafu. This is your eldest aunt, Li Tsuehua. Your older cousin, Yang Ming. Your older sister-in-law, Ma Yumei. Your second brother, Yang Liang. Your second sister-in-law, Chen Li. Hello, eldest uncle. Hello, eldest aunt. Hello, older cousin. Hello, second cousin. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, second sister-in-law. Yang Dafu then introduced, This is your second uncle, Yang Ergui. The hot-tempered woman earlier is your second aunt, Chen Zhaodi. She is your mother's good friend. This is cousin Yang Tao. Hello, second uncle. Hello, cousin. Everyone responded to Tang Xiaocao's greetings. Tang Xiaochao knew her grandparents' family was harmonious and didn't expect everyone to be so friendly. Over the years, her grandparents secretly sent things to their family. She thought that when she returned this time, some people might not welcome her, but everyone was so kind. Suddenly, a cough sounded behind everyone. They all moved aside, and an old man with white hair came over. Tears welled up in Tang Xiaocao's eyes. Grandpa. Inside, Tang Xiaochao felt a big surge of emotion. This wasn't her. It was the original owner's feelings. As the fierce night queen, how could she cry like this? Yang Shanha nodded and said, You're grown up now. Stop standing here. Go home. He led the way and kept looking back at Tang Xiaochao. Li Tsuehua held Tang Xiaocao's hand and said, Don't blame us for not visiting your home all these years. When Yufan first got married, we visited often, especially your second aunt, who went there frequently.
But
every visit led to arguments, so we stopped going. Tang Xiaochao nodded. I know. If it weren't for your support over the years, my mother and I would have starved. Li Tsuehua continued. I heard you bumped your head. Our whole family was planning to visit, but after thinking about it, we decided not to go and asked your little uncle to check on you. Every time we went, your mother's days became even harder. We were all afraid. She asked, Did you really hit your fourth aunt and your father? Is that true? Tang Xiaochao nodded and said, It's true. I don't want to keep silent anymore. In the past, I didn't resist because I was afraid it would make my mother's life harder, but the more we tolerate it, the more they push their luck. Big sister-in-law Ma Yumei clapped and said, Cousin, well done. If you stand up for yourself, your mother's life will be easier. Second sister-in-law Chen Li also said, Yes, yes, yes. As long as you're willing to stand up, we will support you. If you want to fight, just tell us and your sisters-in-law will help you. These words from the second sister-in-law sounded straightforward and honest, showing she was quick to speak and had a fiery temper. Tang Xiaochao immediately liked both sisters-in-law.
Tang Xiaochao said, Don't worry.
Now that we've separated the family, I've learned to stand up for myself with my fists. I won't let my mother be wronged anymore. As everyone was happily chatting and returning to the village, they suddenly heard a woman crying loudly, like she was mourning. Tianbao. Oh, Tianbao. Who hurt you like this? Yang Jing slipped and almost fell, but Tang Xiaochao quickly caught her and whispered, Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm here with you. Yang Jing's panicked heart immediately calmed down. Yang Ming, Yang Liang, and Yang Tao, 3 brothers, ran over and saw the person on the tractor, all stunned. Yang Liang asked, What happened? A nearby boy said, someone ruined his future, tore his tendons and broken his limbs, even cut his tongue. Bad things happen, probably revenge. Tang Xiaochao thought to herself, wow, no wonder they say disasters can last for generations. Even like this, he's still alive. Another person said, he looks like he's in shock, doesn't recognize his parents anymore. He's really strong, he survived all this. The person driving the tractor clenched his teeth and shook the wrench fiercely a few times. The tractor made a brrr sound and headed straight to the hospital in town. Yang Tao sighed. Wow, that hero is saving the people. Cutting his future ties probably means someone hurt his sister. If it were me, I'd do the same. Yang Jing looked at her brother and felt very touched. Ma, you may scolded. Taozi, you better watch your words. Cursing your own sister. Pa. Children should speak freely. Chunli covered her mouth and laughed. Children speak freely? Have you ever seen such a big kid? Taozi is already 19, almost married and having children. Sister-in-law, you still see him as a kid. Ma Yume chuckled. When I married his older brother, he was just a little kid of 12 or 13. Many years have passed, and although he's grown into a young man, I still see him as a little kid. When I came here, he was still wearing split-leg pants. Haha. Yang Tao was heartbroken. Big brother, you need to control your wife. I'm already 19. Don't you care about my reputation? Yang Ming glanced at Yang Tao. Your wife just told the truth. I can't force her to lie. You were still bedwetting at 13. You're the first in the village to do that. Tang Xiaochao couldn't hold back and started laughing. The family, joking and teasing, headed home together. As they reached the door, they heard a shout from inside. Yang Yufan, you useless person. How could you let a child stand in front of you? When you go out, don't tell anyone I'm your second sister-in-law. You're shameful. Why are you even back? Just die in the Tang family if you're so useless. Everyone looked awkwardly at Tang Xiaochao. Tang Xiaochao scratched her head. My mother has changed a bit. Yang Yufan sighed. Can't you speak nicely? We haven't seen each other for so many years. No.
No.
No. Yang Yufan slowly said, if you can't speak nicely, then go cook some food. I haven't eaten your cooking in years. I miss it, Yang Shana shouted. Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Inside, Chenjadi's voice came. What are you looking at? Go light the fire. If you want to eat, do it. The door isn't open. Everyone then went inside. As they entered, Yang Yufan burst into tears and threw herself into Zhang Guiying's arms. Mother, I'm sorry. I have no face to come back, Yang Shanha said gruffly. A happy family reunion. Why are you crying? Don't scare the children. Xiaochao, come with me. Tang Xiaochao followed Yang Shanha into the inner room. Yang Shanha sat at the desk and made her sit beside him. It's just the two of us here. Tell me about your family now. Tang Xiaochao nodded. A few days ago, I bumped my head and suddenly felt much clearer. I also gained some skills like martial arts. I can't explain how it happened, but it just did. So I fought with my aunt and my father. He also hit my aunt Tang Weihua.
Yang Shanhe nodded.
I heard a little from your brother-in-law. The world is full of surprises. This is your chance, Tang Xiaochao said. You don't think I was replaced? My brother-in-law secretly touched my jawline and neck. Ha! You clever girl. You figured it out. Your brother-in-law said he did it very secretly. Tang Xiaochao also smiled. I'm still me. Some things I can't explain clearly. Even I don't understand them. Yang Shanha looked at her. In the end, it's a good thing. People don't need to be so clear all the time. Sometimes it's better not to think too much. He then asked, tell me more about Yang Tianbao. Did you hurt him? Tang Xiaochao looked at the old man in disbelief.
Yang Shanhe sighed.
I'm not stupid. Yang Jing grew up with me. She can't hide things in her heart. When she was so scared just now, I saw it in her eyes. Tell me, what happened today? Tang Xiaochao didn't want to hide anything. Someone in the family should know. If something happens, they can deal with it quickly. Yang Jing is still too young and can't handle these things. We were passing through the reed marsh when we heard someone calling for help. It was my cousin. She almost fell into the trap of that beast. Yang Tianbao is my fault. Do you think my grandfather might think I'm too ruthless? No. To protect the family, if it were me, I would have killed him right away. You did very well. Thank you for protecting Xiao Jing. We're all family. No need to thank me. Did you leave any evidence? He saw my face, so I cut out his tongue and disabled his limbs, so he's completely helpless now. Don't worry. If he tries to identify you, I'll have your brother-in-law handle it. Tang Xiaochao felt she underestimated her grandfather's family. Don't you know? Your grandfather is a soldier by birth. I'm not old-fashioned. This made Tang Xiaochao open her mouth in surprise. I heard you defeated Zhou Defu? Zhou Defu was exhausted by his family. If he had joined the army, he would have become a top soldier, and you, a 16-year-old girl, defeated him. You're great. You inherited the blood of the Yang family. Someone like you is worthy of being my granddaughter, Yang Shanha's granddaughter. Initially, I was mistaken. I thought your father was honest and simple-minded.
Sigh.
When your mother was young, I didn't realize she was so timid. After she got married, she changed. I hardly recognize her now. From now on, with your help, your mother won't have to suffer anymore. Your father. I'm actually satisfied with your father's behavior these past few days. I had planned that if he was beyond help, I would take your mother and leave alone. Such a father isn't worth keeping. Haha, you girl. You're a child of the Yang family. Your confused grandmother must have caused you a lot of trouble. Don't worry, everything is under control. The fourth household keeps stirring trouble, taking petty things seriously, and using grandma to get benefits. I followed Annie's way, leaving her with no options. I also caused some misunderstandings. I convinced grandma. Early this morning, she waited outside my house, handed me a bag of herbs, gave my mother a new set of clothes to take to grandma. She bought them for the new year, but didn't want to wear new clothes herself. She knew well enough that uncle and his family can't be trusted. Tell grandpa how you did it. That old witch, I couldn't handle her. How did you turn her around?
Tell me.
She's old and worried about being alone in her old age. I told her that as younger generations, it's our duty to care for her, but whether we do it sincerely makes a difference. Old uncle, second uncle, and our family have distanced themselves from her. In her old age, she can only rely on uncle's family. She's afraid now.
Good job.
Your grandfather is a bit stubborn, but he's not a bad person. If he hadn't agreed this time, you wouldn't have been able to leave home. I knew that, so I didn't make things difficult for that old man. They saw how strong I am, and they won't dare to provoke me easily anymore. You know my younger brother is a hunter, right? Yes, I know. He's my son. I can tell what he's doing just by his attitude. Grandpa, you're quite impressive too. Likewise. You're not simple either. I know about your cousin's situation, but don't let her parents find out. Her mother is quite hot-tempered, as you've seen. She's a bit impulsive. Inside the house, a young and an old person laughed happily again. Zhang Guiying looked at her daughter and said, "You've raised Xiao Chao very well." Yang Yufin lowered her head awkwardly. Can she say that Xiao Cao's changes have nothing to do with her? The children are almost driven crazy by all this. She can't speak out because she's afraid her mother will kick her out. A loud voice comes from the kitchen. Yang Yufin, come to the kitchen now. Zhang Guiying smiles. Go ahead. She's been angry at you for so many years, but she also misses you. Just talk to her nicely. When she gets upset, it's okay. Over the years, she's been very careful with herself and has sent all the good things to you. Yang Yufin wipes her tears and nods. Yes, I know. I know everything. Mother, second sister-in-law cares for me. I understand. Yang Yufin quietly sits in front of the stove, adding firewood. One person is busy at the stove. The other watches quietly, tears in their eyes. Why are you crying? You've lost your good luck. You're always bossy at home, married to someone else's family, and getting bullied. It's shameful. I'm sorry, second sister-in-law. Are you sorry for me? No, it's your own fault. Yes, I was wrong. Second sister-in-law. I really miss you all. You miss us? Are our two families separated by the sea or the galaxy? If you miss home, come back and visit. Do you think I won't chase you out with a broom? You wouldn't do that. I just feel ashamed to come back. I feel like I've let everyone down. Stop talking nonsense. We're all family. No one blames you. We just wish you weren't so helpless. You've been bullied, and your children too. We feel heartbroken. After saying this, Chinjati turns her head and sniffs loudly. With a slap, she flicks a booger out of the kitchen window. Outside the window, someone shouts and curses. Who's that? Who the heck spat on me? Yang Yufin, crying, suddenly laughs. Home is still the best place. Come back more often in the future, Chinjati says gruffly. Yang Yufin nods. Got it, second sister-in-law. Then, the two start talking about childhood memories, and the crying in the kitchen turns into laughter. Tang Xiaochao quietly breathes a sigh of relief. AFS droppers Yang Jing, Yang Tao, and Tang Xiaochao exchange smiles. Yang Jing says, I told you it's nothing. You didn't believe me. My mother loves my younger sister very much. Zhang Guiying looks at the meat, brown sugar, malted milk, and egg cake her daughter brought back. She's a bit surprised. They just divided the family, so where did all these things come from? Her brother-in-law isn't home. Tang Xiaochao gives her grandfather a train ticket to pass on to her brother-in-law. Before leaving, Tang Xiaochao thought for a moment and looked at her family with patched clothes. She also left 7 cloth vouchers. Her brother-in-law earned a lot of money, but he kept his identity secret, so they couldn't use that money openly. The money from the black market was even more secretive. This was a problem she would face later. Before leaving, Tang Xiaochao called her grandfather into the room. Grandpa, my brother-in-law's money can't be used openly. Let him find a fake job, then some of the money can be used openly. Yang Shana nodded. Got it, little girl. You're clever. I'll leave your mother to you. The family saw her off at the village entrance. Tang Xiaochao and Yang Yufin were reluctant to part. They also left some things behind. They insisted that Yang Yufin take the items home. Yang Yufin knelt on the ground, and everyone stopped talking. When they got home, it was dinner time. As soon as Tang Xiaochao saw her, Tang Jinxiang hurried over to ask about her well-being. On the way home, Tang Xiaochao took out 30 jin of rice and 30 jin of flour from her space and put them in the basket. Yang Yufin watched her daughter produce things out of nowhere for the first time, and she was truly surprised. But she quickly accepted it. When Tang Jinxiang took the basket from Yang Yufin, he nearly tripped and almost fell. Aren't you going to give gifts? Why are you bringing things back? He opened the rice and flour bags and was stunned. He hurriedly carried the items into the room. He found a large wooden box, put the rice and flour inside, then worried about safety, locked the box, and handed the key to Yang Yufin. These were given by her parents and siblings, Yang Yufin said while eating porridge. Tang Jinxiang tried to flatter her. You want to give gifts, so why bring back so much? Are they all well? Yes, everything's fine, she replied. Then there was a moment of silence. Tang Xiaochao said, Tomorrow morning, take 5 jin of flour and 5 jin of rice to the old house. Don't take too much. Today, my mother gave us a gift. Tomorrow, you should return the favor. Tang Jinxiang was happy and nodded. All right, don't worry. I'll handle everything. If you need anything from me, just tell me. Haha, in his mind, even the village leader's family probably doesn't have this much grain. It's all fine grain, fine grain. His mother-in-law's family was probably saving up to help Xiaochao. He thought she should eat less in the future so his daughter could eat more. He was planning in his mind. The next morning, Tang Jinxiang took some fine grains and went to his parents' house. When Li Guilin opened the door, she saw her third son standing at their door, looking around like a thief. What are you doing? Acting like a thief. Mom, let's go inside and talk. Inside, he proudly opened the bag, revealing rice and white flour in front of the old couple. Look, your granddaughter Tang Xiaochao asked me to deliver this. I didn't steal it. She told me last night to bring it as a gift in return for kindness. He felt proud of himself. His daughter had made him proud. Are you sure you didn't steal it from our house? Li Guilin asked calmly. Tang Jinxiang replied, No, I didn't. It was Xiaochao who asked me to bring it. She got it from her mother-in-law's house yesterday. They saved it to help Xiaochao get better. Tang Igwa said, Then take it back to help Xiaochao. Why are you bringing it here? Are we stealing food from children? Li Guilin's face turned red. She had taken food from Xiaochao many times before. She poked Tang Igua with her finger. The two of them had been worried about Xiao Chao. The girl had changed so much suddenly, it made them nervous. Tang Igua asked, "Is Xiao Cao's injury almost healed? Should we take her to see Granny Tang?" Tang Jinxiang looked at the old couple in disbelief. "What do you mean? Do you think my daughter has lost her mind?" Li Guilin shook her head.
No.
"I'm worried she might be possessed. She used to be so obedient, and now she walks around proud as a snake. Before, she couldn't even make a sound, and now she talks so well. We're worried. Xiao Chao used to be a bit timid, but she was my granddaughter. What if she's possessed?" Tang Jinxiang said slowly. "I know. She is my daughter, just like her grandfather's family. She's not like us." Tang Igua nodded. "Yes, that's true. Xiao Chao used to look like her mother. Now she really looks like her little uncle and grandfather. Her grandfather was quite a hero back in the day. Now, Xiao Cao's clever look on her face is like her little uncle, and her confident attitude is like Yang Shanhe when he was young. Haha." Li Guilin pinched Tang Igua's ear and said, "Old man, taking the child to see someone. Does that mean less meat for us? Just go and be at ease." Tang Igua brushed away Li Guilin's hand and said, "If the child finds out, it could cause problems between father and daughter." Li Guilin turned to her third son and said, "Aren't you and your sister already distant? Why are you still worried about that?" "All right, I'll take her to see Grandma Tang," Tang Jinxiang said, though he was nervous inside. His daughter had changed so much. He thought the change was good, but what if she wasn't really his daughter anymore? When he got home, Yang Yufin had just gotten out of bed. Tang Xiaochao was sleepy and just waking up to brush her teeth and wash her face. Tang Jinxiang was squatting under the eaves, looking like a big pile of dung. There were 2 boiled eggs in the pot and a bowl of porridge warming. After eating, Tang Xiaochao walked over to her father and asked, "Tell me what happened." Tang Jinxiang, who still believed in old superstitions, admitted, "Your grandma said you've changed a lot. She wants me to take you to see Grandma Tang." Tang Xiaochao looked through her memories and found information about Grandma Tang. Many years ago, the villagers called her a witch doctor, someone who treated mysterious illnesses beyond science. Grandma Tang was very famous. Even now, although the country doesn't allow superstitions, many people still protected her. Given the current laws, she would be in serious trouble. Tang Xiaochao clenched her teeth and asked, "Are you suspecting that I was possessed?" Tang Jinxiang didn't dare look into her eyes and lowered his head. "Xiaochao, I don't suspect anything. Your grandparents do. They want me to take you to see her so they can be at ease." Tang Xiaochao kicked her father lightly and said, "Let's go. I want to see her." She was curious whether this grandma was truly capable or just pretending. Tang Jinxiang looked up in disbelief. "You're really not afraid and willing to go." "I'm Tang Xiaochao. What do I have to fear?" Actually, she planned that if the grandma said something wrong, she would. But she hadn't decided what to do yet. In this world, killing and arson are definitely not allowed. Even in her previous life in a bandit town, she only killed those who deserved it and never harmed innocent people. She remembered the money from the space. If that didn't work, maybe bribing the old lady would be fine. If money wasn't enough, she could use supplies. In this time, there's nothing that rice and flour can't fix. Tang Xiaochao slowly followed Tang Jinxiang and arrived at an old thatched cottage by the village. Tang Jinxiang politely knocked on the door. "Grandma Tang, are you home?" Tang Xiaochao stretched her neck to look inside. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, with white hair neatly combed, came out. As she lifted her head, she was dazzled by the bright golden light surrounding Tang Xiaochao. Grandma Tang thought, "Oh heavens, I've seen a Buddha." She looked at Tang Xiaochao for a moment and asked, "Do you need something?" Tang Jinxiang bowed and said, "Grandma, this is my little Chao. She bumped her head a few days ago and wanted to see you." Grandma Tang coldly replied, "She looks fine. The little girl is lively and healthy. She won't die." Tang Jinxiang happily asked, "She's fine, and she's still my daughter, right?" Grandma Tang looked displeased. "She's not your daughter. Do you think she's my daughter? This child is very lucky. You, a careless father, but she's blessed." Tang Jinxiang took out 2 eggs from his pocket and handed them to Grandma Tang. My mother told me to give these to you. Tang Xiaoqiao looked at the eggs in her father's hand. Wow, that's really stingy. Grandma Tang stepped forward and took the eggs. Tell your mother to do more good deeds and avoid speaking bad words. If she's not careful, she'll go to the tongue-cutting hell. Grandma Tang said angrily, then turned to look at Tang Xiaoqiao again, tiptoed back into her house. Tang Xiaoqiao stroked her chin and said, that little old lady is quite interesting. Tang Jinxiang quickly covered her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. She's very spiritual. In the future, you should respect her. The village's old leader calls her auntie. This made Tang Jinxiang feel at ease. He decided to go report to his parents. At the window, Grandma Tang looked at Tang Xiaocao's back and sighed. Poor child. Go in peace. Living is suffering. When your sins are paid off, I hope you'll be born into a good family. She held a yellow paper and performed a simple ritual behind her house. As Tang Xiaoqiao was walking, she suddenly felt lighter. She looked back at the thatched cottage by the village. Just then, Tang Jinxiang went to find Li Guilin and the others, while Tang Xiaoqiao turned back and returned. She took out 10 jin of rice, 10 jin of flour, and 10 eggs, placing them in Grandma Tang's yard, then turned to leave. As soon as Tang Xiaoqiao left, Grandma Tang opened the old, worn door. She looked at the items on the ground, hurried over, picked them up, and placed them on the table in the yard. She saw they were fine grains and said, You have a kind heart. I helped you, so it's not too much to accept a little good stuff from you. Welcome to our world. She patted the bottom of the bag, feeling sorry, and said, This child, always rushing and careless. Such good things, and she just leaves them on the ground. Wasting precious resources. Grandma Tang could tell that Tang Xiaoqiao was a soul from another world, shining with a golden glow of virtue. She also realized that Tang Xiaoqiao had come after her original body died, not by taking over someone else's body. Leaving that body to rot would be a shame, so she thought it was better to reuse it. Having lived over 100 years, she understood a lot. If her soul had been forcibly taken over, she would have fought with all her might to keep her body and prevent her soul from being scattered. Tang Xiaoqiao went back up the mountain again. This time, she had a machete, a dagger, and a bow and arrow. She felt more confident. Her current body couldn't fully use her abilities, so she needed to train properly. She wasn't a hunter now. Catching large animals meant she had to give part of the catch to others, so she didn't get much. She had a bit of a kind-hearted, naive side. But she was willing to give freely. Forcing her to give was impossible. She never did things she didn't want to do. She looked up at the clear blue sky, thinking of the children in the orphanage. She was raised by the director, a woman in her 40s with white hair. She wondered if the director would be sad and lose her appetite upon hearing about her death. The director's motto was, People are made of iron, rice is the steel, skip a meal, and you'll feel hungry. She hoped the director wouldn't go hungry. What she didn't know was that, at this moment, the director was leading the orphanage children to the underground dark scene of the bandit town, frantically planting bombs. The youngest child, only 5 or 6 years old, was holding a hand grenade, throwing it across without asking for anything. The fierce look on her face didn't seem like that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. A group of women dressed in red chongsangs, each holding a machine gun, were ruthlessly shooting at the men who had once bullied them. These girls were all rescued by Tang Xiaoqiao. When she heard about her death, everyone was inspired to fight back. Overnight, the underground kingdom of the bandits disappeared. Of course, Tang Xiaoqiao didn't know any of this. She was now staring at a cute, silly rabbit, both of them eyeing each other silently. Tang Xiaoqiao spotted a silly roe deer. She was hiding in the grass, waiting for it to come closer. But suddenly, the red-eyed rabbit jumped right in front of her. The girl and the rabbit just stared at each other. Tang Xiaoqiao made a show gesture to the rabbit. The rabbit moved its ears and mouth, and surprisingly, it stepped closer to her. Was it trying to offer her food? Tang Xiaocao's mind filled with images of spicy rabbit heads, spicy rabbits, 5-spice marinated rabbits, and hot pot rabbit meat. She reached into her space and took out an arrow, knocking it toward the rabbit's head. Just before the rabbit fainted, she saw its eyes and thought, "Woman, you are so unfair." Tang Xiaoqiao, "Little Ma, can I borrow some storage space from the system to store things?" Little Ma didn't respond. Tang Xiaoqiao thought to herself, "Fine, since you're not talking, I'll assume you agree." Storing the rabbit in the system. Sure enough, the rabbit disappeared. On her screen, her storage space now had a rabbit. Tang Xiaoqiao, "Thanks, Little Ma. Love you." Wah. The silly roe deer didn't notice anything happening. It kept walking toward her, carefree. A few steps away, Tang Xiaoqiao suddenly darted forward. A flash of white light streaked past her, and her dagger had already sliced through the roe deer's neck. It didn't even grunt before falling to the ground. Tang Xiaoqiao, add to system storage. Sure enough, the silly roe deer vanished. This made Tang Xiaoqiao happy. Her essential cheat for crossing over, the storage space, was now hers. Next, she found 2 wild chickens in heat and a nest of eggs. She happily headed down the mountain. When she returned home, Yang Yufin was already back. She couldn't find Tang Xiaoqiao at home and was anxiously preparing to go out and look for her. At the door, she bumped into Tang Xiaoqiao face to face. "Xiaoqiao, where have you been?" "I couldn't find you at home, and I was worried." Yang Yufin didn't know what she was worried about. She was just scared and anxious. Tang Xiaoqiao pulled Yang Yufin into the kitchen. She reached out and showed her a rabbit and a wild chicken on the ground, both looking at them blankly. Yang Yufin covered her mouth, then looked outside the door. "Be careful around your dad. Don't let him see these." "Did you win these from a lottery?" Tang Xiaoqiao shook her head. "No, I caught them on the mountain. I talked with the old immortal, and he agreed I could store these at his place." She lied without blushing or panting. She knew that whatever she said now, her mother would believe it. So, she felt no guilt about lying in front of Yang Yufin. Yang Yufin said, "We often take advantage of others. That's not very good. Next time, ask the old immortal what he needs us to do. We should give back a little." Tang Xiaoqiao nodded obediently. Seeing this, Yang Yufin's heart softened. She patted Tang Xiaoqiao's head and said, "Life is really good now. Sometimes, I feel like I'm dreaming. It all seems so unreal." Tang Xiaoqiao reached out and tickled her in the armpit. Yang Yufin's whole body shivered, and she let out a scream. Tang Xiaoqiao said, "Does that feel real now? Or is it just a dream? Crazy girl, do you want to die? Don't you know I hate being tickled the most?" "Yes, I know. That's why I tickled you. Ha ha ha." After saying that, Tang Xiaoqiao ran out of the kitchen laughing. Yang Yufin grabbed a half-burned stick and chased after her, pretending to hit her. She didn't really want to hit her, it was just for fun. Happy laughter came from the yard. Tang Jinxiang, carrying a hoe, felt a twinge of jealousy in his heart. He reported to his parents about finding Grandma Tang. Tang Aigua and Li Guilin were very happy, as long as it was their Xiaoqiao. At noon, Tang Xiaoqiao asked Yang Yufin to braise a whole wild chicken and served a big bowl. She asked Tang Jinxiang to take it to Li Guilin and Tang Aigua. Although they hadn't officially divided the family, they each lived separately and ate separately. When the villagers received their grain, it was always the elderly couple who went to collect it, then distributed it to each household. Everyone's earnings had to be handed over to the elderly woman for unified management. No one was allowed to hide private money. The elderly couple stared at the chicken in the bowl, eyes wide, swallowing hard. Tang Aigua sighed, "Our 4 sons have never brought us meat, and now we're eating chicken sent by our granddaughter." Just then, the voices of Tang Jianwei and Zhao Qiujuan's family of 5 came from the doorway. It was too late for Tang Aigua to hide the chicken. Tang Weihua said, "I saw it. Uncle sent over some meat."
"Grandpa, Grandma."
"We're here." Aigua sighed again. He couldn't eat the meat now. Because the old lady loved her grandson so much, just having a piece of meat was like a blessing. What he didn't know was that Li Guilin had been reflecting on herself these days. Past scenes flashed through her mind like a movie. In the end, she couldn't understand why she favored the 4th family so much. Clearly, the oldest and second children were both filial and honest. Why did she dislike them and only treasure the lazy and cunning couple? Tang Weihua reached out to grab the chicken in the bowl without washing his hands. Li Guilin struck his hand with a chopstick, making him withdraw his hand. Confused, he asked, "Grandma, why did you hit me? It hurts a lot, you know?" Li Guilin picked up the bowl and handed it to Aigua, then scolded Tang Weihua. "I don't know. If I hit you, I hit you. Just take it." Tang Jianwei came over and said, "Mom, why are you hitting the kids?" "Dad, give me the meat." For the first time, Li Guilin felt that her fourth son's family was very annoying. She had been blinded by dirt and pork before. She hated this bunch of useless people. She turned and walked to the wall, picked up a broom, and started hitting Tang Jianwei's family. They jumped around as she beat them. Neighbors came out to watch the commotion. Someone said, "Oh my, what terrible mistake did Tang Jianwei make that Li Guilin is hitting him? She's so fond of him." Yes. It's so strange. Come see, Li Guilin is actually hitting Tang Jianwei's family. A few houses away from Aigua's, Tang Jianjun's family lived nearby. When the neighbors shouted, Tang Jianjun, who was eating, heard everything. Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi wanted to come and see, but Tang Jianjun stopped them. "Eat your meal. Don't get involved. It's time to fight. It should have been done a long time ago." Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi sat down again. Tang Weidong said, "Just now I saw Uncle send a bowl of chicken to Grandma and Grandpa." "Maybe that's why." Tang Jianjun smiled. "That little girl is very clever. When I was coming back, I passed by their house. Because I smelled something tasty, I dozed off for a moment. I overheard that girl telling her dad, 'Dad, when you go deliver the chicken, make it look a little flashy.' I couldn't understand it at first, but now I get it. She was trying to lure your Uncle For's family to come and eat. That day, your grandma was already upset with Uncle For's family because of what that girl said. They came again to take food. Your grandparents can't give them a good look. It's like pulling a knife on yourself to feel better. Let's keep eating. In the future, with that girl around, your grandma might slowly learn to keep things fair and balanced." Tang Weidong nodded. "Since that girl, Xiao Chao, bowed her head last time, she's changed." Grandma and Grandpa are worried. Early today, they asked Uncle to take Xiao Chao to Grandma Tang's house to see if she was possessed or not. My uncle really took her there. That father of hers. He's really unreliable. Does he even know it's his own daughter? Tang Jianjun paused his eating and asked, "And what was the result?" Tang Weidong replied, "Of course, Xiao Chao is still Xiao Chao." The family all quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma Tang's judgment is very accurate. Even big figures in the capital secretly come to see her. Otherwise, during such a sensitive time, how could Grandma Tang be safe? Someone is protecting her. Tang Jianjun asked, "Weidong, who told you that?" "That girl Xiao Chao. How could she be so obedient and just go along?" "I heard it directly from Uncle. After he took Xiao Chao to Grandma Tang's house, he went to report to Grandma and Grandpa. If Xiao Chao really was possessed, Grandma Tang would definitely get rid of that wandering spirit." Li Lan made a should gesture. "Don't say anything. There are ears behind the wall. These things shouldn't be spoken of carelessly." That girl, Xiao Chao, was pushed to the limit. "Ah, so pitiful," and Wang Xiulian nodded. "Yes, that child has been the unluckiest since she was little. Our family and Uncle Tu's family are protecting her, so life can still go on. However, the child's father is unreliable and the mother is weak. If she doesn't stand up for herself, she has no way out." The old lady hit her easily. While everyone sighed on one side, the other side was filled with the screams of the four-room family being beaten, but no one dared to leave. Tang Weihua shouted, "Dad, is my grandma crazy today? She's never hit me before. It's just a few pieces of meat. Is it really necessary?" Li Guilin, with her hands on her hips, shouted, "All 5 lazybones, get out of here. Starting tomorrow, your whole family will work in the fields to earn work points. If you keep being lazy, I'll beat you to death." Tang Jianwei looked sad and said, "Mom, I'm not feeling well. I can't do farm work." Zhao Qiujuan added, Mom, I need to stay home to take care of the kids and Janwei. Tang Weihua said, Grandma, I'm still a kid. Tang Whiting and Tang Weiru said, we can't even hold a shovel. Li Guilan was so angry, she almost laughed. Little Grass is right. When I get old, I was hoping your family would take care of me, but I was dreaming. You can't even take care of yourselves, how can you take care of us? Starting today, I will share everything equally. We are all my own children, not stepchildren. From now on, I will distribute the work points according to the brigade's records. The more you work, the more you get. If you don't work, you get nothing. If your family is lazy and doesn't go to the fields to earn work points, just wait to starve.
Bah.
After so many years, I've gone blind. Tang Janwei clenched his teeth and said, I understand now. It's that useless Tang Xiaochao causing trouble. Grandma, you've loved me all these years. How can you suddenly stop caring? Exactly. It's that useless Tang Xiaochao causing trouble. Let's go and teach that girl a lesson. Zhao Qiujuan jumped up excitedly. The 5 family members stormed out the door, heading to Tang Xiaocao's house. Li Guilan wanted to stop them, but Tang Igua grabbed her. Let them go. They won't get anything out of it. He had an inexplicable confidence, just feeling that way. Li Guilan pushed the old man aside. That girl. It's because she brought me some food that they're angry. I can't just watch her get beaten. After saying that, she pinched a piece of chicken and put it into Li Guilan's mouth. It's very tasty. Try it. Li Guilan chewed the meat and said unclearly, Of course it's good. It's meat. How could it not be? Are you sure Xiao Chao can handle those 5 guys alone? Tang Igua licked his fingers and said, Old lady, want to make a bet? Let's bet on this bowl of chicken. If I win, I get to keep the whole bowl. If you win, it's all yours. Do you want to bet? Li Guilan rolled her eyes. Fine, let's bet. Who's afraid? They put away the chicken and started eating some coarse grains. Hearing the noisy commotion outside, Tang Xiaochao knew her reward was coming again. Hurry up, put away the meat. It's time to work. Tang Jinqiang quickly picked up a chopstick and asked, What work? Who's coming? Tang Xiaochao looked at Tang Jinqiang and said, Dad, watch how you do. If you do well, I'll give you 5 more pieces of chicken. Tang Jinqiang's eyes lit up. Okay, tell me what to do. Tang Xiaochao said, Be alert. When it's time to act, act. Got it? I understand. Just after she finished speaking, Tang Jianwei's voice came from the door. Tang Xiaochao, you worthless troublemaker, come out. Are you trying to make Grandma dislike us? Today I will beat you to death. Then came Tang Weihua's voice. Yes, Dad. Beat this troublemaker to death. Beat this worthless troublemaker. Tang Jianwei and Zhao Qiujuan stormed into Tang Xiaocao's yard without hesitation, rushing to hit her. Tang Jinqiang grabbed a bench and threw it at Tang Jianwei. Tang Xiaocao also rushed forward, grabbing Zhao Qiujuan's hair with one hand and tugging at Tang Weihua's ear with the other. Zhao Qiujuan shouted, Tang Xiaocao, why are you pulling my hair again? Let go. Let go. Tang Whiting, Tang Weiru, what are you standing there for? Come and fight. Tang Whiting rushed over, and Tang Xiaocao kicked her to the ground. The onlookers at the door wanted to clap. Tang Xiaocao's fighting skills could be used to hunt wild boars in the mountains. The brothers, Tang Jinqiang and Tang Jianwei, were now fighting fiercely. Tang Jinqiang was riding on Tang Jianwei's stomach and punched him solidly in the eye socket. Tang Jianwei howled in pain. Third brother, you really hit me. I'll fight you back. Tang Jinqiang also lost his temper. I've wanted to hit you for a long time. Our family is full of lazy people who never go to work. When it's time to share grain, Mother always gives you more.
Why? Why?
Why is that? Every time he said, why, he punched him. Tang Jianwei was hit so hard, he felt dizzy. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaochao was hitting Zhao Qiujin with her left hand and Tang Weihua with her right hand. They were spinning around like tops, being knocked around in place. Zhao Qiujin shouted, I'm the elder. Tang Xiaochao, you don't respect your elders.
Ah.
Don't hit my face. Why do you keep pulling my hair and hitting my face? Boo-hoo. Hearing that the 4th brother's family was bothering Xiaochao, Tang Jianjun was worried she might get hurt. He quickly sent Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi to check on her, ready to step in if needed. Tang Jianmin also heard about it. He left his bowl and chopsticks and ran over with Tang Weiguo. He hid behind the crowd to watch. Xiao Cao's family was fine, they weren't hurt. Tang Jianmin told Tang Weidong, "Go back now. Eat your meal. We have to work again this afternoon." Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi nodded understandingly and went back the same way. When Tang Jianjun saw they had returned, he asked anxiously, "What happened? Did Xiao Cao get hurt?" Tang Weishi, holding his stomach, chuckled. "Dad, you don't know. That girl is so fierce. She fought off Aunt Fourth and Tang Weihua. She spun around so funny, it was adorable. We didn't want to disturb her, so we just came back." His second uncle also went over, saw Xiao Cao was okay, and returned home. Tang Jianjun sat down happily, smiling. The family continued eating. Xiao Cao, while hitting Tang Weihua, said, "You're already 15, but you still call me mom. You're such a useless mama's boy. Zhao Qiujin, you don't deserve to be my elder. I spit on you. From now on, whenever you see me, Tang Xiao Cao, walk around me, or I'll hit you every time I see you. For 10 years, you've been stirring trouble, making Grandma hit me. All the beatings I've taken in 16 years were because of you. Don't I know? I let you be rude. I let you be rude." Seeing Zhao Qiujin's face swell up, Xiao Cao finally pushed her away. Zhao Qiujin fell to the ground, pointing at Xiao Cao and stammering, "You wicked girl, may you never have good luck. You're so fierce. No one will want to marry you in the future." Tears filled her eyes as she cursed. Tang Xiao Cao crossed her arms and said, "Perfect. I won't get married anymore. I'll stay at home and bother you. I visit your house often. Today I slap you. Tomorrow I pull your hair and make you bald." Zhao Qiujun fell to the ground and started rolling around. "Oh no, I can't live anymore. Tang Xiao Cao is so mean. Tang Xiao Cao, you will have bad luck and may lightning strike you. Enough. Stop making a scene here. Go back to your house." Li Guilin and the old man made a bet. If they lost, they would give meat, which made them unhappy. Seeing Zhao Qiujun rolling on the ground, they got very angry. They wanted to rush over and slap her a few times. Tang Jianwei, who had been beaten by Tang Jinqiang, was too scared to shout. He lay on the ground, holding his head and crying loudly. In the middle of everything, Tang Xiao Cao took a moment to greet Li Guilin. "Grandma, you're here. Have you eaten? If not, you can eat a little here later." Tang Jinqiang got up from Tang Jianwei's stomach and asked, "Xiao Cao, are you happy with how I hit you? If not, I can hit him a few more times." Tang Xiao Cao nodded. "You did well today. Later, I'll give you 5 more pieces of chicken. I promise." Everyone was surprised. They realized that Tang Xiaocao's way of teaching her father was to use food to motivate him. Could that really work? Suddenly, they imagined a scene, a donkey with a carrot hanging in front of it. Tang Jianwei, lying on the ground, shouted, "Mom, third brother hit me. Look, I'm all bruised." Li Guilin looked disgusted. "You deserved it. You started the trouble. If I didn't hit you, I'd be mad too. Besides, he's your third brother. It's natural for brothers to fight." Tang Jinqiang, "Yes, ma'am. I'm ready for your orders." Tang Jinqiang stood at attention. "Starting tomorrow, you must remind Tang Jianwei to go to work on time. If he doesn't earn 8 work points a day, you're to hit him. Zhao Qiujun, you need at least 6 work points daily. If you don't meet that, I'll punish you. Also, Tang Wei Huang, you're 15 now. You should go to the fields. Earn 5 points a day. Tang Whiting and Tang Wairu, 2 points each day. From now on, anyone who slacks off won't get food. I, Li Guilin, swear in front of everyone. My 4 children, I will treat them equally." Tang Xiao Cao clapped her hands.
Good.
Applause is needed here. Outside the yard, the onlookers were clapping wildly and cheering. Tang Igua smiled as he looked at Tang Xiao Cao, feeling that his granddaughter was shining brightly. Li Guilin had never felt things go so smoothly in all these years. Usually, everyone was pointing fingers behind her back, but today, they all clapped instead. She looked at Tang Xiao Cao with shame. Tang Jianwei's family was driven away by Li Guilin, but Tang Xiao Cao invited Li Guilin to stay for dinner, and she refused. Her face felt hot and embarrassed. That evening, Tang Jianjun also asked Tang Weidong to bring a bowl of fish soup to the elderly couple. Tang Jiamin asked Tang Weimei to bring some iron cakes to the old couple. Li Guilin suddenly felt her eyes warm up. Old man, maybe we should split the family. Let everyone live their own lives. We can still work, and when we can't anymore, they can give us some pocket money. From now on, whatever they earn belongs to them. The next day, Tang Aigua went to find Tang Deshan and asked to split the family, including Tang Xiaocao's family, to participate in a formal division again.
Ding.
The host has completely changed Grandma's mind and saved the tragic fate of the big and second households. Task completed. Fully split the family. Rewards granted. 10 square meters of storage space, 100 jin of rice, and a radio ticket. Items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaochao almost cheered aloud. They were still at the scene of the family split, and she used all her strength to suppress her joy. Her family received many things for the first time, including 50 yuan.
To support their family.
Li Guilin was very fair this time, dividing everything into 5 parts. Each of the 4 children got 1 part. She and her husband got 1 part. They also wrote a family separation agreement, and each family signed with a fingerprint. It clearly stated, every year, the 4 sons' families will give 10 yuan for their elderly care. This year's amount was deducted from the split money. From now on New Year's Day each year, they must deliver this pension money. Tang Jianwei wanted to cause trouble, but Tang Jinqiang punched him so hard he didn't dare to make a sound. After the split, Tang Jianjun's family and Tang Jiamin's family were both a bit stunned. Happiness came so suddenly. They had wanted to split the family for a long time but were afraid to ask. Tang Weidong said, Weishi, we have hope now. We don't have to hand over the extra income anymore. Tang Weishi nodded and said, yes, big brother, tomorrow we will go hunting in the mountains. To add some meat to the family. The Tang family also returned home happily. Tang Jiamin sat in his yard and asked slowly, Chunyan, are we really dividing the family? Lu Chunyan smiled and said, yes, thanks to Xiaochao, we finally split up. From now on, as long as we work hard, the children can eat more. That night, both families couldn't sleep. Neither could one person, Tang Xiaochao. As soon as she lay down, there was a knock on her window. She smiled. She opened the window and called out, little uncle, you finally came. Young Sanpao looked bored and said, can't you pretend to be surprised? This isn't fun, Tang Xiaochao said. Only my little uncle can knock on my window. Has my ID arrived? Are you here to deliver it? Sorry to disappoint you. I came for something else, Yang Sanpao said, scratching his head. He continued, there's a murderer in Yunxi County who ran to Qingshan town. He kills women cruelly, with a twisted mind. Usually, he kidnaps women, tortures them for a few days, then kills them. The reward is 500 yuan. Tang Xiaochao asked, what does he look like? Did he commit crimes here after escaping? Yang Sanpao leaned against the window and took out a crumpled note from his pocket. Under the faint glow of the oil lamp inside, he unfolded it. The description is clear. Male, about 30, about 1.75 meters tall, a crescent-shaped scar near his left eye, said to be from a fight when he was a kid. He wears a rough gray-black short jacket, dark blue pants, and black cloth shoes that are almost worn out. He continued, the Yunxi County police have chased him to our town but lost his trail. Now there's a reward for his capture. I was planning to handle this alone, but your grandfather insisted I take you to see the world, he said. What did you talk about with that old man? He seems to think highly of you. Tang Xiaochao shrugged and said, I didn't say anything. You said, my grandfather asked you to bring me along. He probably wants me to be bait. Yang Sanpao immediately straightened up and said, maybe. Probably not. Your grandfather cares about you. He's not like that. Tang Xiaochao smiled and said, little uncle, you don't know my grandfather at all. That old man is very mean. Tell me, what common features do the women he catches have? Little Grass, you're amazing. How did you know these girls all share the same traits? I guessed it with my clever mind. Hurry up and tell me. All women love wearing red clothes. The murderer is sensitive to red. Also, the women who were killed were stabbed 36 times with a dagger and dressed in red wedding clothes. Got it. He disappeared from the town, right? Then we'll go to the town tomorrow. I haven't been there yet. Just right for a walk. I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a red top. And I want to eat meat buns or braised pork at the state-run restaurant. All arranged, everything is arranged. I must arrange it. I'll leave now and pick you up early tomorrow. Back home, Yang Sanpao recounted his conversation with Tang Xiaochao word for word to Yang Shanha. Yang Shanha almost laughed out loud, especially when he heard Yang Sanpao say he was very naughty. Tang Xiaochao guessed right. Yang Shanha asked Yang Sanpao to find Tang Xiaochao, just to use her as bait.
So,
He really is very naughty. Yang Shanha laughed for a long time before finally stopping himself. Xiaochao asked me to set up a fake job for you, so some of your income can be made official. Why don't you want to reveal your hunter identity? That's a very popular profession among girls. Yang Sanpao sighed. Too troublesome. I'm worried those girls are just after our meat. Yang Shanha nodded.
do as you like.
You must protect Xiaochao. If she can defeat Zhou Dafu, it shows her fighting skills are good, but she lacks social experience and might fall for others' tricks. The murderer can sneak around unnoticed, which means they use drugs or something similar. By then, no matter how good Xiaocao's martial arts are, they won't help. So, you must warn her in advance and secretly watch over her. If she's even a little hurt, I'll skin you alive. Yang Sanpao said, then I'd rather work alone. At least my skin will be safe. Get lost. Don't delay my rest.
Protect Xiaochao.
All the reward money goes to her. Since we've split up, let her fix the house. After a big rain, her house could collapse. Actually, the old man secretly visited a few times. But as he watched more, his heart ached so much he stopped going. They tried their best to support her, but unfortunately, that weak little girl couldn't stand on her own. Got it, you're really biased. Whether you can catch her or not is another story, as if the bounty is only your family's. The next morning, Yang Yufin woke up to see her younger brother standing at the door, as if he had been there for a long time. You're here. Why don't you come in? What are you doing at the door? Yang Yufin asked with concern. Yang Sanpao smiled and said, Dad asked me to take Little Grass to town for a walk and buy some things. Girls are growing up, and they need more clothes. Just then, Tang Jinxiang also got up. When he saw Yang Sanpao, he was about to turn around and hide back inside. But he caught his daughter's cold stare. Tang Jinxiang could only muster up the courage to greet Yang Sanpao. Sanpao, you're here. Yang Sanpao sneered through his teeth. Why run away when you see me? Did I do something wrong to you? Tang Jinxiang, with a thick face, tried to flatter him. Sanpao, I didn't run away. When I saw you, I remembered I have some cigarettes from yesterday. I was going to get them for you. Yang Sanpao sat down heavily on a bench in the yard. No need. I don't smoke. I want to take Little Grass out to play for a few days. Tang Jinxiang, you should agree, right? Tang Jinxiang scratched his head. He wanted to say no, but could he? He was being watched by wolves in front and tigers behind. You're her real uncle. I know how good you've been to the kids all these years. I know I haven't been a good father, and I understand that. She's already 16 and has never left the village.
Thank you, Sanpao. Take Little Grass out to play.
Any length of time is fine. I trust you. After saying that, he fumbled in his pocket and finally took out 5 cents. Then he turned to Yang Yufin and said, Yufin, take the money we got from dividing the family and give it to Little Grass. Let her go outside and see the world. Yang Yufin looked at Tang Jinxiang, then went back inside and took out all the money. She handed it directly to Little Grass. Buy whatever you like. Tang Jinxiang nodded. Yes, buy what you like. Even if you spend all the money, Dad won't say anything. He felt he owed his daughter too much. Little Grass put the money back into Yang Yufin's hand. No need. My uncle will buy me things, right, uncle? Yang Sanpao stood up and smiled happily, saying, Of course. Whatever you need, I'll give it. My little brother doesn't have his own children yet, so in the future, his money will be ours. All for Xiaochao. I'm also hoping that when I grow old, Xiaochao will take care of me and see me off. Tang Jinxiang said slowly. Girls will eventually get married, Sanpao. You're still young. You should find a woman to marry and have children. He swore he was speaking out of kindness. But When Yang Sanpao heard this, he felt it sounded wrong. Tang Jinxiang, does your family have an heir to the throne? All day long you're talking about sons. Sons. Your mind is full of old-fashioned ideas that favor boys over girls. If I have a son like Tang Laosi, I'd rather have no children at all. There's nothing wrong with Xiao Chao. If you dislike her, our Yang family wants her. In the future, Xiao Chao will be my daughter, and I'll find a son-in-law to marry her. Hearing this, Tang Jinxiang also got anxious. No, Sanpao, you've misunderstood. I'm just worried you'll come to take my daughter, so I'm encouraging you to marry and have children. Xiao Chao, listen to my explanation. I've thought it through. I don't want a son anymore. Having just a daughter is good enough. When you grow up, I'll find a son-in-law for you, and you can stay at home forever. My parents have 4 sons, and all the good things have been divided among them. Even though I only have one daughter, after dividing the family, I've eaten meat several times. My daughter is better than sons. Both Tang Xiaochao, Yang Yufin, and Yang Sanpao's mouths twitched at the same time. It turned out that Tang Jinxiang's standard for judging was meat. If there was meat, it meant the person was a good mother. Tang Xiaocao didn't want Yang Yufin's money. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she took a steamed bun and pulled Yang Sanpao away. At the door, she looked back at Tang Jinxiang and said, I'm going out to play for a few days. Take good care of my mother. If she loses a hair, I'll pluck all your hair. Understand? Tang Jinxiang swallowed hard and nodded. Understood. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your mother. Yang Sanpao kept smiling all the way. Tang Xiaochao couldn't hold back and asked, Little brother-in-law, who are you thinking of seeing so early in the morning? Why are you smiling like that? Yang Sanpao poked the back of Tang Xiaocao's head. You little brat, teasing me? I was just thinking about your attitude toward Tang Jinxiang. It's so funny. Now, Tang Jinxiang looks so timid. It's quite cute. It seems that a fist can cure everything. Your mother is no longer as helpless as she used to be. The household manager's authority is actually in your mother's hands. Our family, I am the household manager, not your mother. Go ahead and boast. The old saying goes, where a man's money is, his heart is also. When it comes to family money, the authority lies there too. Since all the money is in your mother's hands, she also holds the power. Tang Xiaochao reached into the system space and took out 400 yuan, waving it in front of Yang Sanpao. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your words. Wow. Tang Xiaochao, you actually have so much money. You're hiding your wealth well. No. Where did you get so much money? I earned it myself. It's not from a shady source, so I can't openly use it. You should understand the trouble of having money, but not being able to spend it freely. From now on, we need to find a reason to spend money openly. Yes. Your grandfather told me what you said. In the past, I was worried about showing off wealth, thinking it would make the family safer. Your grandfather suggested I get a fake job as a cover. I thought about it and decided to reveal my hunter identity publicly. That way, I can openly go hunting with you in the future. As hunters, we have a duty to patrol the mountains twice a year. This is a mandatory rule. Many years ago, we weren't called hunters, but mountain guardians. Because our town is close to the border, illegal activities often happen there. Of course, border patrol soldiers are also guarding the border, but hunters are an important support for them. Our town has only 8 hunters. Once you get your certificate, there will be 9. A long time ago, everyone wanted to become a mountain patrol because it was a prestigious position and came with food. During a battle, all the mountain patrols were wiped out. Since then, as long as a family wouldn't starve, they wouldn't let their children become mountain patrols. Later, higher authorities set strict standards for recruiting mountain patrols. They must be sharpshooters with strong fighting skills, passing military assessments before becoming patrols. There are also different levels of patrols. Hunters of different levels get different prices for the same game. This is a special benefit for patrols. That day, the black market I took you to was actually run by the government, making it easier for villagers to exchange goods. Myself and Zhou Dafu are fully responsible for this. Our top boss is Mayor Du Wenyuan. He was born in the military and is a good official. Also, the head of our Qingshan Town Police Station, Zhou Bingkai, is a former soldier and a kind person who hates evil. From now on, you will see them often. These are secret matters, so just forget about them after hearing. Tang Xiaochao nodded. I understand the importance. I won't say anything careless. When we get to the town, do you have any specific plans? Yang Sanpao nodded. Yes, the police station in Yunqi County has tracked the suspect to the east part of Qingshan Town. We bought red clothes, and I will take you to the east side to look around. There is an old market there with some second-hand items. It's a good place to add some furniture like a wardrobe or a dressing table for your room. Tang Xiaochao asked. Are there others besides us? Yang Sanpao nodded. Most hunters are out on duty, but for wanted notices with rewards, we each do our own part. Whoever catches the criminal gets the reward. Only during the 2 annual group activities do we all go into the mountains together. Usually, everyone is busy with their own work. The police station will notify us when there are new wanted notices. The road was all mountain paths, sometimes going uphill, sometimes downhill. There were wide roads and narrow paths. But a straight road leads to Rome, so even if I come back to the town next time, I won't get lost. Just head south. When they arrived in town, it was about 9 a.m. The supply and marketing staff had already started lining up. Tang Xiaochao asked, These days, isn't everyone quite poor? Why are so many people here to buy things? Yang Sanpao whispered. In such a big town like Qingshan, there's only the supply and marketing office. People come here to buy wedding supplies, daily necessities, grains, oil, soy sauce, and vinegar. That's why it's so crowded. Tang Xiaochao asked softly. Is there no clothing sold on the black market? Yang Sanpao nodded. The black market mainly supplies grains and meats. These days, most people buy fabric to make their own clothes at home. Very few buy ready-made clothes because they are too expensive. I heard that the supply and marketing office has red clothes. They are for preparing the bride. Seeing that if they queued normally, they would be waiting until noon to buy what they wanted. Yang Sanpao pulled Tang Xiaochao around to the back of the supply and marketing office and knocked on a small door. Tang Xiaochao saw that her brother-in-law was just using a secret signal. Sure enough, after Yang Sanpao made a few bird calls, the small door opened. A man led them into a storage room. Yang Sanpao directly handed Tang Xiaochao a red shirt and a few new style clothes. They paid the money and tickets and left. This is a special back door for hunters, but they still have to pay the same ticket price. Tang Xiaochao saw Yang Sanpao pay 120 yuan and many cloth tickets. No wonder her brother-in-law said ready-made clothes are expensive. Over 100 yuan is enough to buy fabric for a whole family's clothes for a year. Tang Xiaochao borrowed a room, changed into the red shirt, and followed her brother-in-law to show off in the city. As soon as Yang Sanpao entered the eastern area, many people started watching him. None other than hunters. Zhao Fian frowned. She is the only woman among the hunters, a villager from Baishir village. Yang Sanpao is too reckless. Facing such a dangerous murderer, he brought such a small bait. Everyone be careful, don't let the kids get hurt. A few people beside her nodded and quietly moved closer to Tang Xiaochao, ready to help if anything went wrong. Zhou Dafu wanted to call out to them, but they ran too fast, leaving no chance for explanation. He hoped they wouldn't ruin Yang Sanpao's plan. Tang Xiaochao also frowned. Brother-in-law, are the people approaching us hunters? What are they trying to do? So many people following me. Can I even catch the criminal? Yang Sanpao was also a bit speechless, but he had no choice now. Tang Xiaochao looked around. Brother-in-law, let's go into the alley.
You figure out how to distract them.
I'll go alone. Yang Sanpao quickly grabbed her arm. No, I know you can protect yourself, but those women are drugged and taken away. You haven't seen the world. It's easy to fall into a trap. Tang Xiaochao rolled her eyes. Coming from a chaotic place like the bandit town, she's not naive. What are you even saying? She sighed. Fine. Ignorance is bliss. She shook off Yang Sanpao's hand and ran into the alley. When a group chased into the alley, Tang Xiaochao was already gone. Sun Taizan said, Damn, is this girl really that fast? Yang Sanpao immediately kicked and said, You guys do your thing. Why are you here to ruin our plan? If anything happens to my little grass, I will deal with you, Zhou Dafu said. You're just afraid the criminals won't notice you. Stop making noise. Everyone, spread out and find Xiao Chao. After everyone nodded, the two of them split up in different directions. Tang Xiaochao shook off the other hunters and headed toward the old goods market, as her brother-in-law had told her. She believed her brother-in-law would come to find her there. It was their secret understanding. Sure enough, as soon as Tang Xiaochao reached the old goods market, she saw her brother-in-law under a big tree, biting on a blade of grass. They exchanged a look, and Tang Xiaochao headed further into the market. Inside, she was attracted by the items, even though some furniture was broken or missing parts. But she could tell at a glance how beautiful these pieces had been before they were damaged. She chose 2 carved wardrobes, 2 dressing tables, a dining table, and 6 chairs. After organizing everything, she paid the market owner for transportation and asked him to help deliver the items to Tang Jianqiang's home in Dashi village. Seeing that it was almost noon, she left directly and asked for directions to the state-run restaurant. When Tang Xiaochao entered the restaurant, she saw some familiar faces, including her brother-in-law. Later, Zhou Dafu explained her identity to everyone, saying she would be their new teammate. Everyone was stunned. But now, Tang Xiaochao was fishing, so no matter how curious they were, they had to hold back. After the mission was over, they could have a good talk. Zhou Dafu even admitted he couldn't beat the little girl himself. Zhao Fian regretted not thinking of wearing a red dress to lure the criminal. If others knew Zhao Fian's thoughts, they would probably be shocked and say, Fian, only you still see yourself as a woman. Zhao Fian is a woman with biceps stronger than most men. She once punched her blind fiancé out of the house. In the eyes of the hunters, she is officially listed as a woman on her household registration. Tang Xiaochao knew her brother-in-law, and the others were following her, probably aware of their plan. As long as she is not disturbed, everything is fine. After finishing her meal, she wandered around, looking here and there. When she saw the elderly playing chess, she didn't understand the saying, a true gentleman remains silent while watching chess. Being a woman, she pointed and criticized, which made one old man so angry that he threw down his chess piece and stomped off, muttering, Tang Xiaochao, old man, you're too old to have such a bad temper. It's easy to have a stroke. The old man turned around and scolded. Do you understand the rule of watching chess silently? You rude girl, get lost. Tang Xiaochao jumped up and retorted. Hey, you old grump, how can you curse? You think you're so well-mannered, but you lost and refused to admit it. Don't come here again, you bad chess player. In the shadows, Ilay said, Yang Sanpao, your niece is a lot like your daughter. That stubbornness that can drive people crazy, it's just like you. Yang Sanpao proudly replied, Nephew, you haven't heard? Lack of education is really scary. Stay away from me in the future. Tang Xiaochao spent the whole afternoon wandering around. She was really a troublemaker, annoying everyone she saw. When a dog showed affection and was about to have puppies, she forcibly separated the dog, chased after the male dog, and scolded the dog for being a troublemaker. She saw a drunken man hitting his wife on the street, and she rushed over and slapped him. The woman, reacting quickly, also rushed over, pushed Tang Xiaochao aside, and scolded her for meddling. She even helped an old lady cross the street and was rewarded with a piece of candy. Han Zida teased with a smile. Today was worth it. Even if we didn't catch the bad guys, watching this little troublemaker act silly made me happy all afternoon. As night fell, Tang Xiaochao couldn't walk anymore. She moved like a zombie, staggering toward the state-run restaurant. She was hungry and tired. Once they caught the murderer, she was determined to punish him severely. She was exhausted. She ordered a plate of braised pork, a serving of hot and sour shredded potatoes, and a big bowl of white rice. She poured the braised pork into the rice, added the shredded potatoes, stirred everything together, red, white, yellow. It looked quite appetizing. Yang Sanpao sat at the next table, copying Tang Xiaochao's style, and ordered the same. The two of them sat at separate tables, eating greedily and showing off their food. Tang Xiaoqiao was so focused on her meal that she didn't notice a dark, gloomy pair of eyes staring at her from a shadowy corner outside the restaurant. Tang Xiaoqiao didn't notice, but Zhou Dafu and his group did. Zhou Dafu smiled and said, "This girl is quite lucky. She really fell for our trap." After the hunters finished eating, they left one after another. Tang Xiaoqiao was the last to leave. She held her belly and slowly walked back to the guest house. What Tang Xiaoqiao didn't know was that several rooms around her had been quickly taken over by hunters and soldiers. Once Zhou Dafu spotted his target, he contacted the soldiers who were coming to catch her. They disguised themselves and sneaked into the guest house. Usually, the guest house was quiet, but now it was full of people. The guest house only provided bottled hot water. To take a hot bath, she had to go to the big bathhouse nearby. This bathhouse was built by the cotton factory. The factory gave out bath tickets every month, and outsiders could also buy tickets, 5 cents each. Tang Xiaoqiao wore the guest house's slippers, carried a towel and basin, and went to the bathhouse. She was speechless. After scrubbing off the mud on her body, she felt lighter by 3 or 4 pounds. She scrubbed 3 times in total. The area she stood in was covered with mud and dirt. She remembered a friend from her past life named Mud Person Zhang. Her metabolism was so fast that every time she lay on the bath bed, she would leave a human-shaped mark when she got up. She was strange. If she could make a human shape, she felt uncomfortable inside. So, she saved up enough to take a bath once a week, and each time she would leave a human-shaped mark. She even took photos and posted them on social media. Nearby, a few women with swimming rings pointed and whispered, covering their mouths to hide their giggles at Tang Xiaoqiao. Tang Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes. "You don't have mud on you. Why are you here to bathe?" Her mud was so much because the goddess Manhwa had used her as material. All these mud figures were made by Manhwa herself. Who had the right to laugh at her? She looked at her slightly changed chest and comforted herself. "I'm only 16. I still have plenty of room to grow. No rush, no rush." She walked out of the bathhouse with her hair in disarray, her slippers making a tapping sound in the night. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. The mouse had its eye on the cat. Of course, she was that cat. In the darkness, a swift figure quietly approached Tang Xiaoqiao. Tang Xiaoqiao was singing off-key. I smile proudly, watching the world stay young. I smile proudly, seeking a life of carefree happiness. Chow Tai-fuk said, "Xiaocao's pitch is a bit off." Yang Sanpao replied, "I can tell, there's something going on. I smile proudly. The off-key melody drifted out, but Tang Xiaoqiao sang with great effort. Tang Xiaoqiao paused, her eyebrows slightly raised. Her usually relaxed eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade. She casually shook her head, flicking her wet hair over her shoulder, but her peripheral vision already scanned the shadowy alley on her right. She slowly and calmly tied her hair into a ponytail with a hair tie. In the dark night, a lurking beast clenched a handkerchief soaked with ether. It stared at Tang Xiaocao's back, its eyes filled with hostility. It looked like a fighting bull, eager to charge at anything red, which symbolized blood and passion, strongly stimulating the senses. Describing this perverted killer as a fighting bull, Tang Xiaoqiao thought, "That's a bit insulting to bulls." Just a quick fact. Bulls are a type of dichromatic vision, meaning they can only see blue, yellow, and some shades of gray. They cannot distinguish red, green, or other long wavelength colors. To a bull, a bright red cape appears as a dark gray or grayish-yellow patch, similar to other colored cloths. Tang Xiaoqiao continued walking forward, deliberately heading toward Lu Mingzi's area, so he wouldn't dare come out shyly. Her singing style changed again. Seaweed, seaweed, drifting with the waves. Seaweed, seaweed, dancing in the surf. Seaweed, 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 seaweed. No matter the raging waves, I enjoy my carefree life. Her singing skills weren't great, but her song choice was good. Zhang Liuxing couldn't help but sway along with the tune. Seeing Tang Xiaoqiao staggering closer, Lu Mingzi cursed silently. He moved very quietly, like a cat, sneaking up on her. He calculated the distance carefully. Just as Tang Xiaoqiao turned a corner, he suddenly burst out of the shadows, lunging with the ether-soaked handkerchief aimed at her face. This surprise attack was quick and fierce. Most girls would probably not have had a chance to react. In the dark, Zhou Dafu and Yang Sanpao both shouted, "Not good," at the same time. They quickly jumped out, and the hunters and soldiers hiding nearby immediately tensed up, reaching for their weapons, ready to rush in and save the person. But just as they lifted their feet, the scene in front of them froze everyone in place. The shouts that had been at the brink of their throats were swallowed back. They all widened their eyes, face full of disbelief. When Lu Mingzi suddenly attacked, Tang Xiaoqiao didn't panic. Instead, she seemed to have expected it. She suddenly kicked the ground hard, her body swaying like a willow branch in the wind, quickly dodging out of the range of the ether handkerchief. Then, she bent down, swung her left hand back, and flicked her wet ponytail with water droplets into Lu Mingzi's eyes. Her right hand, lightning fast, pulled out a small dagger from the towel draped over her arm. Tang Xiaoqiao moved so quickly that it was hard to follow. In the moment she stood up, the dagger was already slashing toward Lu Mingzi's wrist.
Ugh.
The blade cut into his skin, and Lu Mingzi gasped sharply. He felt a numbness in his wrist, and the ether handkerchief in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. "You idiot, you're asking for it." Lu Mingzi was both surprised and angry. He didn't expect this seemingly delicate girl to react so fast and to be hiding a weapon. In pain, he fought back fiercely. His left fist clenched tightly, and with a whooshing sound, he swung it toward Tang Xiaoqiao's head. This punch was powerful and heavy, full of strength. If it hit, Tang Xiaoqiao would be knocked out instantly. But Tang Xiaoqiao's eyes turned cold. Instead of retreating, she moved forward. Her steps were strange, like dancing, easily dodging Lu Mingzi's punch. At the same time, her right hand struck again with the dagger, aiming at Lu Mingzi's knee. Lu Mingzi sensed danger and hurriedly pulled back his leg, but he was a second too late. The dagger sliced a long cut on his pants, the sharp blade scraping past his kneecap, leaving a trail of blood beads.
Ah!
Lu Mingzi groaned in pain, his eyes now filled with fear and caution toward Tang Xiaoqiao. He was a serial killer with many lives on his hands, always fighting fiercely and recklessly. But this girl in front of him, her moves were fast and fierce, with an unexplainable cunning. She didn't follow normal rules, and every move aimed at his vital points. It was like some rogue fighting style. Tang Xiaoqiao didn't give him a chance to think and quickly chased after him. Her small dagger flashed in the night, sometimes stabbing at Lu Mingzi's throat, sometimes aiming at his wrist, and sometimes sweeping toward his ankle. Her movements were smooth and swift, showing her tough experience from the battlefield. Every attack was deadly, even more fierce than Lu Mingzi, who was a criminal. With just these moves, you dare to come out as a criminal? Uft, you're just a twisted person, bringing shame to the profession, Tang Xiaoqiao mocked while fighting. Her off-key singing had long stopped, and her tone was full of disdain. Lu Mingzi was so angry he felt his blood boil. His anger overpowered his fear, and he pulled out a rusty kitchen knife from his waist, swinging it fiercely at Tang Xiaoqiao. The kitchen knife whistled through the air, looking very frightening. In the shadows, Yang Sanpao couldn't help but shout, "Be careful," and was about to rush forward. But Tang Xiaoqiao remained calm. She lightly jumped back, avoiding the knife's edge, then used her backward momentum to kick Lu Mingzi's knee. Lu Mingzi, caught off guard, wobbled and knelt on one knee. Seizing the chance, Tang Xiaoqiao moved closer and stabbed the dagger directly at Lu Mingzi's hand holding the knife. Thud! The dagger pierced his palm precisely, pinning his hand to the ground. Lu Mingzi let out a sharp scream. His kitchen knife fell to the side. He trembled with pain, trying to pull back his hand, but the dagger was stuck like a nail, unmoving. Kitchen knives are so cheap. You should be holding an axe. That looks like an axe gang. And that chainsaw, only then do you look like a real killer, Tang Xiaoqiao said coldly, looking down at him. After saying that, she pulled out the dagger and slashed at Lu Mingzi's other arm. This cut was deep and long, and blood immediately gushed out, staining Lu Mingzi's sleeve. The soldiers, police officers, and hunters who rushed out slowed down their steps. Lu Mingzi was completely panicked. He knew he couldn't fight this girl. If he kept fighting, he would be beaten to death. He endured the pain, pushed Tang Xiaochao away suddenly, struggled to stand up, and turned to run into the dark alley. He ran fast and desperately, ignoring his wounds, just wanting to escape from this terrifying girl. Tang Xiaochao snorted coldly, kicked off her shoes, and chased after him like an arrow shot from a bow. She was faster than Lu Mingzi, running quickly on the road in plastic slippers. The sound of her footsteps, clack clack, now sounded like a drumbeat urging him to hurry. The sudden turn of events was quick. Only after Tang Xiaochao had run out did everyone realize what was happening. They quickly ran around to form a circle and surround him.
Wow.
This girl is really fierce. Zhou Dafu swallowed hard and shouted while chasing, "Brothers, hurry. Don't let Lu Mingzi escape." People who had been scattered around quickly formed a big net, shrinking toward the alley. The alley near the cotton spinning factory was complicated, like a maze. Lu Mingzi had just run a short distance when he saw two soldiers blocking his way. The soldiers shouted loudly, pointing their guns at Lu Mingzi. "Stop right there." Lu Mingzi shivered in fear and quickly turned to run in another direction. But after a few steps, he saw Yang Sanpao and some hunters blocking his path. Yang Sanpao held a wooden stick, glaring at Lu Mingzi with a fierce look. "Where do you think you're running?" Lu Mingzi, like a startled bird, dashed around the alley, but no matter which way he ran, he kept running into people blocking him. His wounds were still bleeding, causing him pain and dizziness. His speed slowed down more and more. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaochao kept close behind him, occasionally catching up and stabbing him in the back. He had been hit 3 times, and he was running out of energy. He couldn't run much longer. "Stop chasing." "I was wrong." Lu Mingzi panted heavily, leaning against the wall, covered in blood, with a look of despair on his face. He had been stabbed more than 10 times by Tang Xiaochao. Each wound was painfully sharp, and he was almost out of strength. Losing too much blood made him dizzy. "Damn it, I wanted to do something exciting, but I went too far. You, this money waster, are even more ruthless than me. I give up. Comrade Police, I'm here. Come and arrest me." He was terrified. He saw the cruelty and mischief in Tang Xiaocao's eyes. Tang Xiaochao didn't bother to listen to his begging. She kept moving closer, step by step. Her dagger was covered in fresh blood. The sleeves of her recently changed clothes were stained with dark blood. Tang Xiaocao's tone was cold, and her eyes showed no mercy. As she approached Lu Mingzi, she swiftly slashed him twice, cutting his arm. "Does it hurt?" "Probably not. When you cruelly killed those girls, they begged for mercy, right? Come on, let me guess what you'll say."
Uzo Ali, perverts die, scream, cry.
"Beg for mercy. The more pain you cause, the more excited I get." Lu Mingzi looked at Tang Xiaochao in disbelief and blurted out, "How do you know?" Tang Xiaochao chuckled. "It's simple, criminal psychology. Perverts always act like that. Nothing new in their lines." At that moment, Zhou Dafu and some soldiers caught up and surrounded Lu Mingzi. Seeing the dense crowd around him, Lu Mingzi knew he was trapped. A fierce look appeared in his eyes. He suddenly lunged at a nearby soldier, trying to create a distraction. But before he could move, Tang Xiaochao acted first. She kicked him in the chest, knocking him backward and causing him to fall hard to the ground. The kick was powerful. Lu Mingzi spat out blood and struggled to get up but couldn't. Tang Xiaochao stepped forward, pointing her dagger at Lu Mingzi's throat, coldly saying, "Be quiet, or I'll finish you right now." Lu Mingzi stared at the dagger close to his neck, feeling the coldness, and froze. "I surrender. If you kill me now, it's also a crime." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers, hunters, and police around turned their heads simultaneously. They couldn't see him.
"但是有教授my wiggle."
"Look at this. Look at your damn luck." She slashed several times, leaving 3 cuts and 6 holes on Lu Mingzi's leg. She was used to handling traitors from her past work. Even here, her skills remained sharp. Lu Mingzi let out a pig-like squeal. Yang Sanpao, worried Tang Xiaochao might cause trouble, turned around and said, "Tie him up." He reached out and took the dagger from Tang Xiaochao.
Ding.
The host has caught the serial killer, preventing more women from being harmed. Mission completed. Obtain the bounty. Rewards: 2 bolts of blue fabric, 2 bolts of white fabric, 2 bolts of pink fabric, 10 industrial tickets, 5 porcelain cups with the character, happiness, and 500 yuan. The items have been stored in the system's space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaochao couldn't believe that Brother Ma would send so many supplies. It's like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. She wanted to get some fabric to make clothes for Yang Yufan. The fabric was delivered in such large quantities. Brother Ma, I love you. Mwah. Host, please keep working hard and take on more tasks. While Tang Xiaochao was lost in thought, Yang Sanpao tore a piece of his white shirt to wipe Tang Xiaochao's face. Tang Xiaochao snapped back to her senses. Little uncle, it's all sweat smell. So unpleasant. Yang Sanpao clenched his eyes in anger and said through gritted teeth, "Hold your breath. Bear with it. Go get new clothes and take a shower. Tonight, we'll stay at the guest house. We'll go back tomorrow." Several soldiers quickly stepped forward, took out ropes, and tightly tied Lu Mingzi. After tying him up, they finally relaxed and looked at Tang Xiaochao with admiration. A leading soldier stepped forward and saluted Tang Xiaochao. "Young lady, thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to catch the wanted criminal Lu Mingzi smoothly." Tang Xiaochao smiled and waved her hand. "No need to thank me. I came for the reward." "If you really want to thank me, give me a bigger reward," the soldier smiled. "You're honest." Even if others come for the money, they usually try to make themselves look noble. Tang Xiaochao nodded. "Yes, I'm honest. If there are good jobs like this in the future, remember to contact the Hunters team. Our team leader is Zhou Dafu." Nice name, sounds lucky, and makes people hungry just hearing it. In her original world, her favorite food was dafu, also known as snow meringue, so she always thought the team leader's name sounded like a tasty treat. The Hunters team members stifled their laughter. It was the first time they heard someone describe Zhou Dafu's name like that, and it was quite creative. The soldier nodded. "In case of wanted criminals with bounties, contact the hunters from Qingshui town first." "Thanks again for your help." Tang Xiaochao asked uncertainly. "If he bleeds too much and dies on the road, it's not my fault. I only aimed for vital spots to weaken him." The soldier nodded seriously. "It's not your fault. During the arrest, if the criminal fights back fiercely, we might have to shoot and kill him on the spot." Tang Xiaochao saluted the soldiers awkwardly. "You brave soldiers, you're really something. Thank you for your hard work. See you again if fate allows." A few young soldiers secretly watched from afar. Yang Sanpao pulled Tang Xiaochao's clothes and headed out of the alley. "Little uncle, what are you doing? Showing off your long legs."
Ah.
"When will I grow taller? I want to be taller than you, with legs longer than your life."
Ah.
"Yang Sanpao, you're so bold. I'll tell the outsiders about this, and you'll get a scolding for hitting my clever head." Yang Sanpao felt like his brain was about to explode. This girl was full of energy today, making him speechless. The hunters followed them at a distance, watching Tang Xiaochao act playful. Zhao Fian's eyes sparkled. "I've decided. I'll find a man to marry and have a child like Tang Xiaochao." All the men immediately jumped back a few meters. At this moment, they decided. They weren't real men. They begged Zhao Fian to let them go. They could choose not to be men. Zhao Fian was very annoyed. "Ha. Don't worry, I don't eat the grass near my home." Ilay corrected her. "Sister Yen, good horses don't eat the grass they pass by. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows." Yang Sanpao took Tang Xiaochao back to wash up, then brought her to the guest house. In the kitchen, he cooked a very hearty bowl of egg noodles for her. Why hearty? Because the big bowl had 6 eggs on top. When Yang Sanpao handed the big bowl of noodles to Tang Xiaochao, she was touched. "Little uncle, I'm sure you're my real uncle. Just this bowl of noodles, I'll take care of you in old age." After saying that, she punched her own chest. Suddenly, there was a knock on Tang Xiaochao's door. Yang Sanpao opened it, and many people rushed in, men and women, but the woman looked even stronger than the men. Tang Xiaochao was slurping her noodles and called out, "Hello, big brother, hello, sister, hello, uncles." Zhao Fian rushed forward to take the lead. "Xiaochao, are you ready to join our hunter team? Welcome in advance. My name is Zhao Fian. From now on, just call me Sister Yan." "Hello, Sister Yan." Tang Xiaochao politely greeted her. Zhao Fian had a strong body and a rugged appearance, but inside, she was a sweet girl with a pink heart. Right now, she really wanted to hug Xiaochao, kiss her, and lift her high. She used all her strength to hold back her eager claws from reaching out.
Yang Sanpao Frounen.
"What time is it? Why are you all here? Little Grass has been tired all day. Go back to your own rooms and let Little Grass finish her meal and go to sleep." Zheng Liuxing looked unhappy. "We came to introduce ourselves to Comrade Little Grass. My name is Zheng Liuxing. I'm Sun Taizhan, a man as strong as a mountain. I'm Lin Jingfeng, with a bit of a martial arts flavor in my name." Tang Xiaochao looked up at Lin Jingfeng and smiled. Split personality means crazy. Seeing that she was being treated differently, Lin Jingfeng was happy. If he knew what was really in Tang Xiaochao's mind, he might have cried.
I'm Ilei.
"Call me Brother Lei. I'm Han Zidu. You can call me Brother Han." Tang Xiaochao put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and said, "Everyone, nice to meet you. Being young is great." She acted cute and obedient, holding her hands together. If they hadn't already seen Tang Xiaochao's fierce side, like an angel of death, they would think she was a good girl. But now, seeing her act cute, they felt a chill down their spines. They all said goodnight and hurried out the door. It turns out, the cuter she acted, the more terrifying she was. Because she looked so innocent and naive. That was the most deadly. They really wanted to go up and pinch her cheeks. So adorable. Yang Sanpao also left. Before leaving, he said, "Eat up and go to bed. I'll return the bowls tomorrow morning." Tang Xiaochao nodded. "Little uncle, you must get married. You'll be the best dad in the world." Yang Sanpao smiled, helped her close the door, and went back to his room. "Little girl, you know how to flatter. I really caught your trick. If there's a good one, should I marry her?" The next day, everyone left early. Tang Xiaochao slept in late, and they didn't disturb her, knowing she was very tired from yesterday. Yang Sanpao waited until she woke up naturally, which was almost noon. He took her shopping, then they ate lunch at a state-run restaurant, packed 20 meat buns, and headed to Dashi village. Tang Xiaochao refused many times, saying she could go home alone, but Yang Sanpao refused. He handed her over to Yang Yufan, then left with peace of mind. "Today at noon, because of farm work, I told everyone yesterday to bring their lunch, so we ate together in the field." Tang Xiaochao left 5 meat buns for Yang Yufeng and took 15 meat buns to the worksite. Today, Tang Jinxiang specifically asked Yang Yufeng to stay at home because he was worried Xiaochao would come back and no one would be there. For this reason, Tang Xiaochao decided to show her respect and care. Tang Jinxiang saw his daughter walking over from afar. He put down his hoe and approached her. "Xiaochao, what are you doing here? The sun is shining on you." Xiaochao handed him 2 meat buns. "Here, I brought you some buns to eat." Tang Jinxiang took them and said, "Your mother already brought me lunch today." "I've already eaten." Xiaochao urged him, "Eat them now. There are so many people watching you. You can't keep them. It's safe to eat now." Tang Jinxiang's eyes welled up with tears. He nodded silently and took a bite, biting off about a third of a bun. Xiaochao also brought 3 buns for her grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, take a break and have a bun. My brother took me to town and bought me clothes and buns. I brought some for you to try. They're really delicious." Tang Igua pushed her gently. "They're tasty, but you keep them for yourself. I can't take my granddaughter's food. Grandpa, you should eat." I gave 5 buns each to my eldest and second uncles.
They can share among themselves now.
"Is that okay?" "That's very good. Go ahead. They'll be so happy." Tang Igua took 1 bun himself and handed the remaining 2 to Li Guilon. "You don't have much appetite at noon. Eat 1 more bun." "I haven't had meat buns in many years. Soft dough with meat inside. So fragrant." "Grandma, understand this. Be nicer to Xiaochao in the future. She's very filial. Your past attitude towards her. She doesn't hold a grudge. She's a forgiving and generous child. Li Guilin sighed. I understand now. I know I was wrong. Tang Jianjun refused to eat Xiao Cao's buns, and the same with Tang Jiamin's family. Later, Xiao Cao forcibly handed buns to her aunt and second aunt and ran away. Xiao Cao isn't a generous saint. She's new here and needs to win people's hearts. In this time, small kindnesses and favors can win trust. Unlike her original world, where she could ask for 100 million yuan as easily as asking for a pet, it seemed like 100 million was just like any other amount for her family. The short story about the powerful boss is quite exaggerated, but the novel is based on real life. In that world, the poor are extremely poor, and the rich are extremely rich. Poor people worry about their 3 daily meals, while the rich spend money freely. They can spend tens of thousands on a meal or over 1 million on drinks in a bar. So, the Queen of the Night never holds back when dealing with wealthy people. When Tang Xiaochao returned to the village, she saw a woman wearing a headscarf, looking around nervously at her uncle's house, acting suspiciously. Quietly, Tang Xiaochao sneaked up behind the woman and said, "Hey, what are you doing sneaking around?" Her sudden "hey" startled the woman, who sat down on the ground. Looking up and seeing who was in front of her, she called out, "Xiaochao. It's you." Tang Xiaochao quickly tried to remember who this bruised woman was, but she couldn't recognize her. Tang Xiaochao asked, "Who are you?" Tang Weifang was sitting on the ground, covering her face and crying softly. Tang Xiaochao plucked a piece of grass from the roadside, chewed it quietly, waiting for the woman to calm down. After crying enough, Tang Weifang stood up and patted her bottom, saying, "Your cousin.
Tang Weifang.
Don't tell her, uncle. I came back." She turned to leave. Tang Xiaochao grabbed her headscarf and asked, "Tell me, what happened to your face?
Who hit you?"
Tang Weifang looked at her sister in disbelief. "Are you Xiaochao?" Tang Xiaochao moved her face closer to Tang Weifang's eyes.
Of course I am.
I haven't been beaten to the point of disfigurement. Look at me, am I Xiaochao? Tang Weifang said slowly, "Xiaochao, you seem different somehow." Xiaochao, acting casually, said, "Aren't you different too? Did your family beat you? Who did it?" Tang Xiaochao asked, "Your husband? Your mother-in-law? Or both? Your family isn't short of people, so why are you letting them hit you like this? Don't you fight back?" Tang Weifang whispered, "I did fight back, but they hit me even harder." Xiaochao asked, "Are you back just to cause trouble?" Tang Weifang shook her head. "No, I just missed home and came back to see. It seems like everyone has gone to the fields. They didn't come back at noon." Xiaochao looked at the sky. "You didn't come back just now, did you? Were you secretly watching all along?" Tang Weifang lowered her head in embarrassment. Tang Xiaochao pulled her, dragging her toward home. Tang Weifang said, "Xiaochao, I should go back. I look like this and can't face anyone. I won't go to your house, I won't." In the end, she was forcibly taken back home by Tang Xiaochao. Yang Yufan saw this and rushed over. "Fong, what happened to you?" Tang Xiaochao pointed at Tang Weifang. "Mom, look at her. She's been beaten so badly. Can you still recognize her? You're amazing. If she hadn't told us who she was, I might have thought she was a thief. Annie." Tang Weifang found her way to the army and cried sadly. Yang Yufan, being quite emotional, kept crying along with her, as if competing in tears. Tang Xiaochao didn't like seeing women cry. She went into the kitchen, took out the noodles her mother had just rolled, added some greens, and made egg and vegetable noodles. She brought them out. She placed the bowl in front of Tang Weifang. "Eat first, then cry." Tang Weifang looked at the delicate noodles and the egg inside. "I won't eat. I'm not hungry." As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled loudly. "Ha ha ha." Tang Xiaochao and Yang Yufan burst into hearty laughter. Tang Weifang felt both embarrassed and touched. "I'll take a small bowl and just eat a little. I have a small appetite. Finish this big bowl, or I'll keep scolding you. You're embarrassing our Tang family. After you finish, we'll talk." Tang Weifang wiped her tears and ate. Several times, her nose almost dripped into the noodles, but she forcefully blew it back. Tang Xiaochao clicked her tongue, thinking she should give her big sister-in-law a thumbs up. Impressive skills. After Tang Weifang finished eating, sniffling and hiccuping, and after a big burp, Tang Xiaochao asked straightforwardly, "Do you want to keep going like this, or do you want a divorce?" Yang Yufan wanted to stop Tang Xiaochao but thought for a moment and lowered her head again, continuing to sew clothes. Tang Weifang looked up at Tang Xiaochao and said, "You're still young. You don't understand. You can't get a divorce. Where would I go after divorce? I don't want to burden my parents or make them ashamed." Tang Xiaochao looked at her mother, Yang Yufan. "Holding it in won't kill you. If you stay in that home, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later. Either you divorce and come back, and uncle, auntie, and your brother and sister-in-law are good people. They won't abandon you. Or you could just stand up to them like I did. You may not have returned for a long time, and I don't know that their families have already separated. I fought and defeated Uncle C's family with my fists. This caused Grandpa and Grandma to split up. Even a 16-year-old like me can do it. You're 21, right? Don't tell me you can't do it." Tang Weifang whispered, "I can't beat them." Tang Xiaochao continued, "Soft ones are afraid of the hard ones are afraid of the tough ones, and the tough ones are afraid of those who don't care about life. Let me tell you a story. Long ago, a woman was bullied by her whole family. She couldn't fight back or scold them. Just when she was about to give up on life, an old woman washing clothes by the river told her, 'Don't die yet. Help me with a favor before you go. My kitchen knife is dull. From tonight, sharpen it every day from 8 to 9 o'clock. Sharpen for 3 days straight, then you can go ahead and end your life.'" The woman looked at the poor, thin old lady and nodded. That night, at 8 o'clock, she took the old lady's knife and sat in the yard sharpening it. The next day, she found that her mother-in-law didn't scold her early in the morning, her husband didn't wake her up to cook, and her lazy sister-in-law surprisingly got up to make breakfast. That night, she continued sharpening the knife. On the third day, during dinner, her mother-in-law gave her more than half a bowl of porridge and a whole steamed bun. Before, she could only drink plain water and eat half a bun. That night, she kept sharpening the knife again. On the fourth morning, the whole family apologized to her, hoping for a future of love and harmony. The woman was confused. She went to give the old lady the knife, and the old lady asked, "Did it work? Have they changed?" The woman suddenly realized that the old lady's idea of sharpening the knife was to scare the family. People are afraid of death. Since then, the woman gained influence in that family. Whenever she was unhappy, she would sharpen her knife or even buy rat poison, just to scare people. Yang Yufang and Tang Weifang looked at Tang Xiaochao in disbelief. Tang Xiaochao scratched her head and asked, "You didn't understand?" Tang Weifang nodded. "I understand. You want me to scare them. If they are afraid of death, they won't dare to hit me anymore." Tang Xiaochao nodded and said, "I'm not really telling you to kill or poison anyone. That's a crime. It's better to get a divorce. As long as you're diligent, you can support yourself after the divorce. When Uncle Da and Auntie return tonight, you all should discuss it. If you want a divorce, we will follow that path. If you don't want a divorce, then we will respect that. Don't guess what others might think when something happens. Your thoughts are not necessarily what others think. I can assure you, Uncle Da and the others truly love you. They don't see you as a burden. If you leave them, they will only feel sad for you."
Tangzu, Si Ao Gao.
"I understand now. I was overthinking. When my parents come back, I will tell them I want a divorce. Zhou has a woman outside, so he keeps coming home to pick fights. He is trying to force me to divorce, so he can make room for that woman. I heard that woman is from the town. My father works at the grain station, and she is his only daughter. In the future, he might give her his job. So, Zhou's family wants to drive me away and let that woman move in. Then, someone in their family will be able to eat the country's grain."
Boo-hoo.
Tang Xiaochao sighed. "If you want to leave, just leave. I support you. When you come back, I promise you won't go hungry." Don't worry, after hearing the broadcast that work was over, Tang Xiaochao stopped Uncle Da's family on the road. When they saw how Tang Weifang looked, they all became angry. Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi ran ahead to Tang Weifang. They have loved her since they were children. Now, she has been beaten like this by others. Tang Weidong. That beast Zhou Yu hit you? Did he really hit you? Tang Weifong nodded. Not only Zhou Yu, my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and younger brother also hit me. Zhou Yu has a woman outside. My father works at the grain station, and he might give her his job in the future. Zhou Yu's family is thinking about her job. They want me to make room for her. Boo-hoo, Wang Xiulian held Tang Weifong and kept crying. The two sisters-in-law stood nearby, not knowing how to comfort them. Tang Jianjun sat on a bench, silent for a long time, then asked, "What are your plans? Do you want a divorce or keep going?" Tang Weifong was hesitant and wanted to speak but held back several times. Tang Xiaochao spoke for her. "Uncle, my sister wants a divorce, but she's afraid of bringing shame to the family or causing trouble for you all. Just now, she was about to leave quietly at the door when I caught her. Are you willing to watch you suffer in your husband's family, caring only for yourself and ignoring her?" Tang Weifong also got anxious. "No, that's not what I mean, sister-in-law. Now, when women get divorced, they are often talked about behind their backs. I'm afraid it will ruin our family's reputation," second sister-in-law Zhao Shufan, full of frustration, said. "Do you think my sister-in-law and I are the kind of people who just watch you suffer and care only about reputation? Is reputation more important, or your life? We may not have gone to school or be educated, but we understand that sometimes a person's life is more important than anything, especially since you are our sister. Stop talking. If you want a divorce, just do it. If you don't want a divorce, we will go and teach that ungrateful family a lesson so they won't dare to bully you anymore." Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi, holding sticks from the yard, were about to go bother Zhou Yu. Tang Xiaochao sighed. This family had to fall apart. She reached out and took the stick from Tang Weidong. "Big brother, second brother, you can't act impulsively. It's already dark outside, so don't go." Just now, Sister Fong Fong said that her lover lives in town. Tomorrow morning, big brother and second brother take a day off and go to town. Find out her family's address, her usual social connections, and what kind of person her father is at the grain station. We need to know both sides well to win every battle. The more prominent her family is, the more they will be afraid if we cause trouble. I just don't understand. How can that woman have a job and still be interested in Zhou Yu, this country bumpkin? And Zhou Yu is short, uneducated, and lacks ability. Why would she like him? There must be a story behind this. Hearing this, Tang Weidong nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. Our Xiao Chao is so smart. Tomorrow, my second brother and I will go investigate. Let's see what secrets that family is hiding. Tang Jianjun's family left with Tang Weifong, while Tang Jinqiang curled up in the corner like a ball. He was a little afraid to look up at his wife and daughter. Once he had treated them the same way. Today, seeing his older brother's family so angry, he felt ashamed. Since the day Xiao Chao changed like this, he hadn't drunk alcohol. It wasn't because he was reflecting on his mistakes, but because Xiao Cao's gaze had frightened him. Today, he truly realized his mistakes. Yang Yufan finished cooking and was about to call Xiao Chao to eat when she saw Tang Jinqiang squatting under the eaves, looking very sad. Yang Yufan asked, "What are you doing? Are you constipated?" Tang Jianjun lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry. Yufan, I really was a bad person before. I apologize to you."
Do you
also think about divorcing me? Yang Yufan looked at the distant mountains and said, "Yes, I have thought about it. Like Fong Fong, I was afraid of causing trouble for my family, so I endured it. Many nights, when you were asleep, I really wanted to hurt you, maybe with a knife or a brick." She paused, then continued, "I even thought about jumping into the river, and I also thought about taking Xiao Chao away from this world. But in the end, I gave up. I gritted my teeth and kept going. As I got older, I became more timid and more afraid of death. I also became more numb to life. You're not a good father, and I am not a good mother. I saw how my sister-in-law protected her children, but I couldn't do the same. Even now, I am being protected by Xiao Chao," she said, tears streaming down her face. "I've been a useless person for half my life, a coward. I know my parents look down on me for lacking courage and responsibility, but I am afraid of you all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When I saw Fong Fong today, I was angry too. But I used to be just as bad as Zhou Yu. I haven't been unfaithful outside, but I not only hit you, I also hit Xiao Chao. I'm a coward who fears the strong and favors the weak. A voice from the door scolded. Enough. Stop pretending to regret. The harm you've done to me and Mom can't be forgiven with just a few sorry words. Use the rest of your life to work for us, to make up for it. If you dare to slack off again, I will make you leave this home. Now that I am grown up and able to protect my mother, I don't care whether you're here or not. Yes, yes, I understand. From now on, I will only listen to you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west.
Please.
Don't need me. Mom, can we eat now? Xiao Chao held Yang Yufin's arm affectionately, making Tang Jianqiang feel jealous. He would never get such treatment from his daughter. Just like Xiao Chao said, he is dispensable in this family. If he doesn't behave well, he will really have a lonely old age.
Yang Yufen stammered Riche for Xiao Chao.
She noticed that Xiao Chao liked rice more than bread, so she kept the finer grains for her daughter. During the meal, Xiao Chao looked at her bowl of rice and at Yang Yufin and Tang Jianxiang holding coarse grain buns. She felt a little uncomfortable. When she first arrived, she felt sorry for the original owner's mother and thought she was weak. But she accepted the original owner's love and dependence on her mother. So, she was kind to Yang Yufin first. The original owner had already died. Although her death wasn't caused by her biological father, this bad father had truly hurt her. She couldn't forgive him on her behalf. In her past life, she was the queen of the night, but she was a kind-hearted queen. The orphanage director often joked about her being the angel of the night or the holy mother of the night. Xiao Chao scooped half of her rice into Yang Yufin's bowl, but she didn't give any to Tang Jinqiang. The treatment was very obvious. Mom, from now on, you and I will eat the same food. Let Dad eat the buns. He's a man, tough and strong. You need to take care of yourself. He's suffered enough all these years. Yes, yes, I will eat buns. You and Mom eat finer grains from now on. I will find ways to earn more money. Yesterday, I contacted some old friends. After the busy farming season, I want to go out with them. Xiao Chao looked up and asked Tang Jinxiang, "Where are you going?" "What will you do?" Tang Jinxiang dared not hide anything. "I want them to take me to Shunshur to look around, buy some clothes, and see the business opportunities." Xiao Chao frowned. "Is this your idea, or did someone influence you? Don't you know that such actions are speculative and illegal?" Tang Jinxiang nodded. "I know. These days, the brave survive, the timid starve. We work hard in the village all our lives, but we can't earn much money. I want to try my luck outside. I have a friend who deals in clothes and made a fortune. Now he and his family have bought a big house in town." Xiao Chao looked at him. "It's not the right time now. In a few years, the country might loosen policies. Then you can go to Shunshur to explore. For now, stay honest at home. Do what I tell you." Tang Jinxiang hesitated but finally nodded. That night, he went out and refused his friend's invitation. My friend called him a coward, saying he deserved a lifetime of hardship. He said he deserved to be a weakling forever. He was so angry he almost agreed, but then he remembered Xiao Chao's cold eyes. He clenched his teeth and decided to come back. Being a coward or a weakling doesn't matter. He promised his daughter he would listen to her from now on. A month later, Tang Jinxiang almost knelt before Tang Xiaochao because he refused to go along with something. His other brothers went instead, trying to sell women's clothes, but they didn't make any money and got caught. He listened to Xiao Chao and managed to avoid trouble. Of course, that's a story for later. The next day, the Tang brothers left early in the morning for the town. Zheng Yuming from the grain station had interacted with Tang Jianjun before. Last year, he went with the village secretary Tang Deshan to deliver grain. He was clearly not a good person. His nostrils flared, and he spoke with a sneer, looking down on the villagers. People like him can't raise good daughters. Doing things like stealing someone else's husband is very common. It shows that the leadership is not right, and the whole system is crooked. Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi are a bit smarter. They are militia members in the village and have more experience than most who never leave the village. Before leaving, They asked for a pack of cigarettes from home. With that, they learned many secrets. Never underestimate the role of a security guard. It's like an intelligence agency. They just gave a cigarette to the grain station guard and found out a shocking secret. Zheng Xiaoyuan is pregnant, and the father of her baby is station master Zhou Jiankong. Zheng Xiaoyuan's father wanted his daughter to get a promotion, so he made her sleep with the station master. Later, Zheng Xiaoyuan found out she was pregnant and wanted Zhou Jiankong to take responsibility. Zhou Jiankong didn't want a divorce. He owes his current position to his wife's family. If his wife found out about his affair, she might seek revenge, and he could lose everything. Zheng Xiaoyuan wanted to cause trouble, but Zhou Jiankong threatened her with dark forces. He suggested Zheng Xiaoyuan find someone to take responsibility for the child temporarily, giving that man a temporary position. Everyone thought they kept their secrets well. Everyone knew, everyone understood. But they didn't know that old Jiang, the security guard, also knew. After inquiring, Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi put the whole pack of cigarettes into old Zhang's pocket and left. As soon as they left, old Zhang's honest appearance changed. His face became a bit fierce, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Zhou Jiankong, you don't treat me as a person. Your end is near. You won't last long." When old Jiang heard that higher-ups were coming to investigate secretly, he thought Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi were there to ask about it. He mistakenly believed they were part of the secret investigation team and revealed the secret. By a strange coincidence, he ended up helping Tang Weidong and his brother. So, the bad people deserve to be punished. This was how the situation unfolded by chance. The brothers didn't get home until after midnight. When Tang Jianjun saw they had returned, he immediately called Wang Xiujuan and Li Lan to gather Tang Xiaochao and her family, Tang Jianmin and his family, and also Tang Aigua and Li Guilan. Since it was very late yesterday, Tang Jianmin's family and the elderly didn't know about Tang Weifang's situation. When Tang Jianmin saw how miserable Fang Fang looked, he broke his pipe in anger. "Damn it! Do we Tang family have no one? How dare they bully our children like this?" Once everyone was gathered, Tang Weidong said, "Xiao Chao is very smart. She guessed right. Zheng Xiaoyuan is pregnant, and the baby is the child of her father, the station master Zhou Jiankong. She wanted to get ahead, but Zhou Jiankong didn't agree. Because Zhou Jiankong himself is a soft man, relying on his wife to become the station master. This scoundrel Zhou Jiankong let her find someone to take over, and she gave birth to the child. He promised her new husband a temporary job at the grain station. We don't know how Zhou Yu and Zheng Xiaoyuan met, but Zheng Xiaoyuan set up a trap, making Zhou Yu believe the baby was his. Meanwhile, our Fang Fang has been married for 2 years and still hasn't had a child. Zhou Yu's family cares about the child first, and second, they want that temporary job at the grain station. Because Zheng Xiaoyuan is an only daughter, Zhou's family thinks everything from Zheng's family could belong to Zhou Yu in the future, including Zheng Xiaoyuan's future official position at the grain station. The Zhou family has a good plan. So, our Fang Fang has become a stumbling block on their path to success. Tang Aigua asked, "Jianjun, what are your plans now?" Tang Jianjun answered without hesitation, "Let Fang Fang divorce. She's our only daughter, and we can support her. She can take care of herself. She won't starve." Li Guilan interrupted, "Boss, this woman coming back after divorce will cause gossip. It will also affect the reputation of our other children." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the room suddenly turn colder. She instinctively looked at Tang Xiaochao. Tang Xiaochao was just staring at her coldly. Guilan's back prickled with sweat, and she quickly changed her words. "If our family stays united and kind to each other, then it's different." Guilan secretly glanced at Tang Xiaochao again, noticing her face was still cold. She hurried to add, "Moreover, our Tang family has 20 members, and we're being bullied by a small family. I absolutely support Fang Fang's decision to divorce and come back. With me here, my granddaughter won't go hungry." She looked at Tang Xiaocao's expression again, saw the coldness melting away, and let out a sigh of relief. For some reason, she now felt a little afraid of her granddaughter. She decided that from now on, as long as Tang Xiaochao was around, she would not speak recklessly. She instinctively moved behind Tang Aigua, trying to avoid Xiao Cao's gaze. Everyone saw the interaction between the old lady and Xiao Cao, and they understood each other's feelings without words. As long as someone could control the old lady, she wouldn't cause trouble or make a fuss, and the family could live peacefully. Of course, this didn't include the fourth house. After the family split, the fourth house suddenly disappeared. The whole family followed Zhao Qiujuan back to her mother's house. Even Tang Jianwei went along. He was scared by Tang Jinxiang and tired from farm work. No one cared where Tang Jianwei went or what he did. With them gone, everyone felt much more relaxed. Tang Weidong asked Xiao Cao, "What should we do?" Somehow, Xiao Cao had become everyone's main support. Guilin wanted to cause trouble again, but she didn't understand. So many people, and her eldest grandson was asking a 16-year-old girl? Shouldn't he ask his own old man? She just stuck her head out, but Tang Aigua reached out and pushed her back. "If you don't want to get hit, stay quiet." Although the old man's voice was soft, the room wasn't big, and everyone could hear him. Everyone looked at the sky, the ground, and the air, but no one dared to look at the old couple directly. Tang Aigua did not hear Tang Xiaoqiao respond, so he asked, "Xiaoqiao, share your thoughts." Xiaoqiao nodded and said, "I have a somewhat immature idea. I want to discuss it with everyone. Since Sister Fong Fong wants a divorce, we should follow the proper divorce process. If outsiders find out that our Tang family was beaten, they will think we are cowardly. If we can tolerate this, then anyone can come and step on us in the future. The Tang family needs to unite. Except for the children, everyone else should go to Zhoujia village, including grandparents. When problems happen, you are elders so you can speak more easily. Second, I will handle the fighting. I am only 16, a minor. You are all adults. If I accidentally hurt someone badly, it will cause trouble. I will fight, and you all can create a scene, spread rumors, and scare them," Li Lan worriedly asked. "Xiao Cao, it's not that sister-in-law doesn't trust you. I'm just afraid you can't handle that whole family of troublemakers alone." Zhao Shufeng poked her sister-in-law and said, "Big sister-in-law, you're overthinking." Xiao Cao said we should create a distraction. "We can support her and let her fight." Xiao Cao said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I secretly learned martial arts from my little uncle for 10 years. I can handle them. I used to endure everything because I thought we were family and didn't want chaos at home. That doesn't mean I am easy to bully." Hearing this, Li Guilin moved behind Tang Aigua again. She was not too old to understand words. She knew her granddaughter was indirectly criticizing her. According to the recent system reward rules, Xiao Cao judged that such a matter could definitely earn system rewards. So, the tough task of fighting must be done by her personally. Xiao Cao continued, "Killing is too harsh. Beating them is too easy on them. First, let my cousin divorce, then we can slowly deal with them later. Anyway, the woman in town isn't a good person either. Let the bad guys form a pair, so they won't harm good people. That's also fine." Li La nodded and said, "Xiao Cao is right. Evil people will be punished by themselves. Let them fight among themselves. We just wait and enjoy the show." Tang Weidong said, "We need to hurry. By the time we get to Zhoujia village, it will be almost 2 o'clock. Today, we aim to finalize the divorce. They didn't get a marriage certificate when they married, so we don't need to go to the office for a divorce. Just have the village head of Zhoujia village write a divorce certificate." Tang Xiao Cao, "We have the right. Let's take back the dowry we gave earlier and ask for compensation for emotional distress, youth loss, and medical expenses after their family violence." Everyone looked at Tang Xiao Cao in confusion. Li Guilin stuck her head out again. "What kind of compensation? I've never heard of that. How much can we ask for? If possible, ask for a little more for your cousin's sake. It will help her have some security." Tang Xiao Cao looked at Li Guilin. She was so scared she shrank back again. She thought silently, "Is this person a turtle?" Tang Xiao Cao said, "Grandma, come out and talk." Li Guilin stuck her head out again. "Speak, I'm listening." Tang Xiao Cao continued, "You're old and unreasonable, which is an advantage. Just ask for 300. Don't back down." Li Guilin was shocked and jumped out from behind Tang Aigua. "Tang Xiao Cao, do you know how much 300 yuan is? I've been working hard for over 10 years, saving only 500 yuan." As soon as she finished, she covered her mouth. When the family divided the money, she lied and said the total was 300 yuan, with 55 yuan for each family and the remaining 80 for their old age. But she accidentally let slip that she was lying. Awkward. Awkward. Ongoing awkwardness. Tang Yegua also felt awkward. If he said, "I don't know at all," would the children believe him? Tang Jianjun tried to smooth things over. "Xiao Chao, 300 is too much. They won't give it to us. Plus, many families don't have that much savings." Tang Xiaochao smiled. "Big uncle, they wouldn't dare not give it. If they say no," she looked at Li Guilon. "Grandma, just say you're going to the town to find that tricky woman." Tang Weishi patted his thigh. "Yes, they're afraid we'll mess up this marriage, so they won't dare refuse." "Right, Xiaochao." Tang Xiaochao nodded. "If they really refuse, we'll go to the town. The third girl's pregnancy can't wait, and it's not easy to find a fool to take her in." Everyone laughed. Finally, the whole family set out together, full of energy. Tang Weifang's tears hadn't dried, not because she was sad about the upcoming marriage, but because she didn't expect that no one in the family opposed her. Everyone supported her. Even Grandma, who usually saw the girl as just a source of money, personally joined in. 40 minutes later, the lively group arrived at Zhou Yu's house. Everyone had gone to work, and the door was blocked with an iron lock. Tang Xiaochao moved to a nearby spot and found some children lying on the ground, blowing paper frogs. She gave each of them a piece of candy and said, "Go to Zhou Yu's house to do some work. Call them back and tell them someone broke their door and stole their things." The children took the candies happily and ran off. Tang Weigua gave Xiaochao a thumbs up. Tang Weimei, who had been thinking about jumping out of the fire pit, hesitated. At this moment, Xiaochao looked sparkling and bright in her eyes. In a quick move, Xiaochao jumped over a wall taller than a person, in front of everyone. She threw out some stools from inside and then easily climbed over the wall herself. She carried a stool to Tang Aigua and Li Guilon and said, "I don't know when they will come back. You're older, so just sit and wait." Tang Aigua sat down with a smile. Li Guilon looked at Xiaochao and awkwardly said, "Thank you, my good granddaughter." Her kind face made Xiaochao feel a little uncomfortable. Even with some false teeth, she had learned to say thank you, besides cursing. Tang Weigua ran over to Xiaochao and grabbed her arm. "Xiaochao, you just jumped over the wall. Can you teach me?" It was so cool. Xiaochao looked at Tang Weigua. In her memory, when she was starving and her eyes were black, her cousins couldn't even feed themselves, but sometimes they secretly shared their food with her. Honestly, this family wasn't too hard to deal with. Her eldest uncle's family and second uncle's family were honest and kind, including a few brothers and sisters-in-law. Only the fourth branch was strange and biased, spoiled by their grandmother. Spoiling children like this is like killing them. The old lady favored her fourth son but ended up making him useless. Xiaochao looked at Tang Weidong, who also had hopeful eyes. She said, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, from now on, we should all train together. And Fong Fong and Maisie too. Learning martial arts can strengthen our bodies and help us protect ourselves." If Fong Fong knew some skills, she wouldn't have been beaten like that. Tang Weifang shyly pulled her headscarf tighter. "Xiaochao, I want to learn. No matter how hard it is, I want to learn." Tang Weimei couldn't believe what she was hearing and confirmed, "Xiaochao, you're serious? Girls can learn martial arts too? I'm already this old, and I can still learn." Tang Xiaochao looked at Tang Weimei and said, "Sister Mei, if we girls don't respect ourselves, how can others respect us? Women can be half the sky. We are not worse than men. Women should be strong. If men can do certain things, we can do them too. First, we must not look down on ourselves." Li Lan looked at Tang Weidong and then asked Xiaochao, "Can we, as sisters-in-law, learn too?" Tang Xiaochao smiled and said, "Of course. From now on, if our family wants to learn anything, I will teach you. Especially big brother and second brother are in the militia. You are responsible for protecting the village and sometimes helping the police catch people. If you're not strong enough, it can be dangerous." A few days ago, she decided to take the hunter exam. She didn't know when she would get her certificate. Some things she thought about carefully. She couldn't hide it. If she went into the mountains and didn't come back for several days, she needed to explain. Also, after becoming a hunter, her family's status in the village would change. The things she hunted could be kept for herself instead of giving them to the village. Li Guilon's voice was heard first. What? Taking the hunter exam? Can you pass? If her granddaughter became a hunter, she could hold her head high in the village and boast about it to everyone. But Tang Igua frowned. Xiao Chao, being a hunter is very dangerous. Have you talked to your grandpa about it? Tang Xiaochao nodded. Grandpa told my uncle to take me to the exam. I think I can pass. Her parents, Tang Jinxiang and Yang Yufan, looked stunned. She had no idea about this. Yang Yufan's nose felt sour, and tears fell. She could tell that Xiao Chao, since waking up, still felt distant from her. Although she took care of her everywhere, the feeling of being separated by a big mountain made her very sad. Tang Jinxiang felt even worse. His daughter hadn't kicked him out or beaten him up, but she still resented him. She didn't tell him about such an important matter. Tang Jinxiang swallowed hard and said, Xiao Chao, if we don't become hunters, I will work hard to earn enough money to feed you. Being a hunter is too dangerous. This afternoon, all the women's views on life were turned upside down. It turned out women could live so freely and boldly. Tang Xiaochao said, Once I get the certificate, I will report to the village and tell you all right away. Tang Jinxiang, I once wanted to rely on you, but you. At this moment, it was not appropriate to continue blaming, so Tang Xiaochao did not say more. However, everyone imagined many things in their minds. She called her own father by his full name, which made everyone feel uncomfortable. It must have taken a lot of sadness and disappointment for her to call her own father that way. Tang Weifang and Tang Weimei looked at their own father. They were actually lucky. Although their parents were weak, they still tried their best to protect them. So, Grandma used to pick on Xiao Chao alone. The two girls had a relatively happy life, because their parents and brothers stood in front of them, blocking any trouble.
But Xiao Chao.
Scenes from the past flashed like a movie. They suddenly realized that Xiao Cao's name was very fitting. She was like a wild grass growing vigorously. After wind and rain, she still grew strong. Tang Jinxiang turned his head and cried for the first time. Just as everyone was immersed in sadness, a desperate shout came. What are you doing, Tang family? It was Zhou Yu's mother, Lu Yan, rushing over. The villagers called her Lu Posey. She was only in her 40s, with triangular eyes and high cheekbones. Definitely not a kind person. Tang Jianjun stood up from the bench. Mother-in-law, we're here to get an explanation. We've figured everything out. Zhou Yu has a woman outside. Our Fong Fong is not at fault. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yu also ran back and shouted, Fong Fong, what are you making a fuss about? We're just arguing a little. Why did you call so many people here? Tang Weifang instinctively shrank back, and Tang Xiaochao placed her hand on her back for support. Tang Weifang took a deep breath, straightened her back a little, and said, Zhou Yu, you said you want a divorce, right? I agree. Zhou Yu didn't really plan to divorce her. He wanted 2 jobs, a respected father-in-law and Tang Weifang. After all, they once truly loved each other. He wanted to manipulate Tang Weifang, control her completely. He wanted her to take care of his parents in Zhoujia village while he went to the town to change his fate. When he had the ability and strength, he would still take care of Tang Weifang. His threat of divorce was just to scare her, make her afraid, and leave her with no way out, so she would eventually agree. She was willing to help him take care of the family. He knew Tang Weifang very well as the old lady of the Tang family. He believed she would not let a useless person ruin the family's reputation. He was very clever and had thought of many plans, but he never expected the unexpected change, Tang Xiaochao. His possibilities all turned into impossibilities in the face of this surprise. When Zhou Yu heard that Tang Weifang, who always listened to him, wanted a divorce, he was angry. Tang Weifang, you've been married to me for 2 years and haven't even had a child. Only I would want a woman like you. A divorced woman gets talked about and looked down on. People in the village might even look down on her. I just want to fight for our future. If I succeed someday, you will share in the happiness too. Li Lan felt something was wrong and asked, What do you mean? Wanting to have two partners and enjoy everyone's blessings? You're ugly but dreaming big. Tang Xiaochao sincerely gave her sister-in-law a big thumbs up. Seeing this, Li Guilin felt uncomfortable. She also stood up, walked over to Zhou Yu, and suddenly slapped him twice on each side of his face. Just as Zhou Yu reached out to push Li Guilin, Tang Xiaochao quickly moved, standing beside her and grabbing his pushing hand. She twisted and pushed, causing Zhou Yu to stumble back several steps. He held his hand and howled like a pig being slaughtered. My hand. My hand is broken. Li Guilin suddenly realized that her granddaughter was truly caring and loving. Even now, she was protecting her. From now on, she decided to give all her love to Xiaochao. Wang Xuelian ran over, supporting Li Guilin. "Mom, are you okay?" Li Guilin snorted coldly through her teeth. "With my little Xiaochao here, who can hurt me?" Once Li Guilin started, her fighting spirit was strong. She pointed at Zhou Yu and scolded, "You shameless man! My Xiaochao is so weak like a bean sprout. How could she break a grown man's wrist? Don't even think about taking advantage of us. If it really broke, it's your own fault for being useless, so fragile." "Xiaochao, don't be afraid. Your mother is here." Tang Xiaochao felt a bit annoyed with Li Guilin. Just now, she even wanted to take over her fight. It was like stealing her supplies. When the children went to report, the Zhou family members all came back. The village chief and some people who liked to watch the fun preferred to skip work and came back too. More and more people gathered. Recently returned Song Wan, who is Zhou Yu's younger sister-in-law, rushed forward to hit Li Guilin. Tang Xiaochao kicked her far away. Zhou Yang hurriedly caught her, or else she would have hurt her tailbone badly. Zhou's mother saw her son and daughter-in-law being hit and rushed over loudly, heading straight for Tang Xiaochao. Tang Xiaochao turned to her aunt and said, "Hold grandma back. I will handle them." Wang Xuelian helped Li Guilin retreat to their side, thinking about how Tang Xiaochao wanted to become a hunter. A child who wants to be a hunter shouldn't be fighting with these women. So, everyone in the Tang family formed a semicircle surrounding the Zhou family in the middle. They waited for Tang Xiaocao's signal to act. Tang Xiaochao grabbed Zhou Mu's hair. She had offered her hair willingly, so she didn't hesitate. Zhou Mu tried to use her head to hit Tang Xiaochao, but instead, her head ended up in her hands. Feeling a sharp pain on her scalp, Tang Xiaochao held a handful of her forehead hair, fixed her head, and punched her twice in the eyes. The spectators burst into laughter. Zhou Mu's eyes instantly turned into panda eyes. It was very funny, especially with her messy hair, making her look comical. After 2 punches, Tang Xiaochao kicked her, sending Zhou Mu flying toward Zhou Yang and his wife. She had calculated it so they would catch her. But she lost control of her strength, and Zhou Mu knocked down her son and daughter-in-law too. The 3 of them fell together, groaning in pain. Some villagers who didn't get along with their family almost laughed out loud. Tang Xiaochao clasped her hands in thanks to the crowd. The village chief was among the crowd, but didn't try to mediate. He had heard some things about Zhou Yu, mainly that Zhou Yu loved to show off. Many people knew that Zhou Yu's family was eyeing the Tang family's daughter. He had also heard about their scheming. He didn't like this family, but he couldn't interfere in their family matters. Zhou's father stepped forward and said seriously, "Tang Jiamin, are you going to let your family do whatever they want?" Tang Jiamin took a deep breath and angrily shouted, "Zhou Xiongbiao, you really live up to your name, both a bear and a leopard. You're not even human." Laughter erupted nearby. Tang Jiamin continued, "Your son cheated. Your wife and your second daughter-in-law beat my niece. Can you honestly tell me you don't know about it?" Zhou Xiongbiao, with his hands behind his back, looked at Tang Jiamin coldly. "I know, but every family has conflicts. It's a matter between women, and I can't interfere. Your daughter has been married to our family for 2 years, and she still doesn't have a child or children. Did I say anything wrong? When my wife had concerns, I advised her not to worry." Li Guilin jumped in again. "You shameless Zhou Xiongbiao, you have no children. How do you know it's my daughter Fangfang's fault? Maybe Zhou Yu isn't capable. Look at how weak he is. He looks like he's got kidney issues." She collapsed to the ground, crying out. Today, my wife will die right outside your house. My precious granddaughter has been bullied like this. After I die, I will go to our ancestors and ask for justice. Divorce is necessary. My daughter won't be mistreated by outsiders. My wife has spent her whole life caring for her children, but I stand up for my family. I can discipline my own children, but I won't let others do it. Divorce and compensation for my niece's mental distress and personal loss, a total of 500 yuan. If you don't agree, I will hang myself right outside your house today. Everyone. You. Didn't you say 300 yuan was already a high price? Now you're raising it suddenly. Neighbors nearby discussed quietly, what is mental distress compensation and personal loss compensation? I don't know, I've never heard of it. Tang Xiaochao sighed and explained, our village started a literacy class. The educated sisters say this is compensation for youth loss and mental suffering. During their marriage, Zhou Yu had an affair with another woman. That's considered misconduct. So, he should compensate my cousin for the 2 years of her youth lost in Zhou's family. Zhou Yu ruined her life. The educated sisters say the law allows claiming compensation for youth loss and for mental suffering and hospital expenses. My cousin was tortured, abused, beaten, and betrayed by their family. Her mental health was seriously affected, so the law says she should be compensated for mental suffering. As for hospital costs, my cousin was badly injured, malnourished, and needs expensive medicine to recover before she can live normally. So my grandmother asked for 500 yuan, but that was too little. My cousin will need more money in the future for her illness. It's not that our Tang family is unreasonable. Think honestly, after your daughter gets married, if she is treated badly by her in-laws, don't you feel sad or angry? As parents, we should not advise others to be kind without understanding their hardships. If you don't know how difficult others' lives are, don't criticize them. If you've never suffered like I have, you can't be truly kind. So, when you talk about our Tang family being unreasonable, think about how our children are treated in their own families. An older woman said, yes, Fong Fong is a good girl. She married into our family 2 years ago. She respects her in-laws and is kind to her younger brother and sister. How can her family treat her like this? They have no conscience. I heard from my son that Zhou has been looking very healthy lately. It seems a daughter of an official in town has taken a liking to him. No wonder. Recently, I keep hearing that they are beating Fong Fong together. It turns out they want her to give up her place. That's so unfair. People in Jojo village were talking loudly. Lu Yan stood up and pointed at the women, scolding, you're just jealous. My son is good, and Tang Weifong doesn't deserve him. In ancient times, they called this not matching virtue with position. She should just get out. Tang Xiaochao gave her grandmother a look. Li Guilon didn't understand what it meant, but Wang Xiulian understood. Wang Xiulian cried and said, fine. Since Zhou's family doesn't want to pay the 500 yuan and wants a divorce, we'll go to town and find that shameless woman. I want to ask her, has she gone crazy for a man? She's trying to seduce someone else's husband. I'll report them to the police for cheating. Zhou Yuan is Zhou Xiongbiao and said, Dad, what should I do? I don't want Fong Fong to leave. I still have feelings for her. Help me think of a way. Tang Xiaochao stepped forward and whispered so only 3 people could hear, agree to the divorce and accept the 500 yuan. Otherwise, we'll go to town and ask Zheng Yuming, Zheng Xiaoyuan's father, for the money. I heard Zheng Xiaoyuan is pregnant. We can wait, but her pregnancy won't wait forever. By then, Zheng Yuming's promise of a job will be gone. Also, if you follow our plan, I have good news for you. You'll get 2 official worker positions, fists clenched and loosened repeatedly. How do you know she's pregnant? No one else knows about this. Tang Xiaochao sneered. Do you know who my grandfather is? It's Yang Shanhe from Yangjia village. His abilities make it impossible to hide anything from him. She was sure her grandfather's status was not ordinary. Zhou Xiongbiao also sneered. I almost forgot about the 3rd family. So you're the girl from the 3rd family. People say you're timid and obedient, but you don't seem like it. Tang Xiaochao looked up at Zhou Xiongbiao, cursing inwardly. Damn height, being overshadowed by a beast. She took out a small dagger from her pocket, playing with it in her hand. Zhou Xiongbiao squinted. Nice skill. Are you threatening me? Not really. That's only a tiny part of my strength. Is that a threat? I'm just practicing. Zhou Yu watched Tang Xiaochao with fear. Since marrying Tang Weifang, he'd seen her a few times. Every time, she kept her head down, said nothing, and paid little attention to others. She seemed very unremarkable. But now, her presence was overwhelming, making it hard for him to breathe. There was a chilling feeling in the air. She knew too much. If she really accused him of cheating or misconduct, he would be in big trouble. Zhou Xiongbiao turned to Lu Yan. Old woman, go get 500 yuan and have the village chief write a divorce certificate. Tang Xiaochao silently took a few steps back. Zhou Yu looked sadly at Tang Weifang. Fang Fang, I love you. Everything I do is to give you a better life.
Please don't leave me.
I won't hit you anymore. I'll treat you well. Tang Xiaochao kicked him hard, knocking Zhou Yu away again. You scumbag. If you dare to hurt my sister, I will kill you. Lu Yan hesitated. Why should we give them money? Zhou Xiongbiao? Divorce is fine, but we have no money. Only our lives matter. After hearing Lu Yan, Tang Xiaochao stepped forward. Sorry, your mother wants money, not your lives. She first punched Zhou Yu several times, then slapped Zhou Yang on both sides. Zhou Xiongbiao was skilled. He took advantage of Tang Xiaochao turning her back to him and struck her at the back of her head with a punch. The women of the Tang family gasped, and the men rushed forward to try to help Xiaochao. As soon as the women's screams sounded and the men's steps started to move, everyone saw Tang Xiaochao perform a spinning kick and a side kick, hitting Zhou Xiongbiao's side waist. Zhou Xiongbiao felt like he couldn't breathe for a moment. He fell sideways to the ground, his neck bulging with veins. Seeing his expression, the first thought was, that must hurt. Tang Xiaochao turned her head and began punching and kicking Zhou Yang and Zhou Yu. The previously arrogant Song Nuan and Zhou Meili were now trembling, hugging each other. Tang Xiaochao is fair and knows how to share the benefits. She beat Zhou Yu, Zhou Yang and Zhou Xiongbiao until they couldn't move. Then she turned around and started questioning Song Nuan and Zhou Meili. Everyone was stunned. Even the militia members from Zhoujia village took a step back. Luckily, they didn't join in, or they might have been beaten too. The village chief still stood among the crowd watching. Zhou Xiongbiao didn't call him, so he stayed silent, watching their family get beaten like children. The village chief felt very pleased. Lu Yan rushed over, trying to save her daughter, Zhou Meili. She had spoiled Zhou Meili every day and wanted to use her to get a good deal. If she got hurt, all her years of investment would be lost. Seeing a brick at the wall's base, she grabbed it and rushed toward Tang Xiaochao. But before she could act, Tang Xiaochao quickly sidestepped.
Poor Zhou Meili.
Lu Yan's full force strike hit her forehead. Blood immediately started flowing, and it was free of charge.
Tang Xiaochao sút.
Dear villagers, you saw it. Zhou Meili wasn't beaten by us. Her own mother wanted to get rid of her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a harsh move. Her face might be broken now. How will she get married in the future? Zhou Meili, who had just been knocked out briefly, heard Tang Xiaochao say she was disfigured and couldn't get married anymore once she woke up. She pushed Lu Yan away and ran crazily into the yard toward her room, wanting to see if her face was really broken. Although she thought she looked average, she often brainwashed herself into feeling she was beautiful. Over time, she even believed her appearance was unbeatable. It's like older women who, after using beauty filters, feel like little fairies again. There's a kind of beauty called, I feel very beautiful. The editor tends to deceive themselves this way. When feeling insecure, they take a selfie with a beauty filter, post it on social media, and feel that their husband doesn't deserve them. Inside, Zhou Meili screams painfully. Ah, my face, my face. Ah, Zhou Xiongbiao endures the pain, crawls up from the ground, holds his waist, and walks toward the room. Soon after, he takes out 500 yuan. Zhou Xiongbiao looks at the village chief in the crowd and says, Village chief, please write a divorce certificate for them. Tang Xiaochao looks at the village chief and politely says, Uncle, please specify that these 500 yuan are medical expenses paid by the Zhou family. A gift. Thank you. The village chief nods. He has a good impression of Tang Xiaochao. The young girl is not just a flower in the pond. The Zhou family might have lost a watermelon while grabbing a sesame seed. Everyone is shocked by Tang Xiaochao's smooth and generous attitude. The Tang family members reevaluate her in their minds. The young men of the Tang family, from now on, follow sister Tang Xiaochao. Blindly. 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 All the women of the Tang family, from now on, look up to Tang Xiaochao. Her presence is their confidence. The elders of the Tang family, from now on, no one favors anyone else, only favor Tang Xiaochao. This is their pride and future. Tang Jinqiang feels very happy. Tang Xiaochao hasn't really hit him. Seeing the family on the ground with bruises and swelling, he feels that his daughter still loves him. The village chief finishes writing the divorce agreement, making 4 copies, 2 for each village and 1 for each family. They are asked to stamp and sign. While the village chief was writing the divorce agreement, Tang Xiaochao secretly glanced at it. Very professional. Thumbs up. By 3:30 p.m., everything was perfectly settled. Tang Xiaochao directly handed 500 yuan to Tang Weifang. Tang Weifang wanted to give it to her grandmother, but remembering what Xiaochao said about the family being divided, she handed it to Wang Xiulian. Tang Jianjun pushed it back. This is your money. Keep it for yourself. It's your future confidence. Tang Xiaochao smiled sweetly at her uncle. Uncle is right. Uncle did a great job. Uncle is the best. This string of praise made Tang Jianjun feel very pleased, while Tang Jinqiang felt a bit sad. Li Guilin looked at the 500 yuan, feeling eager but holding back. She was afraid of Tang Xiaochao. When Tang Weifang went to get her clothes, Tang Xiaochao followed her inside. She let her take some decent ones, but she threw away the cheap ones directly. Just throw these away, consider it getting rid of bad luck. Now that you have money, you can buy fabric to make new clothes or even build a house in our village. Tang Weifang nodded. Now, whatever Tang Xiaochao said, she did. She felt like a heavy stone in her chest had been shattered by her. Tang Weifang walked to the door. Zhou Yu looked at her with tears in his eyes. Before Tang Xiaochao could make a move, she slapped Zhou Yu twice. Don't look at me like that, it makes me sick. Go away. When Tang Weifang reached her family, Tang Xiaochao quietly went to Zhou Xiongbiao and said softly, Uncle, I have some bad news and some good news. Which one do you want to hear first? It's free for your family. Zhou Xiongbiao was angry but dared not act. Tell me the good news. Tang Xiaochao smiled. The good news is, you can go to the grain station manager, Zhou Jiankong, and ask for 2 official worker positions. He will definitely give them to you. The bad news is, the baby in Zheng Xiaoyuan's belly is not Zhou Yu's, it's Zhou Jinkong's. But it doesn't matter. Both your families have the surname Zhou, so it's no big deal, right? No thanks needed. We're leaving now. She ignored Zhou Xiongbiao's fainting face and cheerfully called out to her family, Let's go. Tonight, we're having a gathering to celebrate my sister escaping the wolf's den. Tang Jianjun nodded. Yes, yes. Tonight, everyone will go to the main house for dinner. Let's get together and celebrate. Dad, I'll ask Xuelian to bring you some wine later. Ding. The host saved the cousin and changed her tragic fate. Mission complete. Punish the scumbag Zhou Yu. Rewards: 5 gene of egg cake, 2 gene of white rabbit milk candies, a set of hunting traps, a dagger, and 100 yuan cash. Items are stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaochao walked confidently among the crowd, smiling happily. Everyone felt that today was a wonderful day, with no negative feelings from the divorce. Tang Weifang walked behind Tang Xiaochao and smiled. She vowed to treat her little sister well for the rest of her life. Tang Jinqiang and Yang Yufan, feeling sick to their stomachs, were at the back of the crowd, their minds filled with mixed feelings. It's hard to tell whether I feel happier or sadder. Tang Weigua caught up with Tang Xiaochao. Sister, you really want to become a hunter. You teach me martial arts, and I want to become a hunter too. You don't know, I saw the hunter medals once, and they looked so beautiful. Tang Xiaochao turned to look at Tang Weigua. Hunters have medals. Of course. They are round, about the size of a palm. So pretty. Tang Xiaochao nudged Tang Weigua with her shoulder. Third brother, after I get my hunter medal, I'll let you see it properly. I might even let you hold it and sleep with it for one night. Just don't lose it. Really? Sister, you're my real sister. My closest sister. Tang Xiaochao teased. Let me ask you something. If I and your wife fell into the water at the same time, would you save me first or your wife? Tang Weigua scratched his head awkwardly. I don't have a wife. Let's assume, just assume. Don't try to dodge the question. Answer. Tang Weigua thought for a moment. I'd save you. If I lost my wife, I could marry again. If I lost my sister, I can't have another one. Smack. Tang Weigua's head was tapped. Idiot. I can swim. You should save your wife. Your thinking is wrong. When you marry a wife, you're supposed to cherish her. How can you just watch her drown? You're a bad man, a bad man. Tang Xiaochao, are you doing this on purpose? I'm not a bad man, I'm not. They walked ahead, joking and teasing each other. Everyone who heard their conversation laughed. This was the most loving and united day in the Tang family, all because of Tang Xiaocao's change. Near the house, they saw Qing Yuthian Anning and Zhang Fong standing at the door, looking around. When they saw Tang Xiaochao, they rushed over and examined her from head to toe. Xiaochao, are you hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Tang Xiaochao said, I'm fine. What happened? Zhang Fong said, someone in the village said your family got into a fight with people from Zhoujia village. If you don't come back soon, we're going to find the village chief and go to rescue you. Tang Xiaochao pulled them into the yard. Nothing happened. The people from Zhoujia village are quite nice. We just had a friendly talk about my cousin's divorce. Yin Anning patted her chest. That's good, that's good. Tomorrow we're taking a day off to go shopping in town. Do you want to come with us? I'll treat you to braised pork at the state-run restaurant. Zhang Fong said, I'll buy you some white rabbit milk candies. And some big meat buns for you. She pinched Tang Xiaocao's face and said, You're too thin. At the youth commune, Sita Xing was a bit distracted. When he heard someone say that Tang Xiaocao's family went to Zhoujia village to fight, he suddenly felt worried. His mind kept thinking about that little girl's face. He cursed himself many times for being so useless. He couldn't help but want to see if the girl had come back. His legs moved on their own and took him near Tang Xiaocao's house. He saw Tang Xiaochao smiling and sending Yun Anning and Zhang Fong out. He also heard them plan to go to the town tomorrow. Situ Xing moved to the side and hid behind a wall. He hit his chest hard and scolded himself, What am I hiding for? Then he turned around and went back to the youth commune. Yun Anning and Zhang Fong walked and talked happily. Yun Anning said, Why am I not a man? If I were, I would definitely marry Sister Xiaochao. Zhang Fong tickled Yun Anning and said, Then we'd be rivals. I also like Sister Xiaochao a lot. She added, Actually, Sister Xiaochao looks very nice. She's just too thin and hasn't grown up yet. When she does, she'll be a big beauty. I looked carefully today. Her eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and eyebrows, they're all very pretty. She's the kind that gets more attractive the more you look at her. She sighed. I don't know what that fool will get. Yun Anning sighed. Fortunately, she's only 16, still young. Tomorrow, we'll try to persuade her to marry late and have children late. We're not poor enough to not support her, right? Suddenly, a thought popped into Situ Xing's mind. But I'm already 28. Realizing what he was thinking, he blushed and left with his basket. Yun Anning saw that it was almost dark and that Situ Xing was carrying his basket and leaving. She asked, Situ Jiqing, it's dark now. Going up the mountain isn't safe. Situ Xing ignored her and kept walking forward. He always acted like this, so Yun Anning didn't feel embarrassed. That evening, except for the fourth household, everyone in the Tang family gathered together. There wasn't much food, just simple grains, but everyone was happy. After drinking a bit, Tang Igua said with emotion, I never thought that as days went by, life would become so hopeful. That's good. We should always stay this happy. Li Guilin moved closer to Tang Xiaochao and gave her 2 slices of lean meat. Tonight, there will be stir-fried lean meat with garlic. Good girl, from now on, Grandma will only love you. Can you forgive Grandma for her past mistakes? Grandma truly knows she was wrong. I won't spoil your Uncle C's family anymore. Is that okay? Eat the meat, eat the meat. I see you're getting thin. From now on, Grandma will make sure you grow healthy and chubby. Everyone listens secretly. Tang Xiaochao sighed. A family shouldn't hold grudges overnight. Grandma, both boys and girls are your children, the legacy of you and Grandpa. You should love each of them. Li Guilon's face lit up with a bright smile. Yes, yes, yes. Our good girl is very smart. From now on, Grandma will listen to you. Be kind to everyone, Tang Xiaochao nodded. Let's see how you do. Li Guilon replied. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, good girl. Grandma will show you today. Are you satisfied with how I behaved today? Tang Xiaochao nodded. Very satisfied. When your unreasonable behavior is directed at outsiders, not at me, I feel quite happy. Everyone couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Tang Weiguo led the way, laughing. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I couldn't hold it in. Tang Weifang eventually stopped crying. She felt much lighter after the divorce, no longer living in fear and worry. Everyone agreed to start training the next day. They would meet at the door of Tang Xiaocao's house at 6:30 in the morning. The next morning, 2 dead wild chickens appeared in Tang Xiaocao's yard. Yang Yufin thought they were brought by Tang Xiaochao as part of a lottery and handled them, making chicken soup for her. Unbeknownst to her, it was Sidu Xing who had thrown them in late at night. Sidu Xing felt strange. He kept telling himself, she is the only girl he's not allergic to, so he shouldn't have inappropriate thoughts about her. She's only 16, still a child. No matter how he brainwashed himself, his body had its own ideas, and his hands and feet had their own thoughts. That day, a strange scene unfolded in Dashi village. Tang Xiaochao ran at the front, shouting 1, 2, 1 as a slogan, followed by the elders and children of the Tang family. Even Tang Jianjun, Tang Jianmin, and Tang Jianxiang were among them. They were running and practicing martial arts in the threshing yard. When it was almost time to start work, they dispersed, went home for meals, and prepared for work. Tian Xiaochao had made plans to go to the town and had asked to bring along her 2 cousins, Tang Weifang and Tang Weimei. After Tang Jianjun and Tang Jianmin agreed, Weifang and Weimei were so excited they wanted to hug Xiaochao and spin around. Yang Yufin knew Xiaochao was going to the town and asked, I made you chicken soup. Come back tonight and drink it, Xiaochao asked. Mom, where did you get the chicken? Yang Yufin whispered. Didn't you get it from somewhere? Xiaochao scratched her head. No, I didn't. Yang Yufin said, this morning I opened the door and saw 2 wild chickens in the yard. I thought you brought them, so I took care of them. One was pickled, and I made soup with the other. What should I do? They're not ours, so I ate them, Xiaochao shrugged. It's okay. If they fell into our yard, they're ours now. Maybe your little brother brought them. Just eat them. Do you want to go to the town with me and take a look? Yang Yufin shook her head. I won't go. You and Weifang should enjoy yourselves and relax. I have things to do at home. I'll give you some money. Buy whatever you want. Xiaochao said. No need, I have money. She went back to her room, took out a piece of blue fabric and a piece of white fabric from her space, and handed them to Yang Yufin. Yang Yufin's hands trembled as she stammered. Xiaochao, where did you get these fabrics? Xiaochao whispered. I won them in a lottery. Mom, make yourself a few new outfits and dress up a bit. You're still young. After saying that, she heard someone calling her at the door and left. Yang Yufin sat in the yard, her mind blank for a long time. She picked up scissors and other tools and started making clothes for Xiaochao. Xiaochao, Weifang, Weimei, Yun Anning, and Zhang Feng, a few girls, each carried a small cloth bag and happily headed toward the town. Meanwhile, Yang Yufin stayed at home, using Xiaocao's old clothes and some fabric measurements to make new clothes. She also used leftover scraps to make a curtain for Xiaochao and bought a cushion for her old dressing table at the flea market. Yang Yufin felt happy knowing she could do something for her daughter. While a few others went to the town, they encountered danger. On the way, Tang Weimei needed to pee, so the others waited on the road. Tang Weimei went to pee beside a big tree. Just after she finished, Anne was about to go back. A knife was pressed against her neck. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaochao, waiting on the road for her older sister, heard a voice in her mind. Host, Tang Weimei has been kidnapped by the wanted bandit Lu Tianhu. Please rescue her. The reward is 1,000 yuan, and the system will also give many supplies. This was the first time Xiao Chao received an early warning about a task. When she heard Tang Weimei was kidnapped, she immediately ran out without listening carefully to the rest of the message. Tang Weimei didn't dare shout for help. She was afraid that Xiao Chao and the others would be drawn into danger too. Feeling hopeless, she closed her eyes and whispered, "Big brother, I'll give you all my money. Please don't hurt me." Lu Tianhu had been running for years. He was exhausted. No matter where he went, those soldiers would find him. He didn't understand. He had ruined his face to hide his appearance, even cut himself with 2 deep scars, but they still tracked him down. He ran here because he was cornered by the soldiers. Seeing this woman alone, he wanted to catch her as a lucky charm. He tied Tang Weimei's hands with rope. The strange woman didn't shout or resist, which surprised him. Lu Tianhu asked, "Why don't you shout for help like other women?" Tang Weimei's legs trembled as she said, "I'm afraid if I shout, you will kill me right away." Lu Tianhu nodded. "You're right. You're smarter than those other women. If you cooperate and become my hostage, I won't hurt you. But if you try anything else, I'll be the first to kill you. Let me tell you, I'm a bandit, a criminal who kills without mercy." Hearing this, Xiao Chao ran over. She caught only part of what was said. Lu Tianhu heard a slight noise and immediately blocked Tang Weimei with his body, shouting toward the direction where Xiao Chao was hiding, "I see you. Come out now, don't hide." The bushes were silent. Lu Tianhu continued, "Stop pretending. I'll shout 3 times. If you don't come out, I'll kill this woman. 1, 2. Tang Xiao Chao stepped out from behind the tree, raising her hands. "My older cousin went to the bathroom and hasn't come back. I'm worried, so I came to look for her." Lu Tianhu grabbed Tang Weimei's neck and asked, "Is she your younger sister?" Tang Weimei shouted, "Xiao Chao, run. He's a bandit." Woo woo woo. Her neck was squeezed so tightly that she couldn't speak, only making muffled sounds. Tang Xiao Chao squinted her eyes. "Big brother, let go of my sister. I'll be your hostage. She's about to get married. Don't hurt her." Lu Tianhu chuckled. Quite the sisterly bond. Behind Tang Xiao Chao, there was a rustling sound. She forgot to tell the others not to come over. Yun Anning saw Tang Xiao Cao's back and called out, "Xiao Chao, did you find your sister?" As soon as she spoke, the girls were all stunned. Tang Weimei was being held hostage by a man with a scarred face. Her face was turning red from being squeezed. Tang Xiao Chao said, "Are you going to kill her? There are people on the street now. If we shout, you can't escape. Let my sister go, and we'll pretend we didn't see you." But ignoring that was impossible. Letting him go was even more impossible. He had just said he was a bandit, killing without mercy, full of evil deeds. Lu Tianhu sneered. "Little girl, do you think I'm stupid? If I let you go, won't you shout? I need to take a hostage. Pick one." Tang Xiao Chao stepped forward. I'm willing. I'm not loved at home. My grandma favors Uncle C's family. My parents are useless. I've been treated like a commodity, sold for a good price. My sister Tang is different. Her parents protect her. So I want her to stay alive." Zhang Fong was about to speak, but Yun Anning pulled her back. Yun Anning could tell that what Tang Xiao Chao said was half true, half fake. She had a purpose. Lu Tianhu looked at Tang Xiao Chao from head to toe. "You don't look like that. Your clothes are all intact. Are you trying to trick me? Believe it or not, I'll kill her now and take another hostage." Tang Weifong, who was married, understood how to read people's expressions better than others. She stepped forward and said, "Xiao Chao is telling the truth. In Grandma's eyes, girls are just a burden, something that can be sold, especially the family of 3 rooms. My 3rd uncle is foolish and filial, and my 3rd aunt is weak. No one is protecting Little Grass. She followed you when you left. Can you treat her a little better? She is truly a child with a hard life." Tang Weifong thought to herself, "When Little Grass gets close to you, your time will be up." Zhang Fong finally understood and angrily scolded, "You really are the good sisters of Little Grass. She loves each of you with all her heart, even risking herself to exchange for her sister as a hostage. She is only 16 years old, Such a young girl, and she followed bad people. Do you still expect those bad people to treat her kindly? Can you be any more fake? Lu Tianhua looked at their expressions, which didn't seem fake. Are you really willing to go with me willingly and be a hostage? Tang Xiaochao looked sad and said, Yes, I am willing. Staying here, my ending wouldn't be much better. She turned to Zhang Fong and said, Sister Zhang, thank you for the new clothes. I can't return them to you now. Zhang Fong quickly played along. No need to return them. I was giving them to you. If you really want to replace your cousin, your life is also a life. Tang Xiaochao forced herself to cry. She held her head high for a long time, but couldn't make herself cry. However, the others were almost amused by her exaggerated, dramatic eyes. Yun Anning couldn't hold back and lowered her head. Everyone saw her shoulders trembling. Those who knew understood she was laughing because of her amusement, but Lu Tianhua saw her as crying sadly. Lu Tianhua finally felt a bit more at ease. Using a small, thin girl as a hostage is safer. Lu Tianhua shouted, Come here. Tang Xiaochao looked back at the others and mouthed, Run quickly later. The three nodded, indicating they understood. Tang Xiaochao fought alone against the Zhou family, and her story spread throughout Dashi village. She had been trained in martial arts by her uncle for 10 years, and her skills were known all over the village. So Yun Anning and Zhang Fong also asked about her on the way here. From Tang Weimei's exaggerated description, they knew Tang Xiaochao was very skilled in fighting. None of the big men could match her. Compared to Tang Weimei, who knew nothing, having Tang Xiaochao as a hostage was more advantageous. In the pursuit of benefits and avoiding harm, they chose to believe Tang Xiaochao. So, they cooperated with her in acting. Just as Tang Xiaochao was about to reach Lu Tianhua's grasp, Lu suddenly pushed Tang Weimei out of his arms. Tang Weimei followed his strength, running as hard as she could to escape the fight between the grass and the bad guys, trying not to hold Little Grass back. Tang Weimei's calves trembled uncontrollably, a sign of extreme fear and nervousness. She clenched her teeth, nails digging into her palms, forcing herself not to stop. She knew her situation very well. If Lu Tianhu was to catch her, the bad guys would use her to threaten Little Grass. Then Little Grass would hesitate and become passive. Rather than that, she would rather bite her tongue and die than become a burden to Little Grass. Her only thought was to keep running farther and farther so that Little Grass could act freely and be safer. The moment Tang Weimei was pushed away, Little Grass also moved. Her empty hands suddenly held a dagger. She pushed off the ground with her toes and shot forward like an arrow, aiming sharply at Lu Tianhu's neck. Brother Ma only ordered, Catch Lu Tianhu, without saying whether alive or dead. For bandits who had spilled the blood of many and had been free for years, Tang Little Grass felt no pity. Instead, she wanted to send a dead bandit to the police to claim the reward. It was safer that way. Her habit was to eliminate all dangers at the start. Lu Tianhu had escaped from military pursuit and had been free for years. He was not an ordinary bandit. He was experienced in battle, with blood on his hands and skills honed through countless fights and chases. His quick reactions and fierce strikes far surpassed ordinary people. Seeing the dagger heading straight for his neck, Lu Tianhu did not retreat but advanced. He suddenly tilted his head to avoid the attack and swung his left arm like an iron whip, smashing his elbow toward Tang Little Grass's ribs with steady force and very quick movements. In fights between experts, speed is everything. Only fast can break through. Tang Little Grass felt a chill in her heart and immediately realized she had underestimated her enemy. She didn't expect Lu Tianhu to react so quickly. In a rush, she had to shift her stance and narrowly avoided the blow. Before she could steady herself, Lu Tianhu's right leg kicked out like a heavy hammer, aiming at her knee. His move was fast and deadly, clearly trying to disable her mobility first. Tang Xiaochao lightly tiptoed on the ground, suddenly leaping backward. When she landed, she rolled once to create distance of more than 2 meters from Lu Tianhu. Her palm holding the dagger was sweaty, and she tightened her grip on her wrist. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Tianhu, with no room for relaxation. This bandit's strength far exceeded her expectations. His moves were simple but deadly, aimed directly at vital points, fast and fierce. It was clear he had trained through many battles, with instinctive reactions that were too quick. He was more difficult to deal with than any opponent she had faced before. This discovery made Tang Xiaoqiao feel excited about fighting strong enemies. In her past life, she had fought her way to power among men with her fists, relying on her fearless spirit. Now, facing a tough opponent, her fighting instinct returned. Lu Tianhu suddenly sensed a change in the young girl's aura. She now had a fierce, life-and-death determination. He stood still, a sinister smile on his face, eyes like a hungry wolf staring at Tang Xiaoqiao. His tone was full of disdain. "Little girl, you do have some courage to block my way alone. But your skills are still lacking. However, I like that. I've decided. You'll be my hostage." He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking as he stepped closer to Tang Xiaoqiao. His aura of banditry and killing made the air around them seem colder. Tang Xiaoqiao refused to defend passively. She narrowed her eyes, her killing intent like a seasoned soldier. She launched an attack herself. Her body was agile, moving through the trees to find an opening. She waved her dagger, creating cold flowers in the air, stabbing at Lu Tianhu's vital points repeatedly. But he deflected each attack easily. Lu Tianhu's boxing and kicking skills were solid. His blocking was powerful, and several times, Tang Xiaoqiao's dagger was blocked by his arm. The blades only left shallow cuts on his sleeves. He seemed unfazed by the pain and countered with a punch. They fought fiercely among the trees. The sound of fists and blades clashing filled the air, and the trees shook with their force, leaves falling around them. Using her agility, Tang Xiaoqiao kept moving, trying to avoid direct hits. But even so, she was beginning to feel the strain. Lu Tianhu has great endurance. During the fight, his breathing stays steady, but his moves become more fierce and ruthless. Every clash makes Tang Xiaoqiao face danger. In a close fight, Lu Tianhu takes advantage of her attack gap. He quickly grabs her wrist with his left hand and punches straight at her face with his right fist. Tang Xiaoqiao twists her wrist, causing her dagger to slide down his palm, forcing Lu Tianhu to let go and step back. She tries to retreat quickly but is a bit too slow. Her shoulder is brushed by his punch, causing a numb feeling, almost losing her strength, and her dagger nearly slips from her hand. "I don't have patience to play with kids anymore. From now on, I'm serious. Stinky girl, take this." Lu Tianhu licks the blood on his palm, his eyes turning more fierce. That bloodthirsty and twisted look makes Tang Xiaoqiao feel a shiver down her spine. The blood-licking action is so disgusting that it makes her sick. Lu Tianhu tests her resilience. Although she isn't as strong as him, she is very quick and clever. After a long fight, he starts to feel impatient. Few can be so arrogant in front of him for long. A few years ago, a soldier claiming to be a special forces sniper came after him, but all died at his hands. A girl from a mountain village. Honestly, he didn't see her as a threat. Tang Xiaoqiao takes a deep breath, suppresses the numbness in her shoulders, and her eyes flash with killing intent. She knows she must succeed, not fail. If she loses, not only her life is at risk, but the lives of the other girls are also in danger. They might be harmed. She adjusts her breathing, gets into position again, and suddenly crouches low, stabbing her dagger toward his lower abdomen while Lu Tianhu isn't paying attention. This move is quick and tricky. Lu Tianhu is caught off guard and hurriedly pulls back his stomach. A cut opens on his waist, and blood quickly seeps out, staining his rough cloth shirt red. Lu Tianhu didn't expect this stinky girl to be so unchivalrous. If he hadn't reacted fast, he might have been seriously injured or worse. Trying to die, Lu Tianhu roars in pain, his attack becoming even more fierce. He no longer holds back. Every move he makes is full of effort, his fists like a storm, forcing Tang Xiaoqiao to retreat repeatedly. She can only barely block, gradually falling behind. Sweat beads form on Tang Xiaoqiao's forehead, and her breathing becomes rapid. Her body, damaged for many years, has been well maintained recently, but compared to her previous life, her physical strength is far weaker. Her arms were sore and painful from constantly blocking attacks. Several times, she almost got hit in vital spots by Lu Tianhu's fists and kicks. She barely managed to dodge with her fierce determination and sharp senses. While Tang Xiaochao gritted her teeth and fought Lu Tianhu, a few other girls ran back to the main road, shouting desperately, "Help! Help! There are bandits here! Help!" Knowing that Situ Xing had come to town today, Tang Xiaocao's friend, he had inexplicably followed her. From afar, he heard familiar shouts, those of Yun Anning and Zhang Fang. He quickly ran forward. Sure enough, he saw the girls crying and shouting for help, mentioning bandits, but he didn't see the girl he cared about. Yun Anning also saw Situ Xing. She waved her hand and shouted, "Situ Xing! Situ Xing! Save Xiaochao! Here! Here!" She pointed in the direction where Xiaochao was. Situ Xing followed her finger and dashed into the woods from the road. At this moment, Tang Xiaochao was in a very dangerous situation in the forest. She was exhausted, her movements slowed, and blocking attacks became harder. Lu Tianhu seized the chance and kicked her calf. Tang Xiaochao staggered and fell to her knees, hitting her knee hard on a rock, causing sharp pain. Before she could get up, Lu Tianhu moved forward aggressively, grabbing her shoulders with both hands, trying to subdue her. A fierce look flashed in Tang Xiaocao's eyes. She suddenly lifted her head and slammed her forehead into Lu Tianhu's nose. Ouch! Lu Tianhu cried out in pain, grunting, and instinctively loosened his grip, stepping back 2 steps. Tang Xiaochao took the chance to stand up and stabbed her dagger toward his chest. But Lu Tianhu dodged forcefully, and the blade only cut his shoulder. Lu Tianhu was completely furious, his eyes full of killing intent. He no longer cared about his injuries and charged at Tang Xiaochao like a madman, fighting recklessly. Tang Xiaochao struggled to defend herself, looking very battered. She knew she couldn't hold on much longer. If she couldn't win, she planned to distract him and lead him away. Just then, a swift, almost soundless footstep approached from afar. Although Situ Xing didn't speak, the commanding presence he carried on the battlefield was very intimidating. Lu Tianhu, in his frantic attack, suddenly froze. His instincts, honed by years of living on the edge, told him that the person coming was far more dangerous than Tang Xiaochao. Lu Tianhu turned his head and saw Situ Xing rushing toward him. The intense battlefield pressure from the opponent made him feel scared. With 2 experts attacking him, he knew he couldn't win and decided to retreat. Suddenly, he spun around and tried to break through into the dense forest. Seeing this, Tang Xiaochao seized the chance and lunged forward, stabbing her dagger toward his thigh. Lu Tianhu hurried to dodge, but because he was distracted, his movement was slow. The dagger pierced deeply into his thigh, and blood burst out. In pain, he roared and turned around, intending to deal with Tang Xiaochao first before escaping. But Situ Xing was already like a ghost, rushing close. The Soldier King's skills were extraordinary. Situ Xing moved like lightning, grabbing Lu Tianhu's right arm at the elbow. With a little force, he heard a crisp crack. Lu Tianhu's arm was dislocated. The pain made him lose most of his strength instantly. Lu Tianhu tilted his body and staggered forward. Just as he was about to get up, Situ Xing stepped forward and pressed his foot firmly on Lu Tianhu's back, with such force that it felt like a giant stone pressing him into the mud, making him unable to move. That step seemed casual, but precisely targeted his vital points. No matter how Lu Tianhu struggled, he could only twist his body in vain. He looked both clumsy and funny. Throughout, Situ Xing kept a calm face, applying more force with his foot, showing his control without a word, just action. Lu Tianhu suddenly felt tightness in his chest, making it hard to breathe. His fierce bravado was instantly crushed. A few girls called for 2 more helpers. When they arrived, Lu Tianhu was already pinned to the ground by Situ Xing. With Situ Xing's help, Tang Xiaochao finally relaxed but didn't stop. She knew Lu Tianhu was cunning and fierce. If she didn't completely disable him today, he would escape again in the future and continue doing wrong. Her eyes darkened. Holding her dagger, she stepped closer to Lu Tianhu. Lu Tianhu was pinned and unable to move, looking at Tang Xiaochao with coldness in her eyes. A flicker of fear appeared in his heart. You little brat. What are you trying to do? I surrender. You can't do anything too harsh to me. Otherwise, you'll be guilty of intentional harm. Tang Xiaochao ignored his threats and looked at him calmly. Without hesitation, she stabbed her dagger toward his right knee. With a sharp snap, the dagger pierced deeply into his right knee. Lu Tianhu let out a loud, painful scream and trembled violently. Situ Xing remained expressionless, his eyes cold as ice. He was used to dealing with fierce criminals and knew it was wise to weaken their fighting ability. He did not stop Tang Xiaochao from her actions. Lu Tianhu's fierce anger was just like a trapped beast fighting for survival in his eyes. He still pressed firmly on his opponent's body, then looked up and down at Tang Xiaochao to check if she was hurt. Situ Xing asked, You're not Tang Xiaochao. Who are you really? Tang Xiaochao snorted. Do I look familiar to you? How do you know I'm Tang Xiaochao? The girl with her head down was just pretending. Now that I'm holding my head high, I'm not pretending anymore. Do you have a problem? If you do, keep it to yourself, she said confidently. Don't think that helping out today makes me your savior. If you hadn't come, I could still handle her myself. She showed no sign of guilt or shame. Lu Tianhu was in so much pain that his vision darkened, and cold sweat soaked his body. He looked at Tang Xiaochao with hatred and despair, saying, You've ruined my leg. Even in death, I won't forgive you. Tang Xiaochao paused, then drew her dagger again and stabbed at his left knee. This was perfectly symmetrical. Her obsessive-compulsive disorder was finally cured. Another scream, and Lu Tianhu's left knee was also destroyed. He lost all strength and collapsed to the ground, unable to move his legs, overwhelmed by endless pain. Tang Xiaochao slowly pulled out her dagger, wiped the blood off the blade with Lu Tianhu's shirt, and her expression remained cold. She showed no mercy. For such a villain, kindness was cruelty to herself and others. Only after confirming Lu Tianhu's legs were completely paralyzed and he could no longer stand did she stand up slowly. Looking down at Lu Tianhu from above, she said, Come on, don't let me go. Use your still-moving upper body to hit me if you can. 2 people rushing to help were also from Dashi village. One man asked, Little Chow, are you okay? Are you hurt? Tang Xiaochao thought for a moment and replied, Uncle Daching, I'm fine. No problem. Please take this dead dog to the police station in town. He said he's a bandit, wanted for many years. He's committed countless murders and is a heinous criminal. Turning around confidently, she looked at Situ Xing and said, This young man, he is my catch. The reward is mine alone. Remember to bring it back for me and not a single cent less. Got it. Tang Daching and Tang Yuanming were amused by Xiao Cao's bold attitude. Tang Yuanming said, Don't worry, little girl. With Uncle Daching and me here watching, you'll get all the money back. He spoke in a playful, comforting tone, like talking to a child. Xiaochao nodded happily. Yes, Uncle Yuanming is the best and Uncle Daching too. Since she was young, she liked to make friends and be kind. She thought it was okay to be friendly with everyone. Situ Xing had never been ignored like this before. Situ Xing, Xiaochao turned around. What? Situ Xing, my name is Situ Xing, Xiaochao frowned. I don't care what your name is. Don't think about taking my reward. She waved her fist as she said this. Situ Xing hesitated, unsure what to say. Tang Yuanming chuckled and teased, Wow, our young Situ Xing, this is the first time you've been so uncharming in front of a girl. Did Xiaochao just lose her sight because of the bandits earlier? She ignored such a handsome man and only cared about money. 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 Xiao Cao's eyes were only on money, not men. Tang Daching unfastened his belt and tied Lu Tianhu's hands on the ground. Earlier, they saw Xiaochao had disabled his legs, but his hands were still free, so they had to tie them up. Then Tang Yuanming also untied his belt and tied Lu Tianhu's feet. Ignoring Lu Tianhu's hysterical screams of pain, they found a long stick, threaded it through his leg ropes and hand ropes, and carried him away like a pig ready for slaughter. Xiaochao returned to the main road, and a few girls hugged her, crying loudly. Xiaochao looked up at the sky in frustration. She had a bag hanging around her neck, with one arm on each side and one on her back. She felt like she might be strangled by the girls. She said, I can't breathe. The girls suddenly let go. Xiao Chao looked at her clothes. Damn, my new clothes are torn. Yun Anning said, let's go to town. Sister will buy you new clothes. No old clothes, no new ones. Tang Weifang was still shaken. She said, let's go back to the village. Xiao Chao must be scared. Ha ha, Zhang Fang laughed loudly. Your sister's words are so funny. Look at our little grass. Does she seem scared? No, she's just tired. Come here, I'll carry you. Tang Xiaochao said. No need to carry me. I can walk. The braised pork in town is tempting me and I won't go back. A few girls jumped and skipped forward as if they had just escaped danger, forgetting everything that had just happened behind them. Situ Xing, Tang Daqing, and Tang Yuanming took Lu Tianhua to the police station. They waited a long time until they finished the paperwork for the report and collecting the reward. When they received it, they found they had 1,000 yuan. Tang Daqing and Tang Yuanming's hands were trembling. Tang Daqing said, is Little Grass lucky or unlucky? With so many rewards, these must be very dangerous bandits. Tang Yuanming handed the money to Situ Xing. Situ Jiqing, you keep this reward for Xiao Chao. Make sure to give it to her personally. Tang Daqing and I are here to do some bricklaying work in town and can't go back soon. It's unsafe to carry this much money on us. If we lose it, we might never pay it back. For people as poor as them, this much money was a heavy burden. Situ Xing nodded and accepted the envelope. Tang Yuanming warned, make sure to give it directly to Xiao Chao. Don't give it to her parents or grandparents. She risked her life to get this. Her parents are unreliable, and her grandmother is biased. Although they had heard that her grandmother had changed a bit recently, after so many years of hardship, how much could she really change? They didn't believe that the grandmother who often scolded and hit poor Xiao Chao could suddenly become loving. Tang Daqing thanked Situ Xing on behalf of Xiao Chao, and then left with Tang Yuanming. They had taken too long, and they didn't know if the foreman would scold them. The two hurriedly left. Situ Xing had been in Dashi village for several months. Overall, the villagers were quite nice. Only a few families were not doing well, mostly because they were poor, like Xiao Cao's family. Suddenly, Situ Xing's stomach growled. He hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, and now it was noon. Hunger hit him hard. Meanwhile, Xiao Chao and the others were busy shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative. Not long after catching Lu Tianhua, Xiao Ma's reward arrived on time. Ding. The host captured the dangerous bandit Lu Tianhua, changing many people's lives. Completed the task. Captured the bandits. Rewards include 5 bottles of Maotai liquor, 10 packs of De Ming Men cigarettes, a bicycle, a fan, 5 pounds of white rabbit milk candies, and 500 yuan in cash. The items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaochao was so happy, she jumped 3 feet high. No one knew why she was so excited. Tang Xiaochao. Little brother Ma, you are so generous this time. Love you, little brother Ma. I hope the host keeps working hard and achieves more success.
Keep it up.
Go for it. Because Tang Xiaochao received many prizes and had money, she was very free to buy whatever she wanted at the supply and marketing cooperative. Now she has money. Yun Anning ignored Tang Xiaocao's strong refusal and bought her 2 sets of clothes to replace her torn ones. Tang Xiaochao wanted to throw away her old clothes, but Tang Weihong secretly took them into her basket. When she got home, she planned to sew them up so she could still wear them. Tang Weifang and Tang Weimei bought very few things. They just came along to see and learn. After more than an hour at the supply and marketing cooperative, Tang Xiaochao was hungry. Zhang Fang invited everyone to eat at a state-run restaurant. When they arrived, they saw a tall, handsome man sitting alone in the corner, eating. Women around, no matter their age, secretly looked towards Situ Xing. Zhang Fang ordered the food, and Tang Xiaocao went over to the corner where Situ Xing was eating. Situ Xing couldn't help feeling nervous. Tang Xiaocao immediately shouted, Uncle Situ, you're also here to eat? Did I get my reward? Give it to me now. Situ Xing was a bit overwhelmed by her calling him Uncle. There are many people here. I'll go back to the village and give it to you. Tang Xiaochao frowned. You wouldn't want to swallow my money, right? Situ Xing's anxiety worsened. He was worried that carrying so much money might attract thieves, so he wanted to go back to the village and give it to her. Since she didn't appreciate it, forget it. Situ Xing took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to Tang Xiaochao. His fingers deliberately touched her hand. He wanted to confirm once more if she was the one he was worried about. Sure enough, he was not allergic to her. When they entered earlier, a waitress brought the dishes. When she was close, red rashes appeared on his arm. Once, a girl in the compound who was madly chasing after him threw herself into his arms. He immediately had trouble breathing and eventually fainted in a dramatic way. Tang Xiaochao spat on her finger and started counting money. In the past, Situ Xing would have used words like vulgar to describe such scenes. But with Tang Xiaochao, he found it strangely cute. He usually ignores women, but suddenly he said, exactly 1,000. I've counted it. Tang Xiaochao took out 20 yuan and placed it on Situ Xing's desk. This meal is on me. Situ Xing didn't refuse. He stared blankly at the 20 yuan on the table, then, on a whim, reached out and put it in his pocket. If the childhood friends in the big courtyard saw this, they would be surprised and feel like little tadpoles again. He is the heir of the military district compound, someone who is everything he could want. Yet he actually asked a girl for 20 yuan. Tang Xiaochao finished her money and turned to leave. Seeing that Situ Xing was actually talking to Tang Xiaochao, Yun Anning and Zhang Feng felt like they were dreaming. They had been in the same youth commune with Situ Xing for months, and he had never given them even a word of kindness. Not even simple words like, or oh. They didn't deserve it. After Tang Xiaochao sat down boldly, Yun Anning asked, Xiaochao, Situ Xing actually talked to you? Tang Xiaochao was confused. I asked him for a bounty for catching the bad guys. What's with your faces? Zhang Feng whispered. Xiaochao, you don't know. Situ Xing has misandry. He hates all the opposite sex equally, including female dogs. He even hates them. Tang Xiaochao's mouth twitched. No way. Is it that serious? He just said 16 words to me, including punctuation. That's 20 words. Yun Anning sighed. Wow. We're in the same youth commune, and he hasn't even given us a... Oh. Are we just too weak? Not worthy? Could it be that Situ Xing has a hero complex? He likes girls who can fight, like Xiaochao. Tang Weimei looked a bit upset. Yun Jiying, don't talk nonsense. My Xiaochao is only 16. Situ Xing is almost 30. Zhang Feng corrected her. No. Under 30, only 28. A man at the age of a blooming flower, 12 years older than a young grass, and of the same zodiac sign. Situ Xing is like an old ox, and we little grass are tender shoots. Perfect match, the old ox eating tender grass. Little grass, your sister tells you that Situ Xing comes from a good family, has excellent personal qualities, truly a rare and outstanding man. When he first arrived, whether at the youth commune or in the village, all the girls couldn't take their eyes off him. He's tall, very tall. He has 2 straight, long legs, longer than your life. 6-pack abs, firm chest muscles, and biceps strong enough to lift his future wife with one arm. He fulfills all the fantasies of women who love handsome men. Tang Xiaochao, you like him too? Zhang Feng chuckled. Honestly, women. There's no woman who wouldn't like someone like him. I can't be an exception. But I'm afraid of the cold, and I can't stand his icy aura. When women get close, he's like a cold breeze. Who can handle that? Sister, it's not just desire, but also courage that's missing. The waiter called out that their dishes were ready. The girls finished talking about Situ Xing, and in the end, food was more tempting than men. They were so full they felt like lying down comfortably. As the saying goes, after eating, no more desires. Their hunger was satisfied. When they looked to enjoy their view, they realized Situ Xing had already left without them noticing. While they were eating, a few men nearby had already been watching them. They saw a man give money to a young girl and noticed they ordered a lot of food, obviously not short of money. They exchanged glances. After Tang Xiaochao and the others left the state-owned restaurant, she felt like someone was following her. Was it to steal money? Or to bother her?
Tang Xiaochao wondered silently.
A group of people gathered ahead, curious, so they also moved closer. They saw an old man lying on the ground, his face turning blue, clearly struggling to breathe. People nearby kept asking Grandpa, "What's wrong?" Tang Xiaoqiao quickly pushed through the crowd and saw a punch to the old man's stomach, a walnut flying out. The old man finally started breathing again.
Dang.
The host saved the former mayor of Jing City, changing his fate of being choked by a walnut. Mission completed. Rescue a national hero. Reward items include 10 jean of cooking oil, 10 bags of salt, 5 jean of yarn, 1 box of fever medicine, and 300 yuan in cash. The items have been stored in the system's space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaoqiao looked at the greedy old man in front of her, who surprisingly used to be a mayor. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just as Tang Xiaoqiao was about to leave, the old man suddenly grabbed her. She thought she had encountered a scammer, but the old man said, "Little benefactor, don't go. I want to thank you. Wait a moment while I catch my breath." When Tang Xiaoqiao heard someone wanted to thank her, her legs immediately stopped. She turned around and asked, "How do you want to thank me?" She kindly helped the old man to stand up. After Do Jincheng recovered, he pulled Tang Xiaoqiao and was about to leave. At that moment, several men mixed into the crowd, quickly stealing from many people's bags or purses. Tang Xiaoqiao pushed away the old man's hand and ran toward the crowd, grabbing the hand of a man. He was holding a small blade, about to cut open Yun Anning's bag. Yun Anning had just collected her parents' sent living expenses from the post office today. Crack. A loud sound, and the man let out a pig-like squeal. Tang Xiaoqiao took the blade from his hand. Yun Anning quickly hid behind her, and many people immediately recognized the thief. Everyone hurriedly searched their own money. "My money is gone. Mine is gone too. Catch the thief." Then, several burly men approached Tang Xiaoqiao, all hiding small blades in their hands. One of the men had a fierce look, like a starving wild dog. Tang Xiaoqiao pushed away the man who was holding her wrist, making everyone step back to a safe distance. The thief who had been grabbed by her clenched his teeth, shook his numb hand, and spat fiercely, "You little brat, daring to interfere in our business. Today, you'll see red. Brothers, let's go." The crowd immediately shrank back, gasping in surprise. Some wanted to run but didn't want to miss the scene. Some shouted for help but were scared away by the thief's fierce gaze. Yun Anning hid behind, clutching her clothes tightly, trembling as she shouted, "Xiaoqiao, be careful of their blades." Do Jincheng quickly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, if it gets too dangerous, run away first. I'll think of a way." Tang Xiaoqiao did not look back. Instead, she made a calming gesture to Yun Anning with her hand and quickly prepared her stance. She provocatively waved at the 4 thieves and said, "Come on, I have something to do." Before she finished speaking, the thief on her left attacked first, swinging a sharp blade toward her arm. The attack was fast and fierce, clearly meant to intimidate her. Quickly, Tang Xiaoqiao shifted her body to the right. Before the thief could finish his move, she slapped him hard across the face with a loud smack. The force was strong enough to make him spin around, and half of his face swelled immediately, with blood trickling from his mouth. "You're asking for it," the other 3 thieves shouted as they rushed toward her. The thief on her right stabbed his blade straight at her chest, aggressive and quick. She bent her body to dodge and simultaneously jabbed her finger into his right eye. The thief screamed loudly, clutching his eye and stumbling backward. His knife fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Tang Xiaoqiao kicked him in the butt. The thief lost his balance, fell forward, hitting his nose on the ground, and started bleeding. The leader of the thieves took the chance to attack from behind, aiming his blade at her neck with a tricky angle. The crowd gasped, fearing she would be hurt. But she seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. She suddenly turned around, grabbed his wrist tightly, and twisted it. With a cracking sound, accompanied by the thief's agonized scream, his knife dropped to the ground. Tang Xiaoqiao didn't give him a moment to breathe. She struck him with 2 more slaps, one on each cheek, hitting him so hard that his face swelled quickly, his teeth flew out, and his mouth was full of blood. Seeing her friend suffer, the last thief's eyes grew fiercer. He clenched his grip on the knife and slashed toward her waist. She sidestepped and moved behind him. During his turn, she quickly jabbed her finger into his left eye. The thief bent over in pain. Tang Xiaoqiao kicked him hard in the buttocks several times, each kick powerful enough to make him stagger forward until he finally collapsed to the ground. The leader of the thieves recovered and picked up his knife from the ground, rushing toward her again. The remaining 3 thieves struggled to get up and surrounded her. The blades glinted menacingly in the sunlight, each aiming at her vital points. Tang Xiaoqiao remained calm and quick, moving like a cat as she dodged the attacks of 4 people. When the thief on her left swung his knife and missed, she suddenly grabbed his hair and pulled hard, causing him to scream in pain. He tilted his head back, and the knife cut into his thigh. She then kicked him in the lower back, making him fall forward and collide with the thief on her right. As they stumbled, Tang Xiaoqiao grabbed one of their hair and quickly poked the other thief's eye with her finger, moving so fast he couldn't react. While the 2 were on the ground and confused, she turned to the other thief rushing at her, sidestepping his knife. She grabbed his hair again and pressed his head down hard. The thief twitched in pain, trying to fight back, but couldn't move. Tang Xiaoqiao slapped him hard across the face, making a loud sound that everyone nearby could hear, and his ears buzzed. She didn't let go, swung him to the side by his hair, then kicked his knee. He fell to his knees with a thud. The last thief tried to attack from the side. Tang Xiaoqiao dodged sideways and quickly poked his eye. He hurried to avoid it but still got hit in the corner of his eye. Tears mixed with blood from his eyes streamed down his face. She kicked him in the butt, knocking him into the wall. He hit it hard and fainted, lying on the ground and unable to get up. Seeing her companions fall one by one, the leader of the thieves looked scared but still raised his knife and charged at her. Tang Xiaoqiao grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard, causing the knife to fall from his hand. She pressed her hand on his shoulder and kicked his stomach several times. The thief curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach and crying out in pain. Still not satisfied, she swung her hand and slapped him several more times. His face swelled like a bun, and blood dripped from his mouth and nose, making him unrecognizable even to his own mother. The last thief, barely able to stand, saw the leader was defeated and scared. His legs trembled, and he couldn't hold his knife anymore. He turned to run. Tang Xiaoqiao kicked him hard in the butt. He stumbled forward and fell flat on his face. Tang Xiaoqiao quickly stepped forward, grabbing his hair and pulling it upward, forcing him to lift his head. She then slapped him several times across the face and gently poked his swollen eyes with her fingertips. He trembled all over, curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. His hair was pulled painfully, making it hard for him to struggle or resist. Within just a few minutes, the 4 tall thieves were all lying on the ground, each with bruised faces and crying out in pain. Their eyes were swollen and red from being poked, their cheeks puffed up, blood dripping from their mouths and noses. Their hair was messy from being pulled, and the footprints on their backs were clearly visible. They had no strength left to lift their hands and could only twist on the ground, looking very helpless. The crowd watching was silent for a moment, then burst into loud cheers and applause. Well done. The young girl is amazing. Great fight. These thieves deserved it. Truly a brave woman. Some people clapped excitedly. Others gave Tang Xiaoqiao a thumbs up, and some quickly picked up the blades on the ground to prevent the thieves from causing more trouble. The people who had lost money earlier searched the thieves and found their missing belongings. They were overjoyed and stepped forward to thank Tang Xiaoqiao. Tang Xiaoqiao cupped her fists and said, "Please, everyone, take these thieves to the police station. I have some other things to do, so I'll be leaving now." A few men stepped forward, using shoelaces and belts to tie up the thieves. A group of people then led the thieves away.
Ding.
The host caught the thieves, protecting the peace of the town. Task completed. Protect others' property. Rewards: a flashlight, a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, 5 rolls of gauze, and a bottle of alcohol. Items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaoqiao was very happy. Today, she received medicines which are very rare in this era. She walked over to Dojin Cheng and asked, Old sir, you said you wanted to thank me. How should I accept your thanks? Do Jincheng praised her. Little benefactor, your bravery in fighting is truly impressive. I was so proud watching you, he continued. Come with me. My son is the manager of a cotton spinning factory. They are hiring workers recently, so I'll arrange a formal job for you. How about working in the town? I'll definitely support you. Cloud Anning pulled Tang Xiaochao aside and whispered, Xiaochao, be more careful. That old man looks like a wolf grandma, and I think he's a bit untrustworthy. Although Do Jincheng was old, he still had good hearing. He overheard their secret whispering clearly. Young comrade, what are you talking about? She is my lifesaver, and I wouldn't lie to her. Besides, I don't look like a wolf grandma. If you can't speak properly, just stay quiet. Tang Xiaochao almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The former mayor of Jing City was being compared to a wolf grandma. Seeing Do Jincheng's face change from red to purple to white, Tang Xiaochao said, Grandpa, Sister Yun is worried about me because I'm young. Don't worry, I know you're a good person. Calling him Grandpa made Do Jincheng happy. His son and daughter-in-law were both young, and they all lived in Jing City. Seeing him, he looked like a mouse seeing a cat, completely unlikable. He had always wanted a soft, fragrant granddaughter he could spoil and cuddle. Now retired, he had worked hard all his life. Suddenly, with nothing to do, he felt uncomfortable all over. His son had come here to manage the cotton spinning factory and had stubbornly brought him along. This place was in the south, near the border, with a spring-like climate all year round. There were mountains everywhere, beautiful scenery, and fresh air. In the first few days after arriving, he liked it here. But after a few days, he started to feel bored. In this unfamiliar place, with unfamiliar people, loneliness and solitude filled his heart. Today, he discovered this little girl, which piqued his curiosity. With his many years in politics and sharp eyes, he knew this girl was not ordinary. Do Jincheng held Xiao Cao's arm and said, Come on, follow Grandpa. Today, I will settle your work matters. You guys, if you're worried, come along too, he said angrily. They all followed Do Jincheng smoothly into the factory director's office. When Do Jincheng saw his father had come, he quickly stood up to greet him. But behind him, 5 beautiful young girls entered. His father was still holding onto a young girl's arm, something he didn't usually allow. His father was not someone easily approached. Jinxing was stunned. He watched as his father helped a girl and her teens sit on a bench and then told the other girls to find their own seats. What are you looking at? No sense at all. Guests are here and you don't know to pour tea, Do Jincheng said unhappily. Do Jinxing nodded. Even though he was the factory director, his father still managed him. He obediently went to pour tea. Tang Xiaochao looked around curiously and asked, Grandpa, it seems the cotton spinning factory isn't doing very well. Do Jinxing brought over the tea and heard her words. He didn't say anything because he never had a say in front of his father. Do Jincheng chuckled. Xiaochao, tell your grandpa, how did you figure out that the factory isn't doing well? Tang Xiaochao said. At the gate, the security guard, when we came in, didn't ask anything. He just stands there like a decoration. The workers passing by also look lazy and relaxed. There's no busy or serious work atmosphere at all. Do Jinxing looked at Xiaochao, hesitating to speak. Do Jincheng nodded. Yes, my son and I have only been here for a week. Uncle Do was sent here to fix the problems at the cotton spinning factory. Xiaochao, since Uncle Do came, he's been so stressed he's losing hair. My clever granddaughter, what do you think we should do? Do Jinxing interrupted. Dad, don't just assume everyone is related. You're clearly trying to take away a kid who doesn't understand things. Tang Weifang, Tang Weimei, Yun Anning, and Zhang Feng all nodded in agreement. Do Jincheng's face turned cold, and his leadership aura burst out. You don't know anything. Don't underestimate our Xiaochao. Xiaochao, keep talking. Don't listen to him. Xiaochao looked at Do Jinxing and said, Hello, Uncle Do. From what we saw when we entered, the workshop is chaotic and the leadership team is weak, lazy, and disorganized. You came here, but you can't solve the old problems from the past. Also, even a strong dragon can't control the local power. Those who have been slacking off for a long time, you can't manage them alone. Right now, the cotton spinning factory only produces simple products. To succeed, we need to reform and change from a single business model to a comprehensive textile company. Dou Jingxing became interested, sat down on a stool, and asked, "What is a comprehensive textile company?" Xiao Chao explained, "Spinning, weaving,
Dyeing.
printing, integrated management. Currently, all the fabrics produced are 100% cotton. The raw material for cotton fabric is natural cotton. It goes through processes like cleaning, carding, drawing, roving, spinning, weaving, and so on to make yarn and fabric and finally turn into clothes. Right?" Dou Jingxing nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Keep going." Tang Xiaochao continued, "But our cotton production is low, so we can't produce in large quantities. This also causes the factory's equipment to be underused. The cotton spinning factory is a state-owned company. Everyone is just working for their wages and passing the time. Plus, given the current national situation, if you want to revitalize the factory, you must reform and innovate." Dou Jingxing asked, "How to reform and innovate?" Everyone leaned forward eagerly. Tang Xiaochao chuckled. "First, develop integrated textile, dyeing and printing production. Second, research new fabrics. Besides cotton, include synthetic fibers and carry out a cotton-to-synthetic reform. This way, we can solve the problem of insufficient cotton. When the time comes, you can produce as much as you want." Readers, I looked up some information and summarized it myself. I'm not an expert, so please don't criticize. Love you all. The father and son's eyes lit up. Their usual way of thinking was opening up. Dou Jingxing, who works professionally in this industry, has seen many foreign research reports. Some countries have already made clothes from synthetic fibers, but our country still doesn't have this technology. Not yet, but we can research it. Our country has many talented people. If others can do it, we can too. The other girls listened confused. They didn't understand words like spending money, integrated production, transformation, or cotton-to-synthetic reform. Ding. Host, new reforms and innovations at the cotton spinning factory. Trigger task, change others' fixed way of thinking. Rewards, 2 pairs of rubber shoes, 5 bolts of cotton cloth, 5 gene of grass paper, 1,000 gene of fertilizer. Items stored in system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaochao was surprised. She only wanted an extra work slot, and this also triggered a task? She looked at the Dou family father and son and asked, "Grandpa Dou, I saved your life. You promised to give me a formal work position. Now I've given Uncle Dou a good idea. Can I also get a work slot for that? I have 2 older cousins who need 2 work slots." As soon as she finished speaking, Dou Jingxing suddenly stood up and ran to Dou Jinxin. He checked him from head to toe. "Dad, are you feeling unwell? I'll take you to the hospital right now." Tang Xiaochao said, "Grandpa is fine. He's just a bit greedy and got a walnut stuck in his throat, which made it hard to breathe. I helped him cough it out." Dou Jingxing nodded. "Since I arrived, I have fired many people. We are about to hire new workers. To thank you, I will give you 2 job slots." Tang Xiaochao happily said, "My older cousin's name is Tang Weifang and Tang Weimei." Tang Weifang and Tang Weimei stood up together. "Xiaochao, this is the job you got."
We don't want it.
"You keep it for yourself and Aunt San," Xiaochao sighed. "Fong Fong, you are divorced now. You need an income to support yourself and a place to live. The cotton spinning factory has staff dormitories. Right?" Dou Jingxing nodded. "Yes, yes, yes. There are female staff dorms and male staff dorms. Dual-income couples are also assigned housing, but they must meet the factory's housing requirements." Tang Weifang started crying. She had always lived at her parents' home, but that couldn't last forever.
She really needed this job. Tang Weifang not dead.
"Okay, I want one of these job slots. I'll give you the 500 yuan I got from the divorce. Can I consider this job as my gift?" Xiaochao said. "Sister, I'm not selling jobs. When I get my salary, I'll buy you some good food. You know, I applied to be a hunter." "I just want to be a hunter." "What?" Dou's father and son said together. Dou Jinxin pulled Xiaocao's arm. "Xiaochao, that hunter job is not something a girl can do. It's too dangerous." "I don't agree," Dou Jingxing sighed. "Dad, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to disagree?" Xiaochao pulled the excited Dou Jinxin to sit down. Grandpa Do, I'm good at fighting. I'm a sharpshooter. If you want to eat meat later, I'll make sure you're full. Rabbits, wild boars, deer, foolish roe deer, tigers, black bears. The mountains have everything. Whatever you want to eat, I can get it for you. When my 2 older sisters start working at the cotton spinning factory, please look after them more to prevent them from being bullied. I am very protective of my family. The people who protect me, I will protect your stomach. I will come often to bring you delicious food. Tang Wei-mei was so anxious, she tugged at her clothes. She interrupted, Xiao Chao, I can't take that other job. Give it to Aunt San. Tang Xiao Chao turned to Tang Wei-mei and said, having a job gives you confidence. Once you're married and earning money, you'll be able to stand tall in your in-laws' house. Stop bothering Sister Fong Fong and me. My mother has to cook at home. Now that she's gone, I have no support. Tang Wei-mei insisted, I really can't take it. If Grandma finds out, she'll be furious with us. Tang Xiao Chao proudly replied, she won't dare.
Don't worry.
My dad said that once I take charge, you can all listen to me. Don't worry, I will find more work later. Tang Wei-mei argued, Xiao Chao, give your other job to your cousin from your uncle's family. They've taken care of you for so many years. Our family hasn't done anything, and I am engaged now. Once a girl gets married, she leaves her family behind. I can't take the household work with me. Xiao Chao, you don't know. A formal worker at the cotton spinning factory can earn 800 yuan. Tang Xiao Chao thought for a moment and said, okay. I'll give the other job to my cousin Yang Jing. Mei, I will handle your matter later. Tang Wei-mei sighed in relief. Do Jincheng smiled and said, you sisters get along well. Many families fight over a single job opening, but you both refuse. Tang Xiaochao looked at the time and said she needed to leave. Do Jingxing asked her to wait a moment. He went to the finance department, took 2 employment forms, and handed them to Tang Xiaochao. Xiaochao, thank you for saving my dad. If you ever need help, just come to Uncle. These are the employment forms. You can let someone fill them out and come to work. The starting salary is 25 yuan a month, and after a year it will be 30. Thank you, Uncle. I will visit you and Grandpa Do often. If you need help, just ask me. Do Jincheng asked, are you really sure about becoming hunter? Absolutely. It's the job I like, Tang Xiaochao answered firmly. Do Jingxing said, if you become a hunter, the prey can be sent to the cotton spinning factory. We have a cafeteria and need supplies. I will give you a pass, but it won't be for illegal activities. Follow the proper procedures. Tang Xiaocao's smile was sincere.
Ding.
The host successfully secured 2 official worker positions at the cotton spinning factory, protecting the family. Mission triggered. Care for family. Reward: 5 pounds of brown sugar, 5 pounds of kerosene, 5 enamel basins, 1 hoe, and 1 sickle. The items have been stored in the system's space and can be retrieved at any time. Under Do Jincheng's reluctant gaze, the 5 girls left. Yun Anning couldn't believe it. She pinched Zhang Fong. Zhang Fong said, Yun Anning, what are you doing? That hurts so much. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. What are you acting so crazy for? I'm just checking if it's real. Xiao Chao came to town, caught a bandit, and got 1,000 yuan reward. Saved an old man, changed 2 jobs. It feels a bit unreal, Zhang Fong angrily said. Not real?
Pinch yourself then.
Why are you pinching me? Yun Anning replied. Pinching myself hurts too. The 2 girls playfully ran ahead. Tang Weifong pulled Xiao Chao aside and said, Xiao Chao, I have to give you the money. I sold it outside for 800, but I'll give you 500. When I get my salary, I'll buy you some good food. Our family isn't just me. If we get something without working for it, the sisters-in-law will have opinions. Xiao Chao, listen to me. Once you take the money, I'll feel at ease. Tang Weimei nodded and said, Yes, Xiao Chao, you're still young and don't understand the ways of the world. Giving away such a stable job so easily will bring a lot of trouble. Xiao Chao thought for a moment and said, Okay, when you get your salary and have basic living security, then give me the money. Tang Weifong happily nodded. Good, good, good. I never dreamed I'd be able to work as a laborer one day. Boo-hoo. Tang Weimei comforted her. Sister, don't cry. Things are getting better now. From now on, we'll treat Xiao Chao even better. With her here, we feel more confident. Xiao Chao, one day I'll bring my fiancé to meet you. Can you help me judge if he's good? I've been feeling uneasy. Tang Xiaochao asked, before the engagement, didn't your family check him out? They did, and everyone said he was good. They also said Zhou Yu was a good person.
But now,
You help me check him out, then I'll feel at ease. Tang Weifang said, nonsense. Xiao Chao is only 16. She can't see through everything. We should check for ourselves. Women's marriages can't be taken lightly. A few girls happily returned to the village. Before they even got home, the village was buzzing with gossip. Someone found out that Tang Xiaochao had caught a bandit and earned 1,000 yuan reward. The whole village immediately started talking. Some people made sarcastic comments out of jealousy. Others secretly told Li Guilin, hoping to see their family's trouble. Some genuinely cheered for Tang Xiaochao. And a few even started thinking about marriage with her. People are so practical. Before, Tang Xiaochao had a naive father, a weak mother, and an unreasonable grandmother. No one wanted to marry a girl from such a family. Now, hearing that Tang Xiaochao was capable, everyone wanted to marry her, hoping to skip 10 years of hard work. They didn't know that Tang Xiaochao had secured spots at 2 textile factories. If they knew, everyone would be trying to get in. When the girls reached home, it was almost dinner time. They each went to their own houses. As Tang Xiaochao was about to enter her home, a broom flew toward her. She dodged to the side. A chubby woman scrambled out of her yard, saw Tang Xiaochao, and immediately changed her face. Just moments before, she looked fierce, but now she was smiling sweetly. Then, Tang Jinxiang hurried out, looking angry. Madam Jiang, I tell you. Xiaochao, you're back. Come inside. Don't let dirty things spoil your eyes. He spat at the fat woman. Madam Jiang grabbed Tang Xiaochao's arm and said, Xiaochao, you're back. I came to introduce you to a matchmaker. Your father is unreliable and even hit me. With a father like Tang Jinxiang, you should marry early. Tang Jinxiang's face turned red with anger. Damn you. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you to death. Shameless old prostitute, lying there like a dead pig. Don't dirty my place.
get lost.
For the first time, Tang Xiaochao saw Tang Jinxiang curse. His words were dirtier than any woman's. Why are you so angry?
She asked.
Tang Jinxiang complained. Xiaochao, I don't know who said you caught a bandit and earned 1,000 yuan. Everyone in the village knows. Some naive matchmaker came to talk to you. You're only 16. What match? I tell you, my girl will choose her own husband. No marriage. Tang Xiaochao honestly nodded. Yes, I caught a bandit and got 1,000 yuan. The news spread pretty fast. Tang Jinxiang's stick slipped from his hand and hit his own toes painfully. He hopped around holding his foot. Tang Xiaochao could easily catch the stick, but she didn't want to. If he hit himself, she shouldn't stop him. Yang Yufeng heard Xiaocao's voice and ran out of the kitchen. She looked her over from all sides and asked, Xiaochao, are you okay? Did you really encounter bandits? And you even caught one, Xiaochao nodded. Yes, I just caught him by chance. She reached into her pocket and took out a stack of money, handing it to Yang Yufeng. Mom, this is a bonus of 1,000 yuan. From now on, you'll have money and can stand tall. Keep it safe so no one else gets interested. While speaking, she looked at Tang Jinxiang. Jinxiang knew she was talking about himself. Some people who might want the money. He stopped jumping, put down his foot. His foot no longer hurt, but his heart did. I won't do that. Don't worry. I will find a way to earn money. When I do, I will save some for you, Mom. Jinxiang said sadly, lowering his head. Tang Xiaochao turned to the chubby woman.
Who are you talking about?
Which family? Xiaochao were still young. No need to rush, Yang Yufeng said, trying to pull her away. Xiaochao patted Yang Yufeng's hand to reassure her and asked again. Which family? What's their name? The matchmaker Jiang smiled widely, her eyes squinting. From Jiangjia village, there's a handsome young man named Jiang Tianbao. He has 3 older sisters helping him. Your life will be better with him. Yang Yufeng was about to step forward when Jinxiang suddenly jumped out again. Lazy, ugly, vampire-like guy. living off 3 older sisters. What a waste. Xiao Chao wouldn't look at someone like that. Xiao Chao looked at the bouncing Jianqiang. You're a filial, spoiled mama's boy, and you're calling others dependent on sisters a vampire? You're just jealous. Xiao Chao picked up a half-brick and crushed it in front of the matchmaker. Tell that Jiang Tianbao. I remember him. One day, I'll go find him and see if he can handle 3 punches from me. The matchmaker Zhang's legs trembled with fear. She quickly said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forget what you heard. I'm leaving now. She turned and ran, her whole body bouncing with each step. Yang Yufeng put the money back into Xiaocao's hand. Mom doesn't want this money. Keep it for yourself. Tang Xiaochao pushed the items over again. Keep these. I will earn more money to support Mom in the future. You can use everything freely. Let's go inside. I bought many things for you. I'll show them to you. Tang Jinqiang also went inside. He knew his daughter wouldn't buy things for him, but he was curious and followed to see. Tang Xiaochao took out a pair of cloth shoes, 2 pairs of rubber shoes she had just received as a reward, 5 jean of grass paper, a flashlight, 5 jean of kerosene, 5 jean of cooking oil, 5 bags of salt, 5 jean of white wool yarn, 2 jean of big white rabbit milk candies, 2 jean of brown sugar, 2 sets of clothes for Yang Yufan, and a form for a textile factory job. The couple was stunned and couldn't breathe from all the things Tang Xiaochao kept bringing out. Tang Xiaochao said, These size 42 rubber shoes are for Dad. Tang Jinqiang asked, And mine too. Tang Xiaochao handed them over. Try them on and see if they fit. She also grabbed a few big white rabbit candies and put them in Tang Jinqiang's pocket. Tang Xiaochao said, Mom, I rescued the factory director's father in town. He gave me 2 official worker positions. I gave one to Sister Fong Fong. I didn't want her money at first, but she insisted on giving me 500 yuan. I agreed. Another one, tomorrow we will go to Grandpa's house to see Yongjing. Do you think that's okay? Tang Jinqiang's rubber shoes fell to the ground with a thud. He felt his heart was acting up. Tang Xiaochao looked at him. Dad, what's wrong? If you don't like it, just give it back to me. Tang Jinqiang quickly picked up the shoes. I like them, I will go ask for leave from Mom now. Tomorrow you all will go to Grandpa's house. He threw the cloth shoes aside and put on the rubber shoes before leaving. Yang Yufan sat at the table, tears falling uncontrollably. Xiaochao, thank you so much, my girl. After all these years, with the care from your grandpa and grandma, I feel guilty and can't sleep well. Tomorrow morning, we will leave early. I will take these clothes to your eldest uncle's wife and second uncle's wife. Mom will make them from the fabric you gave me. In the main house, Tang Jianjun's family sat in the main hall. Tang Weifong took out the work application form. Dad, Mom, brothers and sisters-in-law, this is a thank you gift from the textile factory director because Xiao Chao saved his father. Xiao Chao gave me a spot. She was going to give it for free, but I refused. I want to give the 500 yuan I got from my divorce to Xiao Chao. This work spot is outside, and you can't buy it even with 800 yuan. The whole family was shocked. They heard Xiao Chao received a 1,000 yuan bonus, which led to 2 more work spots being available. What exactly happened when they went to town? Tang Weifong recounted the stories of the mountain bandits, saving the elderly and catching thieves, making everyone hold their breath in suspense. After hearing this, Tang Jianjun said, Fong Fong, we'll give you an extra 100 yuan and Xiao Chao 600. Our entire savings are only 100 yuan, and we're giving it all to you. Tang Weifong shook her head.
No, no, no.
The 500 yuan I gave her was because I begged her. She didn't want it. I owe Xiao Chao, and I will pay her back slowly. Can I go for this spot? Li Lan asked angrily. Fong Fong, what do you mean? What do you mean you can go? Xiao Chao gave you that spot, and the 500 yuan is your money. If you don't go, who will? Zhao Shufan agreed. Exactly. My sister-in-law and I aren't shallow-minded. Even if Dad bought that spot for you, with 100 yuan, we wouldn't refuse. Having a good future makes us happy for you. From now on, you must treat Xiao Chao well. Tears in her eyes, Tang Weifong nodded. Thank you, Dad and Mom. Thank you, brothers and sisters-in-law. When I get a job and earn my salary, I will repay you. Tang Weidong patted her head. We don't need thanks. Your happiness is what matters. In the future, you must be careful when choosing a man. The family celebrated the work spot with a few glasses of white wine, feeling very happy. Tang Jianjun told his children, "From now on, treat Xiao Chao well. She's a capable girl. She's also loyal and kind." In the second house, Tang Jiamin's family, Tang Weimei returned home and told everyone about how she was kidnapped, Xiao Chao saving her and holding her hostage, and how she refused a work spot. Everyone felt a bit regretful. They could have spent money to buy it, but no one dared to say it out loud. Tang Jiamin said, "If she refused, then she refused. Xiao Chao saved your life. That's a great kindness. It's good that you still have a job opportunity. You did the right thing." Over the years, life has been hard. We haven't taken care of Aunt San and Xiao Chao, and we've even ignored the pressure your grandmother put on them. We shouldn't have hoped for anything from Xiao Chao. Son Xiaoxiong hugged her son, Tang Xiaojun, and said, "Thanks to Xiao Chao, our family has split up." "That's a great blessing." Tang Weigua nodded. "My wife is right. In the future, we can go to the town to find odd jobs, and we can save the money ourselves." "That's so good. We shouldn't be too greedy. Just like Dad said, we never did anything to Aunt San and Xiao Chao, and we shouldn't expect to always benefit from Xiao Chao's kindness." Honestly, even though we say we shouldn't take too much from Xiao Chao, it hurts so much to see a formal job opportunity lost. It's heartbreaking. Before dinner, Tang Xiao Chao took some eggs, meat buns, 2 pounds of brown sugar, a bag of salt, and 2 pounds of oil to the old house of Li Guilon and Tang Aigua. Li Guilon saw Xiao Chao and felt a bit nervous. Even though Tang Jianqiang had confirmed her visit with Grandma Tang, she still felt a little afraid. "Xiao Chao, it's so late. Why are you here?" Li Guilon smiled, but it seemed a bit fake. Xiao Chao stretched out her hand. "I went to the town today and brought some things for you and Grandpa. The buns are for you to eat tonight. It's hot, and leftovers might go bad." Li Guilon opened the package and saw all the valuable items inside. She smiled happily. Aigua asked while smoking, "Xiao Chao, I heard you and your family met mountain bandits in the town, and you even caught some. Tell me what happened." Xiao Chao explained everything, including her work situation. When Aigua heard that she gave one of the job slots to Tang Weifong, he gently patted her head with affection. "My little Chao is really capable. You helped your uncle's family solve a big problem. Your cousin can stay at home for a day or two, but staying for a year or two is different. You found a way for your cousin to make a living." Li Guilon took Xiao Chao's hand and said, "Xiao Chao, Grandma is sorry. In the past, Grandma was not good. She favored boys over girls and was biased. She didn't see right from wrong." Xiao Chao smiled a little falsely. "It's okay. I've forgotten about it." Tang Aigua then said, "Take these things home. Bring them to your grandparents tomorrow. Give them a copy of your work goals. That's the right thing to do. Over the years, they have taken good care of your family. Instead, we are the ones who are sorry for you and your mother." Tang Xiao Chao stood up. "I need to go home for dinner. I'll come to see you another day. Grandma, your sugar leaf pastries are so delicious. When you have free time, make some for me. I love eating them." Li Guilon nodded.
Oh.
"I'll make more. Eat as much as you want. As long as you love them, I'll make plenty." Tang Xiao Chao playfully bowed.
Thank you, Grandma.
"I'm leaving now." Tang Xiao Chao left, and the old couple started to sigh.
Ligilan cría.
"I raised 4 sons, and I've never eaten anything they brought me. I've been so mean to Xiao Chao, yet I've enjoyed her kindness. I feel so guilty." Tang Aigua said, "It's late at night. Why are you crying? Aren't you still alive? If you realize you're wrong, you should make amends." Li Guilon nodded. "I'll make sugar leaf pastries for her tonight." She then went to the kitchen.
Tan ay gugos mai.
Life is getting better and better. I used to think I couldn't split the family, but now I realize that since we split, life has been improving more and more. After the family split, Tang Jianwei's family, who had run away from home, was miserable. They only had 55 yuan. When they first went to Zhao Qiujuan's mother's house, they were treated like honored guests. But their family was lazy and picky, and soon Zhao Qiujuan's 2 sisters-in-law grew tired of them. However, knowing they had over 50 yuan, they endured for the money. Every day, they found ways to persuade the couple to buy meat. Under Zhao Qiujuan's family's kind words, Tang Jianwei lost his sense of direction. He felt superior. In just a few days, their money was almost gone. Zhao Qiujuan's family could no longer tolerate them. They started to ignore them and treat them coldly. Tang Jianwei began to miss Li Guilan's favoritism. She was his real mother. She wouldn't lie to him just for a little money, nor mock him when he had nothing. That night, before going to bed, Tang Jianwei spoke. Qiujuan, let's go home. After all, this isn't our home. Recently, Zhao Qiujuan noticed that her parents-in-law and sister-in-law's attitude towards them had changed. She knew they had money and used it to spoil and comfort them. Now, all their money had been spent by their own family members, and the five of them sat quietly every day, listening to the sister-in-law's gossip. Zhao Qiujuan nodded and said, "Yes, let's go back early tomorrow. A fancy house isn't better than our own little home. I've finally realized that their whole family only cares about the small amount of money we have," she continued. "In the past, I thought my family treated me well, so I tried to bring back things to help them. But after staying here for a while, I finally saw their true faces. Even if I didn't mention going back, I wanted to leave. We've done too much before, and we've disappointed my parents. That's why they stopped caring for us. When we go back, no matter what they say, we will endure it. My mother has loved us for so many years. She should soften her heart. I believe she will still love us as she did before. Right?" Tang Jianwei hesitated and said, I don't know. My mother's attitude changed. She used to look at us with happiness, but later, her eyes were full of dislike. I'm not sure if she can treat us like before. Anyway, I can't stay here anymore. We all work hard, but they think we are just freeloaders. I've done so much work at home. Even when I was working in your family, I only got 5 or 6 work points, but here I help with 8, and they still call me useless and a freeloader. I've never been treated like this at home." "Boo-hoo." Tang Weihua nodded and said, "Dad, Mom, I miss Grandpa and Grandma. I've wanted to go home for a long time. The kids in the village bully us, saying I'm a big useless person." The whole family decided together to go home early the next morning and then happily went to sleep. In their dreams, they returned to Dashi village, where Li Guilan had prepared many delicious foods for them. At dawn, the 5 of them couldn't sleep and were eager to go home. Unexpectedly, just as they left with their bags, they were stopped. Zhao Qiujuan's parents and brother-in-law insisted they had stolen money and tickets from the family. Brother Zhao Qiujuan's 50 yuan savings are missing. They said he must pay back the money before leaving. Zhao Qiujuan looked at Tang Jianwei with confusion and whispered, "Jianwei, did you take the family's money? If you did, please return it so they won't tell everyone in the village." Tang Jianwei had never felt such unfairness before. He pointed at Zhao Qiujuan's face and said angrily, "Zhao Qiujuan, we've been together for over 10 years. I am a fool. I admit it, but I have never stolen or done anything bad. Don't you believe me?" Zhao Qiujuan quickly tried to calm him down. "I didn't take it and you didn't either. Do they want to accuse us falsely? I don't think so. They used to treat me quite well." Tang Jianwei was angry and said, "They were nice to us before because they could benefit from us. Now that we've separated and live on our own, they've taken all the money. We have nothing left. Can't you see how they've been acting lately?" Zhao Qiujuan was silent. She was lazy, greedy, and a little selfish, but she wasn't stupid. She walked to the front and asked her parents, "Mom, Dad, why are you treating us like this? When we came, we brought 55 yuan for the separation, and we used it all on you. Now we have no money, and you look down on us every day. We're not stupid. We see your attitude. So today we're going home. We don't want to bother you anymore, but you falsely accuse us of stealing money. Do you have 50 yuan in your house? Don't you know the truth in your hearts?" she continued. "All these years, you've relied on me to share food from Tang Jianwei's brothers to support you. When did you ever save money? How can you treat our family like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Yang Hong, Zhao Qiujuan's mother, hid behind her husband Zhao Dong. She didn't dare look her daughter in the eyes and felt guilty. Seeing her mother's action, Zhao Qiujuan understood everything. Their family had planned this together. Her mother knew the truth, and her father must have known too. She smiled through her tears and said, Jianwei and I have been supporting all of you for so many years, helping you without complaint. I never thought I'd raise a bunch of ungrateful people. Do you think that now we have separated the family, we can't give you good things anymore? That the money from the family division has run out, and now you're biting us one last time? Is that it, big brother? Zhao Shulin shivered at Zhao Qiujia's loud voice but spoke firmly. You're just a girl. I raised you so well. What's wrong with contributing a little to the family? Zhao Qiujia felt cold all over. These are the family members she has always cared about. Brother, do you still have a conscience? I started working in the fields when I was 5 years old. I was only 15 when you married me off to Tang Jianhua for the bride price so you could marry a wife. I was just 15 then. 15. Brother, don't you feel any guilt at all? Tang Jianwei pulled Zhao Qiujia aside and said, Qiujia, stop talking. Let's go. We won't visit these relatives anymore. I see clearly now they can't be changed. Zhao Dong shouted angrily. Who are you talking about? Who can't be changed? Is that something a younger family member should say? Did we ask you to support us?
Bah.
You're just a bloodsucker, a vampire sucking your parents' blood. Cowards and fools in the family.
Look at you, Zhao Qiujia.
Do you still look like a woman with that weight? In these days when even food is scarce, you've turned yourself into a pig. Zhao Dong, look down on a daughter like you. You're embarrassing. Zhao Qiujia nodded. Yes, I am embarrassing. I know. When I went to the Tang family at 15, I was 1.6 meters tall and weighed 70 jin. I was so hungry, I looked like a walking skeleton. I was so hungry I was afraid. So as long as I could get something to eat, I didn't care about my face or my dignity, I would fight to get it. Isn't all this because of you? I crave your fake family love. I worked hard to squeeze resources from the Tang family and send them to you, just hoping you would smile at me or say, my daughter is filial and sensible. I knew deep down you didn't care about me. But at that moment, I still told myself that my parents cared about me. Sister-in-law Sun Kaiying impatiently waved her hand. Stop reminiscing about the past. Your parents raised you so big. What's wrong with being a little filial to them? Zhao Qiujia turned to look at Sun Kaiying. Sister-in-law, we are all women, all daughters-in-law from other families. They don't treat their daughters well. Do you think they will treat you well just because you're an outsider? You are just a troublemaker. You will face consequences for your actions. Sun Kaiying rushed forward and shouted, Damn you, Zhao Qiujia. How dare you curse me? The two of them started fighting. The yard filled with the sounds of scuffling and shouting. Soon, a crowd gathered on the wall, watching the scene. Although Zhao Qiujia was now overweight, she was weak and no match for Sun Kaiying. Seeing she was losing, Tang Jianwei shouted, Kids, come help your mom fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in himself but was caught by Zhao Shulin, who grabbed the back of his neck. Zhao Shulin pushed him to the ground, holding him down and hitting him so he couldn't lift his head. Zhao Qiujia, though she was also beaten, saw her older brother fighting Tang Jianwei. She ignored her own injuries and pushed away her sister-in-law, trying to save Tang Jianwei. She had joined the Tang family when she was 15, and at 16, she married Tang Jianwei. He had always been kind to her. She crawled and shouted, I'll fight with you. You ungrateful wolves. As she grabbed her older brother's shirt collar to pull him away from Tang Jianwei, her sister-in-law grabbed her hair. She was pulled to the ground face up, and Sun Kaiying rode onto Zhao Qiujia's belly, slapping her repeatedly on the face. Tang Wenting and Tang Weiru rushed over, grabbing Sun Kaiying's arms. But Sun Kaiying's young son, Zhao Eru, pulled her hair and started hitting and kicking her. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru were the village's troublemakers, known for their own fighting style they created during fights. Neither of the two girls had ever fought before, so they couldn't stand up to them. Tang Wenting and Tang Weiru were quickly knocked down and could only cry while covering their heads. Meanwhile, Tang Weihua ran over, trying to hit her uncle to rescue her father. But before she could reach her father, Zhao Dahu punched her down. People watching from the wall gasped in surprise. Some even cheered and clapped, enjoying the chaos. What's going on with this family? Just a few days ago, everything was fine. They were all smiling and happy. Nobody knows. Zhao Qiuju has been secretly taking things from home. She's been good to her brother, sister-in-law, and parents. What happened to cause all this? I heard that Zhao Qiujuan and her husband's family have separated. She came back to her parents' house for a few days, and now there's a fight. Zhao Dong kicked Yang Hong and gave her a warning look. Yang Hong understood and stepped out from behind him. She sat on the ground and started crying, saying, "Oh, I can't go on living. I only have 2 children, and now everything is a mess. You're all trying to ruin me. Qiujuan, please return the money you stole from your older brother. Your brother and sister-in-law work hard to save money," she added.
What?
Steal money? Zhao Qiujuan stole from Zhao Shulin? From the Zhao family? How much did she take? A neighbor woman asked in disbelief. Yang Hong cried. She stole 50 yuan. That's all her brother and sister-in-law had. They tried to leave early this morning, but we caught them. They still deny it. Only their lazy family could have entered her brother and sister-in-law's house. What should I do? My hands are full of flesh, just like theirs. Yang Hong cried sincerely. Qiujuan was pressed to the ground by her sister-in-law, but the worst pain was in her heart. Half an hour later, the village chief arrived, and the fight stopped. Tang Jianwei's family was badly beaten, like pigs' heads. Zhao Shulin's family was unharmed, and it was clear who won and who lost. The village chief asked, "Fighting can't solve problems. Zhao Dong, you're their father. Tell me, how should we handle this?" Zhao Dong looked troubled and said, "It's hard for Zhao Shulin and his wife to save money. Let Qiujuan and her family return the 50 yuan to her brother, and this will be over." Qiujuan shouted, "Village chief, we didn't steal their money. We didn't. They're lying. We separated half a month ago. We divided 55 yuan, and we spent all the money here at my parent house. Now we have no money left. They don't like us anymore, so we're planning to go home." The village chief asked, "Zhao Dong, is what your daughter said true?" Zhao Dong firmly replied, "How could it be? They came with their family and all the food and clothes are ours. We haven't used a single penny of theirs." Tang Jianwei covered his painful eyes and pointed at Zhao Dong, scolding, "You old fool. Do you dare to swear? If you took my money or ate the meat I bought, may you be struck by lightning and die a terrible death." Zhao Dong looked worried and said, "What a sad family situation. My son-in-law actually insulted me, calling me old and useless." Boo-hoo, onlookers pointed and whispered, and soon the gossip spread to Zhao's family. No matter how Zhao Qiujuan and others explained or even searched them, they insisted that they had stolen the money and might have hidden it. Tang Jianwei's family was really at a loss for words. In the end, the village chief made Tang Jianwei write an IOU before they could be released. Tang Jianwei refused. "I won't write it. If I do, it means I admit I stole the money. I would rather die than write it." He then ran and hit a nearby tree, fainting dramatically, with blood streaming down his forehead. Zhao Qiujuan held Tang Jianwei, crying as if her husband had just died. Finally, with no other options, the village chief sent someone to Dashi village to notify Tang's family to bring money to pick up the person, and to help settle the dispute between the 2 families, as it was a family matter. Tang Aigua and his family were still working in the fields when they saw a child leading a young man toward them. The young man asked, "Is anyone from Tang Jianwei's family here?" Tang Aigua stepped forward and said, "That's me. I'm his father." The young man looked at Tang Aigua and said, "Good, you're his father. Bring 50 yuan and send a few people to Zhao's village." Tang Jianhua's family and Zhao Shulin's family got into a fight, and they were bleeding. After delivering the message, the young man turned and left. Tang Aigua then realized he hadn't seen his 4th son's family in a long time. They had gone to Zhao Qiujuan's mother's house. Weren't their 2 families always on good terms? Why did they fight? He was puzzled and asked the team leader for leave, so his family could discuss how to handle the situation. Tang Xiaochao and Yang Yufeng brought their employment forms. When they arrived at Yang's house, Yang Sanpao was there too. Tang Xiaochao saw Yang Sanpao and asked, "How long will the review take? Why haven't I received my certificate yet?" Yang Sanpao was also anxious and had asked Zhou Dafu several times. But every time, Zhou Dafu replied, hurry up, hurry up. It's not that fast. Tang Xiaochao frowned and said, they probably don't want to give it to me just because I'm young, right? Yang Sanpao quickly cut in. That might be it. Tang Xiaochao acted stubbornly. I don't care. You took me there. If I can't become a hunter, I will. Yang Sanpao teased. And what will you do? Tang Xiaochao coldly said, I will spread the word everywhere that the reason you're not married yet is because you like men. Yang Sanpao pointed at Tang Xiaochao, who was about to run away, and shouted, you little brat, stop right there. Today, I will make sure you can't recognize your parents. Around 10 o'clock, Yang Sanpao returned with a bruised face, looking very proud, followed by a happy Tang Xiaochao.
Yang Shanhe rolled his eyes at Yang Sanpao.
He thought with his toes that the injuries on Yang Sanpao's face were definitely caused by his niece. Yang Yufan saw Yang Sanpao's face and quickly stood up. Sanpao, what happened? You were fine just now. How did you get hurt? Yang Sanpao slightly smiled and said, I fell by myself. Yang Yufan looked worried and asked, that doesn't look like a fall. Tell me, who bullied you? I'll have Xiaochao teach them a lesson. Yang Sanpao looked at Tang Xiaochao and said sadly, it was really just me falling. Then he turned and went inside.
Yang Shanhe waffed at Tang Xiaochao.
She obediently went over. Grandpa, tell me, how did you get those job spots? Your mother said you saved the factory director's father, so they gave you 2 spots as thanks. One for your divorced older sister and one for you, Yang Jingjia. Why don't you go to work? This is a state-owned company. Don't you want to keep one for yourself? Tang Xiaochao shrugged. I can't stand being controlled by others. I'm afraid if I join the factory, many workers will get into trouble. I still want to be a hunter. Free and easy, and I can eat meat. That's what suits me. The spot for older sister was given because the eldest uncle's family has been doing well. With a job, she can stand on her own. After the divorce, she kept staying at home. A day or 2 is okay, but long-term isn't good. The cotton spinning factory also has dormitories. It would be suitable for her to go there. As for Yang Jingjia, our family only has boys, just one girl cousin. So the spot should go to her first. Everyone agrees, right? Chun Jiaodi held Tang Xiaocao's hand and said, Xiaochao, thank you so much. I heard from your mother that your older cousin gave you 500 yuan and we also gave you a lot, but I don't have that much money right now. I can write an IOU, and once Xiaojing gets a job and earns some money, she can give you half of her monthly salary. Do you think that would be okay? Tang Xiaochao sighed. Andy, you're different from over there. After so many years, if it weren't for our eldest uncle's family and your family helping us, my mother and I would have starved to death. This job is something I willingly gave to Sister Xiaojing. As for the eldest uncle's family, I am watching out for them. I will never favor one side over the other. Chun Jiaodi smiled. The things we give you are not worth much. Your job outside can earn about 800 yuan. Your second aunt can't take such a big advantage from you. Yang Shanha spoke up. Here, take this. Family is family, no need to be so petty. De Fuyang and Li Tsuehua quickly waved their hands. No, Dad, we didn't think that way. Li Tsuehua said, helping little sister is because she is our relative. We never expected her to repay us. Xiaochao is still a child. Don't put so much pressure on her. We are all one family. Giving Xiaojing a job spot is helping our whole family. We haven't divided into big and small houses or anything like that. Yang Ming said, exactly. Little sister, with this job, Xiaojing can work at the state-owned unit in town. Our whole family will be proud. Haha. Later, I can boast that my sister is a worker on state grain. Yang Liang teased, thanks to my sister, I will have a sister who works on state grain and is a hunter. Xiaochao, next time you go out, bring some meat for me. I love meat. Tang Xiaochao smiled. That's no problem. Once I get my hunter's license, I'll go up the mountain with my second uncle to catch some meat for you. Yang Sanpao applied medicine and came out of the house, saying, it's not that simple. Meat from a mountain is not so easy to find. It's not like sitting under a tree and a rabbit just hits you. I also took the hunter exam. Once I get my license, I can bring meat home too. Over the years, only the old man knew he was tired. Even his 2 brothers didn't realize. Today, he decided to hint a little and build his own foundation. What? The family said in unison. Yang Dafu asked, "When did you take the exam? Why didn't you tell us?" Li Tsuehua said, "San Pao, you could get beaten up in the village just for being reckless. How could they accept you as a hunter?" She heard that the hunter's test was very strict. It wasn't just about shooting skills, but also about fighting ability. She looked at his face, which was bruised and purple, with disdain. Yang San Pao asked, "Big sister-in-law, what are you looking at me like that for?" Li Tsuehua replied, "Can't you see? That look of disdain. You should just keep being your second-rate self. Our family can manage without you." Tong Xiaochao burst out laughing without holding back. Once one person started, everyone else couldn't help but laugh too. After half an hour of jokes, Yang Jing finally accepted that Xiaochao had arranged a formal job at a cotton spinning factory, where she could earn 30 yuan worth of food each month. She stretched her arm out to Yang Tao and said, "Brother, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming." Yang Tao pinched her hard. "Does it hurt?" Yang Jing frowned and said, "It hurts." Her cousin had saved her last time she visited and almost helped her kill someone. Yang Tianbao had returned from the hospital, but he was now a vegetable, lying in bed unable to do anything. The police had investigated for a long time and found evidence of Yang Tianbao's crimes, but now he was like this, and there was no way to convict him. His family had taken Lu Tianbao back to the village. She knew Yang Tianbao could no longer hurt her, but she kept having nightmares. She even thought about getting married quickly and leaving this place. Although her family was here, this place was also her nightmare. Now, Xiaochao had given her such a good job. She could leave this place and finally get a good night's sleep. While everyone else was laughing loudly, Yang Jing was crying her eyes out. Tong Xiaochao and Yang Shanhe saw this, but pretended not to notice. Only Yang Tao, with his poor emotional intelligence, was unaware. He asked curiously, "Xiao Jing, why are you crying? In the future, you'll only eat government food. Why am I not a girl? If I were a girl, would Sister Xiaochao favor me?" Tang Xiaochao calmly replied, "Even if you were a girl, I wouldn't favor you." Yang Tao asked self-deprecatingly, "Why not?" Tang Xiaochao replied sharply, "Because you're ugly and still dreaming." Ha! Laughter filled the room again. When the Tang family returned home, they held an urgent meeting. Only then did they remember that the new head of the family was not at home today. He had gone to Yangjia village. Coincidentally, Yangjia village is close to Zhaojia village. The old man ordered Tang Jinqiang to go to Yangjia village to find Tang Xiaochao and take her directly to Zhaojia village. Tang Jinqiang lowered his head and said, "Dad, Xiaochao is still a child. Why do you want her to go? You and the others can go instead." He added, "Fourth brother and the Zhaojia people have always had a good relationship. It's not a big deal. Just go and check." A loud knock came from Tang Aigua's table as he said, "I told you to go, so go. All of you, 10 or so people, are not as smart as Xiaochao alone." Tang Jianjun actually agreed with Tang Jinqiang. He said, "Dad, let's go and see first. Xiaochao is a girl. Constantly exposing her to the public could ruin her reputation. How will she marry in the future? We should handle this." Tang Aigua snorted angrily. "No, I don't trust any of you to go. Xiaochao must go with you." He asked, "Tang Jinqiang, are you going voluntarily? Or should I use the smoke stick to make you go?" "If you don't want to go, I'll go find Xiaochao myself." Tang Jinqiang sighed. "I'll go. You all go directly to Zhaojia village. I can walk faster and might arrive before you." After speaking, he stood up and left. In the end, they decided that the two elders wouldn't go. Instead, Tang Jianjun, Tang Jianmen, along with Tang Weidong, Tang Weishi, Tang Weigua, Sun Xiaoxiang, Li Lan, and Zhao Shufan would go. With Xiaochao and her family of 3, even if they fought, the people of Zhaojia would not be able to handle them. Tang Jinqiang ran all the way to Yangjia village and just caught the Yang family having dinner. He hesitated at the door for a long time. Over the years, he had done many unkind things. He was a bit afraid to face his father-in-law, but he had an important task. Summoning his courage, he knocked on the door. Yang Sanpao saw that the visitor was Tang Jinqiang and asked curiously, "You're here, but why didn't you come with Xiaochao and the others? Why did you come alone?" Tang Jinqiang went inside and said, Dad, Mom, long time no see. Are you both feeling well? He scratched his head awkwardly. Young Shauna asked, did something happen at home? What's going on? Tell me quickly. Tang Jinxiang nodded and said, yes, something happened. I haven't figured it out completely yet. Since my younger brother and his wife moved out, they went back to her family. He continued, just now, someone from Zhao village came to tell us to bring 50 yuan to pick someone up, saying there was a fight there. He added, my dad asked me to find Xiao Chao and ask her to take charge of the situation. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Guiying scooped some meat onto Tang Xiaocao's plate and said, is there no one in your Tang family? Sending a child to handle such matters. Tang Jinxiang sighed and said, Mom, you don't know. A lot has happened recently. Since Xiao Chao changed, the Tang family has been led by her. Xiao Chao pointed at herself and said, the Tang family is now under my control? I didn't know that. Tang Jinxiang begged, Xiao Chao, please go with Dad. Right now, your grandparents only trust you. They say our family's intelligence isn't as good as yours, he pleaded. I have to take you there. I can't refuse. I was determined not to go, but I can't say no. Xiao Chao thought for a moment. Maybe there would be some fighting, and if there was, she could earn some money. She stood up and said, okay, I'll go take a look. Zhang Guiying quickly held her back and said, even if you go to sea, eat your fill first. Let your uncle accompany you. Ma. Ayume had already gone to the kitchen and served Tang Jinxiang a bowl of rice. Although she didn't like her brother-in-law, she knew that embarrassing him would also embarrass Xiao Chao. Even if she didn't like him, she still had to show respect. Ma Yume placed the bowl and chopsticks on the table and said, brother-in-law, come eat. Eat your fill before you go. Everyone called Tang Jinxiang to sit down. They all shared the same idea. For Xiao Cao's sake, they had to be nice to Tang Jinxiang. They couldn't let Xiao Chao be uncomfortable. Tang Jinxiang sat down trembling and started eating. He didn't dare pick food with his chopsticks, only shoveling rice into his mouth. Yang Shanhe looked at him, feeling contempt for his weakness. Then he looked at Xiao Chao and sincerely liked his granddaughter. Considering that Tang Jinxiang donated a small tadpole, he was told, don't just eat. There are so many dishes. Eat some vegetables. Tang Jinxiang looked up in surprise at Yang Shanhe, who was the most intimidating to him. Yang Shanhe scolded, what are you looking at? Do I have vegetables on my face, or is it meat? Yang Yufin helped Tang Jinxiang serve a few bites of food. Although she had once resented him, seeing him ignored made her feel pity. She couldn't clearly explain her feelings for Tang Jinxiang. If she liked him, his selfishness over the years had already made her lose hope. If she didn't like him, seeing his pitiful look still made her feel sad. After dinner, the family of 3 left. Yang Sanpao wanted to follow, but Tang Xiaochao drove him back, worried he might fight with her. She saw him as a threat to her livelihood, like harming her parents, so she had to keep him away. When Tang Xiaochao and her family arrived at Zhao's village, the onlookers had left, leaving only the Zhao family. Meanwhile, Tang Jianwei's family was detained in the woodshed, their faces swollen and bruised. Tang Xiaochao looked around but couldn't find any other members of the Tang family. She asked, hey, Tang Jinxiang, are you being set up by the Tang family? They tricked only you to come here, and no one else came. A gust of wind brushed Tang Jinxiang's head, making him feel cold and uncertain.
He replied, no.
I don't think so. Your grandparents might be like that, but your uncles, second uncles, and brothers are not. Your uncle even protected you, and your grandfather scolded him. Their journey was longer, so they probably weren't as fast as him. Let's wait a bit. When they arrive, we'll knock on the door, okay? Just as Tang Jinxiang finished speaking, with a loud bang, Tang Xiaochao kicked open the gate of Zhao Dong's house. The latch flew up and hit the eaves. The family inside, eating, was startled. Zhao Shulin's rough ceramic bowl clattered onto the table, spilling half a bowl of corn paste. His younger son's sweet potato also fell to the ground and rolled near the table leg. Zhao Shulin was not a kind man. He slammed his chopsticks down, causing some broken bowls to jump. He stared with big, copper bell-sized eyes and shouted loudly, "Who the hell are you? Dare to kick my door? Do you want to die?" His shout shook the beams in the main hall, causing dust to fall. Tang Xiaochao stood proudly at the gate of the yard. She wore a plain, faded coarse cloth jacket, but her presence seemed regal. Her hair was simply tied at the back with a rough hemp rope. Her bangs fluttered slightly in the wind, and her eyes were sharp and cold like a blade. Her voice was clear and commanding. I am Tang Xiaochao of the Tang family, the current head of the family. I do not change my name or surname. Behind her, Yang Yufin and Tang Jinxiang looked flustered in the wind. Since Xiaochao took her place, she had become a bit too confident, almost extreme. It was really two different worlds. What should they do? Yang Yufin steadied herself, stepped forward, and gently tugged at Xiaocao's sleeve. She lowered her voice and advised, Xiaochao, let your father handle this. It's a matter between elders. Xiaochao looked back at Tang Jinxiang, who was shrinking behind her, and a faint smile played on her lips. She made a pleased gesture with her hand, clearly saying, you can do it. You go. Tang Jinxiang looked into Xiaocao's eyes, then at Yang Yufin's urging expression. His face wrinkled like a bitter melon. He cautiously moved closer to Yang Yufin and whispered so only they could hear, Yufin, don't forget? Xiaochao is now the new head. I'm just a bystander. What I say doesn't count. He had always been timid. Not to mention negotiating with someone as aggressive as Zhao Shulin. Even facing the old Tang family members, he dared not argue. Xiaochao turned back, spread her hands at Yang Yufin, and playfully said, see that, mother? He can't stand up to it. It's up to your daughter to step in. As soon as she finished speaking, a bizarre image suddenly appeared in her mind, herself standing at Zhao's door with her hands on her hips, followed by Tang Jinxiang and his wife, shouting, open the door. Let Tang Xiaochao in, looking like a crazy dog rushing into battle. She quickly shook her head, dismissing this absurd thought. She silently reminded herself, be confident, but not crazy. She needed to act like a proper head of the family. Zhao Shulin had never seen Tang Xiaochao or Yang Yufin. The only person he had seen was Tang Jinxiang, who was hiding behind Xiaochao and hadn't looked at him at all. Zhao Shulin called out, a girl who doesn't recognize me.
Who are you?
Which Tang family head are you?
Haha.
Everyone eating burst into laughter. Tang Weihua, who was locked in the firewood shed, suddenly stood up. Dad, Mom, I think I heard that little girl Tang Xiaocao's voice. Come listen. Zhao Qiujuan stood up from beside the haystack, leaning close to the door of the shed, trying to look outside. When Tang Xiaochao walked into the yard with bold steps, Zhao Qiujuan immediately saw her. She shouted loudly, Xiaochao, come help fourth aunt. She's being bullied to death. Xiaochao, you have to avenge me. Boo-hoo. Tang Jianwei pushed Zhao Qiujuan aside, pressing his face close to the door crack. Xiaochao, is that you? Help fourth uncle. They're about to beat him to death. Tang Xiaochao took a step forward, heading toward the shed, but Zhao Shulin stopped her. Which household are you from? Tang Jinxiang smiled and answered, Brother Shulin, we are from the third household. I heard there was some trouble here, so we came to see what's going on. We're relatives, so we can talk it out. Zhao Shulin laughed. Third household? The useless third household that's been bullied by the old Tang family for over 10 years? The Tang family doesn't even want to come, so they send you to be cannon fodder. Go back. Let someone from the Tang family, who can speak for you, come. Otherwise, if your third household returns the 50 yuan they stole, that's fine too. Tang Jianwei cried out from the shed, Xiaochao, third brother. I know I'm a mess, but you know I've never stolen chickens or dogs. At most, I just try to make the old lady happy and get some benefits. I've never done anything evil. Tang Xiaochao took a step toward the shed but was stopped by Zhao Shulin. Little girl, don't interfere. They've been bullying you for years. Don't you hate them? I've helped you clean up this family's trouble. Your third household should thank me. Right, hearing this, Tang Jianwei and Zhao Qiujuan in the shed suddenly stopped calling for help. Yes, how could they ask the third household for help? They had been bullying them all these years. They wouldn't even be able to stand up if they didn't kick them when they were down. How could they help? Tang Jianwei looked at Zhao Qiujuan, and Zhao Qiujuan looked back at him. Both understood silently and lowered their heads. But just then, a strong, clear voice rang out from the yard. The voice was not loud but carried a powerful, piercing force that touched the heart. The message was clearly heard by everyone. They have bullied me for over 10 years in the third house. I will personally settle this score. I have no other faults, just protecting my family. I can retaliate twice as hard for the hatred they caused me, but I will never allow outsiders to hurt my loved ones. Understand, as soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Tang Jinxiang and his wife were stunned, as were Tang Jianwei and his wife in the shed. Even Zhao Shulin's smile froze on his face. After a while, Zhao Shulin finally reacted, clutching his stomach and laughing loudly, leaning back and forth. You're just a young kid, but you have a big mouth. With your small arms and legs, you dare to say such big words? Today, I will bully them. What can you do about it? Come on, hit me if you can. Hit me. He even deliberately leaned his face close to Tang Xiaochao and patted his cheek. Come on, hit here. Hit hard. His confident and fearless look was almost begging to be punched. He was extremely arrogant. All his words and actions challenged Tang Xiaocao's patience, which was only as big as a fingernail. Yang Yufin wanted to step forward, but Tang Jinqiang quickly pulled her back, taking a few steps away. Don't go over. Xiao Chao is angry. Let's step back so she doesn't spray us with blood. Recently, he had been carefully studying his daughter. When she showed that kind of look, it meant someone was going to suffer. Zhao Shulin was just asking for trouble. The commotion in Zhao's yard grew louder, attracting the neighbors nearby. People on both sides of the street put down their bowls and chopsticks. Some carried small stools, while others climbed onto the wall, peering through the weeds to see inside, all watching eagerly. Anytime you want to eat, but you can't miss the show, an uncle, leaning on the wall, shouted to his family, urging them to bring over small stools. Soon, the wall was crowded with people. The sounds of discussion and laughter filled the air, surrounding Zhao's yard tightly. As soon as they climbed onto the wall, everyone saw a surprising scene. A teenage girl, thin and fragile, standing tall and proud in front of the burly Zhao Shulin. Despite being much shorter, her presence was as commanding as someone 1.8 meters tall. Tang Xiaochao slowly turned her head, looked at the crowd on the wall, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He clearly said, "Everyone heard it. He asked me to hit him. Since he begged so much, if I don't do it, won't I seem foolish? It was my first time visiting relatives. I came empty-handed and didn't bring anything special. Since they asked, I thought I should do a little to please them, right?" A strong man on the wall immediately chimed in. Yes, yes.
Hit him.
You must hit him. Since the elders asked, how can you, as a younger person, refuse? Ha! This made everyone laugh. Someone else cheered. Yes, you're a good kid, obedient and sensible. You should respect the elders' wishes. A young girl like you, don't listen to them. They just want to watch the fun. You can't beat Zhao Shulin. Let your family handle it. Why are you getting involved in this fuss? Some people watched quietly and whispered, is there no one from the Tang family? Letting a young girl handle it. Are they trying to get Zhao Shulin to teach her a lesson and then take her away? Are those standing nearby her parents? Why are they just watching? Are they really her parents? Tang Xiaochao stopped speaking and slowly looked away, fixing her gaze on Zhao Shulin's face, which looked like he deserved a punch. She moved her wrists, clenched her fists, and her knuckles made a crisp, crack sound. That sound was especially clear in the noisy yard. Tang Jinqiang saw her move and immediately brightened his eyes, quickly pulling Yang Yufin back a step. He muttered, here it comes, Xiao Cao's signature move, she's about to fight. There's going to be a good show. Yang Yufin was so angry she wanted to pull Tang Jinqiang's hand away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free herself from her husband's seemingly weak but surprisingly strong hand. Her eyes reddened with anger, and she wished she could slap Tang Jinqiang right then and there. She lowered her voice and cursed, Tang Jinqiang, you're not a real man. Watching our daughter fight, you don't help and just hide behind. Are you a good father? But Tang Jinqiang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled happily and said, you woman, why are you so aggressive? I've already had a daughter with you. Do you still doubt I'm a man? Just watch the show. When my girl fights, she's just asking for trouble. You'll see a good fight. In the end, Zhao Shulin will definitely be the one to fall. His tone was full of confidence in Tang Xiaoqiao. Recently, following Tang Xiaoqiao, he has eaten several meals with meat, and his posture has become stronger than before. Tang Xiaoqiao is now his main support and pillar. Yang Yufin was blushing from his crude words, feeling both angry and shy. She kicked Tang Jinqiang hard. She scolded through gritted teeth. Shameless. Can't you act like a real father? When there's danger, you should protect your child. Tang Jinqiang grimaced in pain but still smiled and waved his hand.
No, no, no.
I won't be Tang Xiaocao's father anymore. I can be her grandfather instead. I spent over 10 years relying on my parents, but I hardly ever got to eat meat and was always scolded. Since I followed Xiaoqiao, in just half a month, I've eaten meat 5 or 6 times. I eat as much as I want, plenty to go around. He lowered his voice, looking flattering. Anyone who gives me meat is my ancestor, my boss. From now on, I will follow Comrade Tang Xiaocao's lead. If she tells me to go east, I won't go west. If she tells me to chase a dog, I won't chase a chicken. I admit I'm not a good father, but I can definitely be a good dog helper. Yang Yufin was so angry at Tang Jinqiang's words that she was speechless. She wondered how she had been so foolish to fall for someone like him. While Yang Yufin was sighing to herself, Tang Xiaoqiao moved. She didn't punch him directly in the face as Zhao Shulin had expected. Instead, she misstepped and suddenly appeared beside Zhao Shulin like a ghost. Zhao Shulin only saw a flash before him. Before he could react, he felt a huge force grabbing his arm. Tang Xiaocao's fingers clamped onto his wrist like iron tongs. She twisted slightly, and with a soft cracking sound, accompanied by Zhao Shulin's heart-wrenching scream, his arm was twisted into a strange angle. She dislocated his arm.
Ah!
My arm, Zhao Shulin convulsed in pain, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His face turned from red to pale, and his previous arrogance vanished completely, leaving only sharp pain. He tried to struggle, but Tang Xiaocao's hand was like it was welded to his wrist. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. The struggle only made the pain worse, and tears welled up in his eyes. The people on the wall suddenly fell silent. The loud laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at a scene in the yard with disbelief. The strong man who had just been shouting for Tang Xiaoqiao to hit him was now curled up in pain, unable to stand steadily. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoqiao remained standing straight, her face calm as if she had just snapped a branch, not broken a man's arm. Oh my goodness, this Tang girl is really amazing. After a while, someone on the wall finally reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Zhao Shulin's arm was so thick, and she just broke it easily. Did it break at that angle? Her strength is incredible. Isn't it said that the 3rd house of the Tang family is full of cowards? Always bullied by the 4th house. That's what my cousin's sister-in-law said. The gossip resumed, but this time everyone was filled with shock. No one dared to underestimate this teenage girl anymore. Tang Jinqiang proudly patted his chest and boasted to Yang Yufin. See? I told you. Xiaoqiao can definitely win. That fool Zhao Shulin, he's just asking for trouble. Yang Yufin looked at Tang Xiaocao's tall figure and finally relaxed her tense heart. A smile of relief appeared on her face, and most of her anger from earlier had faded. She muttered softly, Only you, hiding behind your daughter. You're the number 1 in Dashi village. Don't be so shameless, Tang Jinqiang proudly said. Why do I need face? As long as I have my daughter, I can enjoy a good life. No one will dare to bully our 3rd house anymore. In the main room, Sun Kaiying heard her husband scream and became anxious. She rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a rolling pin, and stormed out. The rolling pin swung with the skill of a master from the martial arts world. It was like a sharp sword, radiating killing intent and creating a whistling wind. She rushed out of the main room like crazy, shouting, You little brat, how dare you hit my man? I'll fight you. Sun Kaiying was a typical tough woman from the countryside. She was not kind in the village, often causing trouble, fighting, and biting other women. Now, seeing her husband being beaten, her eyes turned red. She charged at Tang Xiaochao. She had no real plan, just the usual fighting style of rural women. She opened her hands and reached for Tang Xiaocao's face. She cursed loudly. "I'm going to scratch your face. I won't let you get married, ever. How dare you hit my man? I'll beat you, you little brat." Her nails were sharp and long, with flour and dirt underneath, making Tang Xiaochao frown. Dealing with a strong man like Zhao Shulin took some effort, but fighting a fierce woman like Sun Kaiying was easy for her. She released her grip on Zhao Shulin's wrist, turned sideways to avoid Sun Kaiying's scratch, and kicked her in the stomach. The kick didn't look strong, but it was powerful enough. Sun Kaiying let out a loud scream, like a sack being kicked, and fell heavily to the ground, sliding several meters and hitting the doorframe of the main room. She curled up in pain and couldn't get up for a while. There were sounds of, "Oh, ah, mommy," in surprise. Tang Xiaochao deliberately taunted her, waving at Sun Kaiying. Sun Kaiying was tough. After catching her breath, she struggled to get up, her hair messy, face covered in dirt, eyes still fierce, and she lunged at Tang Xiaochao again. She shouted, "I'll fight you. Kill me if you want." This time, she was smarter. She didn't try to grab her face, but bent down to try to hold Tang Xiaocao's leg, aiming to trip her, and then pounce on her to pin her down and beat her. Tang Xiaochao was prepared. Seeing her rush forward, she gently lifted her foot to avoid her hands, then bent down and grabbed Sun Kaiying's hair, pulling hard.
Ah!
"My hair!" Sun Kaiying screamed in pain. Her body suddenly jerked upward, and she couldn't move. Tang Xiaocao's eyes were cold. She grabbed her hair like holding a chicken and swung her to the side. Sun Kaiying fell again, this time harder, blood dripping from her mouth, and a few teeth loosened. Sun Kaiying was completely stunned. She had almost no defeats in the village, but today, she didn't even touch Tang Xiaocao's clothes and was beaten so badly. She lay on the ground, blood flowing from her mouth, looking at Tang Xiaocao's icy eyes. She finally felt fear, and her previous arrogance disappeared completely. But she was still unwilling. She rolled on the ground, crying and wailing. "Someone's been hurt. A girl from the Tang family has committed a crime. Someone help me, please. My 50 yuan was stolen, and I was beaten. I can't live like this anymore. Don't hold me back. Let me die." Onlookers laughed loudly. An aunt who used to be defeated by Sun Kaiying said, "Sun Kaiying, look at you now. No one is holding you back. Just go and die. Better to die early and be reborn. Maybe next time, you'll be born into a rich family. You just look down on 50 yuan. Haha." Tang Xiaochao was too lazy to argue with her. She took a step forward and looked down at her. She said coldly, "If you dare to scream again, I will knock out all your teeth so you can't speak anymore." Her voice was quiet but carried a chilling feeling that made people shiver. Sun Kaiying trembled with fear, immediately shut her mouth, and dared not cry out again. She just lay on the ground, sobbing softly, her eyes full of fear and hatred. Tang Xiaochao thought to herself, "I love that look in your eyes, annoyed but unable to do anything to me. Keep it up." Zhao Shulin, clutching his broken arm, curled up on the ground, looking pale and sweating coldly. His eyes were full of fear as he looked at Tang Xiaochao, no longer daring to challenge her. The couple who had been so arrogant earlier were now lying on the ground, bruised and battered, looking very embarrassed, completely different from before. Everyone on the wall was stunned, and their discussions grew more intense. "Oh my, this Tang girl is so fierce. Even Sun Kaiying isn't her match. Serves her right. Who asked Zhao and his wife to be so rude, bullying the Tang couple and falsely accusing them of stealing? They brought this on themselves. How do you know they lied? The Zhao family isn't good either. Maybe they really stole the money. I think something's fishy. The Zhao family is usually lazy, and they don't earn enough work points for their own food. Where would they get 50 yuan saved up? Years of poverty can't even support a family, and they rely on Zhao Qiujing's charity. I often see her bringing things home. I think they're just framing others. Yeah, I also find it strange. 50 yuan isn't a small amount in our village. The Zhao family is struggling. How could they have saved so much money? Just then, hurried footsteps sounded. Village head Zhao Tianming and the village accountant rushed over quickly, followed by Tang Jianqiang. He winked at Tang Xiaochao, as if taking credit. At some point, Tang Jianqiang ran out alone to find the village chief and the village accountant, asking to check Zhao family's work points and calculate how much their annual points were worth, to see if they could save money. Zhao Tianming is a man in his 50s, fair and just, and well-respected in the village. He had just returned from the fields when he heard a commotion at Zhao family's yard, and the messengers seemed desperate, as if someone had lost their life. On the way, he met Tang Jianwei's older brother, Tang Jianqiang. Tang Jianqiang asked him to bring the accountant and the 10-year work point record book. He understood the purpose of the Tang family immediately, hurried to the brigade office, took the 10-year work point register and called the accountant over. As soon as he entered the yard, Zhao Tianming saw Zhao Shulin and his wife lying on the ground, bruised and swollen. There was also Tang Xiaochao standing nearby, with a commanding presence, and a crowd of villagers densely gathered on the wall, watching. He immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "What is going on? Why are you all gathered here? Disperse quickly." Zhao Shulin, Sun Kaiying, "Why are you lying on the ground? Who beat you up like this?" Sun Kaiying saw the village chief arrive, as if seeing a savior. She immediately struggled to get up, ignoring her facial injuries, and rushed to Zhao Tianming. She grabbed his arm and cried, "Village chief, you're here. Please help us. That little brat from the Tang family hit me and my husband without reason, and now she wants to steal from us. Our 50 yuan savings were stolen by Tang Jianwei and his wife. We tried to confront them, but this little brat started hitting us. Please, stand up for us," she spoke while pointing toward the shed, tears streaming down her face, looking as if she had suffered great injustice. Zhao Shulin also endured the pain, struggled to stand up, holding his twisted arm, and said to Zhao Tianming, "Village chief, you must help us. Tang Jianwei and his wife stole 50 yuan from us. We locked them up, trying to get the money back, but this girl barged in and beat us up like this. It's lawless." While speaking, he looked proudly at Tang Xiaochao, his eyes full of hatred. "In our village, I won't let you take advantage of us." Zhao Tianming looked at Tang Xiaochao with a deeper frown. "Little girl, is what they said true? Why did you hit someone?" Tang Xiaochao calmly replied, "Village chief, I hit him because Zhao Shulin asked me to. I was just doing what he asked. As for this woman," she continued, "she hit me first. I only fought back in self-defense. You can ask the onlookers. I believe the village chief's eyes are sharp and the people are fair. Regarding the theft by Tang Jianwei and his wife, I don't know if it's true or not. We need to investigate. Even if it's my uncle, if he did something wrong, our Tang family won't cover for him." She spoke calmly and clearly, without any panic, which was very different from Sun Kaiying's loud crying. Zhao Tianming suddenly liked this young girl. Despite her young age, she was calm and organized when facing problems. He asked, "Are your elders at home? Why are you a little girl fighting?" He looked at Tang Jinqiang, who had moved closer to Yang Yufeng. Seeing everyone watching him, Tang Jinqiang confidently said, "Our Tang family now has Tang Xiaochao in charge. Her grandparents said she will be the head of the family from now on." This statement caused a stir, like drops of water hitting hot oil, making everyone talk. Did I hear right? The Tang family has a child in charge? Or the head of the family? Yes, that's what he just said. The little girl is strong and calm, even more reliable than her father. Amid the gossip, Tang Xiaochao spoke up, "Village chief, can you let my uncle's family out of the woodshed? Did they steal money? Have they been proven guilty? I think they shouldn't be treated as criminals without proof." Zhao Tianming nodded. Someone opened the door and let them out. "We will check the facts face to face." The door was unlocked. Zhao Qiujuan rushed out, trying to hug Tang Xiaochao. She pushed his forehead with a finger. "Fourth aunt, we don't know each other well. If you dare to hug me, I will hit you." Zhao Tianming couldn't help but laugh and cry at the scene. Zhao Qiujuan tugged at her clothes. "Xiaochao, does everyone at home know? Did only your third family come here?" Tang Xiaochao shook her head. "The whole family is here. I came from Yongjia village because it's closer, so I arrived first. They will probably arrive soon. As she finished speaking, she heard Tang Weidong's voice. Xiao Chao, we've arrived. Tang Weishi added, Xiao Chao, we're all here. We got delayed on the way, but I didn't expect you to be so quick. Then, more than 10 members of the Tang family rushed in through the main gate. They all came empty-handed. Although there were many of them, they had no intention of fighting. Tang Jianjun stepped forward to greet Zhao Tianming. Village Chief Zhao, long time no see. You still look as healthy as a few years ago. Zhao Tianming smiled warmly. Brother Jianjun, it's been many years. How should we handle this? Tang Jinqiang approached and said, Big brother, I asked the finance team to bring the 10-year record of work points. Once they check, they'll know if Zhao Shulin's family has 50 yuan saved. No need to argue so much. Hearing this, Xiao Cao's eyes lit up. She thought, I hadn't considered that. This dad still has some use. She gave Tang Jinqiang a look of approval. Tang Jinqiang straightened his back proudly.
Tang Jianjun not dead.
Yes, that's a good idea. Otherwise, both sides would argue endlessly, and honest officials find it hard to settle family matters. It's better to speak with facts. Sun Kaiying immediately jumped in. It's them. Our 50 yuan was hidden in a box under the bed. It was there yesterday morning, but by the afternoon it was gone. No one else came to our house except them. It must be them who stole it, and they're guilty, trying to sneak away early this morning. We caught them. The aunt who didn't get along with Sun Kaiying spoke up. 50 yuan? Village chief, do you think Zhao's family could really save 50 yuan? Zhao Shulin and Sun Kaiying are both known for being lazy. They usually earn work points in the village, but often cheat and slack off. They do the least work, but eat the most. The Zhao couple is also idle and unproductive. Their family of 4 earns enough work points each year just to feed themselves. There's no way they could save 50 yuan. Unless they're involved in some shady dealings. Her words were met with agreement from others on the wall. Yes, village chief, Aunt Lu is right. The Zhao family's life was hard. Every year, they had to borrow grain from the village. Zhao Qiujuan often came back to deliver grain. How could they possibly save 50 yuan? It was definitely a false accusation. I think they just want to blackmail Tang Jianwei and his wife. Exactly. Zhao Shulin and his wife are usually mean to others. This time, they're probably just looking for an excuse to bully Tang Jianwei and his wife again, to make some money. If they're caught cheating, they could be sent to reform through labor. I heard someone's son was sentenced to 3 years for theft. Zhao Tianming listened and fell into deep thought. He knew the Zhao family's situation well. The 4 members of the family were lazy and greedy. They earned very little work points each year and relied on village aid. They probably had to borrow money or grain from relatives just to get by. Not even 5 yuan, let alone 50. They probably couldn't save that much. Thinking this way, he felt something was wrong. It was very likely that the Zhao family was lying about Tang Jianwei and his wife. Tang Jinqiang saw this and quickly said, Village chief, words alone aren't enough.
We can check the accounts.
The village accountant should have records of everyone's work points. We can look at the past 10 years of Zhao's family's workbooks and see how many work points they earned each year and how much grain and money they could get. Then we'll know if they really had the ability to save 50 yuan. If my younger brother and his family really stole the money, our Tang family won't tolerate it. We'll punish them severely, beat them, fine them, even send them to jail if needed. But if Zhao's family is lying, they should release Tang Jianwei and his wife and apologize and compensate for their damaged reputation. Everyone in Dashi village knows my younger brother was accused of stealing money. Spreading rumors is easy, but clearing your name is hard. Their reputation will be ruined. Tang Jianwei looked at Zhao Jinqiang with tears in his eyes. Third brother, I'm not a good person. I used to bully your family a lot. I promise I'll change and treat you well from now on. Please believe I'm innocent. Tang Jinqiang looked at Tang Jianwei and said painfully, with your family's character, I don't really believe you. But we can't just blame everything on you because of your poor character. That wouldn't be fair.
So,
we'll check the accounts and let the facts speak. Tang Xiaochao looked at Yang Yufin and said, Tang Jinqiang is quite persuasive. Didn't you get tricked by that mouth of his before? Yang Yufan blushed again, and Tang Xiaochao said in disbelief, I was right? You're so naive and innocent. Zhao Qiujuan leaned in and said, Your father looked pretty good when he was young. Your mother was attracted to his looks and was fooled by his sweet talk. Yang Yufan shot a sharp look at Zhao Qiujuan. What are you blabbering about in front of the kids? You're causing such a big fuss, and now you want my little Chow to step in and settle it? Do you have any shame? Because of how you treated our little Chow before, we shouldn't have helped you. Forgetful Tang Xiaochao suddenly remembered that the original owner was pushed by Ant 4 and fell to her death. Normally, she shouldn't have helped them, but she wanted to reward herself. Inner thought, first save them, then slowly torment them, and avenge the original owner. Zhao Tianming nodded, thinking Tang Jianxiang made sense. He said in a serious tone, All right, let's do as you say. Accountant, go back quickly and bring the records of the Zhao family's work points from the past 10 years. We'll settle the accounts on the spot and find out the truth. Sun Kaiying's face changed instantly when she heard about checking the accounts, and a flash of panic appeared in her eyes. But she still tried to act tough. Go ahead and check. Our family only saved 50 yuan, which we saved through frugal living. I don't believe they can't find anything. We are honest, so we have nothing to fear. Although she said this, her voice was noticeably weaker, and she started to feel nervous. She didn't really have 50 yuan in savings. It was a plan she and Zhao Shulin had agreed on, to falsely accuse Tang Jianwei and his wife, hoping to extort some money and teach them a lesson. Their family was really too annoying, eating and drinking here for so long, acting like they owned the place. Zhao Shulin also felt uneasy. If he tried to stop now, it would seem guilty. But if he didn't, and it turned out they didn't have that much money, what would happen? His face turned pale, and then pale again, but he dared not say much. He could only cross his arms, stand aside, and avoid looking at Zhao Tianming and Tang Xiaochao. The village accountant placed the work point book on the table, arranging each volume clearly, with the year marked on each. Zhao Tianming sat at the table, picked up the work point book, and flipped through it carefully. The village accountant helped verify the calculations, reporting the annual work points and corresponding grain and money amounts. In 1965, Zhao Shulin earned 280 work points, Sun Kaiying earned 220 points, Zhao Dong earned 150 points, and Zhao Dong's wife earned 130 points. The whole family earned a total of 780 points. Based on the conversion rate at that time, one work point was worth 2.5 cents. The total of 780 points was 19.50 yuan, which was enough to buy 120 jin of grain. It was just enough to get by, with no extra left over. In 1966, Zhao Shulin earned 310 points, Sun Kaiying earned 240 points, Zhao Dong earned 180 points, and Zhao Dong's wife earned 150 points. The family earned a total of 880 points, which was 22 yuan. They received 130 jin of grain, but still had no extra, and even borrowed 20 jin from the village. The village accountant carefully calculated each number, and everyone present understood the situation clearly. Over the past 10 years, Zhao's family earned very little each year. Except for a few years when they barely managed to survive, most years they had to borrow grain and money from the village. They never saved 50 yuan, not even 5 yuan, and still owed the village some grain and money. All right, no need to keep calculating. Zhao Tianming closed the account book with a serious face, looking sternly at Zhao Shulin and his wife. Zhao Shulin, Sun Kaiying, listen to yourselves. Over the past 10 years, your work points barely covered your family's food, and you still owe grain and money to the village. Where did you get 50 yuan in savings? You even dared to falsely accuse Tang Jianwei and his wife, and kept them locked up and beaten. This is simply lawless. Sun Kaiying's face turned pale, her legs nearly gave out, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She muttered to herself, Impossible. How could this be? She wanted to say that they had planned everything carefully, but she forgot that the village kept detailed records of their income. Zhao Shulin also looked completely defeated, lowering his head and avoiding eye contact with Zhao Tianming. He whispered, Village chief, We were just confused for a moment, trying to extort some money from them. I know we were wrong. At this point, he could no longer deny it and had to admit that he falsely accused Tang Jianwei and his wife. Everyone on the wall suddenly erupted in discussion, pointing fingers and talking loudly. It turns out it was all a false accusation. That Zhao family is really terrible. They are completely heartless. Tang Jianwei and his wife have helped their family many times over the years. Yet, they are now falsely accused of stealing money. I knew it. There's no way the Zhao family could have 50 yuan. They're so poor their clothes are falling apart. Turns out, they were just trying to cheat us. Village chief, you must teach them a lesson. We can't let this go. Bad behavior affects our village's reputation. At this moment, Tang Jinqiang straightened up and stepped forward, speaking to Zhao Tianming. Village chief, you've heard it too. Zhao Shulin and his wife deliberately accused my younger brother's family and even locked them in a shed to beat them. We can't just let this go. Zhao Tianming nodded and said seriously, Zhao Shulin, Sun Kaiying, you falsely accused others, illegally detained them, and even assaulted them. According to village rules, you must apologize to Tang Jianwei and his wife, pay for their medical expenses and emotional damages, and settle the grain and money owed to the village. Additionally, you will work at the village brick factory for a month, earning work points to compensate for the village's losses. Zhao Shulin immediately shifted blame. Village chief, I was confused. It was all Sun Kaiying's idea. That wicked woman saw my sister and brother-in-law dividing some money, and she got a bad idea. Zhao Dong also shamelessly explained, yes, we were all deceived by Sun Kaiying. Otherwise, we wouldn't have misunderstood our own daughter and son-in-law. Qiuju, Jianwei, it was my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't expect your sister-in-law to be like this. Yang Hong pretended to be sympathetic, walking over and touching Qiuju's face. My daughter has suffered. I was careless. I almost made a big mistake. Tang Weihua, who is 15 years old, saw through the family's true nature and said angrily, we've been here for half a month, and we've already spent the 55 yuan we had. Your family keeps sending your parents to buy meat and vegetables. We're not eating your food. We're paying for everything ourselves. Now that our money is gone and we've separated, I guess your grandparents won't help us anymore. So, since there's no benefit for you in helping us, you just want to take one last chance to cut ties completely. You're afraid we'll become too poor to eat and will come begging you, right? The child's words were firm and clear. Tang Xiaochao looked at Tang Weihua. She always thought he was a clueless mama's boy, but isn't this quite smart? Seeing beyond the surface to understand the true meaning. Zhao Qiujuan heard her son's words, and her heart felt as if 1,000 needles pierced through it. The Tang family members looked at Zhao Qiujuan with sympathy. Tang Xiaochao pulled Zhao Qiujuan aside and whispered, are you thinking about cutting ties? Startled, Zhao Qiujuan jumped, but Tang Xiaochao pressed her shoulder and gently pushed her down. Such a family only leeches off you. Look, they can't provide material support or emotional comfort. They only bring negative energy. Think about it, am I right? Zhao Qiujuan cried. But they are my family, Tang Xiaochao nodded. Yes, I understand. If they keep bullying you, just bear it. We won't step in. If you like this kind of family love, we can't get involved, right? Tang Xiaochao turned to leave, but Zhao Qiujuan suddenly grabbed her arm. Xiaochao, please don't ignore us. If I cut ties, will you treat us better in the future? Tang Xiaochao looked at Zhao Qiujuan coldly. What do you mean by treat us better? How should I treat you better? Zhao Qiujuan felt a chill run down her back. From now on, we won't do foolish things anymore. You tell us what to do, and we will do it. Don't abandon us. I've realized you're a capable child. When you succeed, you can help promote your younger siblings. My husband and I made many mistakes. We don't deserve your forgiveness. In the future, if you see us behaving better, can you forgive us? I will listen to you. I am cutting ties. I don't want such family members anymore. Tang Xiaochao looked at Zhao Qiujuan. If you've made your decision, go ahead and say it yourself. Zhao Qiujuan turned and knelt in front of the village chief. Others hurried to help her up, but she refused to get up. She said, Village chief, today I want to cut ties with my parents and brother-in-law. For many years, I have wronged the Tang family, draining their blood to support my family. Today, I realize this is my punishment for Zhao Qiujuan. To my surprise, the people I considered family have betrayed me behind my back. I thought I was just a bloodsucker, but when I was in trouble, they reached out to help. Please, village chief, witness this moment and help us cut ties. Write a formal document of severance. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Zhao family. I am not responsible for caring for my parents anymore. Over the years, I have been secretly taking things from home. I have already repaid their kindness in raising me.
Slap.
Zhao Dong slapped Zhao Qiujin across the face. Tang Jianwei tried to step in to argue, but Zhao Qiujin stopped him. She continued, "Everyone knows that when I was 15, I was married off to the Tang family with a high bride price. They said it was a marriage gift, but really, they sold me. They sold me so my brother could get married. Fortunately, the Tang family was kind and took care of me for a year. When I was 16, I finally moved into the same house as Tang Jianwei. In the Tang family, I ate and drank as much as I could because I was starving. I was so hungry that my stomach hurt and burned. It was a very painful feeling. I was afraid of that feeling. So I encouraged Tang Jianwei to eat more and take more. I am not a good person. The main house, the second house, and the third house, they are all good people. They tolerated us for over 10 years. We don't know how to be grateful, and we have become even worse. I never thought of the Tang family as my family. I always told myself that the Zhao family was my family because I carry Zhao blood in my veins. I have no blood ties with the Tang family. That's what I believed all along. But when Xiao Chao said she was defending her family, I realized that in their hearts, I am part of the Tang family. It's just, I always thought I wasn't really part of the Tang family. I was so confused. I've lived half my life in a daze. Actually, I understand deep down that my parents only see my brother and sister-in-law. I am just a tool for them to use just like I used the Tang family. Uncle Village Head, today I finally understand. Please cut off my family ties. Qiujin, don't be confused. Our village has no tradition of cutting ties. As a woman without your family, you will be bullied. Yes, yes. Your brother and sister-in-law may not be reliable, but blood is thicker than water. If you really face problems, they will help. People are speaking without conscience. A family will have disagreements, but it shouldn't come to cutting ties. If children in the village suffer a little grievance and their parents cut ties, it will cause chaos. Village head, we shouldn't set this precedent. Please advise them to communicate better. Tang Weidong's voice rang out. You really are quick to help others at your own expense. There's a saying, don't advise others to be kind before understanding their suffering. Don't judge others before knowing their pain. If you go through my hardships, it doesn't mean I am kind. If you understand my pain, it doesn't mean I am strong. His words were firm, and everyone instantly fell silent. Zhao Qiujuan was stunned by Tang Weidong's words, then tears started to flow down her face. She was not very educated, so she couldn't fully understand what Tang Weidong said, but she guessed and understood some of it. Over the years, she had given so much for her family, living frugally and saving every bit of grain and money to support her family. But her family not only showed no gratitude, they kept exploiting her, and this time, they even falsely accused her of stealing money, locking her and Tang Jianwei up and beating them. She had long been disappointed with her family. When Tang Xiaochao suggested, it really touched her heart. She had thought about leaving before, but she was afraid. Now, with the support of the Tang family, she felt she had someone to rely on. Before, she thought if she left the Zhao family, she would be like a floating weed with no roots. That feeling scared her, so even though she felt cold inside, she still tried to maintain the appearance of a loving family. She looked at Zhao Tianming and said, Village chief, I am willing to cut ties with the Zhao family. I don't want this family anymore. Over the years, I've given so much to them, but they kept hurting me and Jianwei. I don't want any more involvement with them. Her voice was firm, and her eyes were full of disappointment and exhaustion. Zhao Tianming looked at Zhao Qiujuan, then at Zhao Shulin and his wife on the ground and nodded. All right, since you've made up your mind, I will decide for you. Cut ties with the Zhao family. Today, with so many villagers as witnesses, from now on, Zhao Qiujuan will be completely separated from the Zhao family. The Zhao family must not bother her or her husband anymore, or I will send you to the commune for handling. Zhao Shulin said fiercely, Zhao Qiujuan, if you cut ties and get bullied by the Tang family, I won't help you. Zhao Qiujuan nodded. Yes, this is the last time I call you big brother. I hope you will take care of yourself. From now on, if we see each other on the road, let's not greet each other anymore. Sun Kaiying got up from the ground, jumped, and shouted, Zhao Qiujing, don't be fooled by the hypocritical face of the Tang family. They are just pretending in front of everyone. You have oppressed them for so many years. Do you think they will help you out of kindness? Once you cut ties with your family and become helpless, just wait. They will definitely take revenge on you. Zhao Qiujing smiled bitterly. Even if they have oppressed me, I deserve it. 10 years in one place, 10 years in another. I have bullied them for over 10 years. If they want to bully me now, I should accept it. A woman nearby said, this Zhao family has completely disappointed Zhao Qiujing. None of them are good people. What do you mean? If she wasn't completely disappointed, who would cut ties with her own family? Yes, it's not our business. We shouldn't interfere. It's their family matter. Let them decide for themselves. Exactly. If it were my family, I would also choose to cut ties. It hurts too much. Comparing, I feel my own family is really good. In a few days, I'll visit my family. Yes, comparing. I feel my parents treat me really well. I miss my mother. Zhao Tianming confirmed again. Zhao Qiujing, are you sure you want to cut ties? Zhao Qiujing nodded firmly. I'm sure and certain. Zhao Dong took a deep breath and said, if cutting ties is okay, then let's just let this matter go. Is that all right? If you continue to demand compensation and punishment, I won't agree to cut ties. At this point, even if they don't cut ties in the future, there will be a rift with the Tang family, and the daughter will no longer trust them. So Zhao Dong chose to maximize benefits. The daughter can give up on the family, and he can use the situation to fight for his own rights. Everyone was not fools. Hearing this, they understood Zhao Dong's intention. Zhao Qiujing cried loudly and wailed. Li Lan and Zhao Shufan stepped forward, supporting the trembling Zhao Qiujing. Li Lan said, Aunt, don't be sad. She didn't know how to comfort Zhao Qiujing. Actually, they used to dislike Zhao Qiujing. Their family's food was also taken by Zhao Qiujing's family before. Seeing the children hungry, they cursed Zhao Qiujing in their hearts more than once. But now, seeing her like this, their resentment disappeared, leaving only sympathy. Kind people are always kind. As women, they all felt the pain inside when treated poorly by their families. Especially Li Lan, who was also sold by her family for a high bride price. The Zhao family bought her and gave her a stable life. She was grateful. She loved children, respected the elderly, and worked hard to earn work points. This was what she could do for the Tang family. Although Zhao Shufan had a slightly better situation, in a time when men were valued more than women, no one paid much attention to girls. As a girl, she was often ignored. Sun Xiaoxiang didn't step forward because she genuinely disliked Zhao Qiujing. When the second household lost their grain to the fourth household, her 2-year-old son, Tang Xiaojun, almost starved. It was Tang Weigua who risked being caught to buy and sell things just to get some food for the child. In the end, Zhao Qiujing reported the second household for illegal trading to the grandparents. The grandparents confiscated all the money Tang Weigua had risked going to jail for, giving extra food to the fourth household. When Zhao Tianming heard Zhao Dong make such a request, he felt a bit disgusted. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qiujing cried for a while and suddenly revealed a secret. Brother, now we are cutting ties. I have one last gift for you. Your second son, heir who, is not your biological child. Sun Kaiying was pregnant with someone else's child. That's why I never liked heir who and favored Da Hu. This surprise came suddenly, and everyone was silent. Tang Xiaocao's mouth opened wide in shock. Indeed, the malicious Zhao Qiujing is still as malicious as ever. This is a deadly blow. Yang Yufin covered Tang Xiaocao's mouth. Don't speak. You've finished your task of scolding. Just watch the show. Tang Xiaocao nodded and pushed Yang Yufin's hand away. Mom, why haven't you put on the clam ointment I bought for you? Your hand is pulling at my mouth. It hurts. Yang Yufin turned her head, gently turned Tang Xiaocao's head, and saw it was red with a scratch. She looked at her own hand. Sorry, I'll put it on when I go back. Zhao Qiujin's words shocked everyone. Zhao Shulin looked at Sun Kaiying in disbelief. Is what Zhao Qiujin said true? Sun Kaiying recovered from her shock. She had an affair with her childhood friend, but Zhao Qiujin, who suddenly came home, caught her. However, Zhao Qiujin promised not to tell anyone and told her to stop making mistakes and live well with Zhao Shulin. Because Zhao Qiujin knew that at that time, Zhao Shulin liked Sun Kaiying. She didn't want her brother to be sad. Later, Sun Kaiying became pregnant. Zhao Qiujin repeatedly confirmed that Sun Kaiying assured her she was carrying Zhao family's child. As the baby grew, he looked less and less like her eldest brother, so Zhao Qiujin didn't like Eru. Sun Kaiying shouted hysterically, Zhao Qiujin, you evil woman. To get back at me, you really can make up any lie. Zhao Qiujin pushed away Li Lan and Zhao Shufan, who were holding her, stepped forward, and loudly recounted how she discovered the affair, how Sun Kaiying begged her to forgive her, promising to treat her brother well and never cheat again. She told everything in detail, took half an hour, and explained how Eru, as he grew up, looked less and less like her eldest brother and Sun Kaiying. After hearing this, Zhao Shulin couldn't bear to see the green on his head. He rushed over and started hitting Sun Kaiying, fighting her fiercely. Once a loving couple, now they were fighting and hurting each other. Sun Kaiying, angry and desperate, pointed at Zhao Shulin and cursed, You ask me why I cheated? I'll tell you you're not a real man. Every day, you just lie in bed and say you're tired. I've been a widow for years. Even when I paid the family dues, it was just a few hits. Don't you have any sense of shame? Married men and women nearby understood what she meant. Only those who had no experience with relationships looked around blankly, asking what a few hits meant. Tang Weimei looked confused at Tang Xiaocao. She thought Tang Xiaocao was smart and should know, but she didn't. She asked Yang Yufin, Mom, what does that mean? Yang Yufin blushed and covered Tang Xiaocao's ears, saying, don't listen, nonsense. Tang Jinqiang awkwardly rubbed his nose. He hadn't touched Yang Yufin in 2 years. He looked nervously at Yang Yufin, who shot him a fierce glare. Finally, Zhao Qiujin agreed not to seek compensation or hold anyone responsible, and she signed a divorce paper with the Zhao family. After Zhao Shulin and Sun Kaiying fought, Zhao Shulin didn't mention divorce. Their family was too poor. If they divorced, no one would want to marry him. In the end, Tang Xiaocao sighed. To get through life, you need a little green on your head. To live well, you must let some grass grow on your head. A family of more than 10 people left Zhao family village with a separation document. Zhao Qiujin walked along crying, I have no family left. I have no family left. Boo-hoo, ding. The host has helped fourth branch, Zhao Qiujin cut ties, leading her to realize her conscience and feel regret. Mission completed. Break free from suffering. Turn back to the right path. Rewards: 10 packs of noodles, 100 jin of rice, 10 jin of cooking oil, 1 box of cold medicine, and 100 yuan cash. Items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaocao happily looked back at Zhao Qiujin, who was crying loudly. Most of these supplies were contributed by the fourth branch. Reusing waste is just like this. Zhao Qiujin was crying so hard, she felt terrible. Tang Xiaocao peeled a fruit candy and, when she was about to scream, she flicked her finger and popped it into her mouth. Frightened, Zhao Qiujin wanted to spit it out, but suddenly tasted a sweet flavor. She stuck out her tongue and looked down. She wanted to see what was on her tongue and why it was so sweet. Surprised, she shouted, "Candy!" Her face was already ugly, and this expression was truly hard to describe. It was so ugly it reached a new level. Everyone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Honestly, Tang Jianwei was so ugly that his own wife was shocked. Tang Weihua and the twin sisters Tang Whiting and Tang Weiru, who had been silent all along, were also shocked by their mother's ugliness. Tang Whiting and Tang Weiru, both 12 years old, understood what Tang Weihua said, and they also understood Zhao Qiujuan's words. On the way, they started reflecting on themselves. For the first time in 12 years, they activated their rusty brains. They finally understood they were children of the Tang family. When something happened, only the Tang family members would protect them. Tang Whiting secretly looked at Tang Xiaoqiao and saw her secretly giving a white rabbit candy to Tang Weimei. She was about to ask for some as usual, but Tang Weiru pulled her back and said, "Shut up. You don't understand now. It's Tang Xiaoqiao in charge." Tang Whiting glared and said stubbornly, "Who does she think she is? Just because she's in charge doesn't mean she can act like her own family. But she can't be the head of our fourth branch." Tang Weiru sighed. "Yesterday, I heard people from Zhao family village say that Tang Xiaoqiao convinced everyone at home to let Tang Weifang divorce and go back. She even arranged a job for her with the town's grain store. From now on, we should try to please her well. Maybe one day, when she has a job, she will help us." Tang Whiting, "Really? She hates us so much. She probably won't give us jobs." Tang Weiru, "If we behave well in the future, maybe she will see our good side someday. If we also get proper jobs, we can confidently choose good families for marriage. Staying in the village all the time, we can only marry young and have children, working in the fields for our whole lives." Tang Whiting nodded. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll listen to you. We should try to please Tang Xiaoqiao. But what if she keeps disliking us?" Tang Weiru also felt confused. She didn't know if Tang Xiaoqiao could change her opinion of them, but she knew they had to try. They couldn't leave the village on their own. Their only hope was Tang Xiaoqiao. Even though she knew Tang Xiaoqiao disliked them, she still wanted to fight for herself. Tang Weiru, "In the future, we need to persuade our parents and brother to spend more time with the third family and listen to them. That's how we can change our fate." Tang Whiting nodded. Although they spoke softly, Tang Weihuang, walking behind them, overheard everything. He didn't expect that his seemingly simple sister was actually so clever. Baby-faced Tang Weihuang, after this incident, suddenly became more thoughtful and started to use his brain. Back in Dashi village, everyone went to the old house at the same time. Li Guilin saw her family with bruised faces and said angrily, "Just a bunch of cowards who only bully at home." "Xiaoqiao, Grandma has prepared the leaf-shaped cookies for you, with lots of sugar. They're very tasty." After saying that, she put a piece into Tang Xiaocao's mouth and pulled her onto her bed, holding the leaf-shaped cookies and feeding her. No one dared to object, but some people were not polite. Tang Jianwei said, "Mom, you've changed. You used to love me, so why are you suddenly different?" Li Guilin clenched her teeth and continued feeding Tang Xiaoqiao, saying through gritted teeth, "I've favored you for over 30 years. Have you ever given me a piece of meat? You're always trying to trick meat out of my mouth." She thought about her ugly wife and her foolish children, but she only felt that she had not loved her own parents for over 30 years. "But I, Xiaoqiao, am different. My biased grandma has neglected me for 16 years. However, she always sends me delicious food and drinks. People are made of flesh and blood, so I've decided that from now on, I will only care for Xiaoqiao. I've realized that it's better to have a potato than to have you, and raising a pig is better than raising you." Tang Xiaoqiao looked up at the old lady. Her strong fighting spirit was as impressive as ever. She could defeat an entire boat with one shot. Everyone in the house lowered their heads in silence. Their mother was right. When they had food, they knew to put it in their mouths. At most, they felt sorry for their children, but they never thought of giving anything to the elderly. Tang Jianjun spoke first. "From now on, we should learn from Xiaoqiao." Tang Jianmin raised his hand. I agree too." Tang Jinxiang said slowly. "It was me who sent the things to Xiaoqiao." Tang Jianwei was silent. Since the family split, he had been going to his father-in-law's house to buy food and drinks, but was almost falsely accused of theft. Tang Igua continued. "Recently, Xiaoqiao did a few big things. First, She helped her sister Fong Fong escape hardship, and she even got her 500 yuan in compensation with her fists. Honestly, in the past, we wouldn't have agreed to Fong Fong's divorce and her returning home. For the sake of the family's reputation, we ignored Fong Fong's issues. It was Xiao Chao who made us realize that family is more important than face. Second, Xiao Chao created 2 job openings and gave one to Fong Fong. That saved Fong Fong's life. It allowed her to stand tall and live her life again. Here, I want to praise her. Everyone clap clap. Applause erupted. Xiao Chao calmly waved her hand, eating a leaf, and said unclearly, "Dear leaders, elders, brothers, and sisters, we are all family. No need to speak as if we are from different households." Then she continued to accept the feed from Li Guilon. The 4 brothers of Tang Jianjun sat on small stools, watching Xiao Chao sitting happily beside their parents, eating. Suddenly, they felt that they were the juniors, and Xiao Chao was the elder. Zhou Jiankong was reported by someone, and his position as the site manager was taken away. He has been detained. We don't know yet how many years he will be sentenced. Zheng Xiaoyuan and Zheng Yuming, the married couple, have also been detained. All the bad people involved have been caught. As the saying goes, justice is slow but sure. People do wrong, and heaven watches. Evil will be punished. It's just a matter of time. Little Grass, I have a question for you. What secret did you share with Zhou Xiongbiao at the end? Tang Xiaochao looked up and thought for a moment, then said, I kindly told him a few things. First, the baby Zheng Xiaoyuan is carrying is not Zhou Yu's. Second, the baby is the child of the station master, Zhou Jiankong. Third, I told him he could ask for 2 official worker positions, and Zhou Jiankong would definitely agree. Everyone fell silent. No wonder Tang Xiaochao left that day after taking 500 yuan in compensation. It turns out everything was planned in advance. Tang Weidong was the first to realize, Xiaochao, you're so clever. You didn't have to use any of the Tang family's people, yet you managed to wipe out those 3 families. Tang Weishi also flattered her. Xiaochao, how did your brain grow like that? You're so smart. He wanted to say that if Xiaochao had gone to school earlier, she would be even more outstanding now. But he swallowed the rest of his words and sighed regretfully. Li Guilon proudly said, Xiaochao, just like me. Everyone dared not oppose her, but secretly looked down on her. Li Lan happily said, Zhou Yu will regret everything someday. He tried to steal, but ended up losing everything. His reputation is ruined, and he's finished for life. Zhao Shufan asked, do you think he'll come back to bother us once he finds out Fong Fong has a good job with a high salary? Tang Weimei worriedly reminded Tang Weifong, Sister, once is enough to fall into a fire pit. Don't jump in again. Tang Weifong nodded. Don't worry. No matter what he says, I won't go back. I don't want that kind of scoundrel. If he dares to bother me, I'll ask Xiaochao to handle it. Tang Xiaochao nodded. Yes, don't worry. I promise to tie him up, beat him until he's half paralyzed, and make sure he enjoys his suffering, lying in bed, eating, and even peeing and pooping there. Tang Weigua shouted, let's give a round of applause here. Clap, clap, clap. There was another round of enthusiastic applause, and the women covered their mouths to hide their smiles. After everyone finished speaking, Li Guilon continued, let's talk about the 4th family situation. Zhao Qiujuan, I heard you broke off your engagement. That's good. Very clever. There's nothing to be sad about. Your tears in someone who doesn't love you are just water. Nowadays, people lack food, but water is not a problem. From now on, I will treat your 4 families equally, but I will favor Tang Xiaochao. That's something I owe her. If you have any objections, keep them to yourselves. After what happened to the 4th family, I hope you all think carefully and start living seriously. I heard that you spent all the money from your family division. I want to warn you, you're not allowed to borrow money from the other 3 families. If they lend, you must refuse quickly. You're also not allowed to ask others for food. If you want to eat, figure out a way yourself. I believe you won't starve. Tang Jianwei was about to protest but was stopped by Zhao Qiujuan, who declared, it was our fault before, but not anymore. I came to the Tang family when I was 15. Now I am 32. The Zhao family raised me for 15 years, but the Tang family raised me for 17. I am an ungrateful person who can't be satisfied. She wiped her tears as she spoke. She continued, from now on we will change. When I saw Xiao Chao and the Zhao family, I thought they were just trying to kick us when we're down. But Xiao Chao said, they have bullied my family for over 10 years. I will personally get revenge for this. I have no other faults, just being protective of my family. I can repay the hatred of being bullied for over 10 years by bullying back twice as much, but I will never allow outsiders to hurt my loved ones. When Zhao Shulin tried to sow discord, Xiao Chao said exactly that. I cried then. When our family was at its worst and felt helpless, the entire Tang family came to clear our name and save us. I, Zhao Qiujuan, swear here, from now on, I will be honest and diligent, change my bad habits, love my children, and respect my elders. Please give our family one last chance. We will prove with our actions that we truly regret our mistakes and are sincerely trying to change. The scene fell into silence, and Zhao Qiujuan felt a bit embarrassed. People say that it's easy to change your surroundings, but hard to change your nature. Everyone just listened to Zhao Qiujuan's words, thinking it was just talk, and no one believed she was sincere. Tang Jianwei was clapping wildly alone. Then Tang Weihua, Tang Whiting, and Tang Weiru also joined in clapping. The others just looked at their family foolishly. Tang Xiaochao felt embarrassed for them. Finally, after some more instructions, Li Guilin announced the meeting was over. Everyone went home to cook dinner. Before leaving, Tang Xiaochao said, Fong Fong sister, tomorrow I will take you to town. Please pack your things tonight. My cousin will meet us at 9 o'clock at our house, and we will leave together. Grandma, I will bring you some egg cakes tomorrow. And I will bring wine for Grandpa. Everyone who stepped out the door staggered a little. Tang Jianwei looked back at Li Guilin with a sad expression. His mother wasn't unfaithful. She had been bought. Tang Weifang wanted to laugh. Xiao Chao was so funny. She nodded and said, Okay, I will prepare everything tonight. When we get there, I will help take care of your cousin.
Don't worry, Xiao Chao.
And thank you, Xiao Chao. See you at 9 tomorrow. That night, Tang Xiaochao tossed and turned. Suddenly, she got up, put on her clothes, and headed straight to the black market. She wanted to ask why her hunter license hadn't come through yet. As soon as she entered the black market, Zhao Fian saw her. Zhao Fian had her face covered, but she still recognized her. Little girl, what are you doing in the black market? If you want to buy something, tell your sister. I'll help you get it. Tang Xiaochao obediently said, I want to ask why I haven't heard anything about my hunter exam. Zhao Fian took her to Zhou Dafu's office. Yang Sanpao was there too. He was sitting in a chair with his legs on the table, looking suspicious. Brother-in-law, Uncle Zhou, I want to ask about my hunter exam. Zhou Dafu patted his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Xiao Chao, you're too young. The army is worried I might let you pass easily, so they want to test you themselves. Tang Xiaocao's eyes lit up. When can I retake the exam? If I pass the army's test, will I get my certificate? I've scheduled the exam for tomorrow night here at the black market. An instructor will come, but the exact time isn't set yet. When I know, I'll have your brother-in-law come find you. Were you here to buy today? Tang Xiaochao looked around and said, My 2 older sisters are going to work in the factory. I want to buy each of them some daily necessities. Uncle Zhou, help me prepare 2 identical sets. When it was time to pay, Zhou Dafu said, Your little brother-in-law already paid. He's a bachelor and doesn't need money. Just use his. Before leaving, Tang Xiaochao went out and brought back a basket containing 5 bottles of Maotai liquor, 10 packs of Dakiamin cigarettes, and some beef, all given to Yang Sanpao. After Tang Xiaochao left, Yang Sanpao lifted the cloth covering the basket and fell off the bench. Zhou Dafu peeked to look, and Yang Sanpao ran away with the basket, disappearing quickly. He ran quite a distance before stopping, uncovered the cloth again, and looked inside. He confirmed it was Maotai and Dakiamin cigarettes. Yang Sanpao thought, Oh my, if I take these home and tell the old man that Xiao Chao gave them to me, will his heart be overwhelmed? Where did this girl get so many things? He hurriedly carried the basket back home. Luckily, he hadn't been seen by Zhou Dafu. or he wouldn't have been able to bring it back. The next morning, Yang Ergue and Anchin Jiaodi personally brought Yang Jing over. Yang Yufan got up at dawn to prepare breakfast. When Tang Weifang and Yang Jing saw that Tang Xiaochao had brought 2 mesh bags filled with a wash basin, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, brown sugar, and 2 jin of rice each, they didn't dare to accept them. In the end, Yang Yufan scolded them, and the 2 girls blushed and accepted the gifts. Tang Xiaochao led them toward the town, while Yang Ergue and Anchin returned to Yangjia village. Tang Xiaochao carried a basket on her back. Tang Weifang asked, "Xiaochao, is it heavy?" "Sister, I'll carry it for you." Tang Xiaochao looked at her, noticing she was loaded with things, and politely refused. "It's not heavy. I can carry it. Don't worry." At the factory, upon seeing the notice of entry, the security guard directly took them to the finance department. Do Jincheng was about to go for a walk when he heard Tang Xiaochao was coming. The old man eagerly ran over. He was as happy as a child. "Xiaochao, you're here. Have they arranged everything for you?" The staff in the finance department stood nervously to the side, knowing the identity of the old man in front of them. One woman stepped forward and said, "Old Do, everything is arranged. Rest assured, we have put the 2 of them in one room. That room is just for the 2 sisters, and we don't plan to have many others stay there. Do you think this arrangement is okay?" Do Jincheng nodded and said, "Good, good, good. I'm leaving the 2 kids in your hands. Xiaochao, come with me." After saying that, he took Xiaochao and left. Tang Weifang and Yang Jing didn't have time to say goodbye to Xiaochao. The people from the finance department, who saw her off to the dormitory, kept trying to test a relationship with Do Jincheng. Since Tang Weifang was older, she didn't let Yang Jing speak. She was worried that if Yang Jing said something wrong, it might cause trouble for Xiaochao. The finance staff didn't press further when she didn't answer, and simply left after taking her to the dorm. At the director's office, Xiaochao handed a basket to Do Jincheng and said, "This is some good food for you." Do Jincheng was not polite. He opened the basket and saw a piece of meat. He picked it up and sniffed it, then quickly put it back in the basket, looking scared. He whispered, "Beef? Is it beef?" Nowadays, working oxen are not allowed to be slaughtered. Xiaochao nodded and said, "My grandfather's village had an old yellow ox that died.
I found a way to get some for you."
Do you like it? Do Jincheng happily rubbed his hands together and said, "At noon, stay and eat with me. I'll show you my skills. I promise it will be so delicious you'll want to bite your tongue. It's not convenient to stay long here, so come to my place." Xiaochao carried her basket and happily followed Do Jincheng away. She left a note on her son's desk telling him to come home for lunch. When they got home, she saw Xiaochao take out 5 jin of beef, 2 packs of dried noodles, 10 jin of rice, 10 jin of flour, and a 5 jin bottle of cooking oil from the basket. The former mayor was so shocked he trembled. He held Xiaocao's arm and asked, "Xiaochao, you brought all these supplies back? Leave some meat for me. I'll cook for you at noon and take half of it back. I can't accept so many good things from you." Xiaochao patted Do Jincheng's shoulder and said, "Old man, think big. If I can bring these things, it means I have the channels to get them. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young." Do Jincheng explained, "No, these things are too valuable. I can't take them." Xiaochao asked, "Don't you want to be with me?" "No, of course not. I have no friends here. It was hard enough to find you, my little friend. Why wouldn't I want to be with you? You're a rare treasure. I can't take you. You're such a grumpy person. I don't care about these things. When you need them, I'll bring them to you. Plenty, for everyone." After saying that, Tang Xiaochao raised an eyebrow at Do Jincheng. Do Jincheng entered the room and took out a golden peace lock, handing it to Tang Xiaochao. "This is for you. I hope you stay safe and sound." Tang Xiaochao didn't hesitate. She took it and looked at it. One side says peace, and the other says good luck. The carvings are very detailed, though she didn't recognize the flowers. Tang Xiaochao reached out and put it around her neck. "Old man, do you like it?" Do Jincheng nodded. "Yes, it looks great. Very nice." Next, Tang Xiaochao helped wash vegetables while Do Jincheng cooked. He's a very good cook. Tang Xiaochao thinks his food tastes better than at a government-run restaurant. Dou Jincheng noticed that Tang Xiaochao loves to eat. To make her come often and keep her company, today's meal had to win her over completely. At noon, Dou Jingxing came back. As soon as he entered the yard, he smelled a strong, delicious aroma. He rushed into the kitchen and saw a happy scene, an old man and a young girl smiling brightly. Seeing this, Dou Jingxing felt a bit jealous. Since his mother passed away, his father hadn't smiled like that. He and his sister were busy, either working or taking care of their small families, so they didn't have much time to spend with their father. Recently, their father wasn't feeling well. Dou Jingxing was worried, so he brought him here. A week ago, he was eager to go back to the city, but now, with this adorable girl, it seemed their father was happy to stay longer. He could tell that his father genuinely liked the girl in front of him. Dou Jincheng saw Dou Jingxing at the door and called out, "Hey kid, you're lucky today. Come see what's in the pot." Dou Jingxing walked over, looked down and asked, "Dad, is that beef? Where did you get such good stuff?" Dou Jincheng proudly said, "Little Chow brought it to me. It's 5 Jin. I ate half of it and saved the rest." Dou Jingxing immediately started digging into his pocket. "Little grass, thank you so much. Grandpa hasn't been feeling well lately. I tried several black markets, but couldn't find good things to help him recover. He was so happy about the gift. All these bills and notes are for you. If it's not enough, I'll give you more next time." Tang Xiaochao looked at the stack of 10 yuan bills in Dou Jingxing's hand, thinking silently. People are so naive and rich, easy to fool. She took his hand away. "Uncle Dou, this is my gift for Grandpa. I'm not taking money. Tonight, I'll go to the military again to take the test. Once I get my hunter license, I'll supply all your meat needs." Dou Jingxing asked confusedly, "Didn't you say you already took the test? Why do you need to take it again?" Tang Xiaochao sighed. "Maybe they think I'm too young. They don't believe I can defeat a level A3 hunter, so they want me to try again." "What? You defeated a level A3 hunter?" Both father and son exclaimed in surprise. "I'm telling you, girl, no bragging. You say you have some skills, I believe that. But if you really defeated a level A3 hunter, I find that hard to believe. It's okay if you don't believe me. When I pass the test tonight and get my hunter license, I'll come back to show off. All right. If you get an A-level hunter license, I'll reward you with 1,000 yuan, Dou Jincheng said confidently. Dou Jingxing also added, "I'll give you 500. Tang Xiaochao stroked her chin. "I don't need money. Once I become a hunter, I'll have a lot of game. How about I bring it to your factory? You can buy it at market price." Dou Jingxing said, "If you get an A-level license, they'll pay you above market price anywhere you send it." "Are you sure you want to send it to me?" Tang Xiaochao asked confusedly. "Not okay." Dou Jingxing smiled. "Of course it's okay. I'd be happy to take it. How about I get you a procurement officer's badge at the factory? You'll get a monthly salary of 40 yuan. That way you can bring all the meat you want." Tang Xiaochao smiled again. She got a job with such a high salary. She was so silly not to want it. "Thanks, Uncle Dou. Once I get my hunter license, I'll go up the mountain right away. Whatever meat you want, I'll give you. I'll be the procurement officer at your factory." Dou Jingxing happily rubbed his hands together. These days, even with money, it's hard to buy meat. Dou Jingxing nodded eagerly. "I'll go back to the factory right now and get the form for you." Tang Xiaocao shook her head. "Let's eat first.
I'm hungry."
"Once I get my hunter's license, I'll come back to start work. There's no rush. After eating, I plan to take my old father fishing. I've brought everything." She pointed to some thick bamboo fishing rods in the yard. "I made these myself. I promise you'll have a full catch today." Dou Jinchen and Dou Jingxing looked at each other but said nothing. They didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm. As long as Tang Xiaocao was willing to play with her father, even if it was just watching ants climb trees, Dou Jingxing was grateful. During the meal, the three of them almost started a fight over the food. Tang Xiaocao thought to herself, "What former mayor? Nonsense." She looked like a runaway prisoner fighting over meat, more savage than bandits. After eating, an old man and a young girl went to the riverbank. In her previous life, Tang Xiaocao had 2 hobbies. First, fighting, it was a basic need. Second, fishing, it was a must. So, she believed her fishing skills were unmatched in this era. Tang Xiaocao strode ahead confidently, ignoring everyone else. The former mayor, Do Jinchen, happily followed behind. The old and young together looked funny, but harmonious. The shoreline of Qingxi Reservoir was winding. Tang Xiaocao carried a bamboo fish basket around her waist and held 2 bamboo rods. Do Jinchen followed behind, unbuttoned 2 buttons of his blue Zhongshan suit, with his coat draped over his arm. His sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, and some dust still clung to his arms. He carried a tin bait box, a bamboo scoop net, and a small stool wrapped in coarse cloth. He looked like a helper, not the dignified man he once was. Tang Xiaocao didn't look back. She sat on a flat green stone and said, "I'll set up the fishing spot first." She took the bait box from Do Jinchen, pinched a bunch of earthworms with her fingertips, and skillfully hooked one onto her fishing hook. Her movements were quick and precise, showing she was experienced, with no wasted effort. Next to her, Do Jinchen set up his small stool, trying to imitate her. But he clumsily broke the earthworm, getting slimy juice on his fingertips, looking embarrassed. Tang Xiaocao leaned against a rock, with a bamboo fishing rod resting on her lap. She casually tapped the smooth rod with her fingertips, saying, "You can't rush good food. If you cast too hard, the bamboo tip might break, and you might scare the fish away." Do Jinchen obediently listened. Sunlight shimmered on the water, with small fish occasionally jumping out, creating bright silver arcs. In the distance, villagers' calls could be heard along the riverbank. Do Jinchen nodded quickly, acting like a good student, carefully casting the bamboo rod. The cotton line made a gentle arc in the air and landed with a soft splash in the water, creating tiny ripples. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaocao flicked her wrist lightly, causing the bamboo rod to bend gracefully. The line with the hook landed precisely in a bubbling area nearby, barely making a sound as it touched the water, only rippling out a faint circle. Before long, the bamboo rod in Tang Xiaocao's hand suddenly dipped slightly. The tip bent gently, and her eyes sparkled. She quickly raised her wrist and reeled in the line smoothly. The cotton line tightened with a noticeable tug, and a struggle could be felt beneath the water. "Got it," she whispered confidently, moving calmly. She used the bamboo rod's flexibility to buffer the fish's resistance, sometimes pulling in the line, sometimes letting it out. Do Jinchen immediately became alert. Forgetting he also had a bamboo rod, he wanted to help by moving closer, but Tang Xiaocao shot him a look to stop him. "Don't move. This is just a small thing. Watch and learn." After a moment, the movement under the water gradually slowed. Tang Xiaocao suddenly exerted force, pulling out a carp about 2 jin, roughly 1 kilogram. It arced lively through the air and landed on the grass by the shore, flailing wildly, trying to escape from the hook. Do Jinchen hurried forward, carefully removing the hook and placing the fish into Tang Xiaocao's bamboo basket. He looked at her with admiration. "Amazing. Truly impressive. You caught it in just a few minutes." Tang Xiaocao smugly lifted her chin, rebaited her hook, and cast again, speaking proudly. "That's nothing. Later, I'll show you what a real fishing master looks like." As soon as she finished, the float on Do Jincheng's side suddenly moved. He immediately tensed up, trying to reel in quickly, but Tang Xiaocao stopped him. "Steady. It's just a small fish testing the line. Wait until the float sinks before pulling." Do Jincheng's body stiffened with nervousness, and sweat started to form on his palms. Sure enough, the float shook a few times and then steadied. After about half a minute, the float suddenly sank sharply, almost disappearing into the water. "Pull!" As soon as Tang Xiaocao finished speaking, Do Jinchen immediately started to reel in the line. His bamboo fishing rod bent into a beautiful arc. The tug from the water wasn't very strong, and he caught a small crucian carp about the size of his palm. Although the fish was small, it was the first fish he had ever caught in his life. "Got it!" Do Jinchen cheered like a child. Carefully, he placed the small fish into his little bucket, his face full of pride. Seeing him like this, Tang Xiaocao couldn't help but smile slightly and didn't bother to tease him anymore. In the following time, Tang Xiaocao's bamboo fishing rod kept moving. The fish she caught grew bigger and more varied: crucian carp, carp, and even a yellow perch weighing over a pound. She handled the rod smoothly and skillfully, controlling the strength with the flexibility of the bamboo rod. Every time she raised or lowered the line, it was precise. Gradually, a few villagers walking along the riverbank gathered around, watching Tang Xiaoqiao catch fish one after another. "That girl's fishing skills are really top-notch," an old farmer carrying a hoe praised her. "I've been fishing at this reservoir for over 10 years, but I've never seen anyone as lucky as you." Do Jincheng nodded. "That's true. Our Xiaocao's luck is one of a kind." He proudly pointed to her bamboo basket, which was already half full of fish. Tang Xiaoqiao said, "It's not luck, it's skill." A woman holding a few large radishes approached, wanting to exchange a fish. Her daughter-in-law had just given birth and couldn't produce milk, and the baby was crying from hunger. Tang Xiaoqiao nodded and let her choose. The woman took the biggest fish happily and left. Soon, many others came with vegetables and other items to trade for fish. Before long, the area around Tang Xiaoqiao was piled with all kinds of vegetables. People who traded fish left happily. The riverbank became quiet again. When Tang Xiaocao's basket was full again, she said, "Grandpa Do, let's go home." Do Jincheng looked at his half-bucket of fish and nodded. "Yes, let's go. You have plans tonight. When we have time, we'll come back again." Tang Xiaoqiao looked at Do Jincheng's smile and remembered Do Jincheng's words. He had dedicated most of his life to the country and had never truly enjoyed life. Actually, Tang Xiaoqiao admired those who selflessly serve the country. She simply couldn't do the same. In her past and present lives, her only wish was to protect the people around her. As soon as they reached the shore, they were stopped by 5 or 6 troublemakers. The leader was a young man with a middle-parted hairstyle, with only a few strands of hair, divided into 2 groups. He flirtatiously said, "Little sister, I heard you're lucky today. Can you lend me some fish for tonight's drink?" Tang Xiaoqiao coldly replied, "If you want fish, go fish for it yourself." "Move aside," another person in a leather jacket said. "Little sister, haven't you seen much of the world? Our big brother told you to give us fish, so you should." "Don't be rude," Tang Xiaoqiao asked back. "Grandpa Do, they are robbing me. If I fight back, is that illegal? I have an exam tonight, and I'm worried that if I go to the police station it will delay my plans." Do Jincheng answered. "It's not illegal. If you send them to the police station, you might even get a commendation." Tang Xiaoqiao put down her fish basket and handed her fishing rod to Do Jincheng. "Grandpa Do, step back a little. I'll handle this in a few minutes." Do Jincheng took the fishing rod, calmly stepped back to the old locust tree by the roadside. "Keep going, Xiaoqiao. Keep going." Tang Xiaoqiao was surprised. Could someone like him, with such a personality, really have been a powerful mayor of Beijing? The troublemakers saw that Tang Xiaoqiao was just a girl of about 15 or 16, wearing a faded coarse cloth shirt, slender in build, and didn't take her seriously. The leader with the middle-parted hair sneered and reached out to grab Tang Xiaocao's arm. "Hey, little girl, you're pretty bold. Today, we'll teach you some manners." As his hand touched her sleeve, Tang Xiaoqiao suddenly twisted it back. With a soft crack, accompanied by the leader's heart-wrenching scream, he was bent over, his wrist twisted at a strange angle. The person in the leather jacket saw this and cursed, "You're asking for it," then swung a punch toward Tang Xiaocao's face. The other 4 troublemakers also moved closer, grabbing stones and branches from the roadside. Each of them looked fierce and shouted, "Break her legs. Let her see how tough we are," they said, showing their wild attitude, as if they wanted to swallow Tang Xiaoqiao alive. Tang Xiaoqiao was embarrassed by their behavior. In her previous life, these kinds of small troublemakers didn't even have the chance to see her face. Suddenly, she felt like a tiger fallen into a pack of dogs. Tang Xiaoqiao quickly dodged the punch from the leather jacket, then kicked him in the stomach with a side kick. The leather jacket was knocked back like a torn sack, falling heavily into a muddy ditch by the roadside, splashing mud everywhere. He curled up in pain, groaning, and couldn't get up again. The remaining 4 troublemakers were stunned for a moment, but they still rushed forward bravely, relying on their numbers. Tang Xiaoqiao remained calm, her steps steady like nails, moving quickly and accurately. Every strike hit the key points of the troublemakers. She elbowed their ribs, pressed her fingertips on their wrist nerves, and her knee hit their stomachs. Her movements were sharp and clean, without any hesitation. Tang Xiaoqiao had only been in this world for a little over a month. The original owner's weak body had improved a lot under her strengthening. Now, her body's strength was back to half of what it used to be. Even at half strength, it was more than these small troublemakers could handle. The troublemakers kept screaming as they were beaten. One of them tried to attack with a stone, rushing over aggressively. Tang Xiaoqiao quickly blocked his attack, grabbed the stone, and threw it aside. She then slapped him across the face, making him spin twice on the spot. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his teeth loosened. Next, she slapped several more times, turning the troublemaker into a spinning top, happily rotating on the ground. Dou Jinxin watched the fight and almost laughed out loud because Tang Xiaoqiao's fighting was so funny. The troublemakers looked like monkeys sent to entertain. In just 2 minutes, all 5 troublemakers were on the ground, some with dislocated arms, others with sore ribs, knees scraped, or faces swollen like buns. They no longer looked as arrogant as before. The boy with the middle parting was sweating coldly from the pain in his wrist. He didn't care about his dignity and knelt in front of Tang Xiaoqiao, begging for mercy. Big sister,
Miss.
ancestors. I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. From now on, you will be our leader, and we will follow your commands. The guy in the leather jacket, who was just cursing loudly, is now covered in mud. He tries to stand up with his arms, but when Tang Xiaoqiao gives him a cold look, he immediately collapses to the ground in fear.
His voice trembling. Big
sister, we won't dare do bad things anymore. We were just bored and looking for fun. We're not truly evil, and there's still hope for us. Boss, from now on, you are our boss. If you tell us to go east, we will definitely not go west. The other troublemakers also kowtow repeatedly, crying and shouting. Dou Jincheng walks over, looks at the young men, and starts to laugh more and more. Almost everyone has a black eye, and now people believe they are brothers. Tang Xiaoqiao also notices that these people are not truly bad or planning to rob anyone. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting with stones and branches. That's why she shows mercy. They don't seem to have murderous intent. Based on their clothes and appearance, they seem to be spoiled children from wealthy families. Zhao Lei looks at the indifferent young girl and whispers, "My dad is the director of the local commune committee, Zhao Deshan. My mom works at the supply and marketing cooperative. If you need me in the future, just tell me." Dou Jincheng's mouth twitches. These kids are so mischievous. They mess up and then sell out their own families.
Tang Xiaoqiao agvet.
The guy in the leather jacket, Wang Jianjun, raises his hand. "My name is Wang Jianjun. The other guy is Zhao Lei. My dad is the grain station manager and my mom is the accountant at the food factory." He points to the middle-parted hair and adds his name.
Iam Lihu.
"My dad is the farm machinery station manager, and my mom is the deputy director of the town hospital. If someone in my family is sick, they can come to me." Tang Xiaoqiao slaps his forehead and says, "Don't curse me. My name is Zhou Haodong. My dad is the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, and my mom manages a state-run restaurant. My name is Ma Weigua. My dad is the director of the town health clinic, and my mom is the head of the Women's Federation. My name is Chung Gang. My dad is the factory manager at the food plant, and my mom handles finances at the local brick factory." Dou Jincheng pulls Tang Xiaoqiao aside and says, "Girl, treat them as little brothers. These are the princes of the town. In the future, they can be your resources." Tang Xiaoqiao turned to look at Dou Jincheng, and indeed, he had experience in politics. Tang Xiaoqiao nodded, listening to good advice. "Eat well." She returned to the group of 6, Prince Taizi, boys, who were already kneeling in a row, waiting for their punishment. Tang Xiaoqiao said, "My name is Tang Xiaoqiao from Dashi village. From now on, you are all my people. In the future, no more doing bad things. If I find out, I will punish you according to gang rules, 3 cuts and 6 holes." The 6 pairs of eyes looked at Tang Xiaoqiao all at once. Gang, 3 cuts and 6 holes. Who did they offend? Dou Jincheng rubbed his forehead. "All of you, listen to Xiaoqiao from now on. If you follow her, you'll get food. She is about to become a hunter and is also the top buyer at the textile factory. Turn over a new leaf and work well with Xiao Chao. There are only benefits, no disadvantages. Wang Jianjun looked up at Do Jincheng and asked, "Old man, are you?" "Our boss's grandfather." Do Jincheng chuckled. "That's not wrong. Not your real grandfather, but like a grandfather. I don't change my name or surname. I am the father of the factory director. And you are all sons of factory directors. I am the father of the director. In this family hierarchy, you should call me Grandpa." The six, is there such a way to count family generations? But they all shouted in unison without hesitation, "Hello, Grandpa." Tang Xiaochao looked at them coldly. "No more bad behavior. If I find out you do bad things again, I will beat you to death." Some followers, carrying water buckets and fish baskets, watched the fishing rods as they sent Tang Xiaochao and Do Jincheng back to Do Jincheng's yard. Tang Xiaochao said, "Grandpa Do, I should go back now. If I'm late, my mother will worry." Zhao Lei raised his hand. "Boss, I have a bicycle. I can take you back." Tang Xiaochao looked at his recently healed wrist. "Your wrist doesn't hurt anymore." Wang Jianjun, wearing a leather jacket, raised his hand. "Boss, I also have a bicycle. I'll take you back." Tang Xiaochao waved her hand. "No need. I'll go by myself. When I have my hunter's license, I'll come back to help Grandpa with cleaning and chores." Ding. The host has changed their fate of being reformed through labor. Task completed. Teach others to be good. Reward includes 20 packs of sanitary pads, 5 bags of milk powder, 5 buckets of malted milk, and 100 yuan in cash. The items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Upon hearing Xiaoma's notification sound, Tang Xiaochao suddenly remembered that she is already 16 years old and has not yet had her period. Is the system now giving out sanitary pads because her body is about to have her period? Tang Xiaochao sighed, wishing she didn't have to visit relatives. Everyone watched eagerly as Tang Xiaochao left without looking back. Zhao Lei and the others are slightly older than Tang Xiaochao, but none are over 20. They all have jobs, but work irregularly and no one dares to criticize them. After Tang Xiaochao left, the 6 of them looked at each other awkwardly. Do Jincheng said, "You guys should go back now. Be good and learn from Xiaochao. Although they are spoiled, they are good judges of character." They immediately realized Do Jincheng was not an ordinary person, so they dared not cause trouble. When Do Jincheng told them to leave, they obediently went away. At home, they asked their parents about the textile factory director. Zhao Lei, "Dad, do you know the director of the textile factory? What does his father do?" Zhao Deshan paused his chopsticks. "Why do you ask? Did you get into trouble or offend him?" Thinking about this possibility, Zhao Deshan suddenly dropped his chopsticks and stood up quickly, grabbing a feather duster to hit Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei was startled and ran away, turning back at the door.
No, Dad.
"I made a new friend today. He's the grandson of the boss." Hearing this, Zhao Deshan threw down the feather duster and said fiercely, "Come back here and tell me everything." Zhao Lei recounted everything that happened today. Zhao Dishan's heart was like a roller coaster, going up and down. He lowered his voice and said, "In the future, build good relations with that person and also with your boss. He was the mayor of Beijing last term. My father is just a small roll in his eyes. Don't cause trouble for me. You could get your own father into serious trouble in minutes. And you, the girl called Xiao Chao, also needs to build good relations. She's only 16 but has such strong fighting skills and plans to become hunter. She's not an ordinary person. Look at you useless kids, comparing yourselves to others' children. We all want to send you back for re-education." The other kids went home and also asked about the factory director. They were told to get along well with Tang Xiaochao and Old Do. In the next few days, they mostly went to work or visited Old Do. That night, Tang Xiaochao arrived at the black market as planned, waiting for the assessment. Zhou Dafu said, "Xiaochao, they haven't arrived so early. You're too early. Why don't you go practice behind the building?" Tang Xiaochao lounged on the sofa and said, "I won't go. I'll wait here. There are too many mosquitoes behind. When they arrive, I'll be bitten to death." After about half an hour, just as Tang Xiaochao was starting to doze off, 3 people in military uniforms arrived, 2 in their 20s and 1 around 30. When Zhou Dafu and Yang Sanpao brought people inside, they saw a little girl sleeping and drooling. Yang Sanpao felt a bit awkward and shook Tang Xiaocao's shoulder. "Xiaochao, people from the army are here. Wake up." Tang Xiaochao pushed away Yang Sanpao's hand and said impatiently, "Disturbing my peaceful sleep is like killing my parents. Go away." Everyone looked curiously at the small girl sitting in the chair. Li Weigua, 38 years old, was married with a daughter who is already 14. Seeing a child about the same age as his daughter, he asked uncertainly, "Old Zhou, is the assessment today just for this girl?" Zhou Dafu nodded. "Yes, Captain Li, it's her. Don't be fooled by her age. Last time, the serial killer who escaped to our town was caught because she wore red and lured him out. She also caught him." Zhao Lei widened his eyes. "Her? I heard from my comrades that she's very fierce. But she doesn't look like it." He looked again at the adorable girl in the chair. Wang Hao stroked his chin. "We must never underestimate our enemies. Remember last time? The enemies we fought with guns were mostly children around 10 years old. When they mentioned this, everyone fell silent." Yang Sanpao finally woke Tang Xiaochao by tugging her ear. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "People are here? Can we start the test?" "Why are they so late?" Li Weigua stepped forward. "Sorry, there are some things in the army that delayed us. Now we can start. Let's go to the back shooting range." They seemed very familiar with this place. Tang Xiaochao looked at Zhou Dafu. "This black market is impressive. Not only do the town leaders accept it, but even the army does too." Recently, Tang Xiaochao has learned more about this world. The town is divided into 4 areas: east, south, west, and north, and each has its own black market. Zhou Dafu and his group are in the southern black market. Their prices are fair and the management is strict. It's a place that truly provides the people with supplies to survive. The other 3 areas are mainly driven by profit. If the southern black market wasn't controlling the prices, people in the town wouldn't be able to buy supplies there. They'd be too expensive. Li Weigua, Zhao Lei, Wang Hao, Yang Sanpao, Zhou Dafu, and Tang Xiaochao arrived at the back shooting range. The first test was marksmanship. Tang Xiaochao held a gun, and even with her eyes closed, she could hit around 9 rings. And with her eyes open, she scored full marks. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Hearing gunfire from behind the black market, Zhao Fian, Sun Taizhan, Zheng Liuxing, Lin Jingfeng, Ilei, and Hanzi quickly ran over. They knew today was Tang Xiaocao's assessment. Several of them set aside everything else just to watch her test. Today, Wang Hao was in charge of fighting Tang Xiaochao. He was a new soldier, only 23 years old, and a platoon leader. Recently, he won the championship in the army's big competition. They stood in the middle of the field. Wang Hao looked at the small girl in front of him, who was just up to his chest and slender. His eyes showed no contempt, only gentle consideration. As a soldier, he carried a deep sense of integrity and discipline. No matter who his opponent was or how old they were, he always showed respect. He took off his military jacket, revealing a black training uniform underneath. His posture was tall and straight, like a pine tree, and he radiated a fierce aura from years of military experience. In his 23 years, he had spent most of his life training. His punches and kicks were real skills. Winning the army's big competition was no coincidence. Thinking of Zhou Dafu's words, that this girl had caught a serial killer, he felt a bit curious but also cautious. Although she is young, she has such skill which is unusual. Still, she is just a child, so she should be careful when fighting, to avoid hurting herself. At the open field of the shooting range, everyone moved aside to make a large space. Li Weigua and Zhao Lei stood at the front, watching the 2 people in the middle with serious looks. Zhou Dafu crossed his arms and looked confident. He had seen how strong Tang Xiaochao was, so he wasn't worried. He knew the army's ways well, so he believed Tang Xiaochao wouldn't lose. Yang Sanpao, at this moment, looked no longer cheerful. He was tense, like a stretched string, and even his breathing was cautious. He whispered, "Xiaochao, be careful. Don't fight too hard. That's a soldier king. If you can't win, just admit defeat. It's not shameful. Xiao Chao looked back at him. Little uncle, you haven't even started fighting yet, and you're already bragging. You're really my real little uncle.
Wang Hao smiled at young San Bao.
It's just a friendly match. We won't hurt the girl. Don't worry. He heard the girl call him little uncle, and since the family was here, he felt he should explain. But Yang Sanpao is her real uncle. With just a few words, he wouldn't worry or be nervous. He's her real uncle. Zhao Fian and the others stood nearby, eager and full of anticipation. Zhao Fian tied her high ponytail, hands on her hips, looking confident. She shouted, Xiao Chao, don't listen to your uncle. Don't be afraid. Your sister believes in you. She then punched her palm. Sun Taizhan had a loud voice. He was ready to cheer loudly as soon as Tang Xiaochao made her move. He didn't say much, just waiting for the signal from the other shouts. Zhang Liuxing, Lin Jingfeng, and others held their breath, watching Tang Xiaochao closely. They believed there was no real danger, because the opponent was a soldier. They knew their limits. They wanted to see Tang Xiaocao's skills with their own eyes, to hear how powerful Zhou Dafu said she was. They were eager and itching to see her in action. Are you ready? Wang Hao adopted a defensive stance with his hands, leaning slightly forward. His voice was steady and strong, and his aura grew sharper. I won't go easy on you. That would be disrespectful.
Tang Xiao Cao not dead.
Thank you. As soon as Tang Xiaochao finished speaking, her body flickered slightly. The small figure who had been standing still suddenly became lively, like a quick-moving kitten. I'm coming. She quickly moved toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao's figure flashed, his step steady and swift, making a breaking sound as he swung his right fist straight toward Tang Xiaocao's chest. But just before his fist reached her cloves, he deliberately eased up, leaving only 30% of his strength. As a soldier, he didn't want to hit a young girl with full force. This was both to protect her and because of his sense of integrity and boundaries as a soldier. Even so, his punch still looked fierce. The onlookers saw that Wang Hao had reduced his strength at the last moment. Tang Xiaochao sighed. She was still underestimated. Yang Sanpao saw this, and his heart jumped to his throat. He couldn't help but shout, Xiaochao, be careful. Before his shout finished, Tang Xiaochao moved gracefully to the side, easily dodging Wang Hao's punch. Her movements were smooth and flowing, without any hesitation. She even used her side motion to lightly tap Wang Hao's arm with her toes, then shifted her body backward, floating half a foot away, landing steadily with a relaxed look on her face. Wang Hao felt a numbness in his arm. Then a wave of soreness spread through him. He quickly withdrew his arm and shook it. Good job. Xiao Chao is amazing. Zhao Fian was the first to react, shouting happily and clapping her hands with joy in her eyes.
Sun Taizhan also shouted, Go, Xiao Chao.
Beat him. Others like Zhang Liuxing clapped and cheered, their voices rising and filling the entire training ground. Wang Hao felt targeted. He looked at the few adults outside the field, cheering like children. Inside, he thought, this girl is quite popular. Looks like she has good character. Wang Hao reset his stance, this time taking things seriously. This girl wasn't someone to be underestimated. Her light tap, just now, was a warning. He said he wouldn't hold back, but he was still being careless. He never expected that this seemingly delicate girl would react so quickly. Her movements were so agile, and the tricks he deliberately held back from using were easily dodged by her, even allowing her to counterattack. At this moment, he put aside all indulgence and protectiveness. As a soldier, the greatest respect is to give your all when facing an opponent. Tang Xiaocao's strength is enough for him to show his true skills. He calmed his mind and launched another attack. This time, he completely let go of holding back. His moves became sharper and more powerful. With punches and kicks, he showed the style of a top soldier and a brave warrior. Every move was precise and fierce, aimed at Tang Xiaocao's vital points, but he still kept his sense of morality. There was no cruelty or evil intent. The air around them seemed to tighten with the intensity of the fight. Tang Xiaocao's relaxed expression gradually disappeared, and his eyes became sharper. Facing Wang Hao's fierce attacks, she remained calm. Using her small body and quick reactions, she dodged skillfully among Wang Hao's punches and kicks, like a slippery eel. No matter how fierce Wang Hao's moves were, he could never touch her clothes. Sometimes, she took advantage of gaps in Wang Hao's attacks to strike back. Her moves were tricky and strange, but accurate and fierce, targeting Wang Hao's weak spots. She would elbow Wang Hao's waist, kick his knees with her toes, or quickly pinch his arm with her small hand. The force was light, but enough to disturb Wang Hao's rhythm. Everyone could see that Tang Xiaochao was gaining the upper hand in the fight. Yang Sanpeo's tension never eased. It grew even worse. His heart was pounding in his throat. He clenched his fists, sweat dripping down his forehead and cheeks, soaking his clothes. He watched Tang Xiaochao dodge and attack skillfully, muttering, "Be careful, be even more careful." Whenever Tang Xiaochao counterattacked, he would breathe a sigh of relief. But whenever Wang Hao's moves got close to her, his heart would jump again, and he would even close his eyes, afraid to watch. Only when he heard the cheers around him did he dare to open his eyes slowly. After confirming Tang Xiaochao was safe, he relaxed a little. Maybe this is the difference between a parent and a bystander. Others stared wide-eyed at their fight, afraid to miss any exciting move. Judges Li Weigua and Zhao Lei were also shocked by the fight. Zhao Lei's eyes widened as he muttered to himself, "My goodness, this girl is so amazing. She can fight Wang Hao evenly. She doesn't seem like a typical kid at all." Li Weigua nodded slowly, his eyes full of admiration. His previous doubts had disappeared, replaced by curiosity and approval. He had seen many skilled soldiers, but never a child so young with such talent. The child moved with agility and cleverness, yet also showed calmness and composure beyond her age. It was truly rare. If she could become his soldier. The fight in the arena grew more intense. Their movements became faster, and the sounds of fists and kicks hitting echoed loudly across the training ground. Wang Hao was giving his all, fighting with sharp and steady moves. Every punch carried the strength of years of training, and every kick showed the power of a soldier. Still, he couldn't defeat the little girl. He remained calm and patient, showing the toughness and persistence of a soldier, even as Tang Xiaocao's tricky moves kept distracting him. Sometimes she fought with a clear plan, and other times she used wild, unpredictable punches. She suddenly attacked his lower body unexpectedly, making him blush with embarrassment. And on his body, Tang Xiaochao had hit him many times lightly. If she had hit harder, he might have already lost. But he was getting more excited. It was a thrill for two strong fighters to face each other. Tang Xiaochao became more confident. She gradually understood Wang Hao's fighting style, making it easier to dodge and counterattack. She knew Wang Hao relied on strength and proper fighting techniques, while her advantage was her agility and clever moves. So she didn't fight him head-on but stayed around him, disrupting his rhythm and looking for chances to strike back. Suddenly, Wang Hao seized an opening. He swung his left leg forcefully, aiming at Tang Xiaocao's calf with a quick and fierce kick, trying to trip her. Yang Sanpao saw this and shouted in alarm, his heart pounding and his face turning pale. "Xiaochao." Tang Xiaochao was startled by his shout and almost lost her focus. She was a bit speechless. This match was especially tough for Yang Sanpao. Just when everyone thought Tang Xiaochao couldn't avoid the attack, she suddenly crouched down, bent her legs slightly, and used her body's momentum to roll forward. She quickly flipped behind Wang Hao, avoiding the kick. At the same time, she reached out with her right hand, quickly grabbing Wang Hao's arm, pressing her left hand on his back. She lightly tripped him, using his own momentum to suddenly exert force. With a loud thud, Wang Hao lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, landing on his back with a somewhat awkward pose, falling quite hard. The entire shooting range instantly fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief, their faces full of surprise. After a moment, thunderous cheers and applause erupted from the range. Zhou Dafu shouted, "Xiao Chao won!" Zhao Thian ran over, hugged Tang Xiaochao tightly, and threw her into the air. The feeling of weightlessness made Tang Xiaochao scream. Sister Zhao, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Her habitual words slipped out without thinking. It's harmless, and everyone automatically ignored her comment. Yang Sanpao ran over and helped Wang Hao up. Sorry, comrade soldier, my kid is a bit reckless. Wang Hao stood up, brushed the dust off himself, and said, No, your kid is very outstanding, truly excellent. Meanwhile, around Tang Xiaochao, people were chattering excitedly. On the other side, Li Weigua, Zhao Lei, and Wang Hao gathered to discuss Tang Xiaocao's hunter license. Li Weigua said, She's only 16. If we give her a hunter license and she encounters danger, I feel a bit uneasy. He also has a daughter. If his daughter wanted to become a hunter, he would strongly oppose it. He can do dangerous work himself, but he can't bear to see his child follow the same path. Zhao Lei said, But she's really talented. We have no reason not to give her the license. I brought the documents today. Once we fill in her level, we can issue it to her. Wang Hao said, You don't need to worry about her. She has enough self-protection skills. Although she's young, she remains calm and collected when facing problems, more so than most adults. Moreover, the young girl has quick reflexes. She's truly a good material for the military. It's a pity that now most female soldiers are in the cultural troop or hospitals.
Sigh.
Her abilities in all aspects are on par with men. Li Weigua smiled as he looked at Wang Hao. Such a high opinion. If the army knew you lost to a 16-year-old girl, you'd be a bit embarrassed. Wang Hao shook his head. I don't think that way. There's always someone better out there. I only became a top soldier in my small world. Outside, there are many talented people. Look at these hunters. They all come from the common people. Who isn't skilled? Li Weigua nodded in agreement. Finally, she wrote Tang Xiaocao's name on her hunter ID and marked her level as A1. He handed the hunter ID to Wang Hao. You should give this to her. Also, ask if she wants to join the army. If she does, we can report it directly and make an exception to recruit her. Wang Hao took the hunter ID, looked at it, and then walked toward Tang Xiaochao. Seeing Wang Hao approaching, Zhao Fian and others automatically moved aside. Wang Hao respectfully handed a small red booklet and a hunter badge to Tang Xiaochao with both hands. This was Tang Xiaocao's hunter ID and badge. She took the ID and badge. Under the light of Yang Sanpao's flashlight, she saw their details clearly. Her name was neatly written on the ID, and her level was marked as A1. Yang Sanpao and others saw this and gasped in surprise. Tang Xiaochao played with the badge. On the back was a pin, and in front was a deer head. Below the deer head, 2 guns crossed. It looked very impressive. Wang Hao asked slowly, Comrade Tang Xiaochao, are you interested in joining the army? We can apply to make an exception and recruit you. Tang Xiaochao saluted Wang Hao respectfully. Thank you, 3 soldiers. Today, you came to evaluate me. I don't want to join the army. I'm quite lazy and can't handle restrictions. Sorry. Although she had been involved in the underworld in her past life, she genuinely admired soldiers from the bottom of her heart. In her previous life, in a dangerous city, she protected her family by fighting hard. Did she want to be involved in the underworld as a girl? Of course not. It was just life forcing her. Zhou Dafu stepped between them. Comrade Wang, it's not appropriate to come here and steal my thunder. Wang Hao chuckled. You're talented, brother Zhou. Don't take it personally. I was just rejected clearly. But it doesn't matter. Even though your hunters aren't officially part of our organization, what you do is similar. You're all working hard to protect the people. From now on, we will definitely have more opportunities to work together. He leaned forward to greet Tang Xiaochao. It's getting late, and we should head back to the army. Comrade Tang Xiaochao, I hope we can work together in the future.
Goodbye. Tang Xiaochao not dead. Goodbye.
I'm sure we'll have chances to cooperate later. Nice to meet you, Comrade Wang. Wang Hao smiled happily and said, From now on, just call me Brother Wang. After all, we fought side by side. Tang Xiaochao climbed up the pole. Okay, Brother Wang. You all take care, I won't see you off. After saying that, she started to hold her hunter badge. It was heavy and felt really good in her hand. Zhou Dafu saw the 3 soldiers off. Yang Sanpao took out his hunter ID and said, "Give it to me.
I want to show it to my grandpa."
He'll be very happy." Tang Xiaochao said, "No, I haven't shown it off enough yet. I want to take it back to my old Tang family and show off first. In a few days, I'll go see my grandpa myself and show him. He'll probably give me a red envelope and congratulate me." Yang Sanpao understood her hidden meaning. He had already prepared a red envelope. He took it out of his pocket and handed it to Tang Xiaochao. Soon, Zhao Fian and the others also took out red envelopes and gave them to her. Happiness came so suddenly that Tang Xiaochao's mouth couldn't close from smiling so much. For the first time, she thought, "It's really good to be here." Ding! Congratulations! The host has become a hunter. A big gift pack has been issued: a sniper rifle, 1,000 bullets, 5 grenades, a pack of sleeping powder, and 2 extremely sharp daggers. Items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tang Xiaochao was so excited she didn't know how to express it. Today was another day of great luck. She walked home lightly, with Yang Sanpao following behind, sighing. The child is so pitiful. Just a few red envelopes made her so happy. If Tang Xiaochao knew her uncle's way of thinking, she'd probably give him 2 dates to eat. Is this happiness from red envelopes? This is the happiness of being able to openly and proudly bring Meatball home. When she reached the door, still immersed in happiness, she suddenly realized she had a tail behind her. "Uncle, why are you here?" Yang Sanpao looked down at his feet. "Yeah? Why am I here? I just came along, this troublesome child." She and he had been walking together all this time, and only now does he realize what a big person she is. Yang Sanpao said, "Take it easy and be happy. In a few days, I'll take you into the mountains to practice. But your gun will only be ready in a week, so you can use mine for now." Tang Xiaochao's eyes lit up. "You're giving me a gun?" "Of course. We give out guns and bullets. At first, each beginner gets 200 free rounds. After that, you'll have to buy more. The gun's serial number must be recorded and managed carefully. If it gets lost and falls into the wrong hands, you'll be in trouble. So, even if you lose yourself, don't lose the gun." Tang Xiaochao nodded. "Little uncle, wait a moment. I have something to bring to Grandpa and Grandma." She quickly ran into the room. She found a basket and packed 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of beef, 5 pounds of chicken eggs, and a dagger. She carried her things and left. Yang Sanpao shined his flashlight and was surprised. "Xiaochao, where did you get all this?" "The rice and flour. We can't even find such good stuff on the black market."
And,
"Oh my goodness." He picked up the beef and sniffed. "Wow, is this beef?" Tang Xiaochao handed him the dagger. "Little uncle, these are for Grandpa and Grandma to eat. This dagger is for you. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I'll take care of you in the future." Yang Sanpao rolled his eyes. "Stop changing the subject. Where did you get this beef?" "This isn't something a little girl like you could get." Tang Xiaochao scratched her head. "Stupid brain. Think quickly." "I just imagined Do Jincheng's face." "Got it. He's the one taking the blame. Perfect." After looking around sneakily, she whispered to Yang Sanpao, "Grandpa Do gave it to me. He used to be the mayor of Beijing, so he can get all kinds of good stuff." Then she took the gold lock from around her neck and proudly said, "Look at this." Yang Sanpao's eyebrows furrowed so deeply they could squeeze a cow. "Why is he so nice to you for no reason? Even if you saved him, his son already paid him back with 2 work positions. Why would he give you such a rare gift and this big gold lock?" Tang Xiaochao sighed. "Little uncle, there are still many good people in this world. He's just a lonely old man wanting to find a cute, pretty granddaughter to keep him company. I'm poor and have nothing. What could he want from me?" "He lacks nothing." Yang Sanpao relaxed his tense brow and nodded. "That's true. We don't have anything to offer him. If he's sincere to you, you should also treat the old man well." Tang Xiaochao nodded. "Got it. You don't really know me. I'm a good kid who believes in repaying kindness. It's getting late. You should go home soon. In a few days, I'll visit Grandpa and show off a bit." Yang Sanpao asked, "Do you want to go up the mountain tomorrow?" Tang Xiaochao thought for a moment. She wanted to go to town to look around. She had promised Do Jingxing that once she got her hunter's license, she would start working. She honestly reported, I promised Uncle Do that once I get my hunter's license, I'll work at the textile factory. He offered me a purchasing position, earning 40 yuan a month. Yang Sanpao felt a bit envious. This girl really is blessed. Luck seems to follow her everywhere. He nodded. Good thing. I'll tell your grandpa later. He'll be happy for days. The rooms of Tang Jinxiang and Yang Yufan lit up, indicating they heard the noise outside. Yang Sanpao said, I won't say goodbye to your mother. I'm leaving now. Tell your father to leave some things behind. He's unreliable. Tang Xiaochao nodded. Take care on the way. Yang Sanpao carried his basket and left. As soon as he was gone, Tang Jinxiang opened the door and asked, Has Xiaochao come back? Tang Xiaochao replied, Yes, I'm back. She headed toward Tang Jinxiang's room, pushed open the door, and went straight to Yang Yufan. She saw that Yang Yufan's face looked a bit strange, with a shy, moist look, as if she had been touched. The original girl was only 16 and knew nothing, but she was not the same. She was the dark queen of another world, living in the chaotic underworld. She was no naive girl. She turned and shot a sharp glare at Tang Jinxiang. Tang Jinxiang felt embarrassed, as if his daughter saw through him. He shrank back, didn't dare enter the room, and stood at the door, like a misbehaving student punished to stand. Yang Yufan saw her daughter glaring at Tang Jinxiang and felt even more guilty. Recently, Tang Jinxiang had been doing well, eating well, and starting to think about other desires. He actually still wanted to have a boy.
Yang Yufan refused.
However, Tang Jinxiang stubbornly kept pestering her, and she didn't push him away. Her daughter was already so grown up, yet they still behaved like this. Yang Yufan felt very embarrassed. Just as Yang Yufan didn't know how to speak, Tang Xiaochao handed her a badge. Mom, I got my hunter's license. Then she carefully opened the badge and placed it on the table in the room. Yang Yufan held a kerosene lamp nearby, touched the hunter's license and the badge, and suddenly started crying, which startled Tang Xiaochao. Why are you crying? Isn't this a good thing?
Don't cry.
If you face difficulties, cry. If something good happens, cry too. Isn't it said that humans are made from mud by the goddess manhwa? How come you're made of water? Yang Yufan wiped her tears. Go away, go away. I'm happy and sad. As parents, we can't rely on ourselves. You, a girl, actually went to get a hunter's license. Just thinking about you going up the mountain to hunt with a bunch of men makes me nervous. My brother-in-law also got his hunter's license today. He'll go up the mountain with me, so you don't need to worry. Tang Xiaocao's lie came out effortlessly, without any guilt. Really? That's great. With your brother-in-law with you, I feel at ease. When something happens, you can hide behind your brother-in-law. He will definitely protect you. If your brother-in-law hears this, his heart must hurt so much. You're really a good sister to him. When there's danger, let him go first. Somehow, Tang Jinxiang appeared beside them. He looked at the hunter's license again and asked, Xiaochao, isn't there a mistake on the level? The highest level in our town should be only A3, right? How come yours is full level A1? Tang Xiaochao turned to look at Tang Jinxiang. Wow, Jinxiang, you actually know about the hunter's levels. Tang Jinxiang reached out and touched the badge, saying, It turns out there's an old hunter in the village. When I was hungry, he often gave me some meat to eat. Later, during that battle, he sacrificed himself. What a good person. But he was taken advantage of by those enemies. Tang Xiaochao knew about that incident, and Yang Sanpao had mentioned it before. I heard that during that battle, none of the hunters from the town came back. They all got lost in the mountains. Little Grass, from now on, Dad will try to earn money. Can you stop being a hunter? Dad is afraid. Your mother, and I only have you, as our daughter. Can you hope for me a little? Compared to Aunt C, I haven't beaten you, and I've been kind to you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you. Yang Yufan pulled Tang Xiaochao aside. Child, you don't understand what he's saying. Your dad is just worried about you. Tang Xiaochao nodded. All right, he's never cared about me before. Suddenly caring makes it hard for me to accept. I didn't know how to react. I even thought he was cursing me. Those words felt like a sharp sword stabbing Tang Jinxiang's heart. This girl, she's too honest. Tang Jinqiang saw Tang Xiaochao wanting to leave and quickly asked, "Are you really A1? They didn't make a mistake, did they? I'm the only A1 in the town. Do you think they could be wrong? Then I can tell my friends tomorrow that you've become a hunter and you're still A1, right? Whatever you want. If you want to say it, go ahead. In a few days, it won't be a secret anymore. I'll register the big team and everyone will know. Xiaochao, thank you. Do you remember last time when you stopped me from trading with my friends? I remember. What about it? They made money and you want to cause trouble for me? No. Luckily, you stopped me. When they were selling things on the black market, they got reported, and now they're in jail. If I hadn't listened to you, I might be in there too." Since hearing the news today, he felt very grateful that he was a dad who listened to his daughter. Well, it's not open yet. That's illegal, a risky business. If you want to make money, follow me and help me hunt animals and process their skins. I'll pay you. Tang Jinqiang's eyes lit up. I can do that. Rabbits, deer, wild boars, I can hunt them all. Don't worry, you just focus on hunting. I'll handle the rest. I promise to prepare the meat properly. Those with hunter's licenses can sell their meat privately. The government allows it. Later, we can sell some in the village and send the rest to the supply store. He kept planning where the meat would go in the future. Tang Xiaochao leisurely said, "Meat has a place to go. Tomorrow, I will take my hunter's license to the Hongxing textile factory to start work as a purchasing clerk. From now on, all the meat will be sent to the factory, and they will buy my game at above-market prices." Her previously calm mood was once again unsettled. Tang Jinqiang pinched his chin with his thumb and asked, You found another job." Tang Xiaochao nodded confidently and said, "The factory director begged me to come. I won't say more, I'm tired now. I need to go to the town tomorrow. From now on, I won't need to get permission from the team leader when I leave the village." Tang Jinqiang nodded wildly. Yes, everyone in the team will flatter you now. No need for permission anymore. Other villages are divided into several teams, but Dashi village has a small population and only one team. Some call us Dashi village. Others call us Dashi team. Most people in Dashi village have the surname Tang. It's said that hundreds of years ago, we were all one family. Tang Xiaocao's mouth twitched. She went back to her room to sleep. She slept until dawn. She had a busy day ahead, so she woke up early. First, before everyone went to work, she found the team leader to register her hunter's license. When Tang Deshan saw the hunter's license with the big A1 on it, he rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, looking very surprised. If it weren't for the big characters saying Tang Xiaochao, he would have thought the girl had stolen someone else's license. When Tang Deshan announced the good news over the village broadcast, that Tang Xiaochao had become a hunter and would keep all her game, the village erupted in excitement. Even the youth dormitory was buzzing. Situ Xing's wash basin clanged to the ground. Yun Anning and Zhang Fong hugged each other, jumping with joy. They ran straight to Tang Xiaocao's house, but were told she had gone to the town. They hung their heads and came back disappointed. Situ Xing had been watching Yun Anning and Zhang Fong, trying to hear about that girl from them, but neither woman said anything. They just went to work. Situ Xing felt terrible, like a cat scratching his heart. The whole morning was a blur. But Tang Xiaochao felt refreshed and happy. She hummed a tune off key as she ran to the town. She went straight to Do Jincheng's place. Coincidentally, Do Jincheng was practicing Tai Chi in the yard. No one around noticed that there was a person standing nearby. Tang Xiaochao, imitating Do Jincheng's stance, stood behind him and copied his movements carefully. Early in the morning, Zhao Lei went to deliver food to the old master and saw his beloved older brother, who was following the old man and practicing Tai Chi confidently. He didn't dare to disturb him and quietly watched from the side. Soon after, Wang Jianjun arrived. He wanted to speak, but Zhao Lei covered his mouth. After Do Jincheng finished his boxing, he turned around and saw the young girl copying his Tai Chi moves. He immediately stopped. Before he could speak, Tang Xiaochao held out her hunter's badge in front of him. When Do Jincheng saw the level marked as A1, he exclaimed, "A1, the highest level. Little girl, are you so good at fighting?" Zhao Lei and Wang Jianjun ran over to look. Zhao Lei said, "Boss, you're amazing. You're the first in Qingshan town. Can I borrow your badge to show off? They had never seen a hunter's badge or badge pin before. The badge pin was so beautiful. No, I have to go to the textile factory to start work today. Tang Xiaochao firmly refused. Zhao Lei said, "Come on, what textile factory? Come with me to the food factory's purchasing department. Zhou Haodong and Ma Wei will work there." "Boss, you should go to the food factory." Dou Jincheng angrily shouted, "You two little rabbits, trying to compete with me? You're bold." Zhao Lei and Wang Jianjun were so scared they hid behind Tang Xiaochao, whispering, "Boss, take your time to think about it. When you decide, just say the word." Tang Xiaochao hadn't been into the mountains yet and didn't know how many prey there were. If there were more in the future, taking on a part-time job might not be a bad idea. Dou Jincheng took Tang Xiaochao to the factory, directly to the director's office. When Tang Xiaochao placed her hunter's badge in front of Dou Jinxing, he trembled with excitement, picked up the badge, and looked at it over and over. "Is Uncle Dou worried this badge is fake? That's why you're looking at it so carefully," Tang Xiaochao teased on purpose. Dou Jinxing shook his head. No, I can tell it's real at a glance. I didn't expect you to be at A1 level. You're currently the top person in the town. Come on, I'll take you to the purchasing department." He turned back and said to Dou Jincheng, "Dad, wait here for us. We'll be back soon." On the way, Dou Jinxing hesitated, and Tang Xiaochao looked at his troubled face, which was twisting like a knot. She asked, "Are you facing a problem? Do you need my help?" Dou Jinxing nodded. "You guessed right. As the factory manager, I've been sidelined and can't do anything. Can you come help me for a couple of days?" "Uncle Dou, I think you're mistaken. My only good point is that I can fight." I can fight," she deliberately echoed to him. Dou Jinxing smiled, feeling genuinely happy. No wonder the old man valued this girl so much. She was so funny. "The children at home are all well-behaved and keep their distance from us." At first, he thought he had the authority of a father, but now he realized he had lost the joy of family love and harmony. After smiling, Dou Jinxing nodded. Yes. With your hunting license, you can dazzle everyone. Want to help me out? Start with the purchasing department." The head of procurement, Wang Jiangwo, was the former factory manager's brother-in-law and was the boss in the factory. Purchaser Li Jun's father was a local leader. Purchaser Lu Yang's father was the director of the steel factory. Purchasing clerk Zhang Xulian's father was the director of a local food factory. They were all troublemakers. Tang Xiaochao was confused. Since they're all from the county, why are they working in the town? Isn't it supposed to be for people to move up? Why are they going down instead? Dou Jinxing sighed. They're all fighting for the factory manager position. But after I took the top spot, it's not a good job and everyone's fighting for it. I was forced to come here. I offended someone in Beijing. Tang Xiaochao looked at the somewhat defeated Dou Jinxing. Well, I'm a soft-hearted god, after all. I agree to your request. After I fight, you turn a blind eye. Help me clean up the mess you can, and I'll handle the rest myself. When thinking of a kind-hearted god, she also remembered the orphanage. She doesn't know how they are now. She is not a person who feels sad easily. In another world, she has already disappeared. The others can only accept their fate. What she doesn't know is that the other world has also changed. The orphanage director, who used to be kind, now leads the children and those who once benefited from Tang Xiaocao's kindness to destroy the underground world. She has taken over Tang Xiaocao's position. To ensure the children can live well, she, at 40 years old, is doing her best. Tang Xiaocao's portrait now hangs in the center of the underground world's office building. It is a large black and white photo. She is smiling with her perfect 16 teeth showing. People kneeling in front of her portrait are trembling. These are the people who betrayed Tang Xiaochao. Suddenly, gunfire erupts, and everyone kneeling falls into pools of blood. The director gives an order. Several cleaners rush forward, drag away the bodies, and leave quickly. Another group of cleaners comes in to sweep the blood-stained floor and quickly set up a memorial hall. The director stands in the middle. Xiaochao, rest assured, revenge is ours. Begin the prayers. Tang Xiaochao sneezes loudly. Who is thinking of me? Dou Jinxing's footsteps stop. Tang Xiaochao looks up. The words, Procurement Department, are written in big letters. Her supplies are calling for her again. Do Jingxing hesitates for a moment, then turns to leave. He trusts Tang Xiaochao. Although she is young, her commanding presence is like someone who has been in a high position for a long time. At first, he felt a bit pressured. But if he wants her to help, he must trust her unconditionally. Do Jingxing leaves. Tang Xiaochao politely knocks on the door. Inside, an impatient voice responds. Who is it? Either come in or crawl out. Tang Xiaochao gave a cold smile and told her sister to come in. The person who ran away had grass growing a foot high on their grave, and you have successfully caught my attention. Tang Xiaochao put her hands in her pockets and kicked open the office door. Inside, smoke filled the room. Two men were lying lazily on the sofa, their feet resting on the coffee table in the middle. Seeing a teenage girl enter, Li Jun and Lu Yong both looked surprised. Li Jun impatiently said, "You came to the wrong place. This is the purchasing department. The factory is behind." Lu Yong whistled at Tang Xiaochao in a flirtatious way. He often teased female colleagues like this, and they would usually run away in fear. Tang Xiaochao firmly said, "I am a purchasing agent invited by Director Do. I am here to handle my employment procedures." Lu Yong looked at Li Jun and said, "Seems like it. The new factory director must be out of his mind. Hiring a girl as a purchasing agent? Can she buy carrots or greens?" "Wow." Tang Xiaochao replied, "I buy meat," and then showed her hunter's license. Lu Yong jumped up from the sofa and ran over to Tang Xiaochao, reaching out to grab her license. Tang Xiaochao easily held his wrist and said, "If you don't want your hand broken, stay away from me. I have a few quirks. I don't like strangers standing within a meter of me. My only good quality is that I can fight, and I am good at it." Li Jun also jumped up and said, "Little girl, are you threatening us? Did the director not tell you about our background before you came?" Tang Xiaochao nodded. "Yes, he did. Your fathers are quite influential." Li Jun crossed his arms and asked, "What does your father do?" Tang Xiaochao answered, "He's a farmer." Haha. Both men chuckled mockingly. After laughing, Li Jun said, "You come from a farming family and still want to work with us? Do you think you're qualified?" Tang Xiaochao nodded. "Not qualified. Indeed, I am not qualified. Your status doesn't match being my colleague." Lu Yong, holding her wrist kindly, reminded her, "It's not that we're not qualified. Brother Jun said you're not qualified. How can you not understand the difference in what you say?" Tang Xiaochao looked at Lu Yong. He didn't seem to be a bad person, just someone who relied on having a good father and felt overly confident. She let go of Lu Yong's hand and ordered, "Open the window for fresh air. The smoke smell is too bad. From now on, when I come to work, you are not allowed to smoke." As soon as Tang Xiaochao finished speaking, Lu Yong headed toward the window. When he placed his hand on it, he suddenly realized, "Wait, why should I listen to you?" He withdrew his hand from opening the window. Tang Xiaochao shouted angrily, "Open the window." Lu Yong, acting a bit submissively, immediately reached out and pushed the window open. When he realized what he was doing again, he hit the wall twice and said, "What are you doing? Remember, you are my hand, not hers." Tang Xiaochao thought, "This guy has a bit of a funny personality." Li Jun kicked Lu Yong and said, "Don't embarrass yourself," then turned to Tang Xiaochao. "Little girl, what exactly do you want? Don't think that holding a broken certificate will let you enter the purchasing department." Lu Yong quickly tried to explain, "It's not a broken certificate. It's a registration for A1 level."
Phew.
"It's a real hunter's license. The highest level in our town." Li Jun gave him another kick. "A 15 or 16-year-old kid? A1? Did you forget to bring your certificate this morning when you came to work? Go call Brother Zhengwo over." Lu Yong nodded and muttered softly as he passed by Tang Xiaochao, "Little girl, you're doomed. You're definitely doomed. Brother Zhengwo is very strong. If you get hit, don't cry. I don't feel sorry for you." Ha! He imitated a chicken laying an egg. Li Jun rubbed his forehead. This idiot, when will he ever feed his brain? Tang Xiaochao found Lu Yong quite funny and amusing. The two of them just stood inside the room, staring at each other. Tang Xiaochao decided, "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If they try to attack, I'll fight back." She kept her eyes fixed on Li Jun's every move. Just as their intense stare-down was about to turn into a life-or-death situation, a beautiful young woman entered the room. She looked around confused and asked, "Old Li, what's going on here?" "Zhang Xuelian, how many times do I have to tell you?
Don't call me Old Li. Don't call me Old Li.
I'm only 34 years old." His fierce gaze shifted from Tang Xiaochao to Zhang Xuelian. Zhang Xuelian shrugged. "You're almost 40, and I'm just in my early 20s. Calling you Old Li doesn't work. How about calling you Mr. Li?" Tang Xiaochao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some say this procurement department is a dangerous place, but it's actually like a funny comedy show. Li Jun was angry and said, "Funny." Tang Xiaochao nodded obediently. "Yes, very funny." Zhang Xuelian patted Tang Xiaocao's head and asked, "Where did such a well-behaved child come from?" "Old Li? Is she your daughter?" Li Jun was furious and pointed at Zhang Xuelian, shouting, "I'm not married yet, so how could I have such a big daughter? Look at her, she's so ugly. She doesn't look like my daughter at all." Zhang Xuelian looked at Tang Xiaochao and said, "She's really thin, but she's not ugly at all. The little girl's features are very delicate, but she's too skinny. If she gained some weight, she would look very pretty." Zhang Xuelian looked at Li Jun with disdain and said, "You, a lonely old man who's not attractive, how can you criticize this cute girl? Are you not only unattractive but also blind?" Tang Xiaochao laughed loudly, holding her stomach, and flattered her. "Sister, you're beautiful and kind, and you're funny. Any man who marries you would be very lucky." Suddenly, Zhang Xuelian saw the badge in Tang Xiaocao's hand and reached out to take it. "Hey, little sister, you can't just hold on to this. You need to give it to the police officer." Tang Xiaochao scratched her head and asked, "Why should I give it to the police?" Zhang Xuelian pointed at the badge and asked, "Isn't this what you found?" Tang Xiaochao knew she misunderstood and opened her hunter's ID, saying, "Sister, my name is Tang Xiaochao. I came here today to start work in procurement. This is my hunter's ID. Mine. Isn't it said that important things should be said 3 times? She pointed to her face and said it 3 times. That should be enough, right? What? Zhang Xuelian's voice even cracked. Tang Xiaochao took a step back, patting her buzzing ears from the shock. Zhang Xuelian stepped forward, pinched Tang Xiaocao's chin, looked her over from top to bottom, left to right, and asked, "Little cutie, how old are you? Are you 15? If you're under 16, you can't start work here." Tang Xiaochao thought she was asking about her hunter's ID, but instead, she asked about her age. The people here have quite strange minds, and she wondered if the department head, who would come later, was also quite strange. Can she handle her iron fist? Just then, as if on cue, Lu Yong and Wang Zhengwo arrived. Lu Yong is tall, and Tang Xiaochao only reaches his shoulders by a little. That damn height difference made Tang Xiaochao tiptoe to see better. Zhang Xuelian smiled and said, "You guys don't scare the little kid. Since the factory director asked her to come, you should give her some help. It's just a job title and a salary after all. Look at how thin the child is. A gust of wind could blow her away like a kite. If we could get a little extra money each month, we could buy some meat like taking care of a small cat or dog." Tang Xiaochao calmly said, "I'm not a small cat or dog. I'm a big tiger." Zhang Xuelian patted her head and said, Good, a big tiger." Tang Xiaochao felt a bit discouraged. No one believed her when she told the truth. She was so pretty, she couldn't even bring herself to scold her older sister. Wang Zhengwo reached out and Tang Xiaochao asked, "What do you want?" Wang Zhengwo impatiently said, "Show me your proof." Lu Yong said, "You have a hunter's license. I want to see if it's real." Tang Xiaochao took back her badge from Zhang Xuelian and handed it along with her hunter's license to Wang Zhengwo. He looked at it carefully, especially when he saw the A1 level. His pupils trembled. Stupid Lu Yong sent her to fight? If this girl really has an A1 level, then he's here to pick a fight. He couldn't afford to embarrass himself like that. Wang Zhengwo handed the documents to Zhang Xuelian and said, "The documents are real. Let her start working." Li Jun and Lu Yong both shouted in unison, "Boss." Wang Zhengwo frowned and said, "It's broad daylight. Why are you all shouting? Her documents are real. She was specially hired by the factory director. What's wrong with letting her start work?" Even Tang Xiaochao felt this was different from what she expected. Li Jun stepped forward quietly and said to Wang Zhengwo, "Boss, he's from the new factory director's team. We're from the old factory director's team. The old director is your brother-in-law. You're openly betraying him." Wang Zhengwo kicked Li Jun, who yelped and hopped around holding his foot. Wang Zhengwo looked at Tang Xiaochao and said, "You go with your sister Zhang to start work." Then he signaled to Li Jun and Lu Yong, and the three of them left. Zhang Xuelian said, "Don't be afraid. Those three aren't bad people, just a bit eager to bully the new factory director. The old director is a good person. They're upset that the new director took his place. Actually, they treat the factory workers pretty well. We care about the textile factory, but if things keep going like this, it might close down. We don't fear losing our jobs, but what about all the other people in the factory? They are all family people."
Sigh.
Tang Xiaochao didn't speak and followed Zhang Xuelian into the inner room, which was her personal office. Wang Zhengwo took the two of them to the next office and immediately scolded, "Are you guys out of your minds? Calling me to fight an A1 level hunter? Do you think I, this old man, am still strong? From now on, be more careful. The new factory director is determined to clean up the factory and has invited all the A1 hunters to scare us. Can you beat an A1 hunter?
Or can I?
Don't cause trouble in the future. If the new director can reform the factory and keep it running, everyone's jobs will be safe." "That's good." Li Jun and Lu Yong both stayed silent. They also hoped the factory could continue.
But
there are no raw materials. How can we produce? The reforms proposed by the new director are completely incomprehensible to them. Life is so frustrating. Li Jun asked, "What should we do now?" Wang Zhengwo said, "Let's have a meeting. Since the young girl is a hunter, she must be able to get meat. We'll give her a task, bring back 300 gene of meat in a month and make her give up." Lu Yong widened his eyes. "The three of us men are bullying a young girl. That's not right. We can't even get 300 gene of meat ourselves. How can a girl her age manage?" Li Jun nodded. "Let's do as the boss says. If she can't complete the task later, we'll have to fire her. The director won't have anything to say, right?" Tang Xiaochao finished her onboarding, received her work badge and employment certificate. She knew she had to hand the certificate to the village, which would probably cause another small stir. Just as Tang Xiaochao left Zhang Xuelian's office, Lu Yong stopped her at the door. "The section chief wants you to attend a meeting." He looked at her with sympathy and then turned to lead the way. Tang Xiaochao sat in the meeting room like an old man, saying, "Speak. What do you guys want to do? Be honest, men." She crossed her legs and shook her leg nervously. Wang Zhengwo was about to get angry, but his mind flashed with A1. He cleared his throat and said, "You have the hunter's license. This month, you'll be responsible for buying meat. The price will be based on the market. Pork, chicken, duck, and goose are all 0.8 yuan per gene. Black market prices are higher, but we won't compare with the black market. Eggs cost 0.6 yuan per gene, fish costs 0.4 yuan per gene, and rare meats like deer, tigers, and bears are priced separately. These meats are valuable all over, even when opened." Tang Xiaochao nodded. She hasn't yet learned about the prices in this world. "Let's leave it at that for now." Wang Zhengwo continued, "Your quota this month is 300 gene of meat. Whether it's chicken, duck, goose, or pork, the total weight should reach 300 gene. Li Jun is responsible for buying rice and flour, Li Yong for vegetables, and I handle oil, salt, and seasonings. Do you have any objections?" Tang Xiaochao nodded along with Li Jun and Lu Yong, indicating no objections. When Wang Zhengwo was about to dismiss the meeting, Tang Xiaochao spoke. "I want to make a bet with you. If I can provide 1,000 gene of meat in a month, you must support Director Dou in managing the factory and trust him unconditionally. He is a good person and genuinely wants to grow the factory stronger. The important thing is, he has the ability." Since Tang Xiaochao hasn't been back for a long time, Dou Jingxing was worried and came to find her. Just as he arrived at the door, he heard her bet. His heart warmed with a gentle, happy feeling. He silently returned to his office, staring blankly at his father. Dou Jingxing asked, "Xiaochao, where is she?" "Why did you come back alone?" Dou Jingxing replied, "Their department is in a meeting. She should have started working."
Dad, thank you.
Thank you for finding such a treasure. Xiao Xiao is truly a good girl. The meeting room was quiet for a few seconds. Lu Yong chuckled first. That girl. Tang Xiaoqiao interrupted him. Please call me Comrade Tang Xiaoqiao. Lu Yong choked. Comrade Tang Xiaoqiao, we usually find it hard to get 300 jin of meat, and you boldly say you want 1,000 jin. Do you know what 1,000 jin of meat means? Last year, the hunters went up the mountain, and in half a month, they only brought back a little over 2,000 jin of meat. That was the entire team. All members. Do you understand? Tang Xiaoqiao calmly replied. I understand. It's not hard to understand. I just want to ask, do you want to bet with me? Tang Xiaoqiao made another request. This month, please don't cause trouble for Director Dou. Work together with him. If I can't get 1,000 jin of meat in a month, I will compensate each of you with 100 jin of meat. How about that? Li Jun immediately stood up and pounded the table. All right, it's settled. Do you want to write a betting agreement? Tang Xiaoqiao replied. I trust you. If you don't trust me, I can write the agreement. Wang Zhengwo spoke up. No need to write it. Since you trust us, we trust you too. The bet starts the day after tomorrow and ends on the 5th of next month. Tang Xiaoqiao nodded. See you next month. I usually won't come to work. This has been confirmed with the director in advance. You have no objections, right? Wang Zhengwo nodded. Our work doesn't require us to be at the office all the time. As long as we meet the monthly quota, it's fine. Tang Xiaoqiao nodded and turned to leave. Wang Zhengwo wiped the sweat from his forehead. She's not just a 16-year-old girl. With that kind of spirit, if she really gets 1,000 jin of meat, we should respect her more. She's not just a small girl from the pond. The other two nodded in agreement. Tang Xiaoqiao staggered back to Dou Jingxing's office. After a brief chat, she was about to leave.
Ding.
Congratulations on your new job. Rewards: 2 thin quilts, 2 sets of bed sheets, 2 sets of duvet covers, and 2 pillowcases. Items have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. These are all bedding items, exactly what she needs now. The bedding she currently has was left by the original owner, which made her feel a bit uneasy. Although she now shares the body with the original owner, her inner feelings are different. She still wants to get new ones. When she feels sleepy, she will have a pillow. That's great. Dou Jincheng didn't want Tang Xiaoqiao to leave just like that. He tried to persuade her. It's noon now. Let's have lunch first, then you can leave. I'll call your 2 sisters over for lunch too. He increased his persuasion. Tang Xiaoqiao thought for a moment and shook her head. They just started working. Let them focus on their jobs. Uncle Dou, you can also start your work. When will your research team be ready? Dou Jingxing said. All the staff will be here tomorrow. Then we can start developing new products. Tang Xiaoqiao nodded and said, I hope you all get back on the right track soon. If things keep going like this, the business won't last much longer. They won't bother you much lately, so just focus on your work. Dou Jingxing nodded and said, Thank you, Xiaoqiao. After Tang Xiaoqiao left, 2 followers appeared behind her. Their names were Zhao Lei and Wang Jianjun. Tang Xiaoqiao asked, Why are you following me? Zhao Lei stepped forward and said, Boss, there's been a big event in town recently. A while ago, many people kept disappearing without reason. Most people thought it was human traffickers. He paused and then said, We just found out 2 days ago that it was Zheng Chong, the pig butcher from Guzi village. He's a cannibal. He shivered at the thought. Tang Xiaoqiao frowned and asked, Cannibal? Did anyone see it happen? Wang Jianjun nodded and said, He even killed his wife and children. The villagers saw him eat them. Tang Xiaoqiao asked, Did they catch him? Wang Jianjun nodded and said, No, not a single one of the villagers' militia caught him. Everyone was surprised because he hid so well. He's skilled in fighting, and several strong men from the village ended up in the hospital after fighting him. There are rumors that he can even climb walls and move quickly. He's very dangerous. So, early today, the police offered a reward of 1,000 yuan for his capture. Zhao Lei added, I have some inside information. Someone anonymously reported that Zheng Chong is a bandit. He continued, he's a notorious bandit from the border area, Zheng Sanzhen. It's like the saying, Yama, the god of death, will take you at 3, but you won't live until 5. The police won't publish his name openly because Zheng Chang is too cruel. He's the type to cut flesh from his victims while they're still alive and eat it right in front of them. He shivered again and said, "That's really terrifying. Just thinking about it makes me scared. So, boss, be extra careful when you go to town lately." Tang Xiaochao said, "You too, take me to the police station." Zhao Lei hesitated and said, "Boss, are you sure you want to?" Tang Xiaochao nodded firmly. "Yes, exactly. People like him are too dangerous to leave out there. We need to catch him quickly." Zhao Lei wanted to persuade her further, but she shot him a sharp look, silencing him. He had only wanted to remind her to stay safe, not to take on the case himself. If anything happened to her, the old man definitely wouldn't forgive him. He turned around and slapped his own mouth a few times, as if to shut it. Wang Jianjun looked at Zhao Lei and Tang Xiaochao. "Boss, come with me. You need to register at the police station. Without a hunter's license, you can't accept bounty orders." When the registration officer saw a kid about 15 or 16 trying to register for a bounty, he immediately took the form back. "This isn't a place for kids to mess around. Go home quickly. I won't argue with you about today's matter. Leave now. If you come back causing trouble, I'll have someone lock you up for a few days." Tang Xiaochao took out her hunter's license. The officer's mouth almost dropped open. He handed her the form again, eyes shining brightly. The police station received news that a young hunter, about 10 or 11, had appeared in town. Many people were curious about this legend. Surprisingly, it was a young girl. He felt like shouting loudly. Tang Xiaochao asked, "Has anyone come to give a task?" He quickly answered, "No, you're the first." Tang Xiaochao asked, "Any clues?" The officer immediately said, "Yes, Zheng Chang ran to Beishan. Our people and the militia have gone into the mountain. It's been a whole night. We don't know what's happened. Zheng Chang is no longer considered a normal person. He's too cruel." While filling out the form, Tang Xiaochao said, "That's a kind of mental illness, a split personality disorder called cannibalism obsession. He believes he will die if he doesn't eat human flesh." Before leaving, the officer gave her a small note. "If you catch him, bring this note to claim the bounty." Tang Xiaochao nodded and left the police station. The last bounty was given to her by her younger uncle to fix the house. Their old, broken house really leaks whenever it rains. Inside and outside get wet together. She didn't want to wake up in the middle of the night to fetch water, so this time, she decided to have Tang Jianxiang rebuild the house. People spend half their day sleeping, so a warm home and a comfortable bed are very important. Everything needed to be prepared. Tang Xiaochao was lost in her thoughts. The two little tails followed behind her. She turned back and asked, "Can you get bricks?" "I want to rebuild the house." Zhao Lei replied, "Boss, if you need it, we must be able to get it. If we can't, we will find a way." Tang Xiaochao asked, "Are you busy today? If not, come with me. We'll check the place, get the bricks, and deliver them directly to the village." Tang Xiaochao took out 300 yuan from her space and handed it to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei stepped back and said, "Boss, we'll settle the money later." "That's too much. Your house probably only costs 300 or 400 yuan to build," he added, "and just the bricks alone need that much money." Tang Xiaochao nodded as she took back the money. "It's noon now. I'll take you all to eat. After that, we'll go to Dashi village. From now on, you and my father will handle the house building." Zhao Lei pounded his chest confidently. "Don't worry, boss. We've got this." The three of them went to a state-run restaurant. However, because Tang Xiaochao was dressed in ragged clothes, the waiter looked down on her. "Why are all kinds of people coming into our restaurant? We don't serve beggars here." Zhao Lei was about to get angry, but Tang Xiaochao stopped him. She took out her hunter's ID and a stack of money. "Can this help us eat peacefully?" When the waiter saw her hunter's ID, his face turned pale. The manager, who had just come in, also saw her ID and wisely led her to a quiet place to eat. They asked the waiter about the situation. That same day, the waiter was fired. This meal was paid for by Tang Xiaochao, but the restaurant apologized and didn't charge anything. They even gave some gifts. Tang Xiaochao told Zhao Lei to accept them. The gifts were a few special dishes from the restaurant, a box of braised pork, a box of braised fish fillets, and a box of sweet and sour ribs, main dishes. The three of them returned to Dashi village. Tang Xiaoqiao asked the village children to call Tang Jinxiang and Yang Yufan back from the fields and explained about building the house. Next, it was the work of Zhao Lei, Wang Jianjun, and Tang Jianqiang. She took her factory employment proof to the brigade office and handed the documents to the brigade secretary. Tang Deshan looked at the proof and said, Xiaoqiao, come here and sit down. Grandpa Deshan wants to tell you something honest. Tang Xiaoqiao put down her gifts, a bag of brown sugar and 5 jean of rice. Such gifts were very valuable in this era. She found a small stool and sat down politely. Tang Deshan looked at Tang Xiaoqiao sitting obediently and sighed deeply. Xiaoqiao, you're really capable. If you were a boy, your future would be limitless. He continued, now that you're hunting in the mountains, you don't need to give part of your catch to the village. Life will soon become very prosperous. This morning, you were just announced as a hunter, and now you've become a buyer at the textile factory. You even helped your cousin get a job there. It's easy for some people to feel jealous. Only the two of us know about your role as a buyer at the textile factory. Grandpa Deshan is helping you keep this secret for now. Do you think that's okay? Tang Xiaoqiao nodded. I will listen to Grandpa Deshan. Grandpa Deshan smiled happily. A few years ago, if you had been a little tougher, you wouldn't have been bullied so badly. Since you have such skills, why not show a little to your grandparents who favor you? They see your value and won't treat you badly. He always wondered about this and wanted to ask directly. Tang Xiaoqiao sighed, feeling she had to lie again. Grandpa Deshan, my brother-in-law, is also a hunter now. Over the years, he has come to teach me martial arts at night from time to time. He told me to learn how to hide myself. I misunderstood his meaning and have been silently enduring the pressure from my grandparents and Uncle C. Until my aunt did something too much, Grandpa Deshan imagined the situation and nodded. Poor girl, I truly feel happy for you from the bottom of my heart. He thought for a moment and continued, you're now too outstanding in the team, even more than the young men there. You have skills and connections others don't. You need to be more patient and control your temper. In our rural area, everyone works hard just to earn some points. When someone suddenly lives a different life, it's natural for others to feel uneasy, jealous, or even secretly cause trouble for you. You're a girl, and some people might want to ruin you with words alone. Life for women is already hard enough. You must be careful in maintaining good relationships. I know you're strong, but fists can't silence everyone's words. Tang Xiaoqiao obediently nodded. Grandpa Deshan, I haven't thought about living a good life alone. I'm just starting now. When I have the ability, I want to help everyone in our village live better. I told my father that after hunting trips, I will prioritize selling to our village at low prices. The rest I will send to the factory or the supply and marketing cooperative. But Grandpa Deshan, I have to be honest, I'm risking my life to hunt in the mountains. It's not good to give things away for free. There's an old saying, small favors nurture friends, big favors breed enemies. I don't want to risk my life to raise a group of enemies. Every year, I take strong villagers into the mountains once. But I can't guarantee everyone's safety. This is something the secretary needs to call for. Those willing to take responsibility for the consequences, I will take into the mountains. I will do my best to protect everyone, but with so many people, I can't watch over all of you. The game they catch can be handled by the village, or I can help exchange it for money or food. Tang Deshan suddenly stood up. Little grass, is what you said true? If it really works like that, Grandpa Deshan promises he won't let the villagers bully you. As long as you can feed everyone, you are a hero to the whole village. Tang Xiaoqiao smiled and said, Grandpa Deshan, there's no need. Everyone has watched me grow up. They won't make things too difficult for me. We call ourselves a team, but really, it's just a village. Our village is different from others, with many mixed surnames and divided hearts. Most of us are relatives, and everyone is united. Tang Deshan felt very pleased. The girl listened to him and even outsmarted him. If she can lead the villagers into the mountains and help exchange mountain products for money and food, she will be a hero in the village. He decided to talk to the elders about this, so they would protect her more. Thinking of this, he knocked his pipe against his foot, tucked it into his belt, and went to find the elders. Tang Xiaoqiao left Tang Dishan's house and suddenly thought of Granny Wu, the healer. She took out 5 jeon of rice and 5 jeon of flour from her space and headed to Granny Wu's house. She knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Yet she clearly heard breathing inside. She exclaimed, "This is bad." She kicked open the yard gate and then the door of the room. Sure enough, the thin old lady was lying alone on the bed. Tang Xiaochao went over, called twice but got no response. She touched her forehead and was startled. She quickly took fever medicine from her space and found some cold water to give her a drink. Since she could swallow on her own, the situation wasn't too bad. After finishing, she went out to find the village doctor, Tang Lin, and pulled him along as they ran back to Granny Wu's house. After checking the pulse, Tang Lin wiped his sweat and said, "Luckily, you noticed in time. Otherwise, Grandma Tang might have been in serious danger. I heard you passed the hunter exam. Congratulations. But in the future, be careful when you go up the mountain." Tang Xiaochao nodded. Yo-Yo asked, "Maybe I can carry Grandma Tang home and have my mother take care of her for a few days." Tang Lin shook his head. She wouldn't agree. She doesn't want to go anywhere, just stay at home. If possible, could your mother come to help out for a couple of days? Tang Xiaochao nodded and went home to find Yang Yufan. Yang Yufan is a kind woman. When she heard Grandma Tang was sick, she immediately took the remaining half chicken and went to the kitchen to make soup. Zhao Lei and Wang Jianjun hadn't left yet. They were still in the main hall, discussing the house's structure and materials with Tang Jinqiang. Seeing Tang Xiaochao return, they stood up respectfully. "Boss, you're back. How did it go?" Zhao Lei asked. Tang Xiaochao signaled for them to sit down. She also found a small stool and Saturday. "You've been working hard lately. I'm going up the mountain tonight. The police and militia have also entered the mountain.
I'll meet up with them.
We need to catch the criminal quickly." Tang Jinqiang opened his mouth to ask something but hesitated, worried that Tang Xiaochao might be annoyed. Tang Xiaochao turned and said, "Tang Jinqiang, Grandma Tang is sick. I asked my mother to take care of her for a few days. When you have time, please help out too." Tang Jinqiang nodded. "Don't worry. You don't need to worry about the family matters. Why are you going into the mountain? Is it dangerous?" He finally showed the attitude a father should have. Tang Xiaochao briefly explained about the monster. Tang Jinqiang became more and more scared. "Xiaochao, can't you avoid going? Your mother, and I only have you." His words made everyone understand what he meant. Although Zhao Lei and Wang Jianjun didn't know Tang Xiaochao for long, they knew that once the boss made a decision, no one could argue. Tang Xiaochao shook her head. "I can't. Leaving such a mentally ill person out there is too dangerous. If he comes to our village someday to cause trouble, it would be very risky. He's now in Beishan, not far from our village. Our village is small and remote, which makes it the best hunting ground for him." What could Tang Jinqiang say? He felt a bit sad inside, realizing for the first time that he was a bad father. In the countryside, hitting wives and children is common. He never thought he was doing anything wrong.
But now,
he feels a little worried about his daughter. Tang Jinqiang stood up. "I asked your mother to prepare some food for you to take into the mountains. How many days do you think you'll be gone?" Tang Xiaochao replied without looking up, "Not sure. As soon as I catch the criminal, I'll come back." Tang Jinqiang gathered his courage and said, "At most 7 days. If you're not back in 7 days, you must return. If you're still not here after 7 days, I will go find your little uncle and ask him to help look for you." Tang Xiaochao looked at Tang Jinqiang's determined eyes and nodded. "Okay." Tang Jinqiang secretly let out a breath of relief. When Yang Yufeng heard this, she rushed in. "I'll go find your little uncle right now. He's also a hunter. I'll ask him to come with you into the mountains." Tang Xiaochao calmly said, "No need to find little uncle. He's taken on another bounty. I saw it when I was registering." At this moment, Yang Sanpao, who was out of town chasing a criminal, sneezed loudly. "Damn it, someone must be cursing me. We've been tracking for 2 days and have no clues. Going back empty-handed would be so embarrassing. Brothers, stay alert." Yang Sanpao, Sun Taizhan, and Lin Jingfeng had taken on a job to catch human traffickers. The grandson of the Ouying family in Jing City had been kidnapped, with a reward of 5,000 yuan for his return. They wanted to find the boy. Right now, 5-year-old Ouyang Xiaxia had been kidnapped for a week. When they received the news, they went to Lin County. So, after registering at the police station, Yang Sanpao and the others headed straight to Lin County. If Tang Xiaochao hadn't seen their names in the registration book, she wouldn't have known her little uncle was on a mission in Lin County. When Yang Yufeng heard this, she started crying. Xiaochao, please don't go. Wait for your little uncle to come back, then he can go with you. Okay, she whispered softly. Zhao Lei and Wang Jianjun watched with wide eyes. Their older brother truly is the boss. His status in the family is different. At home, they had been hiding from their father's scolding. Their parents always respected the oldest son. They also wished for such parents. Tang Xiaochao patted Yang Yufeng's back. I've already registered. I have to go into the mountains. Please prepare more food for me and make some egg pancakes. I like those. Yang Yufeng helplessly turned to the kitchen, secretly wiping tears. As for building the house, Tang Jinxiang decided to tear down the old one and rebuild. He planned to build 3 rooms and a kitchen. A relative has a place to stay, with a budget of 400 yuan. Yang Yufeng has 1,000 yuan from Tang Xiaochao, enough to build a big enough house. After planning, Tang Jinxiang went to find Tang Aigua and others. He needed to stay at their old house for a month. Zhao Lei and Wang Jianjun refused Yang Yufeng's offer of food, saying it was too late to go back safely because of the mountain roads. They didn't have enough strength to fight. After they left, Tang Xiaochao and Yang Yufeng went to bring dinner to Grandma Tang. At this moment, Grandma Tang had woken up. After hearing the village doctor's words, she realized Tang Xiaochao had saved her. She sighed and said, I didn't want to be involved with anyone anymore, but I still owe a debt. Knock, knock, knock. Came at the door. Grandma, it's me, Yang Yufeng. Grandma Tang sat up and saw Yang Yufeng with Tang Xiaochao behind her. She looked at Tang Xiaochao's face and asked, Are you going far away?
Or,
Are you going into the mountains?
Tang Xiaocao Shiva.
She knew this old lady was not an ordinary person. Last time, Tang Jinxiang brought her here. She sensed she was seen through, but she didn't understand why Grandma Tang was hiding the truth from her. Grandma Tang weakly asked, Is that so?
Tang Xiaocao not dead.
Grandma, I am now a hunter. There is a cannibal who has killed many people.
he ran into the North Mountain.
Our village is small and remote, so we are his first target. He is a schizophrenic. He feels he will die if he doesn't eat people, so he will try to kill again and eat meat. He has already eaten his wife and children.
He has no humanity left.
I must go into the mountain. Grandma Tang's finger moved slightly. He's not in North Mountain, he's in East Mountain. You should go into East Mountain. It's dangerous, but with your skills, you can turn bad luck into good fortune.
Go towards the mountain valley in East Mountain.
He's hiding in one of the valleys there. Hearing this, Yang Yufeng relaxed her tense body. She poured a bowl of chicken soup and brought it to the bed. Grandma, drink some chicken soup. Grandma Ting nodded and took a sip. Your cooking is very good. The chicken soup is delicious. Tang Xiaochao said, My mother will come to take care of you in the next few days. When I come down the mountain, I'll bring you some meat.
Gờ Giang Ma Tang Can Li not dead.
Yes, I understand. Don't kill anyone. Leave a breath. The law will punish him. You're just a girl killing people. That's not good to hear. Tang Xiaochao nodded and said, Got it, Grandma. You should eat well these days. Tang Xiaochao genuinely liked this grandma from the bottom of her heart. After returning home, Tang Xiaochao left secretly with her luggage. Yang Yufeng stood at the door crying for a long time. When she heard that Tang Xiaochao was going into the mountains, Tang Aigua and Li Guilan hurried over but arrived too late. Seeing Yang Yufeng looking toward the East Mountain and crying, they understood what was happening.
Li Guilan glared at Yang Yufeng sharply.
Crying, just know how to cry. All your good luck is being lost because of your tears. Your child is going into the mountains, and you're crying like this. Aren't you worried it might bring bad luck? Hearing this, Yang Yufeng quickly wiped her tears. Mom, I won't cry anymore. I won't cry in the future. Tang Aigua sighed. Third daughter-in-law, your good luck is still ahead. Xiaochao is capable. You should change your attitude too. Don't always hold the children back. My wife and I are getting old, and we've realized a lot. You should think carefully, too. Seeing the elderly couple about to leave, Yang Yufin called out, Dad.
Mom.
Xiao Qiao left you something. Wait a moment. I'll bring it to you so you don't have to make another trip. She took out 2 sets of clothes from the house. Tang Aigua's was a blue Zhongshan suit, and Li Guilan's was a purple-red thick coat with a front closure. She also brought 5 jin of rice and 5 jin of flour. Li Guilan excitedly asked, Did Xiao Qiao buy this for us? The fabric is so nice. Clothes like these are expensive. This girl doesn't know how to save money. The elderly couple happily went back home. The day after Tang Xiaoqiao left, Tang Jinqiang and Yang Yufin moved into the old house. Li Guilan was especially polite to them. The next day, the house was torn down and rebuilt. When they tore it down, everyone talked about it. Some said Tang Jinqiang was lucky. The house would have collapsed in a heavy rain anyway. This time, Tang Jianwei's family came to help without asking for anything. They worked hard and without complaints. Halfway up the mountain, Tang Xiaoqiao threw all her belongings into her space. She took out a dagger and strapped it to her waist because of a bet involving 1,000 jin of meat. On the way, she didn't hesitate to kill any creature she could find, rabbits, wild chickens, even a foolish roe deer. The system rewarded her with a 10 square meter space, enough to store 1,000 jin of meat. It should be more than enough. She was not familiar with Dongshan, so she could only rely on instinct and keep walking east. The edge of the deep mountain was quite visible. The trees were not very dense. She caught 3 rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and a foolish roe deer. As she went higher into the mountain, the trees became denser and visibility decreased, along with a cold, eerie feeling. While walking, Tang Xiaoqiao suddenly stopped. She stared intensely at a towering tree that no one could hug. She placed her hand on her waist where her dagger was, gripping the handle with the blade, pointing toward herself. She waited like that for about 10 minutes. The thing behind the big tree grew impatient and slowly stepped out from behind it. It was a lone wolf. No, a wolf that had been expelled after losing a fight to the Wolf King. It was larger and more intimidating than an average wolf. It still had several deep wounds visible on its body, badges of its failed challenge. It hid behind the big tree, waiting for Tang Xiaoqiao to come closer. But Tang Xiaoqiao, being unpredictable, noticed it early. She never underestimated animal intelligence. Before becoming the underground ruler, she was kept in a fighting cage with wild animals for wealthy spectators to bet on. Those animals had been starved for a long time, and some were drugged, fighting fiercely without giving up. That was when she learned all about animal traits. Tang Xiaoqiao lowered her body into an attack stance, baring her teeth and growling like an animal. The lone wolf looked at her coldly, neither retreating nor advancing. They waited for the best moment to strike. To her surprise, the wolf's fierce aura gradually softened, and it even wagged its tail in a friendly way. Tang Xiaoqiao was speechless. Was it treating itself like a dog? Then it turned and walked away, glancing back at her as it left. Tang Xiaoqiao understood it wanted her to follow. It was asking for her help. She followed it for over half an hour. Along the way, they encountered 2 wild chickens in love. The lone wolf bit them to death and threw the 2 chickens a short distance from her before turning to continue walking. A gift? It seems like a big task. Are you going to let me help you take the wolf leader's position? Tang Xiaoqiao waved her hand and put 2 wild chickens into her space. After walking a little further, the lone wolf stopped at a temporary hunter's rest spot. Tang Xiaoqiao immediately became alert because she smelled blood. The makeshift shelter was crooked, as if something had damaged it. She held her dagger carefully and approached the shelter, where she saw an old man lying inside. He was still holding a hunting rifle. At this moment, the lone wolf looked at the old man's body and let out a mournful cry. His arm was already showing signs of decomposition, and the body was emitting a foul smell. There was no need to check. He had been dead for several days. The lone wolf walked over to the old man, licked his thin hand, and nudged him with its nose as if saying, "Get up, get up." Tang Xiaoqiao changed her initial guess. This wolf had an owner, and its owner was a hunter. The wolf circled around the old man a few times, then looked at Tang Xiaoqiao with hopeful eyes. For some reason, maybe because she had fought wolves for a month, she understood what it meant. It wanted her to bury its former owner properly. Tang Xiaoqiao took out a hoe from her space and started digging a hole beside the shelter. The wild wolf sat beside the old man, tears in its eyes. This was the first time she saw a wolf cry. She kept looking back out of curiosity. She observed the surroundings. There were signs of a fight everywhere. Scratches on the ground, bloodstains, and traces of animals dragging away dead bodies. It seemed that the wounds on the wolf's body were from fighting to protect its owner's body from other animals. After 2 hours, Tang Xiaoqiao finally dug a small grave. She approached the old man's body. The wolf was lying on the ground, unmoving, its eyes fixed on the old man's face, which had lost its shine. She could see its sadness. "Don't attack me. I will help you bury him," she said. She took out a white cloth from her space and covered the old man with it. Then she gently turned him over, wrapped him tightly, and used a rope to secure him from head to toe. She carefully lifted the old man and respectfully placed him into the small grave she had dug. It wasn't that she didn't want to dig a bigger one. The ground underneath was full of stones, and she couldn't dig any further. The elderly person's body was just barely enough to fit inside, so Tang Xiaoqiao started shoveling dirt onto the person. She worked diligently, forgetting that there was also a big weapon nearby. When the lone wolves had nudged her leg, she suddenly remembered there was a hungry wolf close by. The wolf let out a low whimper, like a child crying for a lost loved one. Tang Xiaoqiao's shovel, aimed at the wolf, froze in midair. She turned to the other side to continue filling the grave, instinctively staying away from danger. She only felt safe when the wolf was within her sight. She dug a rectangular grave and placed a simple stone marker in front of it. After thinking for a moment, she carved a few words on the stone. "Wolf leader, erected by wolf." Satisfied, she nodded and packed up her tools, ready to leave. But just a few dozen meters away, she heard the sound of running behind her. She turned around and looked back along the path. The wolf was chasing after her. Seeing her alert, the wolf kept a safe distance, neither too close nor too far. Soon, it followed her until noon. Tang Xiaoqiao stopped to rest and planned to eat something. She took out 2 egg pancakes prepared by Yang Yufan. After eating one, she noticed the wild wolf watching her eagerly. She sighed and tore the second pancake in half, tossing it to the wolf. The wolf sniffed, licked, and happily ate it. In just 3 seconds, it finished half the pancake and looked at Tang Xiaoqiao expectantly. "Wow, I only brought a little food, and you're trying to share? That's too much," she said, looking at the half pancake in her hand. She sighed and threw it to the wolf. This time, the wolf didn't sniff but opened its mouth wide and swallowed it in one bite. Tang Xiaoqiao decided not to watch anymore. After all, she was known as the kind-hearted goddess. Happy New Year, may wealth flow in, and everything goes smoothly. After resting for a while, she continued walking. About half an hour later, suddenly, the wolf took a running start, jumped in front of her, bared its teeth, and growled threateningly. Tang Xiaoqiao sensed something was wrong. She looked at the wolf in front of her, trusted it, and calmly gave her back to it. She couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Wolves rarely leave their backs exposed to others, especially to outsiders. This shows how much they trust themselves. They will stand in front of danger and even leave their backs open to trusted friends. Maybe the wolf is following her because she helped bury its previous owner. It's very loyal and intelligent. 2 wild boars, grunting and snorting, came out of the bushes. They were both male boars with long tusks. Tang Xiaoqiao's eyes lit up. The male boars are big, each weighing about 300 pounds. Together, they weigh around 600 pounds. These are like special mission pigs sent by the heavens for her. The lone wolf charged forward without hesitation. Tang Xiaoqiao was not willing to fall behind. The wolf fought the boar on the left, and she fought the one on the right. She was a little worried about the wolf because it was injured. She glanced at it and saw it make a quick fake attack to the side. When the boar turned to block, The wolf bit its neck.
The boar roared loudly.
At the same time, Tang Xiaoqiao grabbed the tusks of the other boar. She pushed hard, flipping the boar onto the ground. Then she spun and stabbed her dagger into its neck.
"Wow, it's thick skin,"
she exclaimed. As she pushed the dagger in halfway, it sank deep into the boar's body. The boar struggled and threw her into the air. It flailed around, and she managed to land a strike with her dagger. The boar kept fighting, and she was thrown out. Seeing her in danger, the wolf stopped attacking and leaped to protect her, trying to cushion her fall. This time, Tang Xiaoqiao was truly touched. She spun 180 degrees in the air, adjusting her fall. Then she rolled to the wolf's side and shouted, "With your small size, I'll crush you if I want." The wolf looked stunned, but sensed danger. It immediately turned and roared at the boar, as if saying, "Anyone who hurts my owner."
Vildi.
Now the girl and the wolf were working together. Both boars had injuries on their necks and were furious. Tang Xiaoqiao saw their noses snorting and breathing fire. This time, she took the lead and ran toward the right. The wolf saw her and ran to the left. The wild boar saw Tang Xiaoqiao running to the right and chased after her. Tang Xiaoqiao then stepped on a large tree, did a backflip, and landed behind the boar. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared as a blade cut through the boar's two hind legs, severing its nerve pathways. The boar let out a loud cry and fell to the ground, sliding forward more than a meter. Its big head hit a tree, and one of its tusks embedded into the trunk. Meanwhile, the wolf was just pretending to attack. It ran to the left, and when the boar chased after it, the wolf turned around and ran back to the right. The boar, not as quick, turned around just in time to be caught by the wolf, which bit into its rear. The boar let out a sharp, echoing scream in the mountains. Tang Xiaoqiao quickly rushed forward while the boar was dazed. She swiftly stabbed her dagger into the boar, pulled it out, and repeated this 5 times until the boar was finally dead. She waved her hand, collected the boar into her space, and prevented it from bleeding too much to attract other large animals. The fight between the lone wolf and the boar was also reaching a climax. Tang Xiaoqiao turned her head and saw the wolf biting one of the boar's front paws. The boar was about to use its tusks to scratch the wolf's neck. With a quick step, Tang Xiaoqiao teleported beside the boar. When the boar's tusks were about to reach the wolf's neck, she grabbed them. The boar, caught by the tusks and with the wolf biting one of its front legs, immediately fell into a defensive position. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaoqiao stabbed her dagger into the boar's eye and neck. The second boar also met its end heroically. This time, Tang Xiaoqiao lowered her guard against the wolf, collected the boar into her space, and waved to the wolf, saying, "Come here, I want to check your wound." The wolf seemed to understand her gesture and obediently trotted over with its tail between its legs. Tang Xiaoqiao took out her prepared medicine from her space. Luckily, she was clever enough to grind the medicine into powder. She disinfected the wolf's wounds with iodine and sprinkled some medicine on them. Throughout the process, the wolf didn't make a single sound, not even a whimper. Tang Xiaoqiao was starting to admire it. Its intelligence was comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. After treating its wounds, Tang Xiaoqiao took out a small egg pancake from her space and offered it to the wolf. The wolf carefully bit the other side with its mouth, afraid that its teeth might touch Tang Xiaoqiao's hand. Tang Xiaoqiao muttered to herself, "Are you going to follow me? Then I can't keep calling you the lone wolf." Lone wolf. All the time. If you want to go down the mountain with me, you can't act like a wolf anymore. Or maybe this. My system calls you little horse brother, so from now on I'll call you dog brother? Haha. After saying this, Tang Xiaoqiao felt she was being silly and burst out laughing. In the dark, eerie mountains, a girl's cheerful laughter could be heard. Finally, after thinking of over 100 names, Tang Xiaoqiao chose the name Wankai. Wankai then followed Tang Xiaoqiao eastward. After crossing a big mountain, it was getting dark. Tang Xiaoqiao found a small cave, just big enough to shelter her and Wankai from the wind and rain. She decided to settle there for the night. In the afternoon, when passing a small river, she took out 2 wild chickens from her space. She squatted by the river, cleaned the chickens thoroughly, preparing them for dinner. She gathered some dry branches nearby, lit a fire, and set up a makeshift grill to roast the chicken. Her space only contained salt. When the chicken was almost done, she sprinkled some salt on her own chicken, but she didn't add any to Wang Sai's. She roasted the chicken at the cave entrance. Wang Kai sat far away, lying down, but its eyes kept watching the wild chicken flipping on the branches. Tang Xiaochao ate first. Afraid it was too hot, she placed Wang Sai's chicken on a nearby stone to cool. Wang Kai looked longingly at her enjoying her meal, but she didn't offer any to it. It just watched quietly. Still a well-behaved wolf, she thought. She realized that this wolf was probably raised by hunters since it was a puppy, treated like a dog. Maybe now it thought it was a dog, wagging its tail and acting submissive. Tang Xiaochao liked it quite a bit, but she wondered, if she took it back to the village, would it become everyone's target? She said it was a dog, but how many people would believe that? Her head hurt so dizzy. Feeling that the roasted chicken was cooling down, Tang Xiaochao picked up a stick and waved it at Wang Kai. It understood her meaning, crawled up from the ground, and carefully walked toward her. She cautiously approached the wild chicken, looked up to check Tang Xiaochao's expression, then moved a little closer to the chicken, and again observed Tang Xiaochao's reaction before finally catching the chicken. She moved to the side and started eating. Wow, this guy has really become clever. She remembered the old man's intact body. It was like a wolf. How much effort it must have taken to scare away the wild animals and protect the old man's body. The old man's gun. Before leaving, she put it into her space. She saw a serial number on the gun. Maybe, by using the serial number, she could find out who the old man was. At night, Tang Xiaochao called Wang Kai to rest in the cave. Wang Kai just looked up at her and stayed outside the cave, refusing to go in. In the first half of the night, Tang Xiaochao was very alert. She was half asleep and half awake, not knowing when she actually fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, it was already dawn in the forest. She saw several wild chickens piled up at the entrance of the cave. No need to guess, Wang Kai was responsible. But for breakfast, she didn't plan to roast the chicken. She wanted to eat egg pancakes and eggs. This time, she was generous. She placed 2 egg pancakes on a stone in front of Wang Kai and kindly peeled a boiled egg for him. Then, she took some water from her space, washed her hands, and started eating the egg pancakes. Before leaving, she stored the unused large jar at home into her space and filled it with water from the village well. After breakfast, she and Wang Kai continued heading east. By noon, Tang Xiaochao discovered a small valley. She hid nearby, observed for a while, then slowly approached the valley with Wang Kai. Wang Kai didn't give any warning signals. Tang Xiaochao circled the valley looking for a week, but didn't find the person she was looking for. She and Wang Kai kept moving forward. At noon, Tang Xiaochao found a place with a water source for lunch. She processed 4 wild chickens and 4 rabbits, leaving 1 rabbit and 1 chicken for her meal. When they were almost cooked, she cut the chicken and rabbit in half. She salted half a rabbit and half a chicken, showing she was a fair owner who wouldn't overeat or take more than her share. Wang Kai watched her busy, but didn't understand. Tang Xiaochao ate first, then fed half a rabbit and half a chicken to Wang Kai. Tang Xiaochao found that Wang Kai was well-trained, very disciplined, and seemed to understand human language. Wang Kai responded well to her commands. It looks like the old hunter who passed away had spent a lot of time training it. Wild wolves usually live 6 to 8 years, but those in captivity can live 12 to 16 years. Based on Wang Sai's size and teeth, it is probably over 2 years old and already an adult wolf. Tang Xiaochao checked Wang Sai's injuries again. Being young is good. It is healing quickly. After lunch, they rested for half an hour, then continued their journey with her and the wolf. They walked another afternoon. During the hunt, Tang Xiaochao didn't let Wang Kai hunt. It was clear that Wang Kai understood human language. When she was hunting, Wang Kai stayed alert and followed her protectively, but it didn't disobey her orders. Tang Xiaochao caught a wild pig again. Her space now has nearly 1,000 pounds of meat. She didn't expect there to be so many animals in the mountains in this era. This is the border area. The mountains are not only home to fierce animals but also enemies, bandits, and border crossers. Everywhere is dangerous. So, only those who are not starving to survive would go into the mountains to hunt. Along the way, Tang Xiaoqiao also saw discarded cans and cigarette butts, but no humans. Without Wang Sai's company, it would be really hard to pass the time alone. At night, she couldn't find a cave to stay in, so she found a big tree and barely managed to rest on its branches. Time flies. She has been in the mountains for 2 days and 2 nights. She wonders if her family's house has started preparations. After dinner, she lay bored on a branch, watching the moon. The moon in this world is really bright. The sky is clear and unpolluted, and the stars are many and shining. She softly hummed, "I once couldn't see the stars, so I imagined standing on a mountain top, singing yeah 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 yeah, longing for the bright light in the dark. No direction, but I stay awake. Even in sadness, I don't want to sleep. I just want to work harder, to catch up with the shining light ahead. I once dreamed of going from a bystander to the main character. Now I am the main character." Turns out, silence really is the secret. In the dark forest, a flock of birds was startled. Birds? Oh my god, what is that thing crying like a ghost? So scary. I want to find my mom. Snake in the tree. Damn, what kind of magic sound is that? It disturbed my sleep. It slipped away quickly and ran into the distance. Under the tree, Wang Kai looked up at the tree. He also wanted to leave, but he was on guard. He curled his ears down, trying to cover them as much as possible. Tang Xiaoqiao was passionately singing on the mountain, while Li Guilin was furious at home. The village gossip spread rumors about Tang Xiaoqiao, saying she was favored by the factory director in town and became his mistress. Because of this, 2 job positions were created. Li Guilin found Aunt Lu, then traced to Zheng Pe, and from Zheng Pe, she found Tang Xia. She was a girl who had experienced similar hardships as Tang Xiaoqiao. Tang Xia's eldest uncle had 2 sons. Tang Xia was the only girl in her family. The old lady, who valued boys over girls, constantly scolded and complained. Tang Xia and her mother, Song Lady, were the punching bags for Yang Pe. Originally, Tang Xiaoqiao compared herself to Tang Xia, and she didn't think life was too hard. But suddenly one day, Tang Xiaoqiao stood up. Her life started to get better. She also began to resist. But her resistance only made things worse. Just 2 days ago, her grandmother accepted a 100 yuan betrothal gift from a widower, and soon she would be sent away. So, she hated Tang Xiaoqiao. Why could she get better while she was getting worse? Why did she succeed in resisting, but her grandmother sold her? Therefore, she spread rumors that Tang Xiaoqiao was kept by the factory director. When Li Guilin, Wang Xiulian, Li Lan, Zhao Shufan, Lu Chunyan, Sun Xiaoxiang, Tang Weimei, and Yang Yufan, 8 women, stood at her door with their hands on their hips, she was so scared she hid in her room and didn't dare to come out. Li Guilin shouted, "Tang Xia, you little brat, come out. How dare you slander my good girl? Don't you want to live anymore?" Wang Xiulian yelled, "I used to think you were pitiful, but now I see, truly, the truly pitiful are often the most hateful. Your grandmother hitting you isn't without reason. Tang Xia envies Xiaoqiao and falsely accuses her. She deserves to marry the old widower. I spit on her." Yang Yufan speaks while crying. She doesn't want to cry, really. But she can't help it. She's too angry. Tang Jinqiang also arrives and kicks open the gate of Yang's house. Tang Erlilai pulls Tang Xia out of the room and throws her on the ground. "Brother Jinqiang, it's this troublemaker who caused all this. Do whatever you want to her, just leave some room. In 3 days, she will be sent to her husband's family. After all, they paid, so we can't send her there dead." Usually, if Tang Erlilai said this, many people would sympathize with Tang Xia. But she spread vicious rumors about Xiaoqiao in the village, trying to push the girl into a dead end. Young women, wives, mothers-in-law, and aunts who are watching don't want to sympathize with her anymore. They actually admire how Xiaoqiao managed to stand up in such a short time. As for Tang Xia, besides crying, she only maliciously insults others. Tang Xia's mother, Song Lady, hides in the kitchen and peeks out. This isn't our business. It's Tang Xia spreading the rumors. If you want to fight, go ahead and hit her. Tang Xia, sitting on the ground, has hatred blazing in her eyes. By then, it was getting dark, and no one saw her twisted face. Yang Lapa also comes out with her cane. She says, "You all talk behind my back, saying I abuse my granddaughter. How can I like such a bad seed?" She finally finds a reason for her favoritism of boys over girls. Li Guilin walks up to Tang Xia and grabs her hair. "Your grandma hitting you? You deserve it. My Xiao Chao has stood up and is living a better life with her family. And you? You're just a troublemaker, making the family chaotic. Compare yourself to my good boy."
Bah.
"You two are like stars in the sky and dust on the ground, completely different." She spits old phlegm onto Tang Xia's shoulder. Her disgusting spit makes Tang Xia sick. She reaches out to grab Li Guilin's hand, but Li Guilin and Zhao Shufan, afraid she might hurt the old lady, rush forward and hold her arms from both sides. With her allies, Li Guilin becomes even more reckless. She raises her hand and slaps Tang Xia across the face, swinging both hands. As the biological parents, Tang Early and Song Lady, hid in the kitchen and yard respectively, they coldly watched their own daughter being attacked, without even frowning. Their older uncle's family was even more indifferent. Tang Xia's cousin even spat at her. Aunt Chinjihua said, "That shameless girl always looks so bitter, like everyone owes her money. She seems gloomy, like she crawled out from underground. I've never liked her. Hit her hard. As long as you don't kill her, beat her to death." The onlookers sighed secretly at the coldness of Tang Dali and Tang Oli's families. Tang Xia completely lost her mind. She pushed away Li Guilin, shook off Li Lan and Zhao Shufan, and crawled up from the ground, laughing wildly with her hair messy. She pointed at Granny Yang and cursed, "You old fool, you sold me to an old widower. May you die a horrible death. I curse you. May you go to the deepest hell and never be reborn." She then pointed at Aunt Chinjihua and cursed, "Chinjihua, you gave birth to 2 useless children. Is that something to be proud of? Watch out, people like you who are selfish and self-centered will have no support when you're old. Song Lady, you are my mother and you're a woman. Why do you dislike me just because I am a girl? If you don't like me, why did you give birth to me?
Why?
If you couldn't have a son, that was your failure. But you took all your anger out on me." Although Tang Xiaocao's mother is also helpless, she truly cares for Tang Xiaochao. "What about you? What about you? You only follow them to mistreat me." "Yes, I spread rumors about Tang Xiaochao. I was talking nonsense. I was jealous of her. Jealous to the point of madness. Why can she escape the cage while I sink deeper and deeper?
Why?
Why is my fate like this? So I suffer, and she shouldn't be happy either. I want to drag her back into the abyss. I want to ruin everything about her so she and I can struggle together in the swamp." People from the Youth Education Institute also arrived. Yun Anning, hearing this, was furious. Tang Xia, Xiao Cao's grandmother, was right. You and Xiao Chao are not comparable. Even after suffering so many years, she remains bright and kind. One person distracted the wild boar and risked their life to save someone unrelated. Can you do that? Yun Anning continued. We were also there when the factory director's father was saved in town. She not only saved the old man but also caught a thief and helped many people get back their hard-earned money. What right do you have to compare yourself to her? We all went to the factory together to get the money. Her first thought was not herself but her sister, who has a hard life at home. What do you have that compares to the grass? You're just a dark, crazy person. In the dark, Situ Xing squinted his eyes. When he heard about Tang Xiaochao, he started investigating the source. Unexpectedly, the old lady who used to mistreat Tang Xiaochao was the first to be found. If they hadn't come, he would have come himself. Although he couldn't openly stand up for Tang Xiaochao, he had other ways. Tang Xia was crying loudly. What kind of spell did Tang Xiaochao cast on you all? She's just a useless coward. Why has she become different? Tang Jianxiang stepped forward and kicked her, causing her to stumble. You little brat, if I hear you slander my daughter again, I'll kill you, Li Guilin said. Tang Xia, you brought this on yourself. Yang Posey, send her to her husband's house tomorrow. Such a troublemaker. Better off away from home. Yang Posey nodded. Yes, I understand. I'll have someone send her away tomorrow. Older sister, don't be angry. Don't let such a lowly person affect our relationship. Now, the Tang family was clearly rising in status. Only fools would oppose them. Li Guilin thought that arguing with such people was pointless, so she left with her people. That night, Tang Xia ran away with a village troublemaker. She knocked out Yang Posey and stole all her savings, 560 yuan, including her earnings from selling herself. The next day, Yang Posey woke up and nearly had a stroke from anger. Last night, if she had been crueler and had Tang early tie up that troublemaker, none of this would have happened. She had actually colluded with the village troublemaker, hurt herself, and run away with him. Li Guilin sighed. Without proof of leaving home, they can only be considered vagrants. That day, when they were caught, they still had to be sent back. Li Lan was sewing clothes and said, Mom, that's over now. Our village girl ran away with someone else, but in the end, she was sold into the mountains and became someone else's wife. A couple of years ago, the police caught human traffickers and rescued her. She's 30, but looks older than someone 60. People always need to take responsibility for their actions. Zhao Shufan held Tang Xiaohong, rocking her to sleep, and said, Actually, I don't feel sorry for Tang Xia. She hurt Xiao Cao's reputation out of jealousy, which is shameful. She also hurt her grandmother and took all the family savings. That's a crime. Xiao Cao and her not even comparable. She only cares about herself and compares herself to our Xiao Cao. Buffed. She's so shameless. By the way, Xiao Cao has been in the mountains for 2 days. I wonder how she's doing. Everyone fell silent, especially Yang Yufan, who started crying. Li Guilin saw this and felt a headache. I say, Yang Yufan, why are you always crying? Our kid is smart and capable, everyone can see that. She's brave and can fight. Your constant crying is ruining her luck. Go back inside and sleep. If you and your husband had a bit of ability, our kid wouldn't have to suffer like this. And you still have the nerve to cry. You all are the same, squeezing into our house late at night. Go back to your own homes. Everyone dispersed quickly, leaving the old couple staring at each other. Li Guilin asked, Old man, I hope Xiao Cao is okay. Granny Tang said she's a very lucky girl. Do you think we should visit Granny Tang tomorrow and ask if Xiao Cao is in danger? Honestly, I feel uneasy. All these years, I was like possessed, always scolding and hitting Xiao Cao. But she doesn't hold a grudge and even bought me so many things. I feel guilty about that. Tang Igwa stood up, took a towel, and washed his face. We are still alive, and as long as we are, we can make up for everything. We mistreated her before, so from now on, we'll spoil her. Let's wash up and sleep. Tomorrow, we'll go see Granny Tang and ask about her. Just relax. Under the same moon, Yun Anning stood quietly, along with Zhang Fong and Situ Xing outside the wall. Yun Anning felt uneasy. Fong, we truly consider Xiao Cao our little sister. Does she not see us as her sisters? She said she was going up the mountain and left without telling us. I heard she took on a dangerous mission. She's only 16, Zhang Fong sighed. Don't think too much. We don't have much of a relationship. She probably doesn't see us as family, which is normal. If you really like her, we should care for her more in the future. She's a grateful girl and will surely be good to us. Yun Anning nodded. Yes. Let's sleep. Worrying won't help. Outside the wall, Situ Xing took a deep drag on his cigarette. He learned from the informant that Tang Xiaochao was actually at level A1. He wasn't sure he could beat her. He also heard she accepted a mission to catch a dangerous criminal. At that moment, he was impulsive and wanted to go up the mountain to find her.
But he couldn't.
The reason he came to this village as a young worker was partly to find hidden treasure in Dashi village and partly to catch enemy agents hiding there.
He
couldn't act on his own. He also found out that an old woman named Tang Ape was very strange. Usually, People who pretend to be ghosts are sent away, but this old woman was kept safe by powerful people.
He checked and found it was top secret.
His level couldn't access that information. Moreover, Tang Xiaoqiao seemed very interested in this old woman now. His cigarette flickered faintly in the dark. He looked up at the bright moon. I wonder if the girl is scared alone on the mountain. Sigh. He sighed long and smiled. He never thought that after 28 years, he would fall into a secret crush. If his comrades knew he had feelings for a 16-year-old girl, they might call him a fool. But some things are beyond his control. Since that day on the mountain, when she fell on him and bit his Adam's apple, forcing her way into his heart, he was caught off guard by these feelings. Situ Xing lazily stomped out his cigarette and went back to his room. He wasn't very social and lived alone in a small room. He finally fell asleep, but then he started dreaming. He dreamed of Tang Xiaoqiao, who looked like a mountain, falling into his arms. He held the little girl tightly. Suddenly, he woke up, lifted the thin blanket, and rubbed his head in annoyance. Damn it, I was doing such things in my sleep. He scorned himself again. Unlike Situ Xing, Tang Xiaoqiao in the mountain felt very comfortable. She looked at the sky and fell asleep unknowingly. In the middle of the night, she was woken by the cold. She took a blanket from her space and wrapped herself in it, then continued to sleep. Just as she was about to fall asleep again, she felt something approaching her. Instantly, a dagger appeared in her hand. Wankai, the dog under the tree, sensed danger too. It let out a sharp howl. When it saw a giant snake swimming toward Tang Xiaoqiao, it stepped back a few steps, wanted to run, and climbed up a big tree. Just as it was about to act, it saw Tang Xiaoqiao, who was still sleeping, holding her blanket and covering the snake's head with it. She jumped and aimed her knife at the front half of the snake's body, where the heart was located, behind the head and neck. She stabbed it. This spot is called the 7 inches of the snake. Then she grabbed her blanket and tightly controlled the snake against the tree trunk until it stopped moving. Tang Xiaoqiao kicked the snake down from the tree. Damn it, I wasted a blanket.
Ding.
Since the host entered the mountain, they gained 1,000 gene of meat. The system has upgraded to level 2. The host can sell items from this world to the system to exchange for supplies from other worlds. Soon, Tang Xiaoqiao's original reward panel changed to show a shopping mall picture. She could see her storage panel and a shopping interface. Brother Ma's cheerful voice sounded. May I ask, host, do you want to sell the snake? Selling it to the mall, the snake's gallbladder is worth 100 renminbi in this world, and the meat is worth 200 renminbi. Tang Xiaoqiao looked at the dead snake on the ground in disbelief. She immediately clicked to sell. Then, 300 renminbi appeared in her system mall balance. Suddenly, she was no longer sleepy. She bought bread, mineral water, ham, a lighter, a new blanket, a pot, and some bowls and chopsticks. These are essential daily items. Soon, she spent all 300 yuan. She stored all the supplies she bought into the system space. It turns out the system can be upgraded. That's great news. She looked at what items she could use to make the space bigger, so she could store more things. She took out 2 sausages, tore them open, and gave them to Wankai. She had seen Wankai's loyal attempt to jump and save her earlier, so she thought 2 sausages were a fair reward. Wankai sniffed the sausages happily and started eating. Tang Xiaoqiao threw the dirty blanket under a tree. Wankai, this blanket is yours now. After saying that, she quickly climbed the tree, took out a clean blanket, and lay on a branch. She took out a bread and happily ate it. Wankai finished the sausages, climbed down the tree, and lay on the blanket. Tang Xiaoqiao once again marveled that Wankai really seemed to understand human language. This time, Tang Xiaoqiao slept until dawn. When she opened her eyes again, she saw thick fog in the forest. The blanket on her was almost soaked through by the fog. Luckily, she liked sleeping with her head covered, or her wet hair would have been uncomfortable. She stored the blanket in the system space, jumped down from the big tree, and saw a few wild rabbits and wild chickens still piled under the tree, food Wankai had caught. She waved her hand, and the wild chickens and rabbits went into the system space. She didn't want to keep the contaminated food, so she sold it to the mall. Surprisingly, 3 rabbits and 2 chickens sold for 120 yuan. With a system like this, Tang Xiaoqiao felt she could stay in the forest forever without any problem. To reward Wang Kai, she generously bought it a bowl of braised meat rice. She mixed it up and placed it in front of Wang Kai. She bought herself 2 meat buns, being a bit stingy. Wang Kai ate happily and contentedly. After eating, she and Wang Kai continued heading east. The fog gradually cleared, and visibility improved. Tang Xiaoqiao found a cliff and looked down. All she could see were mountains, either the mountain itself or the rolling hills. She had been walking east for 2 nights and 2 days. Now it was the 3rd day. How could the man-eating ogre have run so deep into the mountains? Did he no longer need to eat humans? While she was lost in thought, Wang Kai suddenly bristled, arched its back, and growled fiercely at what was ahead. Tang Xiaoqiao quickly hid behind a nearby tree. Damn it, he's a lone wolf. He held a machete and moved closer to Wang Kai. Having killed many animals over the years, his fierce aura made Wang Kai step back. Zheng Chang took 2 steps forward but suddenly stopped, sneering. Come out, I can hear your breathing. Tang Xiaoqiao no longer hid and stepped out from behind the tree. Zheng Chang's eyes lit up. Good, very good. I've been craving this. I'm almost crazy with excitement. Tang Xiaoqiao calmly asked, Are you the cannibal Zheng Chang? Zheng Chang chuckled. So that's what they call me. Haha, he was much bigger than the strongest man in the village, which explained why he pretended to be a butcher. He wore a rough cloth shirt stained with dirt and blood. The shirt was torn, revealing his dark, tan skin covered with scars of different sizes. Some scars looked like cuts from a blade, others like scratches from wild animals. The scars crisscrossed his body, making him look fierce. His hair was messy and wet from the morning fog, sticking to his forehead. His face was covered with stubble. His eyes were cloudy but showed a savage, bloodthirsty madness. He stared at Tang Xiaoqiao with a cruel smile on his face. He held a shiny, well-used cleaver. The blood on the blade was dried and darkened, but a faint blood smell still lingered. It wasn't pig blood, it was human blood. It was him, Zheng Chang, the disguised butcher who secretly harmed villagers and even ate his own wife and children, a true cannibal. Tang Xiaoqiao's heart instantly burned with fierce anger. His blood seemed to boil. Wang Kai still crouched, his fur standing on end like sharp steel needles. He growled low and fierce, teeth chattering. His eyes were full of alertness and hostility. He stared at Zheng Chang without backing away, standing side by side with Tang Xiaoqiao. Tang Xiaoqiao narrowed his eyes and said, Once I confirm your identity, I'll take you in. I'm a hunter assigned to catch you. You can choose. Either come quietly, or I'll beat you half to death and drag you to surrender. Zheng Chang's smile grew more terrifying. He pointed at Tang Xiaoqiao with his dark, grimy finger and said, You're interesting. Soon I'll eat you alive. Should I start with a good part? Let's try this. First, I'll eat your 2 arms, then the meat on your face, your body, and your legs.
Haha.
I'm so excited. I'm hungry and can't wait anymore. After saying that, he swung a machete at Tang Xiaoqiao but fake swung and aimed it at Wang Kai instead. At the same time, he kicked towards Tang Xiaoqiao. Tang Xiaoqiao snorted coldly. Is that all? She didn't dodge. She clenched her fists with great strength and punched Zheng Chang's thigh. Crack. Ah. Clang. Zheng Chang cried out in pain as his machete fell to the ground. He fell to the ground and worse, he sat on a stone. Then he let out another cry of pain. Tang Xiaoqiao blew on her fist, saying, This is what happens when you underestimate me. I can punch through iron plates. Breaking your leg bones is easy for me. Right now, Zheng Chang was lying on his side, one leg broken, and it looked like he was bleeding from his backside. I will bite you to death and eat you little by little, he roared helplessly. Zheng Chang, a proud man, had never felt so humiliated before. He had been careless. Didn't you say you were so awesome? How come your resistance to a punch is so weak? Tang Xiaoqiao knew how to hit where it hurts. I was careless. You didn't fight fair. Even if I lost a leg, I wouldn't let someone like you bully me. Zheng Chang still tried to act tough. Suddenly, Zheng Chang's hand appeared with a dark gun. He shot at Tang Xiaochao, shouting, "Damn it! Whether alive or dead, it's all the same." Tang Xiaochao made a strange backward bend to dodge the bullet, then rolled away. She rolled behind a nearby tree and shouted, "Wangkai, hide. Don't come out." The gunshot scared the birds in the forest, causing them to flap their wings and fly away. The team tracking Zheng Cheng also heard the gunfire. Based on the birds' positions, they quickly ran toward this area. Tang Xiaochao didn't have a government-issued rifle, so even if she had a sniper rifle in her space, she couldn't use it now. The source of the gunshot was hard to explain. She took out a small piece of cloth from her space, used a stick to lift it, and hid behind a large tree to avoid danger. A gunshot rang out, piercing through the fabric. Tang Xiaochao listened carefully to the sound of the gunfire and smiled. This was a skill she had developed over years of practicing with guns. By the sound, she could tell how many bullets were left inside. Zheng Chang's gun only had 2 bullets remaining. Quickly, Tang Xiaochao took out a dead wild chicken from her space and threw it toward Zheng Chang. Instinctively, Zheng Chang fired another shot. After firing, Zheng Chang finally realized, "This girl is trying to use up all my bullets." He spat in frustration. "Damn it. I was tricked." He endured the pain and moved toward another tree. What he didn't know was that Wangkai had already circled around and was behind him. He focused all his attention on Tang Xiaochao, making a deadly mistake of underestimating his opponent. When he first saw Tang Xiaochao, he thought she was just a young girl with no real strength, nothing to fear. He also looked down on the tame wolf. His low intelligence made him fail to see that this wolf was actually very smart. His quick retreat stopped suddenly when he sensed the killing intent behind him. Turning around to shoot, he saw that both he and the wolf moved perfectly in sync. Tang Xiaochao's speed was so fast it looked like a flash, and Wangkai was even faster. Zheng Chang's last bullet was aimed at Wangkai. When Tang Xiaochao arrived, she punched him directly in the wrist, knocking the gun out of his hand and into the dry leaves on the ground. Zheng Chang let out a painful scream. "Aw, you damn woman! I will kill you! I will kill you!" He lay on the ground, furious and helpless. One of his legs and one arm were useless, on the same side. Wangkai rushed over and bit his other wrist. Zheng Chang let out another scream of pain. Tang Xiaochao brushed her ears and said, "This pain, if it doesn't happen to you, you wouldn't know how it feels. The people you killed, they were eaten alive, their flesh torn apart. How much do you think they suffered?" Zheng Chang, lying on the ground, had only one working leg left. He tried to kick at Tang Xiaochao, but Wangkai pounced and bit off a piece of his flesh. Tang Xiaochao stood tall and looked down from above. The command said, "Wangkai, bite him hard, but don't eat his flesh. It's too tough. Later, I'll give you sausage and canned meat." She quickly opened her shopping app and spent over 20 yuan to buy 3 boxes of discounted canned meat. Online note: these are special offer, foods that will expire in 2 months. When Wangkai heard the reward order from his owner, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He bit down hard on Zheng Chang's thigh again, tearing off another piece of flesh. In 2 minutes, Zheng Chang's legs were bloody and torn, and his screams had become faint. Tang Xiaochao stepped forward, used a small knife to pick up a piece of Zheng Chang's thigh meat, and walked in front of him, shoving the meat into his mouth. She thought he would resist, but instead, Zheng Chang chewed quickly, ignoring the dust and dirt on the meat, like a hungry wolf, eating wildly. Tang Xiaochao picked up another piece of meat and playfully held it in front of Zheng Chang. When he opened his mouth, she moved it closer. She shouted, "Wangkai, stop." Then she took a canned meat from her space and placed it on the ground. Wangkai bit the edge of the can and dragged it aside to start eating. Tang Xiaochao looked ahead, hearing many footsteps approaching. Wangkai stopped eating and came to her side, baring his teeth and growling. Several people pointed guns at her and Wangkai. Tang Xiaochao raised her hands and held up her hunter ID high. She saw that these people were dressed in uniform militia clothes. "We're good people. I am a new hunter, and this is my hunting dog. Put down your guns, don't accidentally hurt anyone." A leader stepped forward, looked at her hunter ID, and said, "You're the new hunter in town, A1. And you're just a young girl. My goodness. Tang Xiaochao didn't answer his question. Instead, she pointed at Jing Chong, who was barely breathing on the ground, and said, "He's a cannibal monster with a craving for human flesh. Jing Chong, I caught him. You won't take credit from me, right?" The leader quickly waved his hands. No, we won't. We have police officers inside." As he spoke, 3 people stepped out from the crowd. They looked at Jing Chong on the ground. They asked uncertainly, "Is he still alive?" Tang Xiaochao nodded. "He's just a little hungry and ate some of his own flesh. He won't die." A police officer stepped forward to examine the injuries. Left leg with a crushing fracture, left wrist also fractured, and severe bites on the right hand and right leg. It was caused by a wolf.
Dog.
Or something similar. He then turned to Tang Xiaochao and asked, "Are you sure your pet won't attack us?" Tang Xiaochao nodded and said, "I promise with my life that it is well-behaved, gentle, and friendly. It won't attack good people. It only attacks bad people when I tell it to." She then nodded again and said, "Wankai, keep eating the canned food." Everyone watched in disbelief as a wolf calmly walked over to a can of meat, lay down on the ground, and held the can with its front paws, eating quietly. The group of militia members' stomachs growled loudly. Seeing a wolf eating canned food, their hunger grew even stronger. They secretly thought, "Our lives are worse than a wolf's." One person stepped forward, took out some bandages, and quickly treated Jing Chang's wounds. As he looked at the injuries, he felt a cold shiver run down his back and couldn't help but glance up at Tang Xiaochao. A seemingly harmless young girl was surprisingly fierce. Her ferocity was comparable to that of a fierce beast. A police officer approached and asked, "Can you make it down the mountain alive?" "We expect it will take us 2 more days to get down." The person bandaging Jing Chong nodded uncertainly and said, "Probably, maybe, perhaps." "We hope so." He used 3 uncertain words in a row. The police officer sighed. The leader asked, "Young comrade, will you come down the mountain with us? We have enough people to help escort this person." Tang Xiaochao smiled obediently and said, "Thank you, brothers and uncles. To show my gratitude, I will prepare some roasted meat for you to eat." Everyone looked at the various pieces of meat around Jing Chong and decided to wait until they weren't hungry anymore. Wankai finished eating and returned to Tang Xiaochao's side. A militia member asked, "Is that a wolf or a dog?" "It looks like a wolf to me." The police officer replied, "It's a wolf, 100%. Young comrade, you can't bring your pet down the mountain. It will cause panic." Tang Xiaochao was momentarily stunned and asked, "I've already tamed it. It listens to me and won't attack people randomly. You came with so many people and it didn't attack you. Isn't that right?" The police officer shook his head and said, "Even though hunters can bring dogs to patrol, they are just dogs, not wolves." Tang Xiaochao responded, "But isn't there also a kind of wolf dog? I decided to classify Wankai as a guard dog. Bringing him home. Do I need any official documents?" The police shook their heads. "Not at the moment. No one has taken a wolf as a pet yet. Hunters usually train dogs as companions." Tang Xiaochao didn't want to waste words. Anyway, Wankai was hers, and she was determined to bring him home. Just as everyone worked together to make a simple stretcher to carry Jing Chong down the mountain, Tang Xiaochao stepped in front of Jing Chong. Suddenly, without warning, she punched Jing Chong twice in the mouth. Then she took out a handkerchief, wiped her hands, and said firmly, "He eats people, so we must knock out all his teeth." Some people chuckled, some were shocked, some ignored her, and others took a step back in fear. "Thank you, brothers and uncles. We can head back now. This way is east. To go to the town, we need to go south." At the same time, Li Guilin carried rice and brown sugar to Grandma Tang's house. When she entered, she felt a bit awkward. Grandma Tang was still very weak, lying in bed. Li Guilin broke the silence. "I heard you are sick. I came to see you." Tang Xiaoping looked at Li Guilin and said, "Your anger has calmed down a lot. As you get older, you should be more peaceful. You're already quite old. There's nothing you can't see through." Li Guilin nodded. "Thank you, Grandma, for your advice. I was wrong before. This time, I want to ask if Xiaocao's trip into the mountains is dangerous." Grandma Tang smiled. "That child is blessed. There's no danger. Don't worry. She'll be back soon." Li Guilin was happy to hear this and stood up. Yes, yes. Thank you, Grandma. I'll make chicken soup for you at home, and my third daughter-in-law will bring it over at noon. Grandma Tang nodded. Thank you for taking care of me these days. The third family has looked after me for several days. I can get out of bed now, so she doesn't need to keep running here. I heard her family is building a house, so let her stay busy at home. Li Guilin shook her head. No need to thank me, Grandma. Taking care of you is a blessing for the third family. Xiao Chao instructed them to take care of Grandma until she returned. Although the third family had no land of their own and was somewhat helpless, they had become very devoted to their daughter. But she was a kind-hearted woman. Her daughter's words were like an order. You couldn't stop her. You are the oldest elder in the family. If you can handle her care, you should focus on taking care of your health. We still hope you live to 200 years. Grandma Tang smiled. When you're not being mischievous, you're quite adorable. I've forgotten how old I am. Probably around 110 now. People, the longer they live, the more tired they become. Li Guilin shook her head. No, no. You've done many good deeds and accumulated blessings. You are the pillar of Dashi village. You must live well. It's a blessing for our village. Just as she reached the door, Li Guilin looked back and asked, Grandma, Tang Xia from Yang's family stole money from her home and ran away with that troublemaker. What will happen to that child? Grandma Tang's eyes lost their sparkle. That child is gone. Don't mention it. Their family won't care either. Just pretend you don't know. Li Guilin staggered. Grandma, did I do wrong? Shouldn't I have caused trouble? Shouldn't I have pushed that child into a desperate situation? Grandma Tang shook her head. It's not your fault. It's her destiny. Even if you hadn't caused trouble, she would have left with that bad influence. It's her fate, her destiny. Hearing this, Li Guilin felt no guilt anymore. She bowed to Grandma Tang. Thank you, Grandma. I'll make you chicken soup when I get home. Please take good care of yourself and bless my little grass. Grandma Tang chuckled. Li Guilin, you've really changed a lot. Your face looks kinder now. Keep it up, and your later years will be very happy. Li Guilin bowed again. Thank you for your advice. Thank you so much. She turned and left, feeling very happy. When Li Guilin got home, she saw Zhao Qiujin sneaking out of her room. Seeing Li Guilin, her face turned pale with fear. Zhao Qiujin, what are you doing in my room? Are you stealing something? You little brat, I curse you. You've cut ties with your family, but you still can't behave. Come here, I'll check what you've stolen. Zhao Qiujin dared not let the old lady search her, so she ran away. Li Guilin chased after her. She wanted to shout, but was afraid it would ruin the family's reputation. After a few steps, she was exhausted. She headed toward Tang Xiaocao's house. The house's foundation was completed quickly because many people were helping. Several young men came from the town every day to assist, bringing lots of bricks. They said these were Little Grass's younger brothers. Li Guilin shouted, Tang Jianwei, you rascal, come here. Recently, Tang Jianwei had been working here and eating well. For the first time, he didn't slack off. He put down his tools and ran toward Li Guilin. Mother, what do you want? I haven't been lazy these past few days. If you don't believe me, ask third brother. I worked hard. Li Guilin whispered, just now your wife went into my room and stole something. You need to find her and see what she took. Hurry up and bring it back. Hearing this, Tang Jianwei ran home. No one was there. His children and Zhao Qiujin were not at home. Suddenly, he heard noises behind the house. He went around the kitchen and to the backyard. He saw Zhao Qiujin, Tang Weihua, Tang Whiting, and Tang Weiro holding a big cookie box, eating eagerly. Tang Jianwei shouted angrily, Zhao Qiujin, you really can't change your bad habits. You stole from my mother. I'll beat you to death. He bent down, picked up a stick from the ground, and chased Zhao Qiujin. Her arms and face were covered with scratches from the branches. The children also got hit. In the end, Tang Jianwei found 50 yuan in Zhao Qiujin's pocket, money she had stolen from Li Guilin. Tang Jianwei was so angry, he almost fainted. He took Zhao Qiujin and the 3 children to the old house, returned the 50 yuan to Li Guilin, and gave back the remaining cookies from the box. Mother, I'm sorry. The cookies were eaten by them. The money they haven't had time to take. I return to you. Please don't tell anyone. I can't afford to lose face. A few days ago, my brother-in-law falsely accused us of stealing his money. If this gets out that Zhao Qiujuan stole money, then people will start doubting us again. Li Guilon sighed. I understand. That's why I didn't call anyone when I chased that wicked girl. Jianwei, Tang Jinqiang knows about the Gu family and the steward. You should change too. Your wife needs to be managed. Her current state is partly because of your indulgence. Tang Jianwei lowered his head, feeling ashamed. Yes, mother. I understand. Thank you. In the future, I will discipline them properly. These days, I helped my third brother and saw how much he has changed. The villagers used to look down on him, but now it's different. He stands tall and proud. I also wish for a day when I can be respected like that. Li Guilon sighed. Just thinking about it isn't enough. You have to work for it. Your 3 children have been spoiled by Zhao Qiujuan. You need to teach them properly. Tang Jianwei lowered his head, lost in thought, then took his family and left. Later, Tang Jianwei found Yang Yufeng. Third sister-in-law, can you lend me some grain? I promise to pay you back. We're out of food at home. Yang Yufeng looked at the fourth brother, who had bowed his head to her for the first time. She turned and went into her room, bringing out 10 jin of coarse grain and a small piece of meat. Tang Jianwei gratefully accepted the items. Thank you, third sister-in-law. I will pay you back, I promise.
And
I'm sorry for before. We were wrong, and I'm sorry for how we treated you. From now on, if your family needs anything, just tell me. I'll help. After saying that, he left feeling embarrassed. Tang Jinqiang came over and asked, what did he come for? Yang Yufeng looked at the dirty, disheveled Tang Jinqiang and stepped back in disgust. Our family is out of food. He asked to borrow some. Tang Jinqiang's business had improved. You gave him some? That's not borrowing, that's lending. Only if he plans to pay back is it borrowing. Has his family ever paid back before? No way. I want it back. That's my little grass's hard work. They once treated her like that, so why should we keep helping them? Yang Yufeng grabbed Tang Jinqiang's arm. We're brothers. Don't be so harsh. I feel that this time, the fourth brother has changed. He swore he'll pay us back. Besides, you've made many mistakes and your daughter forgave you, right?
give him a chance to change.
I've seen him work hard these past few days. Maybe he really wants to change. Tang Jinqiang awkwardly scratched his head, full of mud. Well, he's been working hard these days, not slacking off.
So,
I'll give him a chance. Yang Yufeng nodded and left. Unexpectedly, Situ Xing quietly came to help as well, which surprised Tang Jinqiang. Other young workers heard about the free meals and wages, and they also came to help. What they couldn't understand was why Situ Xing, who was never short of money, came to help. Many people secretly guessed, but no one expected that Situ Xing came for Tang Xiaoqiao. If they knew, a single spit from each person would have overwhelmed Situ Xing brothers Tang Weidong and Tang Weishi felt nervous. Tang Weidong pulled Tang Weishi aside and whispered, "Why did that Situ Jiqing come? He probably wants to take responsibility for Xiaoqiao after biting him once." Tang Weidong slapped the back of Tang Weishi's head.
Don't talk nonsense.
Someone might hear us. If they do, it could ruin Xiaocao's reputation. Tang Weishi looked at Tang Weidong. Brother, why do you think he's here to help without asking for pay? He's usually cold to everyone, except for Uncle San and Aunt San. Why do you think that is? Tang Weidong also felt confused. How should I know? I'm not inside his mind. Maybe he's just bored. Come on, get to work and stop talking nonsense. Deciding to find out the truth, Tang Weidong approached Situ Xing, who was helping with the work, and asked, "Are you tired? Take a break." Situ Xing shook his head. Tang Weidong asked again, "Situ Jiqing, why aren't you working? Why are you here helping for free? You get work points for working." Situ Xing shook his head again. Tang Weidong scratched his head, confused by his repeated head shaking. He couldn't understand what it meant. He snatched the shovel from Situ Xing and pulled him to a quiet spot. He asked, "Be honest. Do you really like my little sister?" Situ Xing paused. Was it obvious? Should he admit or deny? Seeing the blank look on Situ Xing's face, Tang Weidong comforted himself. It's probably just my imagination. You're almost 30, and you could be like an uncle to my sister. You probably don't have any feelings for her. He continued, I heard your family is well off, and you're capable, handsome, and fit. My little sister is just a girl from the countryside. She doesn't deserve someone like you. He sighed. I was overthinking. Sorry, Situ Jiqing. Situ Xing. Since you've said everything, what can I say? He turned back and continued working. Tang Weidong felt like he had asked a pointless question. But he was also afraid of what Situ Xing might say. If he said he liked Xiao Chao, should he hit him? Or should he? With his own build, he probably couldn't compete with Situ Xing. Tang Weidong obediently went to work. He remembered Situ Xing's hesitant look and felt a bit annoyed. He was not upset about not coming. Zhao Lei and Wang Jianjun brought Lu Hu, Zhou Haodong, Ma Weigua, and Cheng Gang to help. The young men were very popular with Yang Yufeng. They all looked good, and he heard their parents were officials in the town. Yang Yufeng couldn't help but look at the boys like a mother-in-law choosing a son-in-law, scanning them back and forth. Even if Situ Xing was handsome and impressive, he was not within Yang Yufeng's idea of a suitable son-in-law. Situ Xing noticed this problem on his first day and felt a bit stuffy. But he didn't want to back down. He had already been liked by the young girl. If he took responsibility, it should be fine, right? Thinking about his age, he really wanted to ask his own mother why he couldn't be born a little later. Now, in the young girl's eyes, he was like an uncle. He looked up at the lively young boys and started to pick faults. Too young, not responsible enough, lacking ability. Relying on their parents' protection. What would they do if their parents were no longer around? How could they make Xiao Chao happy? He automatically ignored that Xiao Chao didn't need a man's protection at all. Zhao Lei suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned around and saw the handsome young man, glancing at them with a powerful presence, more intimidating than his father. Zhao Lei instinctively looked away. On their first day here, they had heard that this man was a young worker from the village, from Beijing, and that his family was wealthy and powerful. They were all a bit intimidated by his aura and kept their distance. They keenly sensed that the cold young man seemed to dislike them very much, even hostile. They didn't understand why he hated them when they hadn't even spoken to him. Zhao Lei was the type who didn't dwell on things he couldn't understand. He never wasted energy on internal conflicts. With more people, the work was easier. The house was almost finished. Originally, they expected to finish in half a month. But now, with so many people working, it was much faster, done in just over a week. Zhao Lei sighed. I wonder when the boss will come back. I miss him so much, Wang Jianjun said. I also wonder if the boss has been alone in the mountains for so long. Could he be in danger? She is a girl. Would she be afraid? Lu Hu confidently replied. Someone like the boss? Afraid? That's not possible. A few young men around him laughed happily. Someone nearby sighed with envy. Being young is great. Look at these young guys, so lively and full of energy. I heard they are all little brothers who have been beaten into shape by our little grass in town. Everyone else nearby burst into laughter after hearing this. But of course, these stories were all openly shared by Zhao Lei and his friends.